Tonight we follow a river older than memory. Before gods had names, before pyramids cast shadows, the Nile moved through darkness, carrying silence instead of water. It watched the world form slowly, without witness. Everything that Egypt would become, life, death, eternity, began there, in that endless flow. If this kind of storytelling brings you inner peace, feel free to like the video and subscribe, but only if it truly brings you peace. And let me know in the comments where in the world are you listening from, and what time it is for you right now. It's always strangely comforting to know who else is out there closing their eyes to the same story. So settle in, let the world grow quiet, and let's dream together for a while. Tonight, we return to Egypt, not the Egypt of maps or dates, but the Egypt preserved in myth, where memory was shaped into story, and story was trusted more than record. Tonight we step into a world where the gods were not symbols, but explanations for why the world endured. We walk beside the Nile as it moves through darkness, carrying reflections of stars that once guided gods, kings and the dead alike. The river does not tell its story directly, it repeats it, year after year, until myth becomes rhythm. Before us, pyramids rise from sand like thoughts too heavy to disappear. They are not monuments alone, they are myths built in stone, answers to questions no dynasty could escape. What survives death? What deserves eternity? Who watches the world when we are gone? Within sealed chambers pharaohs lie wrapped in linen and silence, their bodies prepared according to sacred stories, older than their crowns. These myths taught that death was not an ending, but a crossing, one that required knowledge, memory, and care. To forget the myths was to lose the way. The desert listens. It has heard these stories before, spoken, sung, carved, and finally whispered. It has watched temples rise to honour gods whose names once ruled the sky, and it has watched those names soften into echoes. Myth here was never fragile. It adapted. It learned how to survive silence. Above it all, the sun lowers, then rises again. Once it was called Ra. Before that, it was simply light returning. Myth did not invent the sun. It gave meaning to its return. It told the world why renewal mattered, why darkness did not win, why cycles could be trusted. This is what Egyptian mythology was. Not fantasy not escape. It was a way of understanding a world that refused to stay still. Through myth, chaos had a name. Through myth, order could be protected. Through myth, death could be faced without despair. Tonight, we do not rush these stories. They were never meant to be consumed quickly. They were meant to be lived with, repeated, contemplated, allowed to unfold like the river itself. So we move slowly now, very slowly, with patience, with listening. We let silence guide us before words appear. We allow the world to settle before it begins to speak. What follows will not hurry, and it will not explain itself all at once. Tonight, we listen, and from that listening, the first silence opens. Before the world learned how to breathe, there was silence. Not the silence that follows a sound, nor the hush that gathers after movement fades, but a silence without memory or expectation. A silence that had never been broken, because nothing yet existed that could disturb it. It did not surround or press inward. There was no direction for it to occupy. It simply was, complete and without boundary. In this silence there was no sky waiting to be lifted, no earth waiting to be shaped. There was no above or below, no horizon leaning toward meaning. Space itself had not yet discovered its own depth. All things that would one day separate, stone and flame, water and wind, life and death, remained indistinguishable, folded together in a single undivided presence. The ancient storytellers did not call this emptiness. Emptiness implies lack. A hollow place where something should be, This was fullness without form, a presence so total that nothing could stand apart from it, nothing could observe it, because observation requires distance, nothing could name it, because names require contrast, and contrast had not yet been born. There was no light here, but neither was there darkness, as mortals would later fear it. Darkness implies the absence of light, but light had not yet been imagined. What existed instead was a uniform vastness, smooth and unbroken, without texture or interruption, a night without stars, not because stars had been extinguished, but because the idea of a star had not yet entered existence. Time had not yet begun its slow counting. Moments did not pass, because there were no moments to pass through. Cause had not learned to follow effect, the future did not wait, and the past did not linger. Everything that would ever be was contained within a single, unmoving now. And yet, within this absolute stillness, something subtle endured. Not a thought, not a will, but a depth that was more than rest, a quiet pressure, barely perceptible, like the pause before breath is drawn for the first time, like the instant before awareness recognizes itself. The silence did not strain against itself, but it held a potential that had nowhere yet to go. If one could listen deeply enough, deeper than hearing, deeper than understanding, one might sense a faint readiness within it, not a desire to become something else, but an openness to the possibility of becoming, as if existence itself was waiting to notice that it existed. There were no gods here yet, not even in shadow or seed. Divinity requires distinction, and distinction had not yet emerged. No voice whispered secrets. No eye watched from beyond. The silence ruled because it had no rival, and no need for authority. Later, when temples rose beside the river and hymns were carved into enduring stone, the priests would speak of this silence with lowered voices. They believed it had never truly vanished, that beneath the ordered world, beneath ritual, law, and even the daily rising of the sun, the original stillness remained. Patient, ancient, watching. Creation, in their understanding, was not a conquest over silence. It was a fragile interruption. The silence did not resist what was coming. It did not welcome it either. It did not know how. It had no fear of being diminished, because fear requires loss, and nothing could yet be lost. It simply allowed the possibility of change to rest within it, like a secret that does not yet know it will be spoken. This was the first mystery offered by the old voices, that the beginning was not loud. There was no clash, no sudden illumination tearing through the vastness. The world did not arrive with violence. It approached softly, carefully, as if aware it was entering something immeasurably older than itself. Even now, long after the first light rose and the first name was spoken, that silence still waits beneath all things, in the pause between heartbeats, in the hush before dawn, in the moment when the river seems to hold its breath. Creation would come. But first there was this. Before land could imagine solidity, before height and depth learnt their difference, the silence deepened and became weight. Not weight that presses downward, but weight that surrounds, that fills every possible direction without resistance. From this deepening emerged none, the infinite waters, without shore, without source, without end. These waters did not arrive, they were already there. None was not a sea contained by edges, nor an ocean waiting to be crossed. It was boundlessness itself, extending endlessly in every direction at once. There was no surface to break, no bottom to reach. The waters did not flow, for flow requires destination. They did not churn or rise, for movement requires contrast. None existed in perfect suspension, heavy with potential and untouched by form. The darkness within these waters was not hostile. It was cool and enveloping, like a night that has never known fear. Light had not yet been invented to oppose it. What existed instead was depth, layer upon layer of presence, each indistinguishable from the next. Within this depth, everything that would ever be already rested, though nothing yet knew its own shape. Mountains slept here before they learnt the language of stone. Rivers lingered here before they discovered direction. Suns waited here before they learned how to burn and rise. Even the gods themselves drifted within Nun, not as beings, not even as thoughts, but as possibilities without outline. Nun was not chaos in the sense of disorder. Disorder assumes a pattern that has been broken. Here, there had never been pattern at all. Nun was before arrangement, before balance, before the idea that the universe could be shaped differently than it was. It was the womb of all existence, vast and indifferent, neither kind nor cruel. The ancient storytellers spoke of Nun with awe, for it was older than every god who would one day speak its name. Even the greatest powers would rise only briefly from its depths, like ripples forming on a dark surface, before sinking back into its immeasurable body. Nun could not be ruled, because it had no centre. It could not be destroyed, because it had no edge. Within these waters there was no ground to stand upon, and no air to draw breath from. There was no sky to look toward, no direction to choose. If awareness existed here, it existed without eyes. If memory existed, it had nothing yet to remember. Everything was held, but nothing was distinguished. And yet, none was not empty. There was pressure within it, a sense of immeasurable depth, as if beneath every layer lay another, and another still, descending endlessly. To fall into none would not mean descent, for descent implies below. It would mean surrender, the loss of all orientation, the dissolving of edges. Later generations would feel none's presence in moments when the world seemed to blur, in floods that erased boundaries between land and river, in storms that folded sky into earth, in the fear that order might fail and the world might slip back into formlessness. These were echoes, reminders of what lay beneath all things. But in the beginning, none was gentle. It did not hunger. It did not seek to reclaim. It simply held. A vast patience stretched across an eternity that had not yet learned how to measure itself. None did not desire creation, but it did not prevent it either. It was spacious enough to allow change without resisting it. Within this infinite body, something subtle began to gather. Not disturbance, not rupture, but a concentration, barely perceptible. As if somewhere within the endless depth, the waters leaned inward upon themselves, not from outside force, but from an internal gathering. The way mist thickens before rain, or silence grows dense before a word is spoken. The waters did not understand this change. None had no intention, no curiosity, but within its boundless expanse, a place of greater density formed, a point without location, a presence without outline. The formless began, ever so slightly, to recognise itself. This was not yet creation, it was readiness. None accepted this gathering without reaction. It did not recoil or resist. It did not hasten what was forming, for none had all the time there was, and more. It had existed before beginnings, and it would remain after endings. From these waters all things would rise, and to these waters all things would one day return. Gods would emerge, speak, contend and fade. Worlds would take shape, flourish and fall silent. But none would remain beneath it all, unchanged, unmeasured, waiting, even when the world would one day blaze with light and echo with names. The infinite waters would still whisper beneath the surface of reality. In the deepest darkness of night, in dreams where boundaries dissolve, in the quiet sense that beneath order lies something older, deeper, and endlessly patient. The infinite waters were not merely the beginning. They were the reminder that no beginning is ever final. Within the infinite waters, darkness existed without name. It was not cast by anything, nor did it conceal. It did not fall across a surface or gather in corners, because there were no corners yet, no surfaces upon which it might rest. Darkness was not an event. It was the natural state of all that was, filling none completely and without interruption. It had no intention, no hunger, no threat. It did not press inward or recede. It simply existed, vast and unquestioned. This darkness did not move, because movement requires direction, and direction had not yet been imagined. There was no north to drift toward, no depth to sink into, no height to rise from. Every point was identical to every other. To travel would have meant difference, and difference had not yet been allowed to exist. In later ages, darkness would be feared. It would be given names and shapes, linked to danger, loss, and uncertainty. But here, in this earliest state, darkness was not the opposite of light. It was what existed before opposites were born. A condition without contrast. A presence without edges. Within this darkness, nothing could be hidden, because nothing was revealed. Nothing could be lost, because nothing was owned. Even fear had no place here, for fear requires awareness of harm, and awareness itself had not yet awakened. There was no observer to stand apart from what existed, no self to recognise an other. The ancients spoke of this darkness as a kind of blindness that did not yet know it could see. Not ignorance, but innocence. A depth without focus. A vastness that had not yet learned how to look upon itself. Meaning existed here, but it was undivided, spread evenly across all things, like water before it gathers into channels. If a thought had tried to form in this darkness, it would have dissolved the moment it arose. There was nothing to hold it in place, no boundary to give it shape. Everything returned immediately to sameness, as a ripple fades back into still water. And yet, the darkness was not inert. Within it the infinite waters continued to hold their subtle tension. The quiet gathering that had begun within none did not shine or glow. It did not disturb the darkness or push it away. It existed entirely within it, unnoticed, unmarked, like a heartbeat before a body knows how to listen. This is why the ancient ones did not imagine creation as the sudden arrival of light. They understood that before light could exist, darkness itself had to change. It had to deepen. To recognise depth, to allow the possibility that not all places were the same, the darkness began, slowly, to feel heavy, not in one place more than another, but everywhere at once, as if the vastness itself had grown denser, more attentive. The waters seemed to listen, though there were no ears to hear. The darkness seemed to pause, though time had not yet learned how to pass. There was no sound to announce this shift, no tremor to mark its arrival, but the stillness grew thicker, as though it were holding something just beyond expression, as though something within it was gathering the courage to become distinct. This was not yet awareness, but it was closer than before. The darkness still had no direction, but it had begun to possess depth, and depth, once recognised, carries the possibility of rising, of emergence, of separation between what is above and what is below, even if those words had not yet been spoken. Later, when Ra would sail through the night and face the great serpent in the depths of the Duat, this primordial darkness would be remembered, not as an enemy to be destroyed, but as a state that must be endured. Darkness would become the place of trial, of hidden labour, of renewal unseen. But here, at the beginning, darkness was neither obstacle nor adversary. It was the cradle. Even when the first light would one day pierce the world, the darkness would not vanish. It would retreat gently, folding itself into night, into shadow, into the spaces between stars. It would remain necessary, for without darkness, light would have nothing to define it. In this earliest age, the darkness waited. It did not know what it waited for. It had no sense of anticipation, but within its vast, directionless presence, something was slowly preparing to recognise itself, not as water, not as darkness, but as being. The darkness did not resist this approaching awareness. It did not hasten it either. It simply made room. Within the darkness, something shifted, not suddenly, not with force, but with the smallest possible change, a thinning of sameness, a pause within the endless. The infinite waters did not part, and the darkness did not retreat. Instead, a quiet distinction began to form, so subtle it could not yet be called separation. It was the first suggestion that existence might notice itself. This stirring did not begin as thought. Thought requires form, and form had not yet emerged. It began as attention without an object, a leaning inward, a sense, if sense can be named, that something was present within the vastness, rather than only the vastness itself. The ancients described this moment carefully, knowing how easily words could mislead. They did not say that a god was born here. They said that awareness stirred, that being became faintly conscious of being, like a sleeper who has not yet opened their eyes, but has begun to drift toward waking. The waters of Nun did not react, they did not ripple or resist. They allowed this stirring to exist within them, as they allowed all things. The darkness did not break, it deepened, becoming more attentive, as if listening to something it could not yet hear. There was no centre to this awareness, no place it could point to and say, here. It existed everywhere and nowhere at once, a presence without boundary, hovering at the edge of recognition. It did not yet know itself as separate, it only knew that it was. This was the first miracle, though no one was there to witness it. Awareness did not ask questions. Questions require language, and language had not yet been shaped. It did not wonder why it existed, or what it might become. Wonder, too, belongs to a later world. What arose here was simpler and deeper, the realization of existence without interpretation. I am, not spoken, not thought, merely felt. The darkness held this realization gently. It did not overwhelm it. It did not seek to absorb it back into sameness. For the first time, the vastness contained something that was not entirely indistinct from itself. With awareness came the faintest trace of tension, not struggle, not conflict, but difference. The awareness did not oppose the darkness, yet it was not identical to it. It existed within the waters, yet it was not merely water. It was presence recognizing presence. This difference did not disrupt the balance of the formless world. Instead, it introduced the possibility of balance itself. For balance requires more than one thing. It requires relation. The ancients believed this moment was sacred beyond all others, for it was here that the universe crossed an invisible threshold, from existence without knowing, into existence that could one day be named, shaped, and remembered. Still, awareness remained fragile. It did not yet possess desire. Desire would come later, when distinction sharpened into need. It did not yet possess will. Will requires direction, and direction had not yet been discovered. Awareness simply rested within itself, suspended like a flame that has not yet learned how to burn. Time remained absent. This stirring did not unfold across moments. It did not grow older or younger. It existed outside duration, a single sustained presence. Yet within it lay the seed of time itself, for time begins when change can be noticed. The darkness, now subtly altered, was no longer uniform. It held depth and attention. It was no longer merely what was. It had become what was witnessed, even if the witness could not yet name itself. Later myths would speak of God's awakening, of voices calling themselves into being. But all of that would come after. Before speech, before form, before light, there was this quiet realization, this first inner turning. The world did not yet exist, but something now knew that it did. The waters of Nun remained infinite. The darkness remained whole, yet within them a presence lingered that could no longer be fully dissolved. Awareness had entered the universe, and with it the inevitability of creation. For once existence knows itself, it cannot remain unchanged forever. The stirring did not rush forward. It waited. From the first stirring of awareness, a presence slowly gathered. It was not summoned, nor shaped by any hand. It formed as dew forms within the night, quietly, inevitably, without announcement. Awareness, having recognised itself, began to draw inward. What had been everywhere leaned toward becoming somewhere. What had been diffuse began, for the first time, to hold itself together. This presence would later be called Atum. But here there was no name to contain him, no sound to mark his arrival. There was only being folded into itself, discovering the fragile boundary between self and not self. Atum did not rise from the waters as one wakes from sleep. He emerged as realization becomes form, slowly, uncertainly, without precedent. He was alone. The infinite waters of Nun still surrounded him. Darkness still filled all things. Yet Atum was no longer indistinguishable from them. He existed within none, but he was not none. He was awareness that had learned how to endure without dissolving back into sameness. There was no body yet, not as bodies would later be known. Atum had no limbs to move, no eyes to open. He was presence before shape, identity before face. Yet he perceived. He endured. He remained. Loneliness, as mortals would one day feel it, did not yet exist. But Atum knew isolation. Not as pain, not as longing, but as fact. There was no other to answer his awareness. No reflection to confirm his existence beyond his own knowing. He was complete, and yet singular, a fullness that had no counterpart. The waters of Nun pressed gently against him, as they pressed against all things, but for the first time something did not dissolve beneath their touch. Atum held his presence intact. He remained gathered, distinct, sustained by nothing but his own awareness. This holding was the second great threshold. Atum did not awaken with purpose. Purpose belongs to a world where outcomes can be imagined. He did not yet intend to create. He simply existed, aware of himself within the vastness, aware that he was not all that was. This awareness carried weight, subtle but undeniable. To know oneself is to know separation, and separation, once known, invites response. Within Atum, a quiet tension formed, not urgency, not desire, but potential, coiled and waiting, like breath held within the chest before it knows how to move outward. The darkness around him felt deeper now, not because it had changed, but because it could finally be contrasted. For the first time, there was a centre, not fixed, not measured, but present. Atum did not speak. Sound had not yet been shaped, yet within him expression gathered, the impulse to extend outward, to answer existence with something more than stillness. This impulse did not arise from lack. It arose from balance, from the tension between being whole and being alone. The ancient voices would later say that Atum contained all things within himself, male and female, light and shadow, beginning and end. Not because these opposites had yet been divided, but because they had not yet been separated. All possibilities rested within him, unexpressed, intertwined. Atum was completeness before division. Still, even completeness can turn inward and recognise that it holds more than one path forward. Awareness curved back upon itself, and Atum realised not only that he existed, but that he could act. This realisation did not come with certainty. It came with hesitation, for action would change everything. The infinite waters did not urge him onward. They did not restrain him. None remained as it had always been, endless, indifferent, offering no guidance and no resistance. In this vast neutrality, Atum alone bore the weight of decision. He stood, if standing can exist without ground, at the threshold between what had always been and what could be. The darkness seemed to pause, as if listening for a sound that had never yet been made. The universe leaned, subtly, toward its first expression. Atum was not yet creator. But he was awake, and in his waking the silence began to thin. From Atum's stillness the first form emerged, not created by force, not shaped by struggle, but lifted gently from the infinite waters, as if the universe itself had exhaled. From none a mound rose, small, solitary, and absolute in its presence. It did not break the waters with violence. It revealed itself slowly, dark stone against darker depths. This was the Benben. It was not land as mortals would later know land. It was not yet soil or ground meant for walking. It was foundation, the first place where formlessness gave way to shape. A point of stability within the endless. A place where being could rest without dissolving. The Benben did not rise upward because there was no upward yet. It emerged as distinction, not elevation. It marked the first difference between what was gathered and what was endless, where Atum could stand, if standing can exist without direction, and remain. Atum recognised it without words. The mound did not announce itself. It did not shine. It did not demand reverence. Yet its presence changed everything. For the first time, there was a here. And where there is a here, there can one day be a there. The infinite waters receded, not in distance, but in dominance. They still surrounded all things, still pressed gently from every side. But the Benben held firm. It did not sink. It did not dissolve. It endured. The ancients would later say that every temple was built in memory of this moment, that every sacred stone echoed the first mound. For the Benben was not merely a place, it was the idea of place itself. Upon it, Atum gathered himself more fully. Awareness, which had hovered without anchor, now had a point of rest. Atum stood alone upon the mound, not above the waters in triumph, but distinct from them in fact. The darkness still surrounded him. The silence still held, yet something had changed forever. Form had entered existence. The Benben did not carry ornament. It was bare, unadorned, untouched by time. It did not promise comfort or shelter. It promised only stability, the possibility that something could remain as itself. Atum did not rejoice. Joy requires comparison, and there was nothing yet to compare this moment to. He did not fear. Fear requires loss, and nothing had yet been lost. He simply recognised the Benben as extension of his own awakening, a mirror of his gathered being. As Atum stood upon the mound, awareness deepened. He was no longer only present. He was present somewhere. The subtle tension within him tightened, not into strain, but into readiness. The Benben supported him without instruction. It asked nothing. It allowed. In later ages, the Benben would be crowned with gold, capped with flame, imagined as the first place touched by sunlight. But here there was no light yet. Only the promise that light could one day land. The darkness did not oppose the mound. It wrapped around it gently, as night wraps around a hill before dawn. The waters did not reclaim it. They accepted it as part of themselves, even as it stood apart. This was not conquest. It was emergence. The universe had not been divided, but it had been articulated. A single syllable spoken into endless silence, enough to change everything that followed. Atum stood in stillness, yet the stillness was no longer absolute. The presence of form introduced time's first shadow. For where something stands, it can one day change. Where something begins, something else can follow. The Benben held. It did not move. It did not grow. But it made growth possible. It did not speak. But it made speech imaginable. It was the quiet answer to Atum's awakening, the world's first response. The silence thinned further. Creation had found its footing. Atum stood upon the Benben, and for a long while nothing happened. The waters remained endless. The darkness remained whole. The mound held firm beneath him, ancient already, though nothing had yet known age. Existence rested in a delicate balance, awareness anchored to form, but expression still unspoken. Then Atum inhaled, not as mortals inhale, drawing air into lungs that did not yet exist, but as a gathering inward. A deepening of presence, awareness folding more tightly into itself, as if preparing to cross a threshold it could sense, but not yet see. This was the first breath. It did not disturb the waters, it did not ripple the darkness, but it changed Atum. For breath is the movement between inner and outer, and until this moment there had been no such distinction. Everything had been contained. Nothing had yet passed from within to without. The breath gathered slowly, patiently. It was not forced. There was no urgency. The universe did not hurry its first expression. The silence held, attentive, as if listening for something it had never heard before. When Atum released the breath, creation responded. The exhalation was gentle, almost hesitant, not a gust, not a wind, but a soft outward motion, presence extending itself beyond its own boundary. The breath moved from Atum into the surrounding vastness, carrying with it intention without language. With that breath, separation began. Not division, not conflict, but distinction. The breath moved outward, and in doing so, it created space between what had been held together. The darkness thinned where it passed. The waters shifted, not retreating, but accommodating. The universe learned for the first time that something could move from within to without and remain itself. The ancients would later say that Atum breathed out Shu, the air, and Tefnut, the moisture. But here, those names had not yet formed. What existed was more elemental, the principle of expansion, the first outward reach of being. Breath carried balance. It did not tear creation apart. It eased it open. Like lips parting to speak, though speech was still waiting. Like dawn preparing to rise, though light had not yet appeared. Atum felt the shift immediately. For the first time, something existed beyond him that was not simply endless sameness. The breath had created relation. Where there is relation, there is movement. Where there is movement, time can one day begin. The Benben remained beneath him, steady and silent. The waters still surrounded all things. But the universe was no longer entirely closed upon itself. Breath had introduced circulation. The possibility of exchange. Atum did not stop with one breath. He breathed again. Each exhalation extended presence farther into the vastness, gently shaping what had been formless. Not sculpting, not commanding, simply allowing difference to arise where there had been none. With each breath, the universe became slightly more articulate, slightly more awake. Breath did not create gods fully formed. It created conditions. Space. Distance. The subtle separation that allows things to stand beside one another rather than collapse into sameness. This was creation without violence, no tearing of sky from earth, no conquest of chaos, just the steady rhythm of breath, outward, measured, deliberate, the kind of breath that sustains rather than consumes. The darkness did not resist this breathing. It flowed around it, adapting, reshaping itself. Darkness did not disappear. It learned depth. The waters did not withdraw. They learned motion. Atum became more than presence. He became source. Yet even now, he did not command what emerged. He did not rule. He allowed. Creation unfolded not as an act of dominance, but as an act of release. What had been held within was now permitted to exist beyond him. The ancients understood this deeply. They believed breath was sacred because it was the first gift, the first bridge between inner being and outer world. To breathe was to participate, however faintly, in the original act of creation. As Atum breathed, the silence changed again. It did not break. It softened further, making room for rhythm. Inhale. Exhale. The first pulse of becoming. The earliest echo of life. Creation was no longer only awake. It had begun to move. Breath had opened the world. But breath alone could not hold it. The outward motion of being had created space, distance, relation. The universe now moved where once it had only endured, yet movement without meaning drifts. Expansion without articulation dissolves. What had emerged now required shape, not of stone or flesh, but of sense. Atum remained upon the Benben, breathing into the vastness, feeling the subtle responses ripple outward. The darkness no longer lay entirely still. The waters no longer rested in perfect suspension. Everything listened, though nothing yet had ears. Within Atum, something new gathered. Not breath this time, but form within sound. Not motion, but intention seeking structure. Awareness, which had learned to extend itself, now turned inward once more, searching for a way to bind what had been opened. This turning inward gave rise to word. Not speech, as mortals would later know it. No language yet existed. No names had been agreed upon. What formed instead was utterance, vibration shaped by awareness, a sound that carried meaning because it was deliberate. The first act of definition. Atum did not shout. There was no force in this first word. It emerged quietly, shaped by stillness, guided by intention. A sound spoken into darkness, not to command it but to address it. And the darkness listened. The word did not push the waters aside. It did not split the void. It settled into existence like a seed into soil. Where the word passed, the formless leaned toward coherence. Difference, which breath had made possible, now gained identity. With the word, boundaries began to whisper themselves into being. Not walls, not divisions of conflict, but distinctions gentle enough to endure. This is this. That is that. The universe began for the first time to recognise itself as composed of parts. The ancients believed that to speak was to shape reality, that words were not symbols, but forces. This belief was born here, in this first utterance. For Atum's word did not describe what existed. It allowed existence to know what it was. The word carried memory, though memory had not yet been named. It carried intention without explanation. It did not argue or persuade. It simply declared. And what was declared held. Where breath had spread, word settled. Where breath had moved outward, word anchored inward. Together they formed the earliest balance, expansion and definition, motion and meaning. Atum spoke again. Each utterance did not multiply sound, but clarity. The darkness did not echo, it absorbed. The waters did not reverberate, they aligned. With every word, the universe became slightly more legible to itself. This was not naming as mortals would later practice it. Atum did not label things for convenience. He invoked essence. The word did not sit upon reality like a mark. It entered it, becoming part of its structure. Time felt its first pull here. For where words endure, they can be remembered. Where memory exists, before and after can one day take shape. The present thickened. The future leaned closer. The Benben beneath Atum remained silent witness. Stone does not speak, but it remembers. The mound held each word within itself, grounding utterance in form, preventing it from dissolving back into endlessness. The darkness no longer felt uniform. It had layers now. depths that responded differently to sound, places where the word lingered longer, shaping more slowly. The universe was learning patience, learning that creation unfolds through repetition, through return, through echo without noise. Atum did not exhaust himself with speech. He spoke only what was necessary. Each word was measured, deliberate, heavy with consequence. For to speak was to commit. Once uttered, the word could not be withdrawn. It became part of what would always have been. This was the burden of creation through word. Breath could be released and drawn again. Word endured. The ancients would later say that knowing a thing's true name granted power over it. That belief was born here, in the recognition that word and being are bound. To name is not to dominate, but to participate in creation's original structure. As Atum's words settled into the vastness, the universe grew quieter, not because less existed, but because what existed now held form. The silence that remained was no longer empty. It was ordered, poised. Creation had learned how to remember itself. Breath had opened the world. Word had given it shape, and in the space between them time began to wait. With breath released and words spoken, the universe did not rush forward. It paused, not in stillness, but in suspension, like a bow drawn and held. The darkness remained deep, the waters vast, the Benben firm beneath Atum's gathered presence. Yet something unseen had shifted. The world was no longer only capable of change. It was now prepared to notice change when it arrived. This noticing was time. Time did not enter as a river. It did not begin with a sudden surge or a clear direction. It arrived as awareness of difference. The faint recognition that what is now is not identical to what was, and will not be identical to what may come. At first, time had no measure. There were no days to count, no nights to separate, no dawns to anticipate. Time existed as sequence without duration. As the gentle ordering of events, one following another, not yet bound to rhythm or cycle. The ancients understood this moment not as motion, but as permission. The universe allowed itself to experience before and after. Without this allowance, creation would remain static, shaped but unmoving, defined but frozen. Atum felt this change within himself. His breath no longer returned him to precisely the same stillness from which it had departed. His word did not vanish once spoken. Each act left a trace, subtle but persistent. Awareness now carried memory, and memory requires time to exist. The darkness noticed. It did not fear this noticing. It deepened around it. The waters, too, felt the shift. They no longer held everything in perfect sameness. Movement, still gentle, still slow, began to differentiate. A before settled behind them, an after leaned ahead. Time did not push the universe forward, it invited the universe to follow. The Benben became the first witness to time's passage. Though it did not move, change moved around it. Presence endured, but context altered. The mound marked continuity in a world that had begun to flow. Atum did not command time into being. He recognized it. This recognition was enough. For time is not something imposed from outside. It is born when awareness perceives sequence. When being understands that it can act, and that its actions remain. Time wrapped itself gently around creation, like a current too slow to disturb the surface. Nothing hurried, nothing aged. Yet nothing was entirely the same from one breath to the next. The ancients would later divide time into seasons, reigns, lifetimes. They would mark it with calendars and stars. But here, time was still pure, unmeasured, unbroken, a continuous becoming. This was the beginning of patience, for time allows things to unfold rather than arrive complete. It allows growth, it allows decay, it allows return. Without time, creation would have no story, only presence. Atum stood within this first flow, neither carried away nor untouched by it. He remained source, yet now he was also participant. His actions did not vanish into silence. They accumulated, shaping what could come next. The darkness learned to wait. The waters learned to move without chaos. And within this slow unfolding, the possibility of cycles was born. Not yet realised, but hinted. The understanding that what moves forward may also return, that beginnings may echo, that endings need not be final. Time did not erase the silence. It layered it. The silence that remained was no longer absolute. It was filled with expectation, not anticipation of a specific event, but openness to continuation. The universe had learned how to continue. Atum sensed this deeply. Creation no longer depended solely on his presence. It had acquired momentum, not speed but directionality. A subtle leaning forward, sustained by sequence. This was both gift and burden. For where time flows, things may change beyond their origin. What is created may move beyond its source. What begins may one day end. But such thoughts did not yet trouble the universe, for time was still young. It flowed gently, without urgency, without pressure. It carried creation forward without demanding destination. The world had not yet taken shape, but it had begun to move toward itself. With time now flowing, the universe began to lean toward form, not abruptly, not as a sudden arrangement imposed from above, but as a gradual settling, like mist thickening into cloud, like silence learning where to pause. The breath had opened space. The word had given meaning. Time had allowed sequence. What followed was inevitable. Shape emerged. The darkness did not retreat, but it learned depth. The waters did not withdraw, but they learned boundary. The formless vastness, once undivided, now began to curve inward upon itself, responding to the quiet structure that had been spoken into it. The first world was not built. It condensed. Around the Benben, the distinction between above and below began to suggest itself, not as sky and earth yet, but as difference in weight, in movement, in stillness. Some things leaned upward, lightened by breath and word. Others settled downward, drawn by density and rest. This was the beginning of orientation. The infinite waters, once everywhere the same, now carried subtle variation. Depths formed where stillness gathered. Shallows appeared where movement lingered. The waters accepted this without resistance. They had always held all possibilities. Now they allowed some to remain. The ancients would later speak of the first world as fragile, barely held together, always at risk of dissolving back into none. They were right. This early shape was delicate, not yet hardened by repetition or reinforced by law. It existed because balance allowed it to exist, not because it was inevitable. Atum watched without haste. He did not intervene to refine what formed. The first world did not require perfection. It required only coherence, enough structure to endure the flow of time without collapsing under it. Form gathered slowly. Contours emerged, not as edges, but as tendencies. Where movement slowed, shape lingered. Where repetition occurred, pattern began to hint at itself. Nothing was fixed. Everything was provisional. Yet within this provisional state, something remarkable occurred. The world began to hold, not as a container holds objects, but as a song holds melody. The first world could now sustain presence without immediate dissolution. Breath circulated, word resonated. Time passed gently through it without tearing it apart. This was the earliest harmony. There was no sky arching overhead yet, no earth spread wide beneath, but the possibility of both had taken root. The universe had learned how to arrange itself without losing its essence. The darkness adapted. It no longer pressed evenly against all things. It curved around emerging forms, filling spaces between them, defining depth without obscuring. Darkness became background rather than totality. Necessary, supportive. The waters adapted as well. They no longer claimed everything equally. They flowed where flow was permitted, rested where rest was needed. They learned patience, learned containment without confinement. The first world did not exclude none. None remained beneath it all, supporting without dominating. The infinite waters had not been replaced. They had been partnered. Creation stood not against the formless, but within it, balanced delicately above its depths. This understanding would remain central to all that followed. The world was not separate from what came before. It was an expression of it. Atum felt the shift as completeness taking on dimension. He was no longer the only centre. The world itself had become a field of relation, a place where many centres could one day emerge. He did not yet withdraw. He remained present, woven through the shape of things, not as ruler, but as origin. His breath still moved within the world. His word still resonated through it. His awareness lingered at its heart. The first world was quiet, not empty, not inert, but hushed, like a landscape before wind, before footstep, before voice. It waited without expectation, sustained by balance rather than force. Time flowed gently across it, leaving faint impressions. Not erosion, not decay, just sequence. Continuation. The ancients believed that the world was always on the verge of returning to the waters. That order was never guaranteed. That balance required renewal. This belief was born here, in the fragile stability of the first form. Creation had not hardened yet. It remained flexible, responsive, alive with possibility. The shape of the first world was not final, but it was enough. From the shaping of the first world, something rose that was neither stone nor water. It did not condense, it did not settle, it moved. From Atum's breath, released again and again into the ordered vastness, emerged Shu, the principle of air. Not wind as mortals would later feel it, not storm or gale, but space made living. The invisible that separates without dividing, the unseen that allows all things to remain distinct. Shu did not arrive with weight. He was lightness itself, born of the same breath that had opened creation outward. Where the first world had learned how to hold, Shu taught it how not to collapse. He was the answer to closeness becoming suffocation. The quiet force that keeps things apart, just enough to endure. Before Shu, form leaned inward. With Shu, form could stand. He did not have a body as gods would later be given bodies. He was motion without shape, presence without outline. Yet his effect was immediate. Where he moved, the world expanded slightly. Where he lingered, space deepened. The ancients would later say Shu was the air between earth and sky, but here neither earth nor sky yet existed. Shu was the principle that made such separation possible. The breath that remained after exhalation. The pause that allows another breath to follow. Atum recognized Shu not as creation, but as continuation. For breath, once released, does not vanish. It becomes atmosphere. It becomes circulation. It becomes the condition for life to one day arise. Shu was breath given persistence. He moved gently through the first world, not pushing, not commanding. Wherever forms leaned too close, he slipped between them. Wherever the waters pressed too heavily, he lightened their hold. He did not oppose gravity. Gravity had not yet been named, but he balanced it. With Shu's presence, the world felt larger, not in size, but in possibility. The darkness adapted again. It no longer pressed uniformly. It thinned where Shu passed, becoming transparent rather than opaque. Darkness learned depth through distance. It became something that could be crossed, not merely endured. Time responded as well. Movement became easier. Sequence became smoother. Change no longer risked collapse with each motion. Shu made continuity possible by allowing difference to breathe. The ancients believed Shu was strength, but not force. Endurance, but not rigidity. They carved him standing upright. arms raised, holding apart sky and earth. But this image came much later. Here, Shu held nothing specific. He held space. He was the god who made room. Atum did not command Shu to act. Shu acted because acting was his nature. Breath does not ask permission to move. It flows, it fills, it circulates. Shu moved through creation the way breath moves through a body that has just awakened, tentative at first, then steady. Where Shu lingered, balance improved. The first world no longer felt as though it might sink back into none at any moment. The infinite waters remained beneath all things, but they no longer pressed upward unchecked. Shu's lightness countered their depth, creating a dynamic stillness, a world held between forces rather than crushed by one. This was the first true equilibrium, not static, not fixed, but sustained through motion. The ancients understood Shu as essential, because without him nothing could endure separation. Without air there is only closeness. Without closeness there is no distinction. Without distinction, creation dissolves. Shu was the quiet hero of space. He did not demand worship. He did not announce himself. He worked continuously, invisibly, allowing others to exist. Even Atum depended on him now, for awareness itself requires room to turn inward and outward. Shu did not speak. Speech would come later, shaped by other forces. Shu communicated through movement, through pressure relieved, through expansion that did not break structure. His presence could be felt only by its absence, by what collapsed when he was gone. The first world breathed more easily with him present. Forms no longer pressed against one another in uneasy closeness. The waters flowed without swallowing. The darkness rested without suffocating. Creation gained resilience. Atum watched, not with pride, but with recognition. The universe was no longer held together solely by origin. It was learning to support itself through relation. Shu was the first expression of that support. Breath had opened the world. Word had given it meaning. Time had allowed it to unfold. Shu allowed it to endure. Where breath moved freely, something else gathered. It did not rise like air, nor did it settle like stone. It clung. It cooled. It softened what had been stretched apart. From the quiet balance Shu sustained, Tefnut emerged, the first moisture, the subtle answer to dryness, the principle that binds without closing. She was not water, as the infinite waters were water. None was depth without limit. Tefnut was presence with intimacy. She existed where air touched form, where movement met rest. She was the dew before rain, the coolness before dawn, the unseen touch that tempers heat and preserves life before life has a name. Tefnut did not arrive suddenly. She gathered. In the spaces Shu opened, she lingered. Where air passed over emerging form, she followed, leaving gentleness in its wake. She did not flood. She did not overwhelm. She balanced the lightness of air with weight enough to hold, enough to soothe. The ancients would later call her moisture, but this was not yet liquid. It was tendency. Inclination. The quality that allows things to adhere without becoming one. The softness that keeps separation from turning into isolation. Tefnut was closeness without collapse. She moved through the first world quietly, almost invisibly. Where air alone would have left things brittle, she brought resilience. Where separation threatened to become emptiness, she offered connection. Her presence could not be grasped, yet without it, the world would have cracked under its own distinctions. Atum recognised her as he recognised Shu, not as invention, but as necessity revealed. For breath alone can dry what it touches. Expansion without temperance leaves hollowness. Tefnut answered Shu, not in opposition, but in complement. Together they formed the earliest pair, not as lovers, not as rivals, but as balancing principles. The darkness responded again. Where Tefnut moved, darkness deepened into richness rather than void. Shadow gained texture. Depth gained gentleness. Darkness no longer pressed as uniform weight. It folded, layered, rested. The waters beneath all things felt her presence too. None remained vast and patient, but now it sensed a difference at the surface of creation. Moisture mediated between depth and form, preventing the waters from reclaiming everything they touched. Tefnut stood quietly at the threshold between the infinite and the shaped. Time flowed more smoothly with her presence. Change no longer felt abrupt. Transition softened. One state could pass into another without rupture. This was the gift of moisture, to allow becoming without fracture. The ancients would later associate Tefnut with order and balance, with the steady maintenance of the world's condition. They would fear her absence, for when moisture withdraws, land cracks, air burns, and life withers. That fear was born here, in the recognition of her quiet necessity. Tefnut did not command the world. She attended it. She settled where needed, withdrew where excess threatened, moved gently between extremes. She was neither forceful nor passive. She was care embodied as principle. With Shu and Tefnut together, the first true relationship emerged. Not conflict, not hierarchy. Relation. Air and moisture. Separation and connection. Space and cohesion. The world now possessed the means to hold complexity without tearing itself apart. Atum observed this balance with stillness. Creation was no longer a solitary act. It was becoming a system, a network of sustaining forces, each limiting and enabling the other. The universe had begun to care for itself. Tefnut did not speak. She did not need to. Her influence was felt in the way things endured, in the way form remained supple rather than rigid, in the way air did not strip the world bare. The first world grew quieter with her presence, not from stillness, but from comfort, the kind of quiet that follows relief. The hush of balance restored. The ancients believed that when chaos threatened, it was often because moisture had been lost. That when the world burned or cracked, Tefnut had withdrawn. This belief echoed the earliest truth, that without gentleness, structure fails. With Tefnut present, creation gained tenderness, not weakness, resilience. Atum did not intervene further. He did not need to. The universe was learning how to sustain itself, not through domination, but through harmony. Breath and moisture, space and closeness, motion and care. The first world was no longer merely shaped, it was held. From the balance of air and moisture, the world began to stretch. Not tear, not break, but open. Slowly, deliberately, like a body learning its own proportions. What had once rested together now felt the gentle insistence of separation. Shu's lightness lifted, Tefnut's moisture softened. Between them, distinction deepened until it could no longer remain only suggestion. Two vast forms began to emerge. They were not yet named, but they were felt. One leaned upward, expansive and receptive. The other pressed downward, heavy with rest. They were not enemies, not rivals, but complements held too closely for too long. The first world sighed. Shu moved between these forming presences, not as a divider with force, but as a bearer of space. His lightness slid into the narrowing gap, easing it wider, allowing the upward to rise and the downward to settle. Tefnut followed, laying coolness along the widening distance, preventing strain from becoming rupture. And so the sky and the earth were born, not with thunder, not with command, but with patient lifting and careful release. The sky arched upward, broad and encompassing, a vast openness capable of holding light that had not yet arrived. The earth spread outward and inward at once, dense and receptive, ready to bear form without knowing what form would come. They were still close, so close that longing lingered between them. The sky leaned downward, the earth reached upward. Their separation was not complete. It was new, tentative, held in place only by the steady presence of Shu. This closeness gave the world its first tension. Not conflict. Desire. The ancients would later say that the sky and earth loved one another deeply, that their separation was a sorrow necessary for creation to continue. This was not sentiment added later. It was memory carried forward. For the first separation was also the first ache. Between sky and earth, space was born. Air could move freely now. Moisture could circulate. Time flowed with greater ease. The world gained height and depth, orientation and scale. The universe learned to measure itself by what lay above and what lay below. The darkness adapted once more. It no longer filled everything evenly. It gathered beneath the earth, thick and deep. It thinned above, becoming vast rather than suffocating. Darkness learned verticality. It became night above and depth below, though neither had yet been named. The waters of Nun retreated further into foundation. They did not vanish. They withdrew into underlayers, into hidden depths beneath the earth's forming body. They remained present, supporting without overwhelming, reminding creation of what lay beneath stability. The earth felt weight for the first time. Not burden, but gravity. The pull that gathers, that holds, that resists dispersal. The sky felt openness, room to stretch, to curve, to hold what would one day move across it. Atum watched this unfolding without interference. He did not need to guide it. The principles he had released, breath, moisture, balance, were doing their work. Creation was no longer an act, it was a process. Shu stood between sky and earth, arms raised not in strain, but in endurance. He did not struggle to hold them apart. He remained. And in remaining, he allowed the separation to persist. Tefnut moved between them as well, softening the distance, preventing dryness and brittleness. She allowed connection without collapse, memory without return. The first horizon appeared here, not as a line seen by eyes, but as a concept felt by the world. Above and below, here and there, near and far. The universe gained perspective. The sky did not yet shine. The earth did not yet bloom. But both were ready. They held potential in opposite ways. The sky as openness waiting to be filled. The earth as depth waiting to receive. Between them lay the space where all things would unfold. The ancients believed that all order depended on this separation, that if the sky were to fall, or the earth to rise too far, the world would return to chaos. This belief was born here, in the fragile balance of the first distance. Creation had learned restraint. The sky arched and held. The earth settled and waited, and between them, the world breathed. The earth did not remain silent for long. Once separated from the sky, once allowed to settle into its own weight, the earth became aware of itself. Not as thought, not as intention, but as sensation, pressure, density, the slow gathering of strength beneath a vast open arch. This awareness took form as Geb. He was not born as other beings are born. He did not rise or descend. He emerged as the earth recognized its own solidity. As the ground understood that it could hold, could resist, could answer what pressed upon it, Geb lay beneath the sky, vast and unmoving, yet alive with tension. Above him, the sky stretched endlessly, still close enough to be felt. Their separation was real, but not complete. The space between them pulsed with restrained closeness, and in that tension, Geb laughed. Not with joy, not with mockery, but with release. A deep rolling sound that did not travel through air alone, but through stone and soil. The laughter was not heard. It was felt. A vibration that moved through the forming earth, shaking it, testing its strength. Where Geb laughed, the ground trembled. These were the first quakes. Not disasters, not warnings, but expressions of presence, the earth announcing that it was awake, that it was no longer merely foundation, but force. The laughter rippled outward, sending subtle waves through the earth's body, shifting layers that had only just begun to settle. The ancients would later say that earthquakes were the laughter of Geb, reminders that the earth was alive beneath their feet. This belief was born here, in the recognition that stability and motion are not opposites, but companions. Geb did not laugh to disturb the world. He laughed to feel it. Separated from the sky he loved, pressed downward by his own weight, Geb sought release. His laughter was not cruelty. It was longing made physical, a deep, resonant yearning that could not rise upward, and so moved outward instead. Above him, the sky felt these tremors. She responded not with collapse, but with tension of her own. The distance between sky and earth stretched slightly, then settled again. Shu held firm between them, allowing movement without reunion. Tefnut cooled the strain, preventing rupture. This interplay became rhythm. The earth trembled. The sky responded. The space between them adjusted. The world learned how to absorb motion without breaking. Geb's laughter was not constant. It came in waves, moments of release followed by deep stillness. The earth did not wish to tear itself apart. It wished to endure. The laughter was a reminder of energy held within restraint. With each tremor, the earth's surface became more complex. Subtle ridges formed. Depths shifted. The ground learned variation. Flatness gave way to contour. The world gained texture, not yet visible, but real. Time flowed through these movements, recording them without judgment. Each quake became part of what had been. Memory gathered within the earth, layer upon layer, each holding the trace of motion long after the motion itself had passed. The darkness beneath the earth responded as well. It thickened, deepened, learning how to hold pressure without swallowing form. The waters of Nun supported the earth from below, yielding where needed, resisting where necessary. Even the infinite adapted to this new expression of solidity. Geb did not speak. Speech belonged to those who had come later. He expressed himself through movement, through vibration, through the deep language of mass and release. His laughter was not sound alone. It was communication through force. The ancients believed that the earth listens, that it remembers footsteps, burdens, violence, care. That belief was rooted here, in the understanding that the earth is not inert. It responds, it carries what happens upon it within its own body. Geb's laughter was not meant for others. It was for himself, a reminder that separation had not erased connection. That though the sky was held apart, their bond remained, felt in every tremor, every pull upward that could not quite be fulfilled. This longing did not weaken the world. It strengthened it, for restraint born of love is stronger than force born of command. The sky and earth remained apart not because they could not touch, but because touching too soon would end all becoming. Geb accepted this. His laughter softened. The tremors grew gentler, less frequent. The earth settled more fully into its role, holding what would one day walk upon it, build upon it, return to it. The first world stabilized again, not into stillness, but into endurance. Above, the sky waited. Below, the earth remembered, and between them, the world learned how to tremble without falling apart. Above the trembling earth, the sky learned to move. She was vast, arching and newly conscious of her own breadth. Separated from the earth she once pressed against, she now stretched in a slow, continuous curve, feeling the pull of distance and the ache of restraint. This sky was Nut, not yet crowned with stars, not yet filled with light, but already immense, already alive with longing. Nut did not rest. She shifted, subtly at first, then with growing confidence, learning how to hold herself aloft without collapsing back into the embrace of the earth. Shu remained between her and Geb, steady and tireless, his presence a living pillar of space. Tefnut moved gently along Nut's breadth, cooling strain, smoothing tension, allowing motion without fracture. And within Nut's vast body, something began to glow. It was not yet the sun as mortals would know it. It did not blaze or burn. It was a concentration of light, newly possible in a world that had learned separation. A warmth gathering within the sky's depths, seeking passage, seeking expression. Nut felt it first as pressure, a fullness moving within her, slow and deliberate. She did not resist it. She had learned that movement was not collapse, and that holding did not require stillness. She allowed the glow to travel along her inner curve, tracing a path from one unseen horizon to another. This movement marked the first journey. The light did not rush. It moved with the patience of something discovering time for the first time. As it travelled, it illuminated Nut from within, though no eyes yet existed to see it. The sky felt herself brightened, warmed, made distinct. Below, the earth sensed the change. Geb felt the warmth press faintly downward, touching the surface of his body without piercing it. The ground responded with quiet acceptance. The tremors stilled. The earth listened. This glow would later be called Ra. But here it was simply the sun in becoming, learning its path through the sky's body. It did not yet rule. It did not yet command. It travelled. When the light reached the far edge of Nut's arch, something unexpected happened. Nut opened herself to it. She did not release the light into endless darkness. She received it back into herself. The glow slipped beneath her horizon, passing not beyond her, but through her. The sky swallowed the light gently, enclosing it within her vastness. This was not destruction. It was preservation. The ancients would later say that Nut swallowed the sun each evening and gave birth to it again each morning. This was not poetic exaggeration. It was memory. For the sun's first disappearance was not an ending, but a return inward. Within Nut, the light travelled unseen. The sky held it through darkness, through depth, through a passage no form yet understood. This journey did not erase the light. It transformed it, preparing it for return. Time learned rhythm here. For the first time, there was a cycle, not yet measured, not yet named, but felt. Appearance and disappearance, emergence and withdrawal. The understanding that presence need not be constant to be eternal. The darkness adapted again. It did not overwhelm the light's absence. It accepted it. Darkness learned that light could leave without being lost, that absence could be temporary, that waiting could be meaningful. The earth felt this rhythm as well. Warmth came and went. The surface learned change without fear. The ground remembered the touch of light even when it was gone, holding the promise of its return within its depths. Nut did not tire of this passage. Each time the light moved within her, she adjusted, stretching, curving, accommodating its path. The sky learned flexibility, learned endurance through motion. She was not a static dome. She was a living span, participating in the world's rhythm. Shu remained vigilant between sky and earth, ensuring that Nut's movements did not pull her too close to Geb. His task grew more complex now, for motion had entered the world. But he endured, sustaining space through change. The ancients believed that night was not the absence of the sun, but its hidden journey. That belief was born here, in Nut's swallowing of the light. Darkness became not a threat, but a passage, a necessary interval. Within Nut's body, the light rested. It did not sleep. Sleep requires fatigue. It waited. It gathered itself for return, changed by its journey through the unseen. Creation had learned its first great lesson. That disappearance is not annihilation. That return is part of order. That the world moves not in a line, but in cycles. Above, the sky held the light. Below, the earth waited for its warmth. And between them, time began to circle back upon itself. The light did not remain hidden forever. Within Nut's vast body, it had travelled in silence, cradled by darkness, altered by passage. It had learned restraint. It had learned return. And when the moment came, slowly, inevitably, the light pressed outward once more. Nut opened herself again, not in rupture, not in strain, but with practised grace. From the unseen depth of her inner curve, the light emerged, renewed yet familiar. It rose gently, as if remembering a path it had only just learned. This was the first dawn. Ra did not burst into the world. He appeared. The glow spread carefully, touching the sky before reaching downward. Nut felt herself illuminated from within, her vastness defined by the light moving across her body. For the first time, sky was not only space, it was brightness held in motion. Below, the earth felt warmth return. Geb received it slowly, the surface of his body awakening to touch. The ground did not burn. It warmed. It responded with stillness rather than tremor, accepting the light as a presence rather than a force. This was not domination. It was encounter. Ra did not yet command the sky. He did not rule the earth. He rose as something newly born, discovering the world as much as the world discovered him. His light revealed shape where before there had been suggestion. Contours sharpened. Distance became visible. The first shadows formed, not as threats, but as proof that light had arrived. Darkness did not flee. It withdrew with dignity, folding into places the light did not yet reach. Night did not vanish. It learned its boundary. Darkness became companion rather than totality. Time responded immediately. With the rising of light came sequence made visible. Before and after gained clarity. The world felt itself move forward, not merely continue. Dawn marked distinction, not just of light and dark, but of moment from moment. Ra felt this as well. He sensed motion beneath him as he travelled along Nut's arch. The sky guided him, holding his path steady. Shu maintained the space that allowed his passage. Tefnut softened the transition, preventing dryness and burning. Creation worked together now, sustaining the sun's movement without strain. Ra did not yet speak. Speech would come later, shaped by rule and judgment. For now, his presence was enough. Light itself was language. It said, "I am here." It said, "You can be seen." The ancients believed that seeing was a sacred act, that what is seen is acknowledged, and what is acknowledged enters order. This belief was born here, when Ra's light first revealed the world to itself. The earth saw the sky saw the earth. Each recognized the other across the space Shu held open. Separation no longer meant ignorance. Distance did not erase connection. Ra's path across the sky was slow, deliberate. He did not rush toward any end. He moved because movement was now part of the world's rhythm. His journey did not exhaust him. He was not yet burdened by cycles or enemies. He travelled in peace, learning the arc he would one day follow endlessly. The first dawn did not announce a new era. It confirmed one. Creation had become visible. The Benben beneath Atum caught the light first. Its dark surface briefly brightened, marking it as the place where awareness had first stood. Atum watched without expression. His role had shifted. He was no longer the sole presence. He had become origin, quietly receding as creation took on life of its own. Ra rose higher. Light spread farther. The world expanded not in size, but in clarity. Potential sharpened into readiness. The earth did not yet bear life, but it was no longer merely capable of bearing it. It was prepared. The sky learned colour, though no eyes yet named it. The air learned warmth, the moisture learned shimmer. Creation gained texture under the sun's gaze, and still nothing hurried. This first dawn was gentle. It did not blaze or scorch. It taught rather than overwhelmed. It allowed the world to acclimate to being seen. The ancients would later fear the sun's absence and pray for its return. That fear was born here too, not from loss, but from recognition of value. Once light had been known, its withdrawal mattered. But for now, the light remained. Ra climbed. The world breathed beneath him, and in the quiet unfolding of that first morning, creation understood something profound. That illumination does not destroy mystery. It reveals just enough to allow the journey to continue. As Ra rose higher, the world learned that light alone was not enough. Movement, once begun, required form to sustain it. The sun could not drift endlessly without path or vessel. For what travels must be carried, and what carries must endure. From this necessity, quiet, practical and sacred, the solar bark came into being. It did not appear suddenly. It assembled itself from intention and balance, shaped by the same forces that had shaped the world. Breath gave it space, word gave it purpose, time allowed it to persist. The bark was not built by hands, for hands did not yet exist. It formed as the idea of passage made itself real. Ra entered the bark without ceremony. There was no threshold to cross, no gate to open. He simply belonged within it. The vessel accepted him as the sky had accepted his light, holding him steady as he moved across Nut's vast curve. The bark did not cut through the sky. It rested upon it. Its passage did not disturb the air or displace the darkness waiting at the edges of light. It glided, sustained by balance rather than force. The ancients would later imagine it adorned with gold, guarded by gods, steered by command. But here it was simple, functional, sacred because it endured. The solar bark taught the world how to travel without breaking. Ra felt this deeply. Within the bark, his movement gained rhythm. His journey became intentional rather than incidental. He was no longer only rising, he was crossing. This crossing shaped time. With the bark's steady motion, the sun's journey gained structure. Morning, ascent, descent, these were not yet named, but they were felt. The world began to anticipate return and withdrawal, not with fear, but with recognition. The sky held the bark gently. Nut curved round its path, supporting without constraining. Shu kept the space clear, ensuring the bark's passage remained unhindered. Tefnut cooled the air along its route, preventing the light from scorching what lay beneath. Creation worked together now. No force dominated. No principle ruled alone. The bark moved because balance allowed it to move. Below, the earth responded to this new steadiness. Light no longer wandered. It arrived and departed with consistency. Warmth followed pattern. Shadow learned shape. The ground learned patience. The world could begin to remember. The ancients believed that without the solar bark, the sun would be lost each night, swallowed forever by darkness. This fear reflected an early truth. Movement without structure risks disappearance. The bark was not luxury, it was survival. As Ra travelled, he did not yet face opposition. No serpent coiled against him, no chaos rose to challenge his path. The night had not yet learned how to threaten. Darkness remained passage rather than adversary, but the bark prepared him nonetheless. Its structure was resilience, its purpose was continuity. It did not promise ease, it promised return. Ra felt the bark respond to him, not as servant to master, but as vessel to presence. It adjusted to his light, carrying him without strain. Together they formed the first alliance between motion and form. The bark was not only for Ra, it was for the world. For the sky learned how to bear repeated passage. For time learned how to loop without erasing itself. For creation learned that endurance is not stasis, but sustained motion. When Ra reached the far edge of the sky, the bark did not falter. It did not tip or fall. It curved downward, following Nut's body into darkness. The sun did not vanish. He entered the unseen once more, guided by the vessel that had carried him across the light. The ancients would later speak of Ra's nightly journey through the Duat, of trials and serpents and spells. Those stories would come later, when the world had learned danger. Here the descent was calm, purposeful, necessary. The bark entered darkness as it had entered light, without fear. Darkness accepted it, not as prey, not as threat, but as traveller. The vessel moved through unseen depths, carrying light through absence, ensuring that return remained possible. Above, the sky darkened. Below, the earth cooled. But nothing was lost. The solar bark continued its passage, unseen yet enduring, and in that unseen journey, the world learned something vital. That continuity is not guaranteed by presence alone. It is carried. It is protected. It is remembered. As the bark moved and returned, as light rose and withdrew without loss, the world felt a quiet question forming within it. How long can balance endure without guidance? Movement had found structure. Time had found rhythm. But rhythm alone is not order. Without a principle to hold all things in proportion, even the most graceful motion can drift. The universe, newly aware of its own continuity, leaned towards something deeper, something that could preserve harmony without force. This was the moment Ma'at entered the world. She did not arrive as a figure stepping from elsewhere. She emerged as recognition, the understanding that balance is not accidental, and that truth is not merely what exists, but what fits. Ma'at was not created, she was revealed. Atum recognised her first, not as something separate from creation, but as its inner measure, the standard by which all that had come into being could endure without tearing itself apart. Breath, word, time, motion, all had prepared the way. Ma'at gave them meaning. She was not law as command, she was alignment. Where things stood in right relation, Ma'at was present. Where cycles returned as they should, Ma'at held them steady. She was the quiet agreement between sky and earth, between light and darkness, between movement and rest. Ra felt her immediately. As he travelled within the solar bark, Ma'at settled at the heart of his journey. She did not steer the vessel, she defined its course. Without her, return would be coincidence. With her, return became certainty. The ancients would later place Ma'at upon the prow of Ra's bark, guiding him through day and night. This was not symbolism added after the fact. It was memory shaped into image, for the sun's journey was the clearest expression of her presence. Ma'at did not shine. She did not speak. She was felt as rightness. The sky sensed it as proportion. Nut's arch no longer threatened to collapse or drift. She held her span with ease, knowing how far to stretch and where to rest. Shu felt it as endurance without strain. Tefnut felt it as moisture that neither flooded nor dried. The earth felt Ma'at as steadiness. Geb's laughter softened under her influence. The tremors did not cease, but they no longer threatened coherence. Movement found boundary, energy found channel. The ground learned when to yield and when to hold. Darkness too accepted Ma'at. It ceased to be merely absence and became interval. Night learned its place within the cycle, no longer endless, no longer feared. Darkness became necessary rather than hostile. The waters of Nun felt her presence most subtly. They remained infinite, unchanged in essence. But Ma'at established a boundary between what would remain formless and what would endure as world. Nun did not resent this. Infinity does not envy form. It supported order by allowing it to exist. Ma'at did not rule. She balanced. This was her gift. She did not prevent change. She ensured that change did not become collapse. She did not demand stillness. She ensured that motion returned upon itself rather than breaking outward into dissolution. The ancients believed Ma'at existed before the gods and would remain after them. That belief was born here, in the recognition that order is not a possession, but a condition. Even the gods must align themselves with it to endure. Ra aligned himself willingly. He did not command Ma'at, he carried her. In doing so, he accepted limitation, not as weakness, but as wisdom. The sun would rise and set, he would travel and return. He would not blaze endlessly nor disappear forever. Creation learned humility through this alignment. Power without proportion would destroy itself. Light without boundary would blind. Darkness without interval would suffocate. Ma'at ensured that each force remained itself without overwhelming the others. Time changed again under her presence. Sequence became cycle. Before and after curved into return. The future did not erase the past. It folded back toward it. Memory gained structure. Expectation gained trust. The world could now anticipate without anxiety. This was peace, not as stillness, but as reliability. The ancients would later weigh hearts against Ma'at's feather, believing that truth was measured by balance rather than intention. That belief reached back to this moment. For Ma'at did not judge. She revealed alignment or its absence. Creation did not celebrate her arrival. Celebration requires contrast, and Ma'at was subtle. Her presence was known not by what appeared, but by what no longer threatened to fall apart. The solar bark moved more smoothly. The sky held more securely. The earth rested more deeply. And the universe understood, perhaps for the first time, that it could endure, not forever unchanged, but forever in order. Order did not arise without shadow. The moment Ma'at settled into the world, quiet, exacting, unwavering, something else became visible by contrast. Where balance defined itself, imbalance could now be felt. Where proportion held, excess stirred. Chaos had not been born at this moment. It had always existed, patient and vast, resting within the infinite depths of Nun. But now, for the first time, it had something to press against. Chaos became aware of order, not as an enemy, not yet, but as a difference. A refusal. A boundary drawn not by force, but by persistence. Ma'at did not banish chaos, she denied it dominion. She limited its reach, holding the world in a delicate state between dissolution and rigidity. The ancients did not imagine chaos as evil. They knew it as excess, motion without return, change without memory, power without measure. Chaos was not destruction for its own sake. It was the pull back toward the undivided, the reminder that all form is temporary. Order, then, was not conquest. It was resistance through alignment. Ra felt this tension as he travelled. His bark moved smoothly by day, reliably by night, but the vastness through which he passed was not empty. The darkness beneath the sky carried currents. The depths beyond the ordered world pressed subtly inward. Chaos did not attack, it tested. Each return of the sun was an answer, not a victory, but a reaffirmation. The bark completed its circuit. Light returned as promised. Night yielded without protest. The cycle held. In this repetition, order proved itself, not by force but by endurance. The sky felt this strain as well. Nut held her arch against the endless pressure to collapse back into closeness. She did not fight the pull. She maintained distance through consistency. Each day she allowed the sun's passage. Each night she carried it unseen. Her constancy was her defence. The earth too felt the tension. Beneath its surface, the waters of Nun pressed upward, reminding the world of its origin. Geb's body responded with weight and patience. The earth did not harden itself into immobility. It remained receptive, absorbing pressure without surrendering form. Shu's task grew heavier here. Space itself had to be defended, not through walls or barriers but through presence. If space collapsed, all distinction would vanish. Shu endured, sustaining distance against the quiet insistence of return. Tefnut, too, laboured. Where excess dryness threatened, she softened. Where overwhelming moisture threatened, she withdrew. Her care prevented imbalance from gaining momentum. She was the quiet negotiator between extremes. Ma'at did not intervene directly. She did not strike chaos down or push it away. She held the pattern steady, allowing the world to remain aligned despite constant pressure. Order was not fragile, but it was never guaranteed. The ancients understood this deeply. They believed the world was renewed each day, not because creation was finished, but because it was ongoing. That chaos never vanished. It waited, it pressed, it tested the edges of balance, seeking any place where proportion weakened. This belief was born here, in the first awareness that order must be maintained, not assumed. Chaos took many forms, even now. It appeared as excess heat or suffocating darkness, as endless stillness or uncontrolled motion, as forgetting, as collapse into sameness. Chaos did not announce itself with violence. It whispered, promising rest, promising release from effort. Order answered not with noise, but with return. Each dawn reaffirmed structure. Each night confirmed continuity. Each cycle reinforced memory. Order did not deny chaos its existence. It denied it permanence. Ra learned vigilance. Not fear, but attention. He did not travel blindly. His journey was intentional, guided by Ma'at, supported by the bark. He understood now that movement itself could become chaos if not held within pattern. The bark too bore marks of this tension. It was not indestructible. It endured because it was maintained, by rhythm, by alignment, by purpose. The ancients would later imagine guardians upon it, spells spoken to protect it. These images echoed the truth that order requires care. The world had entered its first trial, not a battle of weapons or strength, but of persistence. Could pattern endure against infinity? Could form remain without hardening into lifeless rigidity? Could balance continue without becoming stagnation? So far, the answer was yes. The sky held. The earth endured. The sun returned. The cycle repeated. Chaos remained present, but contained, not defeated, not destroyed, but acknowledged and held at the edges of creation. The world did not pretend chaos was gone. It learned how to live beside it. This was the great lesson of the First Order, that harmony is not the absence of tension, but the art of holding it. The world did not declare itself complete. It settled, after tension had been recognized and endured, after order had learned how to stand without denying what pressed against it. A quieter state emerged. Not victory, not rest, but balance, alive, attentive, and never final. This was the first sacred balance. It was not a moment that could be marked, not an event that could be witnessed. It was a condition the world entered gradually, like a breath finding its natural rhythm. The sky arched and held. The earth rested and remembered. The sun travelled and returned. Darkness withdrew and welcomed. Each force learned its place without being diminished by it. Ma'at was everywhere now, not as presence felt, but as absence of collapse. Shu held space without strain. His lightness no longer fought the weight below, or the vastness above. He endured because endurance had become natural. Tefnut moved gently through the world, her moisture neither flooding nor retreating. She softened transitions, allowing change to pass without tearing the fabric of things. Ra's journey grew steady. The bark no longer felt experimental. Its passage became expected, not predictable, but reliable. Each crossing reaffirmed that order could persist without rigidity. The sun did not blaze brighter to prove itself. It returned, and that was enough. Nut learned the grace of repetition. Her body curved in familiar ways now, not from habit, but from harmony. She did not resent the space that separated her from the earth. She understood its necessity. Distance became devotion. Separation became service. Geb settled deeper into himself. His laughter quieted, not because joy had left him, but because it no longer needed to announce itself through upheaval. The earth found contentment in holding, in bearing weight without complaint, in remembering all that passed across its surface without losing its own integrity. Even the darkness accepted this balance. It no longer pressed urgently inward. It took its place as interval, as rest, as unseen passage. Night became part of the world's breathing, rather than a threat to its coherence. The waters of Nun remained. They did not withdraw beyond reach. They did not recede into irrelevance. They stayed beneath all things, infinite and patient, reminding creation of its origin without demanding its return. Infinity did not envy form. It supported it. This balance was sacred not because it was fragile, but because it was chosen. Not chosen once, but continuously. Each return of the sun, each holding of the sky, each endurance of the earth. Balance existed because every part of the world participated in it. The ancients understood sacredness not as separation from the world, but as alignment within it. The first sacred balance was holy because it involved everything. No force was excluded, no presence was denied. Chaos remained at the edges, acknowledged and contained. It did not vanish, and it did not sleep. It watched, it waited, but it no longer threatened to overwhelm, because order did not pretend it was gone. Order made room for tension without surrendering to it. Time flowed differently now, not as a straight movement forward, nor as endless repetition without memory, but as cycle with meaning. Return did not erase change. Change did not break continuity. The world learned how to become without forgetting itself. This was the beginning of trust. The sky trusted the space that held it aloft. The earth trusted the weight it bore. The sun trusted its path. The darkness trusted its return to light. Trust did not remove effort. It refined it. Atum watched all of this from quiet distance. He did not withdraw completely. He did not rule directly. His role had changed into presence without interference. He remained as origin, as completion, as the reminder that all beginnings contain their endings, and all endings curve back toward beginnings. Creation no longer required constant shaping. It required attention. The first sacred balance did not freeze the world in perfection. It allowed the world to move without unravelling. It accepted impermanence without surrendering meaning. It embraced rhythm over permanence, relation over control. The ancients would later encode this balance into law, into ritual, into daily life. They would believe that kings ruled only by maintaining it, that hearts were judged by their alignment with it, that the cosmos itself depended upon it. All of those beliefs traced back to this moment, not as doctrine, but as lived reality. The world breathed evenly now. Not shallow, not strained, deep and steady. Creation was not finished, but it was ready. When balance settled into the world, the gods began to take shape, not as bodies born of flesh, not as creatures bound by bone and blood, but as presences seeking expression. Until now, divinity had been felt as force, as movement, as principle, breath, moisture, light, order. But as the world grew more familiar with itself, the gods leaned toward form that could be recognised, remembered and addressed. They began to appear as human. This was not imitation. Humanity had not yet arrived to be copied. Rather, the human form emerged because it could hold contradiction. Upright and grounded, fragile and enduring, capable of movement, of speech, of gesture. The gods did not become human because they were limited. They became human-shaped because that form could carry meaning. The ancients understood this instinctively. They did not believe the gods were human in truth. They believed the human shape was a vessel, one among many, capable of holding divine presence without breaking beneath it. Arms could extend, hands could offer, faces could turn toward one another. The form allowed relationship. For the first time the gods could be encountered, not merely felt as wind or warmth, but imagined as standing, walking, listening. The world learned how to look upon divinity without dissolving into abstraction. The gods became approachable without becoming ordinary. This did not diminish them, it clarified them. A god shaped like a human could face the world, could stand between sky and earth, could act within time while remaining beyond it. The upright form mirrored balance itself, feet upon the earth, head lifted toward the sky, heart suspended between. The gods did not all appear at once. They emerged gradually, as needs became visible, as relationships grew complex, as creation leaned towards story rather than mere structure. Each god carried within their form the principle they embodied, shaped into posture, gesture, presence. Some stood still, heavy with endurance. Some moved swiftly, carrying messages between realms. Some watched quietly, holding memory. Their forms differed, but the human outline gave them common ground. It allowed the world to speak of them, without losing them to vastness. The ancients carved these forms not to imprison the gods, but to honour the moment when the divine chose nearness. A god with a face could be faced. A god with hands could receive offerings. A god with a mouth could speak names. Names mattered now. With form came identity. With identity came story. The gods began to accumulate memory, not only of what they were, but of what they did. Time could now hold them as characters rather than currents. This was not limitation, it was intimacy. The gods who took human form did not abandon their vastness. They carried it within themselves, contained rather than diminished. Just as the sky held the sun without consuming it, the human form held divinity without exhausting it. The world responded with recognition. Where once people, when people would come, would feel the divine only in wind or fire, now they could imagine it standing beside them, watching, weighing, listening. The distance between mortal and divine shortened, not because the gods descended fully, but because they allowed themselves to be seen. This choice carried risk, for what can be seen can be misunderstood. What can be imagined can be reduced. The gods accepted this risk because creation itself depended on relationship. Balance was no longer maintained by forces alone. It required understanding, remembrance, participation. The human form allowed that participation to begin. The ancients did not confuse symbol with substance. They knew the gods were more than their shapes, that a carved image was not the god itself, but a door through which presence could pass. The form invited attention. It did not confine essence. In this way, divinity learned how to dwell within the world without ruling it openly. The gods could now stand in judgment, not as abstract law, but as witnesses. They could offer protection, not as blind force, but as care directed towards specific beings. They could feel emotion, not as weakness, but as engagement with consequence. Emotion entered the divine realm here, not uncontrolled, not overwhelming, but real. For to act within time is to accept response. To shape the world is to be shaped by it in return. The human form allowed the gods to feel this exchange. The first sacred balance deepened. The gods were no longer distant principles alone, they were participants. Present within the unfolding world, watching it grow, sometimes guiding, sometimes restraining, always bound to Ma'at. The world was not diminished by this closeness. It was enriched. Divinity had learned how to look back. As the gods learned how to be seen, they learned something else as well. The human form, for all its balance, could not hold everything. Some forces were too swift, too fierce, too instinctive. Some moved before thought, beyond speech, beneath reason. To give these powers only a human face would have been to soften them, to make them seem tamed. The world was not tamed. Creation was ordered, but it was still wild. And so the gods took animal faces, not as disguises, not as masks worn for fear or deception. These forms were revelations, truths made visible. Where the human form held relation, the animal form held essence. It showed what a god was, not merely how it could be approached. The ancients did not believe the gods were animals. They believed animals carried fragments of divine truth. The falcon did not resemble the sky by accident. The jackal did not haunt thresholds by chance. The lion did not embody power without reason. These creatures moved closer to the raw currents of the world. They lived within instinct, within immediacy, within laws older than language. To wear an animal's face was to speak in the world's oldest vocabulary. The gods chose these forms deliberately. A god who moved swiftly across heaven took the face of a falcon, for the falcon knows height and speed without arrogance. A god who guarded the dead wore the face of the jackal, for the jackal understands borders, decay, and watchfulness. A goddess of fierce protection bore the lion's face, because the lion does not hesitate when balance is threatened. These faces did not replace the gods' human forms, they complemented them. A god might be human in posture and animal in face, combining reflection with instinct, judgment with immediacy. This union expressed something essential, that divine order was not built on reason alone. It was sustained by forces that acted before thought, that protected without debate. The world learned to read these faces. An animal-faced god did not need to explain itself. Its presence declared its function, the sharp eye, the bared teeth, the stillness before attack. These were not metaphors. They were expressions of how the world protects itself. The ancients watched animals closely. They saw how creatures moved in harmony with cycles humans struggled to understand, how they sensed danger before it arrived, how they accepted death without defiance and life without apology. Animals did not question Ma'at, they lived within it. To give a god an animal face was to anchor that god within unbroken instinct. The gods themselves did not lose control by wearing these forms. They gained clarity. An animal face did not imply savagery. It implied precision, instinct refined through eternity. A falcon does not strike blindly. A jackal does not wander without awareness. A lion does not waste its strength. These forms reminded the world that power is not always loud. Sometimes it watches, sometimes it waits, sometimes it acts once, decisively, and then grows still again. The animal-faced gods did not speak often. They did not need to. Their gaze carried meaning. Their posture communicated intent. They embodied truths that words could weaken. The human-shaped gods engaged in judgment, memory, law. The animal-faced gods engaged in protection, transition, force. Together, they formed a complete expression of divinity. The ancients did not separate these aspects. They understood that a god might be gentle in one moment and merciless in another, not from contradiction, but from necessity. Balance demands many responses. The animal face made this visible. It warned, it reassured, it commanded respect without explanation. This closeness to instinct carried danger as well. Animal-faced gods could terrify. Their power was immediate, not softened by reason. The world learned awe here, not fear of punishment, but recognition of forces that could not be negotiated with. And yet, these gods were still bound to Ma'at. Instinct did not replace order. It served it. When the lion struck, it was to defend balance. When the falcon watched, it was to preserve clarity. When the jackal guarded, it was to ensure proper passage between states. The animal face did not free the gods from restraint. It reminded them of purpose. The first sacred balance deepened once more. Divinity now spoke in many forms, human, animal, combined, each revealing a different truth about the same enduring order. The world became legible in new ways. Power could be recognized before it acted. Protection could be trusted without promise. Creation had learned that meaning wears many faces, and that some truths are best spoken without words. The world did not ask for a single voice, it asked for many answers. As creation deepened and relations multiplied, no single presence could hold every tension without becoming rigid. Balance had taught the world this lesson already, that endurance depends on distribution. Just as breath and moisture shared the labour of sustaining space, so too did divinity learn to divide itself, not through fracture, but through expression. The gods became many because the world was many, not many in pieces, but many in relations, sky and earth, light and darkness, motion and rest, birth and decay. Each relationship carried its own weight, its own rhythm, its own danger. To hold them all within one figure would have been to blur distinction back into sameness. Multiplicity preserved clarity. The ancients did not imagine the gods arguing over territory like rulers dividing land. They understood the gods as facets, each reflecting a different angle of the same enduring order. One god held memory so that time would not dissolve into forgetting. Another held protection so that order would not be overwhelmed. Another held joy, another fear, another passage, another return. Together, they formed a living structure. A single god could act. Many gods could respond. This was not weakness, it was attentiveness. Each god listened for a different disturbance in the balance. Each watched a different threshold. Some guarded the moment of birth. Others stood at the edge of death. Some watched the sun's journey. Others waited in darkness for what would pass unseen. The world did not need one answer. It needed a chorus. The ancients believed that when the gods spoke together, creation held. When one voice tried to dominate all others, imbalance followed. This belief did not come from philosophy, it came from observation. Rivers branch, winds change, seasons return differently each year. The world survives through plurality. Divinity mirrored this truth. The gods were many so that no single perspective would become absolute. No single force would mistake itself for the whole. Even Ra, luminous and central, travelled within a system that required others to sustain him. His light depended on the sky's arch, the bark's endurance, my art's alignment, the darkness's acceptance. No god stood alone. Even Atum, first and complete, had learned to release. Creation itself had been an act of division without loss. The gods followed that pattern, unfolding into roles rather than remaining condensed into one overwhelming presence. Each god carried limitation. Not flaw, but boundary. A god of protection did not rule memory. A god of wisdom did not command storms. A goddess of birth did not judge the dead. These limits were not weaknesses, they were safeguards. They prevented power from becoming tyranny. The ancients understood that the many gods did not contradict one another. They corrected one another. Where one force pressed too hard, another softened. Where one withdrew too far, another advanced. Balance was maintained not by unanimity, but by relationship. This is why stories of the gods are filled with tension. Not because the gods were unstable, but because stability itself requires movement. Debate, contest, adjustment. The world does not remain upright by standing still, it remains upright by responding. The gods responded. Some ruled by day, some ruled by night, some presided over order. Some watched the edge where order frays. Each god knew their place not by command, but by resonance. They acted where they belonged. The ancients prayed to different gods for different needs, not from confusion, but from precision. One does not ask the river for fire, nor the sun for shadow. To address the correct God was to acknowledge the structure of the world itself. Multiplicity taught humility. No single God claimed to be everything. No worshipper could pretend that one prayer solved all imbalance. Life required attentiveness to many forces, many moods, many passages. This attentiveness was sacred. The many gods did not divide truth. They distributed it. Each held a fragment of the whole, and only together did they reflect the full shape of Ma'at. To know one God deeply was to know one aspect of order. To honour many was to honour the world's complexity. The ancients did not fear this complexity. They trusted it. For a world held by many hands is harder to break than one held by a single grip. Creation endured because it was shared. Divinity remained responsive because it was plural. The gods were many because the world was alive. And life by its nature speaks in more than one voice. When the gods became many, another truth revealed itself quietly beneath their presence. To exist was not enough. What existed had to be called. Until now the gods had moved through the world as forces and forms, recognised by function and effect. Breath was felt, light was seen, protection was known by its absence. But as relationships deepened, as memory gathered, and story began to coil around events, something else took shape. Names. A name was not a label, it was an act. To name a god was to acknowledge its boundary, its authority, its place within the living order. A god without a name could be felt, but not addressed. A god with a name could be called upon, remembered, invoked, resisted. The ancients understood this instinctively. They believed names carried power, not because they described, but because they aligned. To speak a name was to place oneself in relation to what was named. It was a meeting point between mortal breath and divine presence. The gods themselves accepted names carefully. They did not reveal them lightly, for a name was not only a gift, it was exposure. What can be named can be summoned. What can be summoned can be bound to expectation. Names allowed gods to enter the world more fully, but they also tethered them to responsibility. A named god could not pretend indifference. Ra, named, became accountable to his rising and return. Shu, named, could be relied upon to hold space. Tefnut, named, could be called when dryness threatened. Naming did not diminish divinity, it sharpened it. The act of naming carved identity out of vastness. It did not create the god, but it defined the god's relationship to the world. A name was a boundary that allowed power to flow without spilling everywhere at once. The ancients believed that to know a god's true name was to stand dangerously close to its essence, not because the god would be weakened, but because the one who spoke such a name would be drawn into alignment or punishment if that alignment failed. A true name did not respond to flattery, it responded to truth. This is why divine names were guarded, layered, and sometimes hidden. A god might be known by many titles, each revealing an aspect, each safe for different moments, but beneath those titles lay the true name, unchanging, potent, rarely spoken. Power lived there, not power as force, but as authority rooted in reality. A true name carried the weight of what a god was, not merely what it did. To speak it carelessly was to invite imbalance. The gods themselves respected this. They addressed one another with precision. Titles in councils, names in moments of necessity, silence when neither was appropriate. Divine speech was measured because language now carried consequence. The world responded to names as well. With names, memory stabilised. Stories could be told without dissolving into abstraction. Ritual could repeat without losing meaning. The many gods could be distinguished without confusion. Naming made continuity possible. The ancients carved names into stone not to trap the gods, but to anchor memory. Stone remembered longer than breath. A name carved into the world allowed presence to return even when voices fell silent. Yet even stone did not hold everything. Names could fade, pronunciations could change, titles could multiply until the essence blurred. The ancients feared this, not because the gods would vanish, but because relationship would weaken. A god unremembered is not powerless, but it becomes distant. Thus, naming became sacred duty. To remember the gods' names was to maintain alignment. To forget them was to invite drift. Not punishment, but imbalance. The world relies on recognition to remain ordered. Divine names shape magic as well. Spells were not tricks. They were statements of alignment. To speak a god's name within a spell was to invite that god's nature into the moment. Protection, healing, destruction, these were not commanded. They were requested through resonance. This is why magic without respect failed. A name spoken without understanding carried no force. A name spoken falsely recoiled. Power did not obey ignorance. It corrected it. The gods accepted this exchange. They allowed their names to circulate because it wove them into the world's daily rhythm. A god invoked was a god present. A god remembered was a god participating. But the gods never revealed everything. Some names remained hidden, held back as safeguards. Knowledge without readiness fractures order. The ancients knew that power unfolds in layers, not all at once. The naming of the gods did not complete creation, it deepened it. The world was no longer held only by forces and cycles. It was held by memory, address, and recognition. Divinity and mortality now shared a language, not equal, not interchangeable, but connected. A name spoken with care did not dominate a god, it aligned with one, and in that alignment, power flowed, quiet, precise, and enduring. Among all the names spoken in the world, one remained withheld. Ra bore many titles. He was called the Riser, the Illuminator, the Lord of the Horizon. His light touched everything. His journey shaped time. His presence made the world visible to itself. Yet beneath every name given to him, there was another, older, deeper, unspoken. This was Ra's hidden name. It was not hidden out of jealousy or fear. It was hidden because it held the core of his being, the place where light and awareness first gathered, before breath and word, before journey and return. To speak that name aloud would not merely address Ra. It would reach him, past titles and forms, to the source from which his power flowed. The ancients understood that names do not only identify, they open. A true name is not a key that unlocks obedience, it is a passage that invites consequence. To know such a name is to stand where origin still burns. Not everyone can remain there without being changed. Ra carried his hidden name as a boundary. It was the last measure of distance between the god and the world. Everything else he shared, his light, his journey, his titles, was given freely. But the hidden name remained unspoken, anchoring his authority in mystery rather than command. This secrecy was not weakness, it was stability, for Ra ruled not by force but by return. His power lay in continuity. Each dawn reaffirmed his place, each night tested it. The hidden name ensured that his essence remained intact through endless repetition, untouched by erosion or familiarity. Even the gods respected this boundary. They addressed Ra with reverence, using titles that honoured his role without trespassing upon his core. To demand a god's true name was not curiosity, it was confrontation, and confrontation among the gods was never without cost. The ancients believed that when a god revealed a hidden name, it was never without purpose. Such revelation marked a turning point, a transfer of power, a necessary correction, a dangerous act of trust. Until that moment came, Ra's hidden name remained within him, silent and potent. The world felt its presence without knowing it. It lived in the certainty of dawn, in the reliability of the sun's path, in the confidence that light would return. These were not guarantees written into existence. They were maintained through alignment, through Ra's unbroken connection to his own origin. The hidden name was that connection. It linked Ra not only to his own beginning, but to Atum's first awareness, to the moment when being recognised itself within the waters. The name carried memory older than light, deeper than time. This is why Ra guarded it, not because others sought to steal it, but because the world itself was not yet ready to bear its full weight. Knowledge unfolds with the capacity to hold it. Too much truth, revealed too soon, fractures what it touches. Ra did not hoard power, he stewarded it. The ancients would later tell stories of gods and mortals seeking hidden names, believing that knowledge alone could grant authority. These stories were warnings as much as myths. They reminded listeners that power taken without alignment corrodes the balance it touches. A name spoken without readiness does not enlighten. It burns. Ra's hidden name did not isolate him. It grounded him. In councils of the gods, his authority did not come from threats or command. It came from certainty. The other gods recognised in him a centre that did not waver. That certainty flowed from the place the hidden name guarded. Even Ma respected this boundary. Truth does not demand exposure of all things. Balance includes restraint. The hidden name was not a lie. It was a silence that preserved proportion. The world continued under Ra's light without knowing what lay beneath it. That ignorance was not loss. It was protection. For not every mystery exists to be solved. Some exist to hold the world steady, to remind creation that depth remains even where surface is familiar. Ra rose each day with his name unspoken. He travelled the sky with his essence intact. He descended into darkness without being diminished. The hidden name did not separate him from the world. It ensured that he could continue to serve it. And so the sun rose again, as it always had. Bright, reliable, enduring, with a secret at its heart. Where light revealed and names aligned, memory was required to endure. From this need, Thoth emerged, not in brilliance like Ra, nor in weight like the earth, but in precision. He arrived as attention sharpened into record, as awareness learned how to hold what passed without freezing it in place. Thoth was not born of a single moment. He coalesced as necessity, forming where time, word and balance met. He was knowledge made patient, not knowledge as possession, but as continuity. Thoth did not gather facts for display. He gathered relations so that meaning would not unravel as events moved on. He watched the world and remembered how it had been, not to preserve it unchanged, but to guide it as it became. The ancients imagined Thoth with the head of an ibis, long-beaked and watchful, or as a baboon greeting the sun with raised arms. These forms were not decoration. They revealed function. The ibis probes mud for what is hidden. The baboon marks time by dawn and dusk. Thoth's knowledge lived in thresholds, between day and night, speech and silence, memory and forgetting. He did not rule. He observed. Where Ra's light showed what was present, Thoth's attention preserved what had passed. Where Marat aligned the world, Thoth ensured alignment could be known, measured, and restored when it faltered. He did not create order. He recorded it. Writing emerged through him, though not yet as marks upon stone. First came inscription upon time itself. Events gained sequence. Actions left traces. The world could now look back, without collapsing into nostalgia or erasure. Thoth taught the universe how to remember without clinging. This was a delicate art. Memory can burden as easily as it can guide. Too much remembrance turns to fixation. Too little becomes forgetting. Thoth stood between these extremes, keeping record without attachment. The gods relied on him. In councils, when voices rose and perspectives diverged, Thoth listened more than he spoke. He weighed statements against what had been, against what aligned with Ma'at. When judgment was required, his record steadied it. Decisions grounded in memory endured. Thoth did not invent truth. he revealed it. Truth, in his keeping, was not absolute proclamation. It was coherence across time, a pattern that held despite change. He recognised truth by its ability to return without contradiction. The ancients believed Thoth measured the moon, counted the days, set the calendar in motion. These beliefs echoed his deeper role. He made time legible, not to control it, but to understand its rhythm. Without Thoth, cycles would blur. With him, return could be anticipated. Language refined itself under his watch. Words gained grammar, not as restriction, but as clarity. Speech learned sequence. Thought learned structure. Magic learned precision. A spell spoken in disorder failed not because the gods refused it, but because alignment had been lost. Thoth taught how to place words where they belonged. He was not the loud keeper of secrets, he was the quiet custodian of accuracy. When disputes arose, between gods, between forces, between claims, Thoth did not choose sides. He measured, he compared, he recorded what aligned with Ma'at and what deviated. His judgments were not punishments, they were corrections. This is why he was trusted. He did not bend memory to desire. He did not erase inconvenient truth. He allowed consequence to remain visible so that balance could be restored. The ancients knew that injustice thrives where records vanish. Thoth prevented vanishing. He did not fear change. He feared confusion. Change guided by memory becomes growth. Change without memory becomes chaos. Thoth ensured the difference was known. Even Ra respected him. For the sun's journey, however radiant, depended on record. Without memory, return would be coincidence. With memory, return became promise. Thoth's keeping made continuity intelligible. In the night journey, when light passed unseen, Thoth's presence ensured that the passage remained counted, that the unseen was not forgotten simply because it was dark. Knowledge did not sleep when light withdrew. The ancients believed that Thoth's words could heal, could bind, could protect. They were right, not because words were charms, but because accuracy restores alignment. To name a wound correctly is to begin its healing. To misname is to deepen harm. Thoth did not seek devotion through fear or awe. He was honoured through care, through careful speech, through measured action, through remembrance kept without distortion. To honour Thoth was to attend closely to what is, what was, and what should follow. Knowledge, in his keeping, did not dominate the world. It steadied it, and in that steadying, creation learned how to carry itself forward, aware, precise, and intact. Where knowledge held the world steady, feeling gave it movement. From the deep currents of creation, where balance met desire, and order brushed against excess, Hathor emerged. She did not arrive quietly. Even when she was gentle, her presence filled the world. She was joy that overflows, affection that draws beings together, music that loosens what has grown rigid. Hathor was pleasure, and pleasure is never small. She appeared as laughter carried on breath, as warmth that invites rather than commands. Where she moved, separation softened, distance felt less absolute. Life, still young, still learning, leaned toward her instinctively, drawn by the promise of connection. The ancients knew her as the Lady of Joy. They sang to her. They danced for her. They lifted cups and instruments in her name, believing that celebration itself honoured her. This belief was born here, in the recognition that joy is not disorder, it is release within alignment. It allows tension to loosen without breaking the world apart. Hathor was not frivolous. She was necessary. Without joy, balance hardens into restraint. Without delight, order becomes brittle. Hathor moved through creation like a current of sweetness, reminding the world why endurance mattered in the first place. Yet joy, unchecked, carries danger. Hathor knew this as deeply as she knew pleasure. For she was not only laughter and music, she was intensity, the surge of emotion that can heal or overwhelm. When joy turns too sharp, when affection becomes possession, when desire loses proportion, the same force that unites can destroy. Hathor carried this duality within her. She did not deny it. She embodied it. The ancients told stories of her gentleness, of her milk nourishing the world, of her face smiling upon the living. But they also told of her rage, her transformation into a force of devastation when balance was threatened beyond tolerance. This was not contradiction. It was completeness. Hathor responded to excess with excess. When harmony was broken beyond correction, when cruelty or disorder grew too bold, her joy inverted. Pleasure became fury. Affection hardened into judgment. She became the instrument through which excess was burned away. Destruction in her hands was not cruelty, it was cleansing. The world learned through her that not all endings are failures. Some are necessary releases. Some are the only way to restore balance when gentler measures have failed. Hathor did not destroy lightly. Her rage was not impulsive. It was the far edge of care, the point at which love refuses to allow harm to continue unchecked. This made her terrifying, but also trustworthy. She did not strike without cause. But when she did, nothing could ignore her. The ancients understood this deeply. They celebrated Hathor with music and wine not to flatter her, but to keep her joy flowing, to feed the aspect of her that softened rather than shattered. They knew that joy must be honoured, or it will return as its opposite. Hathor was also mother, not only in the sense of birth, but in the sense of holding. She gathered beings to herself, offering safety through closeness. But even motherhood, she taught, requires boundaries. To hold too tightly is to smother. To release too quickly is to abandon. Her presence reminded the gods themselves of this truth. Even Ra, radiant and steady, felt her influence. She soothed his light when it burned too harshly. She reflected his warmth back upon the world in gentler form. But she also stood ready to unleash fury if the balance he upheld was betrayed. Hathor moved easily between extremes. She did not fear them. She understood that emotion is force, and force must be guided, not denied. Where Thoth measured, she felt. Where Ma'at aligned, she infused meaning with sensation. Creation needed her. Without joy, the world would endure, but not flourish. Without destruction, imbalance would spread unchecked. Hathor held both truths in tension, allowing the world to remain alive rather than merely ordered. The ancients believed that to honour Hathor was to honour life's fullness. To sing, to dance, to love, to weep, all were part of her domain. But so was the recognition that excess carries consequence. That intensity, once unleashed, cannot be recalled without cost. Hathor did not apologise for this. She did not need to. She was the reminder that balance is not only measured, it is felt, and feeling, when ignored, will make itself known, through joy or through fire. When joy crossed its final threshold, it did not vanish. It sharpened. From the blazing edge of Hathor's intensity emerged Sekhmet, the fire that does not soothe, the heat that does not invite. She was not born in gentleness. She arrived as consequence, as the sun's most unforgiving truth made manifest. Sekhmet was the flame that remains when softness fails. She did not laugh, she did not coax, she did not persuade. Her presence was immediate and absolute, like midday light falling without shadow. Where Hathor embraced, Sekhmet judged. Where Hathor healed through pleasure, Sekhmet healed through burning away what could not remain. The ancients called her the Eye of the Sun, not because she watched, but because she acted. She was Ra's gaze made violent, his authority stripped of mercy and focused into action. When balance was threatened beyond correction, when disorder hardened into defiance, Sekhmet was released. She did not hesitate. Fire does not debate with darkness, it consumes it. Sekhmet moved across the world like heat across dry land. Her breath scorched, her step left ash. Yet she was not blind to destruction. She struck with precision, not randomness. What burned beneath her was not life itself, but excess, cruelty grown unchecked, imbalance that refused correction. In this, she was terrifying and necessary. The ancients understood that not all healing is gentle. Infection cannot always be soothed away. Some wounds require cauterization. Sekhmet was that moment, the point at which preservation demands severity. Her lioness form revealed this truth. The lion does not waste strength. It waits, watches, and then acts with finality. Sekhmet embodied this restraint within ferocity. She did not roam endlessly in rage. She was unleashed for a purpose, and when that purpose was fulfilled, she could be recalled, though not without difficulty. This difficulty was itself a lesson. Once fire is loosed, it resists being extinguished. Sekhmet's fury did not end simply because balance was restored. It had momentum. It demanded recognition. The ancients told of efforts to temper her, of drink and illusion, of calming her blaze before it consumed more than intended. These stories were not inventions. They were warnings. Fire must be guided, or it will burn past necessity. Even justified fury can become excess if left unchecked. Sekhmet taught the gods this as surely as she taught mortals. Ra himself learned caution through her. He had unleashed his own heat upon the world, only to realise that justice without mercy risks replacing one imbalance with another. Sekhmet was not wrong. She was too effective. Her power required counterbalance, or the world would be purified into emptiness. This did not diminish her. It defined her place. Sekhmet did not resent restraint. She understood it. Fire that burns forever leaves nothing to warm. She accepted tempering when balance demanded it, not because she was weak, but because she was aligned with Ma'at. She was not chaos. She was correction at its most extreme. The ancients feared Sekhmet, but they also revered her. They prayed to her not only for protection in war, but for healing from disease. This was no contradiction. Fever burns illness away. Heat sterilizes. Pain can be medicine. Sekhmet ruled both destruction and healing because both require intensity. Where gentle care failed, she intervened. Where life clung too tightly to what harmed it, she forced release. Her fire did not discriminate between physical and moral decay. It burned whatever threatened coherence. Yet even in her fury, she served life. Not comfort. Life. The gods learned through Sekhmet that restraint is not always virtue, that patience has limits, that balance sometimes demands decisive action rather than endless adjustment. She was the line that could not be crossed without consequence, and yet she was never meant to remain unleashed. The world could not endure perpetual fire. Creation requires cycles, burning followed by cooling, destruction followed by renewal. Sekhmet's place was within that cycle, not beyond it. This is why, in time, she softened again, not vanished, transformed. The fire that could destroy became the warmth that could protect. The rage that burned away excess learned to sleep beneath gentler faces. Sekhmet did not cease to exist. She learned when to wait. The ancients believed that when plague struck or war loomed, Sekhmet walked again. They feared her, but they did not deny her necessity, for a world without fire would drown in its own unchecked growth. Sekhmet was the reminder that balance is not kindness alone. Sometimes it is flame. And when that flame passes, what remains, if aligned, endures stronger, clearer, and purified by survival. When the fire withdrew, it did not vanish. It softened. From the cooling edge of Sekhmet's blaze emerged Bastet, the warmth that remains when fury rests, the glow that protects without scorching. She was not a separate power born in opposition. She was fire remembered differently, refined through restraint, taught how to linger rather than consume. Bastet arrived quietly. Where Sekhmet roared, Bastet purred. Where heat had once burned the world bare, warmth now gathered close, intimate and watchful. She did not stride across the land in judgment. She settled into corners, thresholds, hearths, places where life curls inward to survive. The ancients saw her as a cat, not the wild lioness of open plains, but the domestic guardian, alert even in rest. The cat that sleeps with eyes half open, that listens without appearing to listen, that strikes only when necessary, and never without precision. Bastet was vigilance without violence. Her presence taught the world that protection does not always announce itself, that safety is often quiet, that danger is best answered before it grows loud. She was the guardian of small spaces, of homes and children, of moments when the world draws close and fragile. This was not weakness. It was focus. Bastet's fire was contained, not diminished. She carried the same heat that burned within Sekhmet, but she wrapped it in patience. Her warmth soothed rather than purged. Where Sekhmet healed by destroying what harmed, Bastet healed by preventing harm from taking root. The ancients understood this instinctively. They invited Bastet into their homes. They carved her image near doors and beds. They believed she kept illness at bay, not by confronting it openly, but by sensing it early. This belief was born here, in the recognition that balance is maintained not only through correction, but through foresight. Bastet watched. She watched shadows lengthen. She watched strangers approach. She watched children sleep. Her attention did not strain. It rested lightly, ready to move at the smallest disturbance. She did not seek conflict. But if threatened, she did not hesitate. The gentle flame still burns. This was Bastet's lesson. That fire does not need to blaze to be powerful. That warmth, sustained, can preserve life more effectively than heat unleashed. That protection exercised early prevents destruction later. Bastet also brought joy of a quieter kind, not the overflowing celebration of Hathor, but contentment, the ease of safety, the pleasure of rest without fear. The ancients knew this joy well, the calm of night within walls, the trust that danger would be met before it crossed the threshold. This joy mattered, for a world constantly braced for destruction cannot endure. After fire, there must be comfort. After judgment, reassurance. Bastet restored what Sekhmet had made possible, the ability to live without constant vigilance. Yet Bastet never forgot what lay beneath her softness. She remembered the fire. Her gentleness was not Navet. It was discipline. She knew exactly what she restrained, and why. This made her formidable in her own way. A cat does not advertise its claws. It keeps them hidden until the moment they are needed. The gods respected Bastet for this restraint. Even Sekhmet did not despise her gentler form. Fire understands the necessity of rest. Flame that never pauses burns itself out. Bastet ensured that the sun's heat could nurture rather than annihilate. Ra felt this balance keenly. His light, once capable of becoming merciless, now found a companion that softened its reach. Bastet reflected his warmth back toward life, making dawn welcoming rather than threatening. She guarded the hours when light recedes, when vulnerability grows. The ancients believed Bastet ruled over women, children and joy, but also over hidden dangers, snakes, illness, unseen threats. These domains were not separate. They were linked by intimacy. The closer something is held, the more carefully it must be protected. Bastet understood closeness. She moved where Sekhmet could not remain. She stayed where gentleness was required, where constant burning would destroy what it sought to defend. Her presence allowed the world to relax without becoming careless. The first sacred balance deepened again. Fire had learned to choose its shape. Sekhmet stood ready when the world demanded purification. Bastet watched when the world needed preservation. Together they formed a complete response to danger, one swift and absolute, the other patient and precise. The ancients honoured both. They knew that to deny fire is to invite decay, to deny gentleness is to invite ruin. Balance requires both extremes, held in readiness, each answering when its moment arrives. Bastet curled herself into the heart of the world. The flame dimmed, but it did not die, and in that dimming, life learned how to rest, knowing that warmth still watched the dark. As the world grew more intricate, the gods themselves began to change, not in power, not in form, but in depth. For to act within time is to encounter consequence, and consequence leaves impression. The gods had shaped the world, guided it, corrected it, but now the world answered back, and in that answering, emotion arose among the divine. Emotion did not weaken the gods, it bound them to creation. Until now, the gods had embodied principles: light, air, moisture, order, fire, protection. These forces had moved cleanly, precisely, without hesitation. But as balance deepened, as relations multiplied, the gods began to feel what they upheld. Care entered divinity. So did frustration, attachment, sorrow, satisfaction. The ancients never believed the gods were distant and unmoved. They believed the gods were invested. Emotion was the mark of that investment. To feel was to respond to what unfolded. To care was to accept vulnerability, not the vulnerability of harm, but of meaning. A god who feels is a god who allows the world to matter. Ra felt weariness, not exhaustion of body but the weight of repetition. Each dawn reaffirmed order, each night tested it. The constancy of return carried responsibility. Ra did not resent this burden, but he felt it. His light carried expectation now. If he failed to rise, the world would falter. This awareness shaped him. It made him vigilant. It made him cautious. It made him, at times, distant. Emotion refined his authority. He ruled not as a force alone, but as a presence aware of what depended upon him. Shu felt strain. Holding sky and earth apart was not effortless. Endurance left its mark. Shu did not complain, but he felt the tension in every moment. His emotion was persistence, quiet, unwavering, sometimes unrecognised. He learned patience not as virtue, but as necessity. Tefnut felt concern. Moisture must move constantly to remain balanced. Too much and the world drowns. Too little and it cracks. Tefnut watched carefully, adjusting herself in response to subtle shifts. Her emotion was attentiveness, the steady care that prevents catastrophe by noticing early signs. Hathor felt delight and grief. Joy is not shallow when it is real. It opens the heart, and an open heart can be wounded. Hathor's love for the world made her generous, but it also made her capable of pain when that love was betrayed. Her rage was not separate from her joy. It was joy turned against what threatened it. Sekhmet felt purpose. Her fury was not blind. It was directed. But even directed fire leaves aftermath. Sekhmet knew what her presence cost. Ash follows flame. Silence follows destruction. She did not regret her role, but she did not revel in it either. Her emotion was resolve, firm, uncompromising, and heavy with consequence. Bastet felt vigilance. Gentleness requires constant awareness. To remain soft without becoming careless is labour. Bastet's calm hid readiness. Her affection concealed sharp attention. Her emotion was watchfulness. The quiet tension of guarding what must not be lost. Thoth felt responsibility. To remember, is to carry weight. Knowledge does not rest. It accumulates. Thoth held the world's record without judgment, but not without impact. He felt the burden of accuracy. A misremembered truth could fracture order. His emotion was care-sharpened into precision. Even Mayat was not untouched. Though she did not feel emotion as the others did, she responded to imbalance. When alignment faltered, tension passed through her like vibration through string. She did not suffer, but she reacted. Order is not static. It must be maintained. The ancients understood this shared truth. The gods were not machines. They were not unmoved forces operating beyond concern. They were participants. And participation creates feeling. Emotion was not chaos entering the divine realm. It was evidence that divinity had committed itself to the world. This commitment changed everything. For gods who feel can err. They can hesitate. They can overreach. They can regret. These possibilities did not weaken order. They made it adaptable. A world ruled by unfeeling forces would be rigid. A world guided by feeling gods could respond. This did not mean the gods were fickle. Their emotions did not override Ma'at. They moved within her. Feeling did not replace balance. It informed it. When a god acted from emotion alone, consequence followed. When emotion aligned with order, the world steadied. The ancients told stories of divine anger, love, jealousy, sorrow, not to humanize the gods, but to explain why the world sometimes trembled, sometimes healed, sometimes changed course unexpectedly. Emotion was the bridge between principle and event. The gods felt because the world mattered, and because it mattered, it could one day break. These emotions would soon be tested. For care invites loss, attachment invites conflict, and love invites grief. The age of distant shaping was ending. The age of entanglement had begun. When order had learnt to feel, it sought a steward, not a force above the world, but a presence within it, one who could stand among the rhythms of growth and decay and keep them aligned. The sky had its path, the sun had its journey, the earth had found its weight. Now the living world needed guidance that did not blaze or burn, but taught. From this need, Osiris emerged. He did not arrive in light like Ra, nor in fire like Sekhmet. He came quietly, shaped by continuity. His presence carried the patience of seasons, the steadiness of fields returning year after year. Osiris was not conquest. He was cultivation. He descended into the world not as invader, but as inheritor. Where others had shaped the cosmos, Osiris entered its fabric. He walked the spaces between sky and earth, learning the temper of soil and water, the timing of flood and retreat. He did not command the land to yield. He showed it how. The ancients remembered him as green-skinned, not with sickness, but with life renewed. Green as shoots breaking through silt, green as the promise that return follows loss. Osiris carried the colour of persistence. He became king not by decree, but by alignment. Under his rule, things learned their seasons. The earth accepted the flood, and the flood learned restraint. Seeds waited, sprouted, ripened, fell. Death ceased to be an ending, and became a passage within a larger pattern. Osiris did not deny mortality. He organised it. This was his gift. The world responded to him as fields respond to care, not instantly, but faithfully. Order under Osiris did not glitter. It endured. His authority was felt in predictability, the comfort of knowing that what falls can rise again, and that what withers feeds what follows. Osiris did not rule alone. He ruled with understanding. He listened to the land, and to those who lived upon it. He learned where guidance was needed, and where restraint would harm. His justice was not sharp-edged. It was measured, like the rise of the river, powerful, but expected. The ancients believed that before Osiris, people wandered without instruction, that they lived, but did not yet live, together. Osiris taught them agriculture, law, ritual, not as imposition, but as memory made practice. He did not invent these things from nothing. He drew them out of the world's own rhythms and named them. Naming, once again, created power. Under Osiris, work gained dignity, labour aligned with cycles rather than resisting them. Death, too, gained meaning. The dead were no longer simply gone. They returned to the earth, becoming nourishment for life yet to come. Osiris stood at the centre of this exchange. He embodied the truth that what is cut down feeds what rises. That loss, if aligned, is not waste. His rule made this visible. He wore the crown of continuity, not dominion. This gentleness was his strength. But it was also his vulnerability. For where order is quiet and steady, disruption can grow unnoticed. Osiris trusted balance because balance had held. He believed alignment would continue because it had proven faithful. He did not suspect envy, for envy thrives where growth is uneven. In the shadows of his flourishing rule, another watched. Set felt the pressure of Osiris's order as constraint. Where Osiris organised cycles, Set sensed limitation. Storms do not favour seasons. Deserts do not thrive on floods. Set's nature pressed against the calm Osiris cultivated. Osiris did not confront this tension. He did not yet see it as threat, for his rule was built on return, not defence. He believed that all forces could find their place within balance, given time. His faith was sincere and incomplete. Still, the world prospered. Under Osiris, the land was generous. People learned how to align themselves with Ma'at through work and ritual. The gods observed with approval. Even Ra, high above, acknowledged the steadiness below. Osiris's descent had changed the world. It had brought order into the realm of life and death, growth and decay. It had made the cycles of the earth intelligible and trustworthy. For the first time, the living world felt governed rather than merely permitted. But governance invites challenge, and where life gathers around a centre, shadows gather too. Osiris did not yet know that his rule would be tested, not by drought or flood, but by kinship turned against itself. For descent is not only a movement into the world, it is a movement toward fate. Under Osiris, the world exhaled, not in relief alone, but in recognition. Things fell into place as if remembering themselves. The river learned its patience, swelling and retreating in measured rhythm. The soil learned generosity, opening to seed and closing again in rest. The sky watched without interference, and the sun crossed its path without disruption. Balance, once fragile, grew confident. This was the first golden age. It was not called golden because of wealth or splendour. There were no crowns of metal, no monuments raised to defy time. It was golden because it endured without strain. Because life moved in harmony with its own limits. Because effort and reward followed one another without bitterness. Osiris ruled not from distance, but from within. He walked among fields and settlements, not to display power, but to observe. He listened more than he spoke. When he spoke, his words followed what the land had already taught. Law under Osiris did not punish first. It corrected, it guided, it restored. The people learned to read the world. They watched the river rise and understood when to wait. They felt the earth soften and knew when to plant. They accepted decay not as loss, but as preparation. Under Osiris, knowledge did not separate people from nature. It joined them to it. Death, too, changed its meaning. The dead were not feared as vanished. They were honoured as returned. Bodies were given to the earth with care, knowing that what dissolves feeds what follows. Mourning was real, but it was not hopeless. Osiris stood as proof that return is woven into the fabric of things. The gods watched this age with quiet approval. Ra saw the sun's light reflected gently in water and leaf rather than burned into dust. Shu felt the space between sky and earth remain stable, unstrained by upheaval. Tefnut saw moisture circulate without excess or loss. Even Sekhmet slept more often than she woke. Hathor's joy flourished here. Music filled evenings. Celebration marked harvest and flood. Pleasure did not threaten order because order did not deny pleasure. Bastet watched from thresholds, content to guard rather than strike. Thoth recorded the steadiness of seasons, finding little to correct. Ma'at rested, not absent but unchallenged. This rest did not mean stagnation. The world continued to change, but change came as growth rather than rupture. Children were born into rhythms they could learn. Elders passed on knowledge without fear it would be lost. Memory became inheritance. The ancients believed this age ended because it could not last. Not because it was flawed, but because perfection invites envy. Where life gathers smoothly, difference sharpens. Where harmony persists, those who cannot align feel excluded, not by cruelty, but by contrast. Set watched this age from its edges. Storm and desert had no place here. Chaos was held at bay, acknowledged but constrained. Set's domain felt diminished, not erased, but overshadowed. Where Osiris cultivated return, Set embodied disruption. Where Osiris trusted cycle, Set trusted force. The Golden Age did not oppress Set. But it did not need him. This absence of necessity was felt as insult. Osiris, for his part, did not notice the danger. He believed balance, once achieved, could sustain itself indefinitely. He trusted that all forces would find their role in time. His faith was not nave, but it was untested by betrayal. This was the vulnerability of peace. The Golden Age did not prepare for treachery because it had no memory of it. Under Osiris, kinship meant continuity, brotherhood meant cooperation. Difference did not yet mean rivalry. The people lived without suspicion. They worked, celebrated, rested. They buried their dead with reverence and planted again without fear. They trusted the return of the river, the sun, the seasons, and their king. Osiris did not rule through fear. He ruled through example. His presence reminded the world that order does not need force when it is understood. That guidance can be gentle and still be firm. That authority rooted in alignment endures longer than authority enforced by violence. This is why the first Golden Age was remembered with longing, not because it was luxurious, but because it was intelligible. Life made sense. Loss had context. Work had purpose. The future did not terrify. But sense invites story, and story invites conflict. The Golden Age did not collapse because it was weak. It collapsed because it was real, and reality, once lived, becomes something that can be taken. Set's gaze sharpened, the shadow lengthened, and the world, still warm from harmony, did not yet know how cold betrayal could be. Where Osiris ruled through continuity, Isis moved through understanding. She did not seek the centre of the world, for she already knew where its threads converged. She watched patterns rather than events, causes rather than outcomes. While others shaped what could be seen, Isis listened to what moved beneath it all. Wisdom gathered around her like breath, not loud, not insistent, present in pauses, in glances held a moment longer than necessary, in questions asked without demand for answer. Isis did not hurry truth. She waited until it was ready to speak. She was sister to Osiris, but more than that, she was his complement. Where he embodied return, she embodied continuity through change. Where he trusted cycles, she understood interruption. Her wisdom was not suspicion, it was preparedness. The ancients remembered Isis as magician, healer, queen. These were not separate roles. Magic, in her hands, was not spectacle. It was alignment shaped by insight. To heal was to know where balance had frayed. To rule was to understand not only law, but the hearts that must live within it. Isis walked among people as Osiris did, but she listened where he taught. She observed gestures, silences, patterns of fear and hope. She knew that what is spoken often hides what is meant, and that truth rarely announces itself directly. She learned names, not only of gods, but of things unseen, of forces that slipped between order and chaos, of motives that disguised themselves as loyalty. Knowledge, to Isis, was not accumulation. It was discernment. This made her dangerous. For wisdom does not merely preserve balance. It anticipates its breaking. Isis sensed Set long before Set acted. She felt the strain in the Golden Age, the places where harmony pressed too tightly, where forces excluded from necessity grew restless. She did not confront this tension openly. Storms do not recede when named too soon. Instead, she watched. She prepared. Isis understood power differently than others. She knew that force invites resistance, but knowledge invites transformation. She did not seek dominance over gods or people. She sought leverage, the subtle point where a small shift could alter an entire outcome. This was the source of her magic. Words to Isis were not spells unless they were true. A word spoken without understanding was empty sound. A word spoken at the right moment could bend reality without breaking it. She waited for those moments. The ancients believed Isis knew the secret workings of the world. This belief was not exaggeration. She did not know everything. But she knew how things connected. And connection is the root of power. She understood grief before it arrived. She understood loss before it was named. She understood that order, once embodied in a beloved king, could become fragile when that king trusted too fully in continuity. Isis did not doubt Osiris's goodness. She doubted the world's readiness to protect it. Her wisdom did not make her distant. It made her devoted. She loved Osiris not only as sister and consort, but as steward of the world's balance. Her care for him extended beyond affection. It included vigilance. She guarded not his body, but his role. Isis also understood death differently. Where Osiris organised it as passage, she studied it as threshold. She knew that endings are rarely clean, that something always lingers, memory, essence, possibility. This understanding would soon matter more than anyone yet realised. The gods respected Isis, though some did not fully understand her. She did not display power unless necessary. She did not claim authority unless alignment required it. Her restraint unsettled those who relied on visibility to assert dominance. Set, especially, misjudged her. He saw gentleness and mistook it for passivity. He saw patience and assumed delay. He did not recognise preparation when it stood before him quietly, taking note of every weakness he would one day reveal. The ancients would later say that Isis was the greatest magician. What they meant was this: she knew when to act. She did not rush to prevent catastrophe if prevention would fail. She allowed events to unfold until the precise moment when intervention would matter. This was not cruelty. It was realism shaped by care. Wisdom does not always save the world immediately. Sometimes it saves what comes after. Isis felt the future gathering like a storm beyond the horizon. She did not name it. Naming fixes things too soon. Instead, she positioned herself where she would be needed most, at the crossing between loss and return. The Golden Age still shone, but Isis knew gold can be melted, and she was already preparing the mould in which the world would be recast. Where Isis gathered wisdom through closeness, Nephthys learned through distance. She stood at the margins of things, not excluded, but positioned where edges meet. Dawn and dusk, birth and decay, presence and absence. Nephthys did not seek the centre of the world. She guarded its thresholds. She was sister to Isis and Osiris, yet her path bent away from rule and cultivation. Where Osiris taught the land to flourish, Nephthys watched what lingered when flourishing ended. Where Isis listened for hidden currents, Nephthys listened for silence. Her wisdom was quieter, not less, but shaped by restraint. Nephthys knew what happens when attention turns away. She understood abandonment, not as cruelty, but as consequence. Things left unwatched do not vanish. They change, they decay, they wait. The ancients remembered Nephthys as a goddess of morning, of night, of the spaces where light recedes. But she was not sorrow alone. She was vigilance where others turned their eyes. She did not flee darkness, she accompanied it. Nephthys did not soften what she saw, she accepted it. Where others recoiled from death's stillness, she remained. Where others celebrated growth, she noted what growth displaced. She understood that decay is not failure, it is transition without witness. This made her essential. For a world that honours only beginnings becomes blind to endings, and blindness at endings invites imbalance. Nephthys stood where endings gathered, ensuring they were not forgotten. She watched Set closely, not with suspicion, but with awareness. She saw his restlessness, his tightening posture, the way his presence disturbed spaces that had grown accustomed to harmony. She did not confront him. Storms do not respond to warning, she observed. Nephthys was often mistaken for absence. She did not speak often. She did not claim territory. She did not assert herself in councils. But absence is not emptiness. It is room, and room allows watching without interference. The ancients believed Nephthys guarded the dead. This was true, but not only in burial. She guarded the moment when life withdraws, when breath loosens, when identity begins to slip. She ensured that transition did not dissolve into oblivion. That passage, even when quiet, was acknowledged. Nephthys did not promise comfort. She promised presence. She did not deny grief. She stood within it. She did not rush healing. She allowed mourning its time. This made her indispensable to Isis, who would soon need such steadiness. Nephthys and Isis were not mirrors. They were complements. Isis moved to gather what could be restored. Nephthys remained to witness what could not. Together, they ensured that nothing was lost simply because it was painful to see. The gods often underestimated Nephthys. She did not shine. She did not command. She did not enchant. Her power lay in refusal to look away. When others faltered before decay or betrayal, she remained attentive. This attention would matter. For betrayal does not arrive loudly. It enters quietly, through neglected edges, through assumptions unexamined, through trust left unwatched. Nephthys stood where trust thinned. She felt the golden age fray at its margins long before its centre was threatened. She saw how harmony left certain forces idle, how peace can breed resentment when it offers no role to those shaped for disruption. She did not judge this. She recorded it. Nephthys was keeper of what others ignored. She did not seek to prevent catastrophe. Watching does not mean intervening, it means knowing. And knowing preserves possibility, even when loss becomes inevitable. The ancients believed Nephthys guided souls through darkness. This belief was born here, in her willingness to remain where light withdrew. She did not fear the night, because she understood its necessity. Night teaches humility. It strips illusions. It reveals what endures without illumination. Nephthys watched the world approach its turning point. She did not warn Osiris. He ruled through trust, and trust cannot be forced to suspect itself. She did not alarm Isis, who was already preparing in her own way. She simply remained, ready to witness what would soon demand remembrance. The Watcher does not alter events. She ensures they are not forgotten. And when the world's first great rupture arrived, Nephthys would be there, not to stop it, but to stand beside what fell, ensuring that even in silence, presence endured. Where balance held, Set felt pressure. He was not born wrong. He was not chaos incarnate, nor evil shaped into form. Set was motion without patience, power without cycle, the force that tears open what has grown too smooth. He was storm and desert, violence and brilliance, disruption that does not ask permission. In the first golden age there was little place for him. Fields flourished. Rivers returned on time. Order repeated itself with reassuring regularity. This steadiness did not destroy Set, but it confined him. His nature did not thrive within rhythm. He did not belong to return, he belonged to rupture. Set felt this as suffocation. Where others saw harmony, he felt stagnation. Where others saw balance, he felt containment. The golden age asked him to wait, to soften, to find a place within cycles that repeated. Set could not soften without ceasing to be himself. This was his tragedy. For Set was necessary. Storms break heat. Deserts test endurance. Violence, when aligned, clears what has grown rigid. Set carried the force that prevents order from becoming immovable. Without him, balance risks becoming brittle. But Osiris's rule had no visible need for rupture. Everything grew, everything returned, the system held. And so Set watched, unneeded, uninvited into purpose. His power did not vanish, but without outlet, it turned inward. Resentment gathered. Set was brother to Osiris, yet their natures diverged sharply. Osiris embodied continuity. Set embodied interruption. Osiris trusted cycles. Set trusted action. Where Osiris ruled through patience, Set ruled, if he ruled at all, through immediacy. The ancients knew this tension was inevitable. Order and disruption are not enemies, but they are uncomfortable neighbours. When one dominates entirely, the other does not disappear. It sharpens. Set did not envy Osiris's kindness. He envied his necessity. To be unneeded is a quiet torment. To exist without role is to feel erased without being destroyed. Set felt the world moving without him, and he took this as denial rather than circumstance. Isis sensed this tension. Nephthys watched it deepen. Osiris did not see it. This was not blindness. It was trust untested by betrayal. Osiris believed all forces would find their place in time. He did not understand that some forces require challenge to remain aligned. Set's power demanded friction. Without it, it curdled. Set began to define himself in opposition. If he could not be part of the Golden Age, he would prove its fragility. If his nature had no place within order, he would expose the limits of order itself. This was not madness. It was logic, twisted by isolation. Set did not wish to destroy the world. He wished to assert himself within it. The ancients depicted Set as fierce, unpredictable, bearing the head of a creature that does not exist in nature. This was not because he was monstrous, but because he defied classification. He was excess without form, power without pattern. Storms do not follow schedules. Deserts do not negotiate. Set embodied this truth. But even storms have seasons. Set did not. He moved when pressure demanded release. He struck when containment became unbearable. This made him dangerous in a world built on rhythm. Yet the gods did not banish him. They understood his necessity, even as they feared his excess. Balance does not eliminate disruption. It seeks to contain it. Osiris's rule, for all its wisdom, had not yet found a place for Set's force. This oversight would cost him. Set watched the world praise Osiris, celebrate Isis, rest in harmony. He felt excluded not by malice, but by structure. The system functioned without him, and that exclusion fermented into intent. He began to plan, not in rage, not in blind fury, but with clarity sharpened by grievance. Storms gather energy quietly before they break. Deserts expand grain by grain. Set learned patience, the dangerous kind. Nephthys saw this shift. She felt the moment Set's restlessness became resolve. She did not intervene. Watching is not preventing. She marked the change, knowing it would matter later. Set's storm was coming, not as accident, not as fate, but as response. The golden age had been steady too long, and something within the world was about to break it open. Jealousy does not arrive as fury. It begins as comparison. Set watched the world move around Osiris, and felt the slow accumulation of imbalance within himself. Every harvest celebrated, every ritual repeated, every season returning on time became another measure by which he was found unnecessary. Jealousy sharpened not because Osiris ruled badly, but because he ruled well. The smoother the world became, the more Set felt himself excluded from its meaning. This exclusion was quiet. No one spoke Set's name less. No decree banished him. Yet purpose drifted away from him, and purpose, once lost, hollows what remains. Jealousy grew where function had been denied. It fed on silence rather than insult. Set did not envy Osiris's power. He envied his place. Osiris stood at the centre of return. The dead passed through his domain and found continuity. The living aligned their labour with his guidance and prospered. Isis moved beside him with wisdom. Nephthys watched the margins. Even Ra acknowledged the steadiness below. Set stood outside this pattern, watching it reinforce itself. Jealousy began to rewrite his understanding of the world. What had once appeared as balance now felt like conspiracy. Harmony became exclusion. Stability became stagnation imposed by another's will. The Golden Age, once a shared achievement, became in his eyes a theft of possibility. This was not delusion, it was interpretation shaped by isolation. Jealousy does not invent facts. It rearranges them until resentment appears justified. Set did not imagine Osiris's success. He reinterpreted it as domination. He did not deny balance. He recast it as suppression. The storm gathered. At first, Set's thoughts circled quietly. He imagined small corrections, interruptions that would remind the world of forces it had forgotten. Disruptions meant not to destroy, but to prove necessity. Jealousy often disguises itself as reform, but the longer he watched, the clearer it became. Small disruptions would not suffice. The system was too resilient. Osiris's rule absorbed change and returned to equilibrium. The world healed quickly. Storms passed. Deserts remained at the edges. Jealousy hardened. It shifted from wanting inclusion to demanding recognition. If Set could not be needed, he would be undeniable. If he could not be invited into order, he would expose its vulnerability. This shift mattered. For jealousy, once it seeks acknowledgement, no longer asks permission. It begins to plan. Set studied Osiris closely now, not as brother, but as target. He observed his trust, his openness, his belief in continuity. Osiris ruled without suspicion. He did not guard against kin. He did not imagine betrayal within what had been aligned so long. Jealousy thrives on such trust. Not because trust is foolish, but because it leaves doors open. Set did not see this openness as virtue. He saw it as weakness. Nephthys felt the air change. The watcher sensed the tightening of intent. Jealousy carries a distinct stillness before action, like pressure building beneath calm skies. She recognised it, but recognition does not always grant intervention. Some lessons require witnessing. Isis, too, felt unease. Her wisdom traced patterns beneath the surface. She sensed Set's withdrawal from harmony, the way his presence no longer adjusted, but resisted. Yet even Isis could not prevent what had not yet taken form. Wisdom prepares, but it does not always stop the blow. Jealousy fed on memory. Set remembered times when chaos had shaped the world, when storms carved land, when disruption forced adaptation. He remembered his own necessity. now denied. These memories became fuel. Past importance turned into present grievance. The ancients understood jealousy as imbalance of perception. It magnifies what one lacks and diminishes what one is. Set no longer saw his own role clearly. He saw only absence, and absence became accusation. He began to speak differently, not openly yet, but his words sharpened. Jokes carried edge, observations carried implication. Language, once neutral, became weapon. Jealousy often announces itself first in tone. Osiris did not respond. He trusted harmony to absorb tension. He believed that time resolves imbalance. He did not know that jealousy feeds on delay. The longer it waits, the more certain it becomes of its own righteousness. Set's resolve crystallized. What began as desire for recognition became intent to remove the obstacle. Jealousy crossed a threshold when it stopped seeking place and began seeking replacement. This was the moment balance tipped. Not visibly. Not yet. The field still grew. The river still returned. The sun still rose. But beneath this continuity, purpose had fractured. A force meant to test order had decided to overthrow it. Jealousy had grown beyond feeling. It had become plan, and plans, once formed, move quietly until they strike. Set did not rush. Violence that arrives unprepared collapses upon itself. To undo a king whose rule rested on trust required patience, intimacy and disguise. The act would need to appear harmless until the moment it was irreversible. Set understood this. Storms that devastate most completely often begin as calm. He conceived the coffin as an answer, not a weapon raised in open challenge, but an object shaped for admiration. A gift. A marvel. Something that invited participation rather than resistance. The coffin would not seize Osiris. Osiris would enter it willingly. This was the cruelty of the plan. Set measured Osiris carefully, not only his body, but his habits, his generosity, his ease among others. He knew Osiris enjoyed gatherings, welcomed competition of craft, delighted in cleverness. Trust was not a flaw in Osiris, it was the foundation of his rule. Set would use that foundation against him. The coffin was crafted in silence, not hurried, not crude, wood chosen for balance and resilience, dimensions calculated with obsessive care. Every angle matched Osiris's form precisely, shoulders, spine, reach, rest. The coffin was not merely a container, it was a mirror. It fit as though the world itself had shaped it for him. This precision mattered. If the coffin were imperfect, Osiris might hesitate. Even a moment's doubt could unravel the plan. The object needed to feel destined, not constructed. It needed to promise comfort, not confinement. Set invited artisans, spoke of celebration, of clever games and gifts. Nothing in his manner revealed the weight beneath his calm. Jealousy, once sharpened into intent, learns how to wear serenity convincingly. The gods gathered. Laughter filled the hall. Music rose. The golden age still shimmered on the surface, unaware of the fracture beneath. Osiris sat among his kin without suspicion, his presence steady, his trust intact. Isis watched, attentive as ever. Nephthys observed the edges. The coffin was revealed. It gleamed not with gold, but with craft. The lines were clean, the proportions pleasing. Set spoke lightly, proposing a challenge. Whoever fit the coffin perfectly would receive it as gift. A harmless amusement, a test of chance and curiosity. One by one, others tried. They laughed as they found themselves too tall, too broad, too slight. The coffin rejected them gently, as though waiting for someone else. The moment stretched, anticipation rising. Osiris stepped forward. He did not hesitate. Why would he? The game was innocent. The room was full of allies. The world had never betrayed him before. He lay down easily, trusting the measure of things. The coffin closed. The sound was not loud, it was final. Before shock could gather, before breath could sharpen into alarm, Set sealed the lid. The motion was swift, practiced. What had been invitation became imprisonment in an instant. The coffin locked, not with chains but with certainty. Osiris did not cry out. The moment passed too quickly. Surprise stole speech. Darkness enclosed him with the precision of the craft. The world that had welcomed him now pressed close on all sides. The hall erupted. Isis moved, but too late. Nephthys stood, already knowing. The others shouted, confusion spreading like fire through dry grass. Set stood apart, composed. The storm had broken. The coffin was carried away. Not dragged. Not fought over. It was borne with purpose, as though fulfilling a role it had always held. The gathering dissolved into chaos, but Set did not linger. He had prepared for this moment. He knew where the coffin must go. Toward the river. The waters that had nourished the Golden Age now received its king in silence. The coffin slid into the current wood-kissing water without protest. The river accepted it, and moved on, carrying Osiris away from the world he had ordered. Isis reached the bank too late. She watched the coffin disappear into distance, her breath held between disbelief and resolve. Nephthys stood beside her, eyes fixed not on the water, but on what this moment meant. The perfect coffin had done its work. It did not bruise. It did not break bone. It did not announce violence. It ended an age through fit alone, through the terrifying intimacy of something made exactly for its victim. Set watched the river carry the coffin away. Jealousy did not shout its triumph. It settled, heavy, and irreversible. The act could not be undone. Balance had been broken, not by force, but by precision. The Golden Age did not collapse immediately. Fields still stood, the sun still rose, but something essential had been removed. The steward of return was gone. Continuity had been severed. The coffin drifted onward, sealed and silent, and the world began to understand loss. The river did not resist what it carried. It moved as it always had, steady and indifferent, bearing the coffin along its ancient course. Water does not judge what is placed within it. It accepts weight and releases it elsewhere. The coffin drifted through reeds and bends, through sunlight and shadow, until the distance between Osiris and the world he had ordered became unbridgeable. This was the first murder. Not because blood had been spilled, but because continuity had been broken by intent. Until this moment, death had been passage, loss held within return. What Set had done was different. He had severed the thread deliberately, cutting life from its cycle and casting it away. The world felt this rupture, not as thunder, not as collapse, but as a hollowing. Fields still breathed, the sun still crossed the sky, but beneath the surface, alignment trembled. The absence of Osiris did not announce itself loudly. It pressed inward, like a missing heartbeat. Isis felt it immediately. She did not need witness or proof. She knew Osiris's presence as one knows one's own breath. When that presence vanished, the world's rhythm faltered within her. Grief did not arrive yet. First came disbelief, the refusal of the mind to accept what has no precedent. Nephthys did not weep. She watched. The watcher understood what had happened before words could catch it. This was not accident. This was not storm. This was intention sharpened into act. Nephthys marked the moment carefully, knowing that the world would one day need to remember exactly when the line had been crossed. Set did not celebrate. He stood apart, feeling the weight of what he had done settle into place. The storm had passed, leaving stillness behind it. Victory did not feel like triumph. It felt like inevitability realised. The act could not be undone. Recognition, at last, had been forced. But recognition carries consequence. The murder did not restore Set to balance. It removed balance from the world. Power taken by breaking alignment does not settle cleanly into the hand that seizes it. It stains. It resists integration. The gods gathered in shock. They had known conflict. They had known correction and fire. But this was different. This was kinship betrayed. Trust exploited. Death imposed where return had been promised. The divine order had been violated from within. Ra felt the tremor as the sun crossed the sky. His light touched the land as it always had. But something did not answer. The cycle faltered, not stopped, but strained. He sensed that the world's guarantee had been withdrawn. For the first time, return felt uncertain. Ma'at tightened. Alignment did not shatter, but it was wounded. Order remained, but it now bore a scar. Balance would hold, but not without effort. Something had entered the world that could not be smoothed away by rhythm alone. This was the cost of murder. Not the loss of life alone, but the introduction of irreversibility. What is done with intent cannot be absorbed as accident. It remains, demanding response. Isis stood at the riverbank long after the coffin vanished. Her grief had not yet found voice. It gathered, dense and focused. Grief, when shaped by love and wisdom, becomes resolve. She did not collapse. She did not curse the river. She did not turn on set in fury. She remembered. Memory, sharpened by pain, began its work. Every gesture Set had made, every silence, every overlooked tension. Isis gathered these fragments not to torment herself, but to understand. Understanding would be necessary. Nephthys joined her. The two sisters stood together without words. Mourning does not require speech at its deepest point. Nephthys offered presence, not comfort. Comfort comes later. Witness comes first. The world continued. This too was cruel. Life does not pause for loss. The river flowed. The sun rose and set. People moved through their days, sensing something wrong without yet knowing what. The Golden Age ended not with catastrophe, but with continuation stripped of certainty. The ancients remembered this moment as the birth of death as injustice. Before, death had been woven into growth. Now it had been weaponized. Murder introduced fear, not fear of dying, but fear of being taken out of order. It taught the world that harm could come not from nature, but from intent. Set had crossed a boundary he could not retreat from. By killing Osiris, he had not claimed rule, he had claimed responsibility. The weight of imbalance now pressed upon him, whether he acknowledged it or not. Storms do not escape the damage they cause. They move on, but the land remembers. The coffin drifted far from sight. Inside, Osiris lay sealed from light and breath, suspended between being and not being. His story had not ended, but it had been violently interrupted. The space between life and death widened, waiting to be named. The first murder did not destroy the world. It changed it. From this moment onward, loss would demand more than acceptance. It would demand answer. The quiet certainty of return had been broken, and in its place stood a question the world could no longer avoid. What happens when order is slain? Silence did not arrive all at once. It spread. Like mist before dawn, it crept into spaces once filled with rhythm and sound. The river still moved, but its voice seemed lower. The fields still stood, but their greenness dulled. People spoke, worked, breathed, but something essential no longer answered them. Osiris was gone. And the world knew it. Egypt did not collapse into chaos. That would have been easier to understand. Instead, it continued without its heart. Cycles repeated, but without reassurance. Labour continued, but without confidence. The familiar order remained, yet it felt hollow, as though sustained by memory rather than presence. This was the silence of absence. Under Osiris, the land had felt guided. Even in hardship there had been trust that loss returned as nourishment, that death fed life, that nothing truly vanished. Now that trust wavered. Death no longer felt like passage. It felt like removal. The people sensed this before they could name it. Songs lost their ease. Rituals continued, but the gestures felt heavier, as if weighed down by uncertainty. The river flooded, but the joy that once greeted it did not rise as fully. The land accepted water, but gratitude hesitated. Something had gone missing between cause and return. The gods felt it too. Ra rose each morning, but his light met resistance, not from darkness, but from doubt. The sun's journey continued, yet it no longer felt unquestioned. Return had become habit rather than promise. Habit can endure, but it does not reassure. Shu held sky and earth apart with steady arms, yet the space felt colder. Tefnut's moisture softened the land, but could not soften grief. Even Hathor's joy dimmed, her laughter faltering where celebration felt premature. Sekhmet slept uneasily. Fire sensed imbalance, not yet demanding correction, but aware that something vital had been violated. Bastet prowled more often, vigilance heightened, guarding thresholds where fear gathered. Thoth recorded the silence. He marked the shift carefully, knowing that this moment would define everything that followed. Memory weighed heavier now. What was lost could no longer be trusted to return on its own. Knowledge alone could not restore what had been taken. Ma'at held, but she strained. Order did not shatter. It thinned. Alignment remained possible, but it required effort now. Balance no longer maintained itself effortlessly. It needed intention. This was new. Before, the world had rested within order as a natural state. Now order had become something that could be broken, and therefore something that had to be defended. Isis moved through this silence like a shadow with purpose. She did not withdraw into grief. She did not scream against the sky. She listened. Silence carries information when one knows how to hear it. She traced the absence of Osiris across the land, feeling where his influence had once anchored life. Everywhere she went, people felt something stir. Not hope yet, not comfort, but recognition. Isis carried remembrance with her. She reminded the world, without words, that what had been lost had meaning, and meaning does not vanish simply because it is taken. Nephthys remained at the edges. She stood with mourners who could not articulate their loss. She watched the dead buried with greater fear than before. She guarded the quiet moments when sorrow turned inward and threatened to become despair. Together, the sisters held the world's grief without resolving it. Set ruled in name, but not in spirit. He occupied space Osiris had once filled, but authority does not transfer through violence alone. The land did not respond to him. The people did not align. Storms and deserts inspire fear, not trust. Fear enforces obedience, but it does not sustain harmony. Set felt this resistance. The silence accused him without speaking. His victory did not bring satisfaction. The world did not recognize him as steward. He had removed the king, but he had not replaced the function. This was the deeper consequence of murder. To kill continuity is not to inherit it. Egypt's silence was not emptiness, it was waiting. Waiting to see whether loss would harden into despair or transform into something else. Waiting to see whether death would remain theft or become passage once more. Waiting for answer. The ancients remembered this time as one of mourning, not only for Osiris but for certainty itself. The world had learned that order could be broken by will, that kinship could betray, that harmony could be undone from within. And yet, the silence was not final. Silence is not nothingness. It is space before sound. It is breath held before speech. It is the pause that allows meaning to gather. Isis knew this. Nephthys knew this. The world did not yet know it, but it would. For silence, when held with care, becomes the womb of transformation. The world learned how to move without its centre. At first this seemed possible. The river still rose and fell. Seeds still broke the soil. The sun still returned. On the surface, nothing demanded collapse, but beneath these motions, something fundamental had loosened. Continuity no longer felt assured. Return no longer felt guaranteed. The world without Osiris was a world that continued, but doubted. Death changed its posture. Before it had been folded into life, an expected turning of the same wheel. Now it stood apart, unfamiliar and sharp. Bodies were laid into the earth with hesitation. Rituals were repeated with care, as if exactness might compensate for uncertainty. People asked not only how to bury, but why. The question had never needed asking before. Fields grew, but their promise thinned. Harvest no longer felt like return made visible. It felt temporary. Work continued, yet it carried a new urgency, as though time itself had become less reliable. The land did not fail, but trust in the land wavered. The gods felt the strain differently. Ra's light continued its passage, but it revealed a harsher clarity. Without Osiris anchoring return below, illumination felt exposed. The sun showed what was present, but it could not promise what would endure. Each dawn arrived without certainty of what it truly meant. Shu held space with quiet endurance, yet the distance between sky and earth felt less forgiving. Separation had once allowed flourishing. Now it felt like isolation. Tefnut softened what she could, but moisture alone could not restore meaning. Hathor's joy grew fragile. Celebration requires confidence that tomorrow will answer today. Without Osiris, joy risked becoming distraction. Laughter still rose, but it carried a thinness, a carefulness, as if too much happiness might tempt loss again. Sekhmet stirred. Fire senses imbalance before it is named. She felt the world hardening around grief, threatening to turn uncertainty into cruelty. But she did not act. Fire cannot restore what is missing. It can only respond to what has grown corrupt. Bastet watched more closely. Homes grew quieter. Children slept lighter. Thresholds felt thinner. Bastet's vigilance increased, guarding what remained when assurance faded. Her warmth mattered now more than ever. Not to deny fear, but to keep it from spreading. Thoth recorded the changes meticulously. He marked the way language shifted, how words once used with ease gained weight. He noted how time felt heavier, how waiting stretched longer. Knowledge did not solve this, but it preserved the truth of it. Memory would be required later. Ma'at endured. Order did not collapse, but it now required maintenance. Alignment had to be chosen, upheld consciously. The world could no longer rely on its own rhythm to keep it whole. Balance became labour. This was the greatest change. Osiris had not simply ruled the dead, he had given the living confidence that meaning survived loss. Without him, meaning felt provisional. Life continued, but its story faltered. Set ruled, but only in form. His storms disrupted. His deserts expanded. But disruption does not guide growth. Power, without continuity, leaves no inheritance. The people obeyed when they must, but they did not belong. Set felt the world resist him not with rebellion, but with absence of devotion. Fear kept bodies in place. It did not keep hearts aligned. This resistance did not shout. It persisted. Isis moved through this broken continuity with steady purpose. She did not attempt to rule. She did not challenge Set openly. She gathered fragments, memories, names, rumours carried by water and wind. She followed the trace of Osiris not as body alone, but as meaning displaced. Nephthys remained where endings accumulated. She stood beside the newly dead, watching the uncertainty in the living. She guarded grief so it would not curdle into despair. She did not comfort by promise. She comforted by presence. Together, the sisters held what the world could not yet resolve. The ancients remembered this time as heavy, not with catastrophe, but with doubt. The world still functioned, but it no longer trusted itself. Continuity had been exposed as vulnerable. The belief that return was inevitable had been shattered. And yet, in this fracture, possibility gathered. For once the world knew that order could be broken, It also knew that order could be restored, not by accident, but by effort. Meaning, once lost, could be sought. Return, once severed, could be remade. The world without Osiris was not the end. It was the pause between loss and response. Silence had spread. Doubt had settled. But beneath them, something else moved. Slow, deliberate, patient. The work of return had begun. Isis did not announce her grief. She carried it inward, where it sharpened rather than shattered. The silence that followed Osiris's disappearance did not numb her, it focused her. Grief, when held with care, becomes direction. And Isis, who had always known how to read what moved beneath the visible, listened now to what the world was no longer saying. She began her search without map or promise, not because she lacked skill, but because what she sought had been torn from order. Osiris had not simply died. He had been removed, taken from alignment and set adrift. To find him would require more than sight. It would require listening to absence, tracing the outline of what was missing. Isis walked first along the river. Water remembers what passes through it. The current had carried the coffin, and though it did not speak, it bore subtle signs, eddies that lingered, reeds bent the wrong way, birds restless where they should have been still. Isis read these signs not as clues, but as echoes. Memory leaves impressions even when objects are gone. She did not rush. Speed fractures attention. Isis moved with patience learned long before grief arrived. She asked questions of fishermen and ferrymen, not demanding answers, but allowing recollection to surface. She listened to rumours shaped by fear and exaggeration, knowing that truth often hides within distortion. Her magic did not blaze, it unfolded. She spoke to the wind without commanding it. She sang to the night without expectation of reply. Words, when placed gently, invite alignment. Isis understood that force would scatter what she sought. Only care could gather it. As she travelled, the world responded, not with certainty, but with recognition. Animals paused as she passed. The air shifted. People felt a stirring they could not name, a sense that something lost had not been abandoned. Isis carried remembrance with her like a scent, and the land leaned toward it. Nephthys followed at a distance, not always beside her, but never far. Where Isis searched, Nephthys watched the edges, places where endings accumulate, where things slip unnoticed into darkness. Together they covered what neither could alone, the path forward and the margin where loss lingers. Isis's search moved beyond the river. She followed whispers carried on water to distant shores. She crossed into lands where Osiris's name had become legend rather than memory. Each step took her farther from certainty, but closer to purpose. Searching is not about guarantee, it is about refusal to accept disappearance as final. Set watched from afar. He did not intervene. Storms do not always strike immediately. He believed the world would tire of grief. He believed time would bury what he had done. He underestimated memory shaped by love. Isis did not seek confrontation. Her search was not revenge. It was restoration. To strike set now would not return Osiris. Power used too early often destroys what it hopes to save. Isis knew this. She allowed the storm to pass for now, focusing on what could still be gathered. Her body learned fatigue. Even gods feel the weight of distance when driven by devotion. But Isis did not confuse weariness with doubt. Each step affirmed her commitment. To stop searching would be to accept that meaning could be erased by violence. She would not grant Set that victory. At night she rested where she could. She listened to dreams, for dreams carry truths that waking speech cannot. She let grief speak there, not to overwhelm her, but to guide her intuition. Grief knows where to look when reason fails. The ancients believed Isis searched the world end to end. This was not exaggeration. Loss stretches the world. What once felt small becomes vast when meaning is removed from its centre. Isis crossed that vastness willingly, because return requires retrieval. Her search changed the world even before it succeeded. People began to speak Osiris's name again, not in certainty, but in hope. Hope did not yet heal, but it prevented despair from sealing itself into permanence. Isis's movement through the land became a countercurrent to silence. Where silence had spread, question returned. Where doubt had settled, attention stirred. This was the first magic of the search. Not resurrection, but refusal. Refusal to let murder define the final shape of things. Refusal to accept that order, once broken, must remain broken. Isis did not yet know how Osiris could be restored. She did not require that knowledge to begin. Search precedes solution. The world watched her pass, sensing that something essential was underway. The land did not know the outcome, but it recognised the intent. Intent aligned with Ma'at carries its own weight. Isis walked on. Through marsh and desert, through rumour and dream, through grief held steady rather than unleashed. Each step carved a path back toward meaning, even if meaning itself still lay hidden. The search had begun. And once begun, it could not be undone. Grief does not move in a straight line. It circles, pauses, returns and deepens. As Isis continued her search, grief travelled with her, not as weight to be carried, but as landscape to be crossed. Each step forward opened another layer of absence. Each night brought memory closer, not softer. This journey was long not because of distance alone. It was long because grief resists completion. Isis did not seek to outrun it. She allowed grief its pace, knowing that haste would fracture her purpose. Grief, when denied, turns corrosive. When acknowledged, it sharpens awareness. Isis let it teach her what had been lost and what must be restored. She remembered Osiris as he had been. Not idealised, not frozen in perfection, but living, patient, present, committed to return. These memories did not weaken her. They clarified the cost of failure. To abandon the search would be to accept that such a life could be erased without answer. She would not allow that. The world reflected her grief. Places she passed felt heavier, as though carrying echoes of their own losses. Marshes whispered of things hidden beneath water. Deserts spoke of endurance without promise. Mountains remembered erosion, slow and relentless. Everywhere, the world mirrored her inner passage. Nephthys walked more closely now. Grief needs witness. Isis did not need reassurance, she needed presence. Nephthys offered that, standing beside her in moments when silence pressed too hard. They did not speak often. Shared grief does not require explanation. The ancients believed Isis wandered disguised among mortals. This belief carried truth. She did not move as queen or goddess, but as seeker. She learned the texture of human loss, how grief bends the back, how hope flickers in small gestures, how mourning reshapes time. This knowledge mattered. Osiris's fate was tied not only to gods, but to the meaning of death for all beings. Isis did not separate her pain from the world's pain. She let them inform one another. There were moments when grief tempted her to stop, when exhaustion whispered that loss is inevitable, that meaning is fragile, that restoration may be illusion. In those moments, Isis did not argue with grief. She acknowledged it, and continued. Grief does not require victory to be endured. It requires commitment. Each place she searched and did not find Osiris added weight. Absence piled upon absence. Yet within this accumulation, something else formed. Resilience. Grief, stretched over time, becomes structure. It teaches endurance not as resistance, but as persistence. Isis's magic changed during this journey. Before, it had been precise and measured. Now it deepened. It grew quieter, more intuitive. She learned to listen to what was not present, to feel where the world thinned around loss. This sensitivity was not weakness. It was attunement sharpened by sorrow. The ancients believed grief made Isis powerful. They were right, but not because grief fueled vengeance. It fueled clarity. Pain stripped away illusions. It revealed what truly mattered. In grief, Isis saw the world as it was, fragile, precious, worth restoring. She followed traces others would have ignored. A tree that leaned oddly toward the river, a bird that refused to sing, a dream shared by a stranger without knowing why. Grief trained her attention to notice such things. Loss tunes perception toward what lingers at the edge of awareness. Set remained distant. He believed time would dull her resolve. He believed grief would exhaust itself. He did not understand grief shaped by love. He mistook sorrow for weakness, not realizing it was becoming her strength. The journey did not offer comfort. There were no assurances, no signs of imminent success. Grief does not reward endurance with immediate relief. It tests whether commitment is real. Isis passed this test by continuing. The world, too, learned through her passage. People began to see grief not only as ending, but as motion. Mourning became something one could walk through rather than be buried beneath. Isis modelled this without teaching it. Her movement carried lesson. This was the long journey, not toward resolution, but toward readiness. For grief, fully travelled, transforms into something else. Not forgetfulness, not acceptance, but capacity. Capacity to hold loss without surrendering meaning. Capacity to act from love rather than despair. Isis was nearing that threshold. She did not yet know where Osiris lay, but she knew something crucial now. Even if she found only fragments, they would matter. Even if return took a form different from before, it would still be return. Grief had stripped her expectations. What remained was devotion. And devotion does not stop searching simply because the road grows long. The truth did not arrive gently. It surfaced the way broken things often do, not whole, not announced, but revealed through fragments that refused to stay hidden. Isis felt it before she understood it. The search, which had carried her forward with quiet resolve, suddenly deepened into something heavier, colder. Absence had shape now. Loss had contour. Osiris had not merely been taken, he had been divided. The coffin had not remained sealed. Set's storm had not been satisfied with removal alone. Order, once cut from the world, had been further undone, dismantled with intent. The body that embodied return had been broken into pieces and scattered across the land. This was desecration, not of flesh alone, but of meaning. Osiris's body was not only a vessel, it was symbol, anchor, promise. To tear it apart was to declare that return itself could be dismantled beyond repair. Isis learned this slowly, not through a single revelation, but through accumulation. A fisherman spoke of something strange caught in reeds. A marsh whispered of weight where weight should not rest. A grove fell silent where birds once gathered. Each sign pointed not to one place, but to many. The body had been scattered deliberately. Set had chosen dispersion over concealment. He understood that unity invites restoration. Fragmentation resists it. What is whole can be returned. What is scattered demands labour, memory, patience. This was cruelty shaped by knowledge. Isis did not collapse. She paused. Grief reached a deeper register here, not shock, not sorrow alone, but reckoning. The task before her had changed. She was no longer searching for Osiris as he had been. She was now called to gather what remained, fragment by fragment. Nephthys stood beside her as the understanding settled. The Watcher did not turn away. She had known this was possible. She had seen the shape of Set's intent long before its full expression. Now, her role sharpened. Where Isis would search and retrieve, Nephthys would guard what was found, ensuring nothing slipped back into oblivion. They began at the margins, marshlands where water blurs boundaries between here and elsewhere, places where decay and growth meet. Nephthys moved easily through these spaces. She knew where endings linger. Isis followed, attentive, gathering what the world had been forced to release. Each fragment carried weight, not merely physical, but symbolic. An arm where action had once flowed. A leg that had walked among the living. A torso that had held breath and voice. Each piece was a memory made material, demanding recognition. Isis treated them with care. She did not rush to assemble what could not yet be assembled. She cleaned, wrapped, honoured each fragment as it was found. Restoration begins with respect. Even broken things must be acknowledged whole in their meaning before they can be remade. The land responded differently now. Where Isis passed carrying fragments, the earth softened. Animals gathered briefly, then withdrew. The world seemed to recognise its own injury in what she held. This was not superstition. It was alignment. The land had lost something when Osiris was torn apart. It felt the gathering as correction. Set watched the sisters' movement with tightening resolve. He had intended scattering to end the story. He had underestimated devotion guided by wisdom. Fragmentation slows restoration, but it does not prevent it when memory remains intact. Isis's magic deepened further. Now it was not only listening and alignment. It became binding, not forcing fragments together, but holding them in relation. She spoke names softly, not to command, but to remember. Names keep pieces from dissolving into anonymity. The ancients believed Isis travelled the length of Egypt, gathering Osiris's body. This belief was literal and symbolic. The scattered body mirrored the scattered trust of the world. Each fragment retrieved restored not only flesh, but meaning to a place that had been wounded by betrayal. Nephthys stood watch. She guarded against further violation. She kept vigil where fragments rested, ensuring that Set's storm could not return to undo what had been reclaimed. Watching became action here. Presence itself was protection. The sisters did not find everything. Some pieces remained hidden, lost beyond retrieval. This was another cruelty of the act. Total restoration would not be possible. Isis understood this. Return would have to accept absence. This knowledge did not stop her. It clarified her purpose. Return does not require perfection. It requires enough. Enough memory. Enough care. Enough alignment to allow what remains to transform rather than vanish. As fragments gathered, a new question formed beneath grief. What kind of return is possible after such violence? Isis did not yet answer it. Answers come after gathering. Before that, there is only labour. Piece by piece the body returned to her care, and with each piece the world leaned slightly closer to something it had thought impossible. The body had been scattered, but it was no longer lost. The work did not end with discovery. Finding the fragments was only the beginning. Gathering them required a different endurance, one that asked for steadiness rather than urgency, patience rather than hope. Isis learnt this quickly. Each piece of Osiris carried not only weight, but history. To bring them together without care would be to repeat the violence that had scattered them. She chose a place apart, not hidden in fear, but secluded in reverence, a space where the world grew quiet enough to listen. Reeds bent gently. Water slowed its breath. The air felt attentive, as if waiting to witness something it did not yet understand. Here, Isis laid the fragments one by one. She did not assemble them immediately. Assembly implies certainty. Isis worked with reverence, allowing each piece to rest in its own presence, before drawing it into relation with the others. Restoration begins with acknowledgement, not haste. Nephthys remained beside her. The watcher's role deepened here. She guarded the threshold between what had been found and what was still vulnerable. Loss does not release its grip easily. What is gathered can still be taken if vigilance falters. Nephthys stood where danger might return, silent and unwavering. Isis cleaned each fragment, not with water alone, but with intention. She spoke softly, not spells, not commands, but remembrance. Words placed gently upon the body carried alignment. To name what something had been is to prevent it from dissolving into mere remains. The ancients believed Isis wept as she worked. This was true, but not as collapse. Her tears were not uncontrolled. They were offerings. Grief, when given purpose, becomes consecration. Each tear acknowledged what had been lost without surrendering to despair. The fragments began to feel less like remains and more like presence. Not alive, not yet, but no longer abandoned. The body, though broken, was held within care. This mattered. Care reshapes what violence intends to erase. Isis studied how the pieces fit, not forcing alignment, but sensing where relation remained possible. Some joins were clear. Others resisted. Gaps remained where fragments were missing. Isis accepted this without anger. Return would not recreate what had been exactly. It would become something else. This acceptance was crucial. To demand complete restoration would have been to deny reality. Isis did not deny what had happened. She worked within its limits. Wisdom knows when to transform rather than restore. Magic deepened into craft. Not spectacle, not incantation, but deliberate shaping. Isis bound fragments with linen, not to conceal wounds, but to honour them. Wrapping was an act of respect. It acknowledged vulnerability while providing support. Nephthys assisted silently. Together the sisters moved with synchronised care, as though guided by an unspoken rhythm. Grief had aligned them. Purpose had focused them. The gathering became ritual, not because it followed tradition, but because it created meaning through repetition and attention. The land responded subtly. Birds returned. Insects resumed their quiet work. The air warmed slightly. These were not miracles. They were signs of alignment reasserting itself. Where care enters, the world responds. Isis paused often. She rested her hands upon the gathered body, feeling what could be felt. She did not yet attempt to breathe life into it. That moment was not ready. First, the body had to be acknowledged as whole in meaning, even if incomplete in form. The ancients believed that Isis sang. This, too, was true. Sound carries vibration, and vibration carries memory. Her songs did not call Osiris back. They reminded the world that he had been here, that his presence had shaped cycles still unfolding. Song held space for return without demanding it. Time behaved differently here. Hours passed unnoticed. Day blurred into night. The sun rose and set beyond the reeds. But the gathering moved according to its own rhythm. Restoration does not obey ordinary time. It creates its own. Set sensed the shift. From afar, he felt the tightening of alignment. Not yet a threat, but a possibility. Something he had sought to scatter was being drawn together again. Not fully, not easily, but deliberately. He underestimated the power of deliberate care. The gathering reached its quiet completion. Not because everything had been found, but because enough had been gathered. Enough to hold memory. Enough to anchor transformation. Enough to allow what came next. Isis stepped back. She looked upon the wrapped body, not as corpse, not as king, but as threshold. What lay before her was no longer Osiris as he had been, but not yet Osiris as he would become. This space between forms was sacred. Nephthys held the silence. The world waited. The gathering of the pieces had restored something essential, not life, but possibility. The violence of scattering had been answered by patience. The intent to erase had been met with refusal to forget. The work was not finished, but it had reached the moment where the next act could begin. The threshold demanded a guide. What lay before Isis was neither life nor death, neither presence nor absence. The gathered body rested in a space that had no precedent. The old paths no longer applied. To move forward without guidance would be to risk losing what had been so carefully reclaimed. From this necessity, Anubis stepped forward. He did not arrive with thunder or proclamation. He came as recognition, quiet, precise, inevitable. Where transitions deepen beyond familiarity, a guide is required. Anubis was that guide, shaped by the need to walk between states without confusion. He approached the body with reverence. Anubis did not mourn. He did not judge. He observed. His attention moved across the wrapped form, noting what remained and what had been taken. He did not recoil from incompleteness. He understood that passage does not require wholeness, only coherence. This was his gift. Anubis knew the anatomy of transition. He understood how form loosens without dissolving, how essence can remain tethered even when breath has fled. His role was not to restore life, but to preserve meaning across the boundary death had violated. The ancients remembered Anubis as jackal-headed. The jackal does not destroy the dead. It guards the margins, ensuring that what passes is not violated further. Anubis embodied this vigilance. He stood where decay begins and ends, protecting the dignity of what lies between. He began the work slowly, not with magic, but with method. He aligned the body so that each fragment rested in relation to the others. He tightened wrappings not to constrain, but to support. Linen became structure, structure became order. What violence had scattered, craft now held. This was the first mummification, not as preservation of flesh alone, but as preservation of identity. The ancients understood this distinction deeply. A body decays. A person must be remembered. Mummification did not deny death. It prepared the dead for continued relation with the world. Anubis worked in silence. Isis watched closely, learning. Nephthys guarded the perimeter, ensuring no interruption broke the delicate alignment forming beneath Anubis's hands. The air grew still, as if the world itself recognized the seriousness of what was unfolding. Anubis treated the body as sacred, not because it was royal, but because it was relational. Osiris's body had anchored cycles. Its treatment would now anchor meaning beyond breath. Anubis understood that how the dead are handled determines how the living endure loss. He sealed openings carefully, not to deny decay, but to direct it. Decay without guidance erases. Decay with guidance transforms. Anubis shaped the body so that change would follow pattern rather than chaos. This distinction mattered. Order extends beyond life when care continues. The ancients believed oils and resins were used. This, too, held meaning. Oils seal. Resins bind. These substances slow dissolution, allowing time for transition to complete its work. Time, once Osiris's domain, was now being held in trust by Anubis. The body became more than remains. It became vessel. Not for breath, but for continuity. The mummy did not promise resurrection yet. It promised preservation of relation, between Osiris and the world, between the living and the dead, between memory and meaning. Isis felt this shift. Grief eased, not because loss was undone, but because loss had been honoured correctly. There is comfort in knowing that what is gone is not abandoned to randomness. Care restores dignity even when life cannot return. Anubis completed his work with deliberation. He did not declare it finished. He stepped back when alignment settled. Completion, in matters of passage, is sensed rather than announced. The mummy rested in quiet coherence, no longer vulnerable to further violation. This moment changed the world. For the first time, death had been structured rather than endured. The dead could now be prepared for continuation, not merely buried. This was not immortality. It was relationship extended beyond breath. The gods observed with solemn attention. Ra recognized the necessity of this new practice. The sun's journey had always required guidance through darkness. Now the dead, too, would require guidance to remain aligned. Anubis would provide this. Ma'at accepted the change. Order had not been broken further. It had adapted. Death, once violated by murder, had been reshaped into passage again, Not the same as before, but viable. Set sensed the shift with unease. He had intended scattering to end the story. He had not anticipated craft answering violence, method answering chaos. He did not yet understand the full consequence of this moment, but he felt control slipping. Anubis remained. He would continue to walk with the dead, ensuring that transition remained meaningful. His work would be quiet, repetitive, and essential. Without him, death would become erasure. With him, it became journey. The first mummy lay ready, not alive, not finished, but prepared. And preparation, in a world learning to survive loss, was everything. What had been prepared now required breath, not of lungs, but of language. The body lay wrapped and ordered, guarded by Anubis, witnessed by Nephthys, held in Isis's unwavering gaze. Form had been stabilized, passage had been honoured. Yet preservation alone was not enough. Meaning does not survive on structure without voice. What had been scattered and gathered now required words to hold it in place. Isis understood this instinctively. Before power can move, it must be named. Before return can be attempted, intention must be shaped into sound. Words were not ornaments placed upon reality. They were forces that shaped its direction. Spoken rightly, they aligned what had been torn apart. Spoken poorly, they dissolved into air. She did not begin with spells. She began with remembrance. Isis spoke Osiris's name softly, not to summon, but to anchor. Names resist erasure. To name is to insist that what existed still matters, even when form has changed. The sound settled into the space like a stone dropped gently into water, sending quiet ripples outward. The air grew attentive, not charged, not dramatic, aware. Isis continued, layering memory with care. She spoke of Osiris's place within the world, son of earth and sky, steward of cycles, keeper of return. Each relation tightened the web of meaning around the wrapped body, preventing essence from drifting into anonymity. Anubis listened without interruption. He knew his work had preserved form, but Isis's words preserved orientation. Without orientation, passage becomes wandering. Language gave direction to what hovered between being and not being. Nephthys stood at the boundary of sound and silence. She guarded the space where words could settle without interference. Power spoken without protection scatters. Power spoken within watchfulness takes root. Isis's voice remained calm. Power does not respond to urgency, it responds to accuracy. She spoke of Ma'at, not as law imposed, but as balance wounded and now invited back. She did not accuse the world of failure. Accusation fractures alignment. She acknowledged rupture honestly and offered restoration without demand. The words deepened. They shifted from naming what had been to inviting what might become. Isis did not call Osiris back to life as it had been lived. That path was closed. She shaped a different possibility, one that accepted death without surrendering continuity. This was the risk. Words can open thresholds that cannot be closed again. Isis accepted this without hesitation. Restoration always carries transformation. To attempt return is to accept change. She addressed breath, not as air, but as presence. She did not command it to enter. She acknowledged its absence and created space for alignment. Breath responds to readiness, not force. The silence thickened. Time softened. Isis spoke fewer words now, each one placed with care sharpened by grief and patience. Loss had taught her restraint. Grief had refined her timing. Every phrase carried weight, because nothing was wasted. She named Set, not his crime, but his nature. Storm acknowledged without hatred. Disruption named without granting authority. Isis understood that denial feeds chaos, but recognition limits it. By naming Set's force without yielding to it, she reduced its hold. The words settled into completion. There was no final declaration. Power does not require announcement. Isis allowed the silence to return naturally, trusting that what had been spoken would continue working beyond perception. Anubis adjusted his stance. He felt the threshold deepen. Something had shifted. Not movement, not breath, but direction. The dead were no longer merely preserved. They were oriented. The body remained still. But stillness was no longer emptiness. Isis stepped back. She did not wait for proof. Words, once aligned, do not need confirmation. They unfold according to their nature. The ancients would later carve spells into stone, believing language could protect the dead. They were remembering this moment. The first time words had been used not to deny death, but to guide it. The first time grief had shaped speech capable of holding what violence had tried to erase. Isis remained silent now. Somewhere beyond sound and breath, something had heard. Breath did not arrive as a gasp. It returned as recognition. The space around the wrapped body shifted first, not visibly, not dramatically, but perceptibly. The air grew less still, as if remembering how to move. Silence did not break. It softened. What had been held in suspension began to lean toward coherence. Isis felt it before she saw anything. Breath, when it returns, announces itself not through sound, but through alignment. Something that had been drifting now knew where it belonged. Something that had been listening now leaned closer. Anubis remained motionless. This was not his moment to act. Guides do not interfere when passage chooses its direction. He stood ready, attentive to any sign of fracture, prepared to steady what crossed the threshold. Nephthys watched the edges. She sensed the delicate tension between presence and absence tightening into form. This was the most dangerous moment, not because of threat, but because of fragility. What returns can still be lost if rushed. The body remained still. Yet within it, something gathered. Breath did not rush into lungs that no longer worked as they once had. This was not life reclaiming flesh. This was presence re-entering relation. Breath here was not biological. It was orienting force, the movement that allows essence to inhabit form without animating it as before. The ancients struggled to describe this. They spoke of breath, because breath is what bridges inside and outside. It is what moves without being seen. It is what connects presence to world. Breath returns when something chooses to remain in relation. Osiris chose, not to live again as he had lived, but to remain. This choice mattered. Return was not reversal. Death had not been undone. What returned was not the king of the living, but the steward of passage. Osiris accepted his transformation without resistance. To resist would have been to fracture alignment again. Isis sensed the shift and did not reach out. Touch can disrupt what is still settling. She remained still, allowing return to complete itself without interference. Love, at its deepest, knows when not to grasp. The air thickened. Time paused, not stopped, but held. The moment stretched, allowing coherence to take shape. Breath moved through the space like memory rediscovering its path. Anubis felt the transition complete. He recognized the moment when passage resolved into position. Osiris was no longer suspended between states. He had arrived, not among the living, but within a new domain that was forming around him. This was the birth of afterlife as realm. Not yet named, not yet ordered, but now inhabited. Nephthys felt the world respond. The land did not brighten, the river did not surge. But something deep within the fabric of existence adjusted. Death was no longer theft alone. It had become destination. Breath had returned, not to flesh but to meaning. Isis finally moved. She knelt beside the body, resting her hand gently upon the wrappings. She did not seek warmth or movement. She felt for presence, and found it. Subtle, steady, transformed. Grief shifted. It did not vanish. It settled into something quieter, more bearable. Loss had not been erased, but it had been answered. Osiris was no longer gone. He was elsewhere. This distinction reshaped everything. Set sensed it immediately. The storm felt resistance where none had existed before. The removal he had enacted had not ended continuity. It had redirected it. Control slipped further from his grasp. He had created death as violation, but death had answered by becoming order. The gods felt the change ripple outward. Ra recognised a new balance forming beneath the sun's path. Shu sensed space reorganise itself. Thoth understood that record had just become realm. Ma'at adjusted, not disturbed, but expanded. The world had learnt something irreversible. That death could be structured. That loss could lead somewhere. That violence could not fully erase meaning. Breath returning marked the moment when the dead gained position rather than disappearance. Osiris did not speak. Speech was no longer his domain. He did not open his eyes. Sight was no longer his role. He rested in stillness, not inert, but complete within transformation. Isis understood this instinctively. She did not call him back. She did not beg him to rise. Love, when it matures, releases what it once held. She accepted his new place without demanding familiarity. Nephthys remained close. She would continue to stand where death gathers, guiding what crosses toward Osiris's domain. Her watchfulness now had destination. Anubis bowed his head. His role had been confirmed. He would guide the dead to this new realm, ensuring safe passage. Death had become journey. And journeys require guardians. Breath had returned, not as life reclaimed, but as order restored through transformation. The world exhaled, not in relief, but in recognition. Something essential had been regained, though not as before. The story of death had changed, and with it, the future of all who would follow. Osiris rested, no longer king of the living. But something greater had begun. Rising did not mean standing. It meant assuming place. What stirred within the wrapped body was not movement, but authority. Not breath as the living knew it, but presence that no longer required lungs or light. Osiris did not return to the world he had ruled. He rose into a realm that formed around him, shaped by his acceptance of death without surrender. Transformation completed itself quietly. There was no moment of awakening, no opening of eyes, no lifting of limbs. Instead, Osiris is being settled into coherence. What had been gathered, prepared, spoken and oriented, now resolved into identity. He was no longer suspended between states. He had become something new. Osiris was no longer of the fields. He was of the threshold. The stillness that surrounded him deepened, not as emptiness, but as gravity. Things leaned toward him, not bodies, but destinies. Death, once scattered and uncertain, now had a centre. Osiris did not rule by command, he ruled by presence. Isis sensed the completion, and felt both loss and fulfilment interlace. She had not restored what was taken, she had enabled what could endure. Osiris's rise did not return him to her arms or to the sunlit world. It placed him beyond reach, and beyond erasure. This was the cost of true restoration. Nephthys felt it as well. The Watcher recognised that the margins she guarded now had destination. Endings would no longer drift endlessly, they would arrive somewhere. Her role had changed subtly, not ended, but clarified. Anubis bowed deeply. He acknowledged not a king returned, but a lord established. His guidance would now lead toward Osiris's realm, where the dead would find structure rather than abandonment. Passage had become meaningful. Osiris's transformation altered the fabric of existence. Death ceased to be a tearing away, and became a descent into order. What had once frightened through its finality now carried orientation. Fear would remain, mortality does not vanish, but terror loosened its grip. The ancients would later call Osiris the Lord of the Underworld. This title did not capture the truth. Osiris did not dwell beneath the world as shadow. He dwelled beyond life as continuation. His realm was not punishment or reward. It was coherence after dissolution. He embodied the truth that death is not opposite to life, it is its completion. Osiris accepted this fully. He did not cling to what he had lost. He did not resent the world that could no longer hold him. His acceptance gave him authority no force could grant. Authority born of alignment endures beyond violence. Set felt this shift with growing unease. What he had intended as erasure had become foundation. Osiris's death had not emptied the world, it had reorganized it. Power taken by breaking continuity had produced a continuity beyond reach. Set had lost more than he knew. The gods adjusted. Ra recognized that his nightly descent into darkness now had destination rather than trial alone. The sun's journey would no longer be solitary. Even light, when it vanished, would move toward order rather than chaos. Thoth recorded the transformation carefully. This moment would anchor every judgment to come. The dead would not be measured against absence, but against alignment with Ma'at, as Osiris embodied it. Truth now had witness beyond life. Ma'at herself steadied. Balance had not been restored to its former simplicity. It had matured. Order now included death as structured realm rather than rupture. This expansion made Ma'at stronger, not weaker. Isis stood at the edge of the new realm and did not enter. This boundary mattered. Love does not collapse distinctions to preserve closeness. It honours separation when separation is necessary. Isis knew that Osiris's place was no longer among the living. To cross fully would be to deny his transformation. She remained, carrying his memory into the world he could no longer walk. Osiris did not look back, not because he forgot, but because his gaze now held something else, the countless who would follow. His compassion widened beyond individual ties. As king of what lies beyond, he would receive all without preference. This was his final gift. The one who had taught the world how to live within cycles now taught it how to die without vanishing. The realm around him grew more defined. Not walls, not gates yet, but orientation. Direction. A sense of arrival. Souls would come here uncertain and afraid, and Osiris's presence would steady them without words. He did not judge yet. Judgment would come later, structured and careful. For now he simply was, the assurance that death leads somewhere held by order. The world felt this shift, even if it did not yet understand it. Mourning softened. Burial gained intention. Fear loosened its grip on the imagination. Death remained sorrowful, but it was no longer meaningless. Osiris had risen, not upward, but inward, into the deep structure of existence itself. And in that rising the world learned that what falls can still govern, and what dies can still hold. Kingship did not arrive with a crown, it settled like certainty. Osiris did not ascend a throne carved of stone or gold. His authority gathered through stillness, through the quiet recognition of souls who arrived uncertain and found coherence waiting. Rule in this realm was not imposed. It was acknowledged. He became king because the dead needed one. Before Osiris, death had been a scattering, an unmooring from breath, light and memory. Now it was arrival. Souls came disoriented, carrying the echo of their final moment, and found presence that did not demand speech or allegiance. Osiris did not welcome them with words. He steadied them by existing. This steadiness was governance. The realm around him clarified. What had been formless gained structure, not walls or corridors, but orientation. Souls knew where they were, even if they did not yet know who they would be. Fear softened into attention. Confusion leaned toward understanding. Osiris did not rule by judgment alone. Judgment would come, measured and precise. But first came restoration of bearing. A soul must know itself before it can be weighed. Osiris offered this knowledge not through instruction, but through example. He had accepted death without denial. Those who arrived felt that acceptance resonate. The dead did not kneel. They gathered. Kingship here meant holding the centre of gravity. Osiris became that centre. His presence drew what was scattered into relation, allowing identity to reassemble without the violence of return to flesh. This was mercy. Not forgiveness granted indiscriminately, but space offered impartially. Osiris did not erase what souls had done. He allowed them to face it without dissolution. This distinction mattered. To be held is not to be excused. It is to be given the chance to align. Anubis guided souls to him. Each arrival was different. Some came quietly, relieved to have reached somewhere. Others arrived heavy with fear, clinging to breath they no longer had. Anubis brought them all, never rushing, never delaying. Guidance remained careful, exact. Osiris received them all the same way, without haste, without preference. Nephthys stood near the thresholds. She watched the moments of arrival, the tremor as identity reoriented, the release as fear loosened. She guarded against intrusion, ensuring that passage remained intact. Her watchfulness kept the realm from fraying at its edges. Isis did not remain. Her place was still among the living. But her work echoed here. Every soul that found coherence did so partly because words had been spoken, bodies honoured, grief shaped into care. Isis's wisdom had made Osiris's kingship possible. She carried his meaning forward in the world that still breathed. The realm deepened, paths emerged, not carved, but understood. The dead began to move with purpose rather than drift. Some lingered, reflecting. Others moved onward, drawn by the promise of rest. Osiris did not hurry them. Time behaved differently here. Completion arrived when readiness did. Set's storm did not reach this place. Disruption lost its leverage here because nothing was being forced to remain or return. The dead could not be torn away again. They had arrived beyond reach of violence. Set felt his power falter, not through defeat, but through irrelevance. This angered him, but anger has little purchase where acceptance reigns. Osiris's kingship taught the world a difficult truth: control does not extend beyond death. Power that relies on domination ends at the threshold. Power that arises from alignment continues. The living began to sense this. Burial practices changed, care deepened, words mattered more. The dead were not treated as abandoned, but as journeying. Mourning became ritualized not to deny sorrow, but to honour transition. Osiris's rule reshaped behaviour without decree. This was the mark of true authority. It alters the world quietly. The ancients would later speak of judgment halls and scales, of hearts weighed against truth. These structures grew from this kingship. But first came stability, the assurance that the dead had a king who understood loss. Osiris understood because he had been murdered. He did not rule from abstraction, he ruled from experience transformed into compassion. He had been torn from life unjustly, and he had refused to let that injustice define the meaning of death. This refusal anchored his authority. He did not seek vengeance, he sought coherence. He did not erase pain, he gave it place. As king of the dead, Osiris stood as the answer to violence, not by undoing it, but by ensuring it could not annihilate meaning. What had been taken by force had returned as foundation. The realm grew quieter, not empty, settled. Souls rested, identity clarified. Fear receded. Osiris remained at the centre, unmoving yet responsive, silent yet attentive. His kingship did not require action. It required presence sustained. Above, the living continued. Below, the dead gathered. Between them, a bridge had formed, built of care, memory, and acceptance. Osiris stood upon it without blocking passage in either direction. He did not bind the living to death, nor the dead to longing. He held the space where both could be understood. This was his reign. Not loud, not visible. Enduring. A realm does not announce itself. It gathers, slowly and quietly, until presence becomes structure and meaning settles into form. What surrounded Osiris at first had been little more than stillness shaped by acceptance. But stillness, when held long enough, begins to organise what enters it. Death, once a moment of severance, began to take on depth. Not walls, not gates. Depth. Souls arrived uncertain, carrying the weight of their last breath like an echo that refused to fade. They did not yet know where they were. They only knew that they had not vanished. That knowledge alone was enough to keep them from unravelling. Osiris remained at the centre. He did not move to meet them. He did not call them closer. His presence worked without gesture. What had accepted death without denial now held space for others to do the same. Acceptance became gravity. Around him, order began to emerge, not imposed, not designed, but revealed through repetition. As more souls arrived, patterns clarified. Confusion thinned. Direction emerged not as instruction, but as instinct. The dead began to sense where they belonged, even if they could not yet name it. Anubis guided them carefully. He did not explain. Explanation comes later, when orientation has settled. First he ensured passage did not fracture identity. Souls arriving too quickly or too violently risked dissolving into fear. Anubis slowed them, steadied them, brought them safely to Osiris's presence. Nephthys guarded the thresholds. She watched the moment when life ended and passage began. She ensured that endings did not blur, that nothing slipped away unnoticed. Her vigilance gave the realm its edge, not as barrier, but as clarity. One must know that a life has ended in order to begin what follows. The realm began to breathe. Not with lungs, but with rhythm. Time behaved differently here. It stretched for those who needed it, and folded for those who were ready. No one was rushed, no one was abandoned. Duration became secondary to alignment. Osiris did not rule by command, he ruled by coherence. What gathered around him organised itself because it could. His presence made disintegration unnecessary. Death no longer scattered, it delivered. This changed everything. Fear, once fed by uncertainty, loosened its grip. Souls still mourned what they had lost. Life is not relinquished lightly, but mourning no longer erased them. Grief existed here without annihilation. Identity endured beyond breath. The ancients later spoke of fields, halls and pathways. These images were translations, not geography. The realm preserved what mattered to the soul. Familiarity became rest. Memory became continuity. Purpose became orientation rather than labour. Death did not recreate life. It reinterpreted it. Osiris oversaw this without alteration. He did not reward, he did not punish. That work would come later, carefully measured. For now, his task was simpler and greater, to ensure that the dead arrived intact enough to be known. Judgment without arrival would have been cruelty. Arrival without order would have been chaos. Osiris ensured neither occurred. Set's storm found no purchase here. Violence depends on rupture. This realm was built on continuity reshaped rather than broken. Set had mastered disruption, but disruption dissolves where acceptance governs. The realm did not resist him, it rendered him irrelevant. This was a defeat deeper than opposition. The living felt the change without seeing it. Burial became intentional. Care for the dead deepened. Words spoken at death mattered more. The dead were no longer treated as lost, but as journeying. Fear softened. Not eliminated, but contextualized. Thoth recorded the transformation carefully. This was architecture of meaning, not myth alone. From this point onward, death was no longer disappearance. It was destination. Memory gained consequence, record gained weight. Ma'at adjusted once more, balance had expanded. Life and death were no longer opposing states. They were phases within a single structure, each governed by its own alignment. Order had not weakened, it had matured. Ra felt the reassurance of this change. His nightly descent through darkness now led somewhere rather than through threat alone. Even light accepted that passage through death did not mean diminishment. Osiris did not claim this realm. He became its anchor. He did not shape it by will, but by consent, his own acceptance of death, allowing others to follow without terror. His murder had introduced irreversibility into the world. His transformation answered it with meaning. Death had become a realm, not a punishment, not a reward, a place of coherence beyond breath. And once such a place exists, the world can never again believe that loss is the end of the story. Creation does not always arrive in light. Sometimes it begins hidden, folded into silence, protected by restraint rather than celebration. What Isis carried forward after Osiris's transformation could not be announced, it could not be shared. It had to be guarded, because what was coming would challenge the balance of gods and kings alike. Isis conceived in secret. This was not conception as the living knew it. Osiris no longer belonged to the world of breath and touch. His presence had shifted beyond flesh. Yet presence does not vanish when form changes. Essence lingers. Alignment persists. From that alignment, carefully preserved, deliberately oriented, possibility emerged. Isis understood the danger immediately. What was forming within her was not merely a child. It was continuity made defiant, a response to murder that did not mirror violence. A future shaped not by overthrow alone, but by legitimacy rooted in right order. Set must not know. Storms destroy what they cannot control. If Set sensed what was taking shape, he would move to extinguish it before it could anchor itself in the world. Isis did not rely on chance. She withdrew deliberately, moving into places where attention thinned and noise dissolved. The marshes welcomed her. Water and land blur there, confusing pursuit. Reeds conceal movement. Life thrives quietly, unseen by those who watch only from heights. Isis chose these places not for isolation, but for protection. The marsh is where fragility survives. Nephthys followed. She did not ask questions. Watching does not interrogate purpose. She guarded the boundaries, ensuring that no whisper of the truth escaped prematurely. Silence became strategy. Secrecy became care. Isis's body changed subtly, not in ways that announced themselves, but in ways that required attention to notice. She moved more slowly. She listened more deeply. Every sensation mattered now. The future was not abstract. It was growing. This child was not conceived in joy, nor in sorrow alone. It was conceived in resolve. Isis did not mourn Osiris less because of it. If anything, grief sharpened her awareness of what was at stake. The child would not restore Osiris to life. Nothing could undo that loss. But this child could restore balance in the world Osiris had left behind. That distinction mattered. Isis did not frame this as vengeance. Vengeance repeats violence. What she carried was response, not to destroy Set, but to correct what Set had broken. Correction requires continuity. The child would be that continuity. She named him inwardly before speaking his name aloud. Names shape destiny. Spoken too soon, they attract attention. Isis held the name within herself, letting it gather strength without exposure. Even gods must respect timing. The world did not yet know, but it felt something shift. Animals moved differently through the marshes. Birds nested closer. The air grew heavy with anticipation that did not yet understand itself. Creation recognizes its own momentum even before it understands direction. Isis protected herself through obscurity. She disguised her presence, moved as a wanderer, a mourner, a figure easily overlooked. Power that seeks survival learns how to be unseen. This invisibility was not weakness, it was wisdom refined by loss. Set ruled openly elsewhere. He believed the matter settled. Osiris was dead. The realm of the dead had formed beyond his reach, but the living world remained vulnerable. He underestimated what grows quietly. Storms focus on horizons. They miss what roots beneath water. Isis remained vigilant. Every sound mattered. Every shadow was evaluated. The future within her depended not on speed, but on survival. She did not rush destiny. She protected it. The ancients believed Isis used magic to conceal herself. This was true, but not in spectacle. Concealment came through alignment with place. Marsh and Mother mirrored one another. Both shelter life by confusing those who would destroy it. Nephthys stood watch tirelessly. She guarded the nights. She marked the approach of danger. She did not interfere unless necessary. Presence alone often deters intrusion. The watcher's role is not to act, but to ensure that action, when needed, is precise. Isis felt the child grow. With each passing moment, certainty replaced fear, not certainty of outcome, but certainty of purpose. What she carried was not fragile because it was hidden. It was strong because it was deliberate. This child would not be raised in palaces. He would not be crowned in infancy. He would learn the world before he challenged it. He would grow within danger and learn restraint before power. Isis understood this instinctively. A future shaped too early fractures under pressure. The secret remained intact, and within that secrecy the world prepared itself, unaware, for a reckoning that would not arrive as storm, but as rightful return. The child did not enter the world with proclamation. He arrived quietly, as all things that must endure do. In the shelter of reeds and water, where the land loosens its grip on form, Horus was born. His first breath did not shake the sky. It settled into it. Isis held him without triumph. Joy, when mixed with danger, learns restraint. This child was not merely her son. He was continuity made vulnerable. The future of balance now breathed, and breath attracts attention. Isis understood that survival would depend not on power displayed, but on power concealed. Horus remained hidden, not out of shame, but necessity. Set's rule still reached across the land, sharp and searching. Storms scour open spaces. They do not penetrate the quiet complexity of marshes. Isis chose these places carefully. The marsh does not resist directly. It confuses. It absorbs. Nephthys remained near. She watched the margins, alert to every shift in wind and shadow. The watcher's vigilance sharpened further now. This was no longer only mourning she guarded. It was possibility. Horus grew slowly, not in weakness, but in deliberate time. Isis did not hurry his strength. Strength rushed fractures under pressure. She allowed him to learn the world as it was, unpredictable, dangerous, but alive. He learned to listen before he learned to act. The ancients believed Isis used magic to protect her child. This was true, but the magic was subtle. Protection came through understanding the land, knowing where danger could not move easily, where pursuit would hesitate. She learned the rhythms of insects, the patterns of birds, the quiet warnings the marsh offers to those who listen. Horus learned these things too. Before he could speak, he learned stillness. Before he could walk, he learned balance. The marsh taught him how to exist, without announcing himself. This lesson would shape him as deeply as any crown. Isis taught him his lineage carefully, not as entitlement, but as responsibility. He was son of Osiris, not to reclaim power by force, but to restore what had been broken by betrayal. She did not speak of vengeance, she spoke of rightness. Order is not seized, it is reclaimed through alignment. Horus listened. Children of gods feel truth before they articulate it. He sensed the weight of what had been taken and what awaited return. His strength did not roar, it gathered. Set felt disturbances, not clear enough to locate but persistent enough to unsettle. Storms sense pressure changes long before clouds form. He felt the world shifting beneath his rule, something moving beyond his sight. He responded with violence elsewhere, mistaking unrest for rebellion. The marsh remained untouched. Its complexity defeated his gaze. Isis guarded her child with constant awareness. Sleep came lightly. Every sound mattered. She did not fear, but she did not relax. Protection, when it matters most, is vigilance without panic. Nephthys watched the night. She stood where the world thinned, ensuring that no unseen force crossed into the space of concealment. Her presence allowed Isis moments of rest without surrendering watchfulness. Together they formed a barrier not of walls, but of attention. Horus fell ill once. A small thing, a sting, a creeping poison carried by something unseen. Isis reacted not with despair, but with precision. Danger had found him despite concealment. This too was lesson. No hiding is perfect. Survival requires response. She called upon knowledge learned long before grief. Words were spoken, care applied. Balance restored. Horus survived, not because he was invincible, but because attention met threat quickly. The marsh had taught this as well. Danger must be addressed before it spreads. Horus grew. Each passing moment layered strength beneath restraint. He learned when to move and when to wait. He learned to recognize the difference between challenge and trap. Isis did not train him for battle yet. She trained him for awareness. This was essential. A king who strikes too early falls. A king who listens endures. Set continued to rule, unaware of how close the future rested to the edge of his sight. He believed threats came loudly. He did not suspect the quiet persistence of a child learning patience. The ancients would later celebrate Horus as falcon. The falcon circles before it strikes. It sees without being seen. It chooses its moment with precision. These traits were shaped here, in concealment, not in conquest. Horus was hidden, not because he was weak, because he was becoming. And becoming requires time uninterrupted by exposure. The marsh whispered. The child breathed. The future waited. The marsh was not chosen by chance. It was chosen because it refused certainty. Water and land braided together there, denying straight paths and clear borders. What moved too quickly sank. What hunted by sight alone lost its way. The marsh protected not by force, but by complexity, and complexity is older than violence. Isis learned its language. She listened to the way water shifted under moonlight, to how reeds leaned before footsteps reached them, to the hush that fell when danger neared. The marsh spoke softly, but it spoke truth. Those who tried to dominate it failed. Those who aligned with it endured. Here Horus was raised, not above the world, but within its quiet defences. The marsh did not isolate him from danger. It taught him how danger behaves. He learned how threats announce themselves long before they arrive, how impatience betrays intent, how stillness can be movement held in reserve. Isis trusted the marsh because it did not promise safety. It promised survival. She wove herself into its rhythms, never staying too long in one place, never allowing routine to become vulnerability. Protection requires motion even when hidden. The marsh rewarded this awareness, opening and closing paths in response to care. Nephthys watched the outer edges. She marked what crossed into the marsh and what did not. Birds that altered course. Winds that arrived too suddenly. The watcher understood that danger rarely arrives as enemy alone. Sometimes it arrives as familiarity. She guarded against both. Horus grew surrounded by life. Insects hummed constantly. Frogs called without pattern. Birds nested and departed without warning. Nothing here moved according to schedule. This chaos was not disorder, it was resilience. Life layered upon life, each obscuring the other, making erasure difficult. Horus learned to see through this layering. His eyes followed movement beneath surface. He learned patience from the hunt, not to chase, but to wait until alignment made action inevitable. The marsh did not reward haste. It rewarded timing. Isis taught him through example. She did not speak often of Set. Storms are not named constantly, they are prepared for. Horus sensed the threat without being consumed by it. Fear was not cultivated. Awareness was. Set's reach did not enter the marsh easily. His power thrived in open land, where disruption could be seen and feared. The marsh absorbed disruption. Storms broke apart there, scattered into rain and mud, force diffused rather than struck. This frustrated Set. He sensed resistance without form, a region that refused his dominance. He sensed scouts who did not return. He sensed storms that lost their direction. The marsh did not confront him. It ignored him. Ignoring a storm is sometimes the greatest defence. Isis understood this deeply. She allowed the marsh to remain itself. She did not shape it into fortress or altar. She respected its nature. Protection gained through alignment lasts longer than protection imposed. Horus fell ill again. A fever this time. The marsh can shelter, but it also tests. Isis did not curse the land. She treated illness as instruction. Care was intensified, knowledge applied, balance restored. Horus survived, not because the world was gentle, but because attention was constant. This taught him something crucial. Protection is not avoidance of harm. It is readiness to respond. Nephthys stood watch through the nights of illness. She did not sleep. She listened for shifts beyond the natural. Her vigilance ensured that danger did not compound itself. Watching does not prevent all harm. It prevents harm from becoming fatal. Horus recovered stronger, not hardened, but clarified. Each trial taught him restraint. He did not strike out in anger. He observed. He learned how weakness reveals itself and how patience corrects it. The marsh shaped his character. He did not learn kingship through command. He learned it through survival. He learned that power unused can be more decisive than power displayed. He learned that the world does not yield to force alone, it yields to understanding. Isis prepared him quietly. She taught him names when the time was right, withholding others until readiness settled. Names carry weight. Spoken too early, they attract attention. Spoken too late, they lose force. Timing mattered. The marsh held them all. It hid footsteps. It confused sound. It swallowed evidence of presence. But it did more than conceal. It taught endurance through adaptation. Horus grew not apart from danger, but alongside it, learning its limits. Set's storms continued elsewhere. He mistook resistance for absence. He believed what he could not see did not exist. This blindness would cost him. Storms that ignore roots are undone by them. The ancients later spoke of Horus as rightful king because he was protected by the gods. This protection was not invincibility, it was preparation. The marsh did not raise Horus to be untouched, it raised him to be unbroken. And as he grew, the marsh felt different, not quieter, not louder, but attentive, as if the land itself recognised what it sheltered. Protection, when successful, does not announce itself, it simply endures. Protection deepened when danger learned to look closer. The marsh had hidden Horus well, but concealment alone cannot endure forever. As the child grew, his presence pressed outward, subtle yet undeniable. Power, even restrained, leaves traces. Isis felt this shift, and knew that stillness must now be joined by guardianship. The 7 scorpions arrived without ceremony. They did not announce themselves as allies. They simply appeared, drawn by alignment rather than command. Each carried venom not as cruelty, but as boundary. Venom teaches respect where gentler warnings fail. Isis recognized them immediately, not as threats, but as sentinels. They did not circle Horus. They watched the approaches. Protection, at its most effective, does not hover anxiously over what it guards. It surveys the paths danger might take and closes them quietly. The scorpions position themselves along these paths, alert and patient, their presence a warning written into the land itself. Isis did not control them. She aligned with them. She understood that guardians who act under domination lose discernment. These scorpions answered to balance, not to her will. Their loyalty lay with protection itself. That made them trustworthy. Each scorpion held a different tension. One watched movement in water. One listened to vibrations through mud. One sensed heat. One tracked shadow. One guarded sleep. One watched the edges of awareness. One remained still, where danger thought itself unseen. Together, they formed a living perimeter, not rigid, but responsive. Horus grew accustomed to their presence, not fearless, but respectful. Fear dulls perception. Respect sharpens it. He learned that danger is not always enemy, and guardianship does not always appear comforting. Some protection is sharp by necessity. Isis taught him this carefully. She did not romanticize the scorpions. She did not hide their venom. She explained that protection sometimes harms what seeks to violate balance. That harm, when aligned, preserves more than it destroys. Set's reach extended again. A rumour, a whisper, a movement too deliberate to be chance. Danger did not arrive as storm this time. It arrived as curiosity, as intrusion disguised as coincidence. The scorpions sensed it immediately. They did not strike at once. They waited. Protection must be precise. To strike too early reveals position. To strike too late risks loss. The scorpions held tension like drawn breath, allowing the intruder to step far enough that retreat would cost something. When the moment came, it was swift. Venom moved, not wildly, but decisively. The intruder did not die immediately. Pain spread first, sharp and instructive. It was warning before punishment. The scorpions did not seek death. They sought retreat. The warning was understood. The marsh returned to stillness. Isis acknowledged the scorpions with gratitude, not command. Gratitude sustains alliance. Command fractures it. She offered water, quiet, and respect. The scorpions remained. Horus learned another lesson. Protection is not passive. It acts when necessary, and only then. He did not cheer the strike. He understood its cost. Every act of defence alters the world slightly. Balance must be restored afterward. Nephthys observed closely. She watched not the strike, but the aftermath. She ensured that no ripple of attention followed. That danger, once warned away, did not return with greater force. Watching does not end when action occurs. It intensifies. The ancients told stories of Isis travelling with 7 scorpions. These stories remembered a truth, that protection evolves as threat evolves. What hides must eventually be guarded. What is guarded must eventually stand. The scorpions did not remain forever. Guardians who linger too long become conspicuous. After danger retreated, they withdrew, dissolving back into the rhythms of the marsh. Their work complete, they did not demand recognition. Protection, when effective, leaves little trace. Horus continued to grow. He carried these lessons quietly. That danger does not always roar. That guardianship may be painful, but necessary. That protection is an active relationship with threat, not denial of its existence. Isis prepared him further. She taught him restraint even in safety. Protection can dull awareness if it becomes dependence. Horus learned not to rely on guardians blindly, but to read the world himself. Set felt resistance again, not as defeat, but as warning. The storm encountered venom where it expected emptiness. This unsettled him. His reach had been marked. Something lived beyond his control. The marsh held its silence. Protection had worked, not through domination, but through alignment. The future remained intact, hidden yet sharpening. Horus slept that night undisturbed. Not because danger was gone, but because danger had learned its limits. The 7 scorpions had guarded well, and what is guarded long enough learns how to guard itself. Poison does not announce itself. It arrives quietly, through small openings, carried by creatures too easily overlooked. The marsh had taught Isis this truth many times, yet knowledge does not prevent danger. It only prepares one to meet it. When the sting came, it did not come with warning or drama. It came in stillness. Horus cried out once. The sound was sharp, brief, and then thinned into something far more dangerous. Pain does not always roar. Sometimes it drains, slipping inward as breath shortens and warmth turns strange. Isis felt the change immediately, as clearly as if it had struck her own body. Venom moves with precision. It does not rush blindly. It follows pathways that already exist, turning the body against itself. Horus's limbs trembled. His breath faltered. The marsh seemed suddenly louder, every sound edged with threat. Fear rose. Isis did not let it rule. Panic scatters attention, and attention was what this moment required. She gathered Horus into her arms and felt the heat beneath his skin, the unnatural cold beneath that heat. Poison was already working. Time mattered, but haste would fracture alignment. She did not curse the scorpion. Blame wastes what little time remains. She did not cry out for vengeance. Vengeance does not heal. She turned instead to knowledge, quiet, precise, and patient. Isis laid Horus upon the earth, not upright, not cradled, but aligned with ground and water. Balance begins with contact. The marsh cooled his fever even as venom burned, life and danger crossing within him. Isis placed her hands gently, listening to what the body was doing rather than forcing it to obey. She began to speak, not loudly, not urgently. She named what was happening. Naming stabilizes. To speak truth is to prevent fear from inventing more. She spoke of poison not as enemy, but as force out of place. Poison is not evil, it is defence misapplied, protection turned inward. By naming it thus, she stripped it of authority. Nephthys sealed the space. She moved to the edges, watching for disturbance. Healing is vulnerable work. Fear attracts attention. Interruption can turn survival into loss. Nephthys held the perimeter, so Isis could focus without fracture. Isis spoke again, this time to breath, not commanding its return, but reminding it of its path. Breath had learned once before how to return when alignment was restored. Memory lives deeper than fear. Isis trusted that memory. Horus shuddered. The venom resisted. Healing always meets resistance. Poison does not leave willingly. Suppression drives it deeper. Isis allowed the struggle to surface, watching carefully as the body responded. She did not rush to still the pain. She guided it, redirecting rather than denying. She spoke of balance. Horus had not violated Mat. The poison had. This distinction mattered. Healing is not persuasion, it is correction. Isis named Horus's right to remain within order, not as entitlement, but as truth. The marsh listened. So did the unseen. Knowledge held by Thoth shaped the rhythm of her words. Anubis's understanding of thresholds guided her timing. Even Sekhmet's fire lingered faintly, not to burn, but to cauterize what spread too far. No god intervened directly. Alignment did the work. The venom slowed, not vanished, but checked. Horus's breathing deepened slightly. Pain remained, but it no longer raced unchecked. This was the moment healing becomes possible but not guaranteed. Isis did not relax. Attention must continue long after danger appears to ease. She repeated her words, not mechanically, but rhythmically. Healing requires repetition, not because the body is slow, but because trust must be rebuilt at every level. Isis rebuilt it patiently, phrase by phrase, breath by breath. Nephthys watched Horus's face. She marked the return of colour. the softening of tension around the eyes. She did not speak, but her stillness signalled the turning point. Watching and healing are inseparable. At last the poison withdrew, not defeated, but neutralised, its force spent, redirected into stillness. Horus lay exhausted, emptied of pain, but filled with weakness. Survival always leaves residue. Isis held him quietly. Healing does not celebrate. It rests. This moment changed Horus. He would not remember the pain clearly, but his body would remember something else. That danger can be met without violence. That care can answer threat with precision. This memory would shape him as deeply as any lesson taught in safety. Isis learned as well. Protection alone is never enough. Guardians repel danger, but life continues in a world where poison exists. Wisdom lies not in denial, but in response refined by knowledge. The ancients remembered this story as proof of Isis's power. They mistook its nature. Her power was not immunity. It was alignment. She did not prevent poison from entering the world. She prevented it from becoming fate. Horus slept deeply. The marsh quieted. Nephthys remained on watch until dawn, ensuring recovery completed itself. Healing, like protection, requires vigilance even after danger passes. By morning, Horus stirred, weak but alive. The future breathed again, not loudly, not defiantly, but steadily. Poison had tested life. Life had answered. Poison does not announce itself. It arrives quietly, through small openings, carried by creatures too easily overlooked. The marsh had taught Isis this truth many times, yet knowledge does not prevent danger. It only prepares one to meet it. When the sting came, it did not come with warning or drama. It came in stillness. Horus cried out once. The sound was sharp, brief, and then thinned into something far more dangerous. Pain does not always roar. Sometimes it drains, slipping inward as breath shortens and warmth turns strange. Isis felt the change immediately, as clearly as if it had struck her own body. Venom moves with precision. It does not rush blindly. It follows pathways that already exist, turning the body against itself. Horus's limbs trembled. His breath faltered. The marsh seemed suddenly louder, every sound edged with threat. Fear rose. Isis did not let it rule. Panic scatters attention, and attention was what this moment required. She gathered Horus into her arms and felt the heat beneath his skin, the unnatural cold beneath that heat. Poison was already working. Time mattered, but haste would fracture alignment. She did not curse the scorpion. Blame wastes what little time remains. She did not cry out for vengeance. Vengeance does not heal. She turned instead to knowledge, quiet, precise and patient. Isis laid Horus upon the earth, not upright, not cradled, but aligned with ground and water. Balance begins with contact. The marsh cooled his fever even as venom burned, life and danger crossing within him. Isis placed her hands gently, listening to what the body was doing rather than forcing it to obey. She began to speak, not loudly, not urgently. She named what was happening. Naming stabilizes. To speak truth is to prevent fear from inventing more. She spoke of poison not as enemy, but as force out of place. Poison is not evil. It is defence misapplied, protection turned inward. By naming it thus, she stripped it of authority. Nephthys sealed the space. She moved to the edges, watching for disturbance. Healing is vulnerable work. Fear attracts attention. Interruption can turn survival into loss. Nephthys held the perimeter so Isis could focus without fracture. Isis spoke again, this time to breath, not commanding its return, but reminding it of its path. Breath had learned once before how to return when alignment was restored. Memory lives deeper than fear. Isis trusted that memory. Horus shuddered. The venom resisted. Healing always meets resistance. Poison does not leave willingly. Suppression drives it deeper. Isis allowed the struggle to surface, watching carefully as the body responded. She did not rush to still the pain. She guided it, redirecting rather than denying. She spoke of balance. Horus had not violated Ma'at. The poison had. This distinction mattered. Healing is not persuasion, it is correction. Isis named Horus's right to remain within order, not as entitlement, but as truth. The marsh listened. So did the unseen. Knowledge held by Thoth shaped the rhythm of her words. Anubis's understanding of thresholds guided her timing. Even Sekhmet's fire lingered faintly, not to burn, but to cauterize what spread too far. No god intervened directly. Alignment did the work. The venom slowed, not vanished, but checked. Horus's breathing deepened slightly. Pain remained, but it no longer raced unchecked. This was the moment healing becomes possible, but not guaranteed. Isis did not relax. Attention must continue long after danger appears to ease. She repeated her words, not mechanically, but rhythmically. Healing requires repetition, not because the body is slow, but because trust must be rebuilt at every level. Isis rebuilt it patiently, phrase by phrase, breath by breath. Nephthys watched Horus's face. She marked the return of colour, the softening of tension around the eyes. She did not speak, but her stillness signalled the turning point. Watching and healing are inseparable. At last, the poison withdrew. Not defeated, but neutralised. Its force spent, redirected into stillness. Horus lay exhausted, emptied of pain but filled with weakness. Survival always leaves residue. Isis held him quietly. Healing does not celebrate. It rests. This moment changed Horus. He would not remember the pain clearly, but his body would remember something else. That danger can be met without violence. That care can answer threat with precision. This memory would shape him as deeply as any lesson taught in safety. Isis learned as well. Protection alone is never enough. Guardians repel danger, but life continues in a world where poison exists. Wisdom lies not in denial, but in response, refined by knowledge. The ancients remembered this story as proof of Isis's power. They mistook its nature. Her power was not immunity. It was alignment. She did not prevent poison from entering the world. She prevented it from becoming fate. Horus slept deeply. The marsh quieted. Nephthys remained on watch until dawn, ensuring recovery completed itself. Healing, like protection, requires vigilance even after danger passes. By morning, Horus stirred, weak but alive. The future breathed again, not loudly, not defiantly, but steadily. Poison had tested life. Life had answered. Strength does not arrive all at once. It gathers quietly, assembling itself from small recoveries, from moments when the body remembers how to trust its own weight again. After poison and fever loosened their grip, Horus did not rise immediately. He lay still, breathing, listening to the marsh as if hearing the world for the first time. Isis did not hurry him. Standing too soon invites collapse. Balance must be relearned slowly, especially after danger has passed through the body. Healing restores life, but standing requires confidence. Confidence that the ground will answer when one leans upon it. The marsh was patient. Water held the land gently. Reeds swayed without urgency. Nothing demanded that Horus rise. Time itself seemed to pause, offering instruction without speech. When time is unforced, it becomes teacher. Horus pushed himself up once. His arms trembled. His legs refused him. He fell back into Isis's grasp, frustration sharp but contained. Failure did not surprise him. The marsh had already taught him that effort without readiness wastes strength. He waited. Isis watched closely. She saw not weakness, but calibration. The body tests itself after danger, measuring what remains reliable. She placed no judgment upon the attempt. Judgment tightens fear. Instead, she placed her hand lightly on his back, steadying without lifting. Later, Horus tried again. This time he rose onto his knees. The earth felt unfamiliar beneath him, solid, yet uncertain. His balance wavered. He swayed, then steadied, breathing slowly. Standing, he learned, was not a command issued to the body. It was a conversation. Nephthys observed from the edge. She watched how long Horus could hold himself before trembling began. She noted when fatigue replaced effort. Knowing when to stop is as important as knowing when to begin. The watcher recorded these limits without comment. Isis spoke little. Instruction at this stage would intrude upon instinct. Horus needed to discover alignment for himself. She offered presence, not guidance. Sometimes the greatest support is silence, that allows learning to settle without interruption. Over days, Horus learned his body again. He learned which muscles remembered strength and which required patience. He learned how breath steadied balance. He learned that anger at weakness drained what little strength he had, while calm extended it. This was not training for battle. It was training for endurance. The marsh participated fully. Uneven ground demanded careful steps. Mud punished haste. Water rewarded balance. Each movement taught Horus where force failed and awareness succeeded. The marsh did not flatter him, it instructed honestly. Horus fell often. Each fall taught him how to rise, not quickly but correctly. He learned to place his hands before shifting weight. He learned to feel the ground before trusting it. These lessons shaped more than posture. They shaped judgment. Isis saw this and approved. A ruler who has never fallen believes himself immune. One who has fallen and risen understands limits. Horus was learning limits not as restriction, but as information. Set remained distant. Storms raged elsewhere, reshaping land through violence. Horus felt none of this directly, but Isis allowed him to hear what drifted on wind and rumour. She did not shield him entirely. Standing requires knowing what one stands against. Horus listened. He did not ask when he would confront Set. He did not demand knowledge of his fate. He focused on the work before him. One breath, one shift of weight, one step at a time. Ambition without foundation collapses. Each day, Horus stood longer. His legs strengthened, his balance sharpened. More importantly, his confidence settled, not into arrogance, but into quiet certainty. He learned that standing did not require constant motion. Stillness, when aligned, was strength. One morning he stood without assistance. Isis did not move toward him. She did not correct his posture. She allowed the moment to belong to him. Horus stood, feeling his weight settle evenly, breath moving without effort. The world answered him by remaining steady. This was the moment that mattered. Not triumph. Recognition. Horus recognized that the world could support him, and that he could support himself within it. This recognition would guide him more surely than any weapon. Nephthys acknowledged the moment with silence. Watching does not applaud, it remembers. From this day onward, Horus was no longer merely protected. He was preparing. Standing is the beginning of readiness. One cannot challenge order while kneeling to weakness. One cannot claim right while unable to bear weight. What Horus learned here would shape every action to come. Isis met his gaze. She did not speak of destiny. Destiny spoken too soon hardens into expectation. She saw instead what mattered. The child who had survived danger now trusted his own grounding. That trust would be tested. But it had begun. The marsh whispered approval. Horus stood, unsteady still, incomplete, but upright. The future did not arrive with him in that moment. It waited, patient as the water around his feet. And Horus, standing quietly in hidden ground, learned that power begins not with striking, but with remaining upright when the world shifts beneath you. Loss returned not as surprise, but as necessity. Horus had learned to stand, and standing draws challenge. Balance invites testing. The world does not allow readiness to remain unmeasured for long. What grows toward purpose is examined, not out of cruelty, but out of inevitability. The first true trial did not come as battle announced. It came as collision, sudden, disorienting, unavoidable. Set found him, not through search alone, but through tension finally snapping. Storm sense resistance by the pressure it creates. Set felt the marsh tighten around something that no longer hid from itself. The meeting was not arranged. It was convergence. Two forces drawn together by opposing alignment. Horus did not flee. Standing had taught him that retreat chosen too late becomes collapse. He met the storm where ground allowed him to remain upright, even as the air thickened with threat. The encounter was brief, violent, and uneven. Horus was not yet a king. He was becoming. Set struck without warning, not with blade or spear, but with force that bends reality, rage sharpened by jealousy, power honed through disruption. The clash was not measured. It was raw. Horus felt the world tilt, felt balance tear away from him for a heartbeat that stretched too long. Pain flared, not through his body alone, but through perception itself. The blow found his eye, the organ that gathers light, that measures distance, that holds the world steady. When it was struck, vision shattered into fragments. Darkness rushed in where coherence had been. The eye was lost. Horus fell. Not completely, not helplessly. He caught himself on one knee, breath torn from him, sight reduced to confusion and shadow. Blood mixed with tears he did not recognise as such. Pain narrowed the world to sensation without meaning. Set did not finish him. Storms rarely do. Set withdrew, not in mercy, but in satisfaction. Damage had been done. Balance broken again. The loss of the eye was not only injury, it was symbol. Vision removed is authority weakened. To rule without sight is to rule blindly. Set believed the lesson complete. Horus remained. He did not chase. He did not curse. He endured. Endurance, when chosen, preserves more than retaliation. He pressed his hand to his face, feeling absence where presence had been. The world tilted and refused to settle. Isis arrived quickly, not because she had been waiting for this moment, but because care sharpens awareness. She did not cry out when she saw the injury. Sound would not help. She knelt, steadying Horus, letting her presence anchor what pain had scattered. Nephthys secured the space. She watched for return, for trick, for the second blow that often follows the first. None came. The storm had passed, satisfied for now. Isis examined the wound. The eye was not simply damaged. It had been taken, torn from coherence, scattered in ways both physical and symbolic. Vision is more than sight. It is judgment, measure, truth perceived and held. Its loss echoed beyond flesh. Horus trembled, not from fear, but from disorientation. The world he had learned to stand within no longer aligned. Depth flattened, distance lied. Even breath felt unsure without the anchor of sight. Isis spoke softly. She did not promise immediate healing. False assurance fractures trust. She named the loss honestly. Naming does not worsen pain. It gives it boundaries. The ancients would later speak of the eye as many things. The moon. Measure. Wholeness. Order seen and known. Its loss mattered because it represented something essential removed before readiness felt complete. Horus did not ask why. He asked how to remain. This question mattered more. Isis helped him rise. Not fully, not steadily, but enough. Standing again, even wounded, mattered. To fall and not attempt to rise is surrender. To rise wounded is learning. They withdrew into shelter, not to hide the injury, but to tend it. Healing cannot begin in exposure. The marsh closed around them, absorbing sound, diffusing pursuit. Protection returned, but it felt different now, less like concealment, more like preparation for repair. Horus learned a harder lesson here. Standing is not permanent. Balance can be broken even when earned. Loss can arrive after readiness, not before. This does not negate growth. It tests its depth. The eye's absence altered him. He listened more. He moved slower. He learned to trust senses beyond sight. Pain reshaped perception, narrowing some pathways while deepening others. What vision had once provided effortlessly now required attention. This was not regression. It was refinement. Set believed he had weakened Horus irreparably. He misunderstood the nature of loss. Loss does not always reduce. Sometimes it concentrates. The eye removed excess certainty, leaving clarity that did not depend on completeness. Isis watched her son carefully. She did not rush restoration. Some wounds must be lived with before they can be healed. Healing without understanding returns fragility. Healing after endurance returns strength transformed. The eye was lost. But Horus remained, and remaining, wounded yet upright, marked the end of childhood protection and the beginning of conscious struggle. What came next would not be hidden. It would be faced with knowledge earned through pain. The storm had struck. The world had darkened. But within that darkness, a different kind of sight began to form. Restoration did not arrive as reversal. What was lost could not simply be placed back as it had been. The eye, torn from Horus in violence, had not merely been damaged. It had been dispersed, its integrity broken into meanings as much as matter. To restore it would require more than repair. It would require reassembly of vision itself. Horus did not demand this. Loss had taught him restraint. He learned to move within partial darkness, to measure space through sound, memory, and intuition. The world no longer offered itself easily, and so he learned to read it carefully. This patience was not resignation. It was preparation. Isis understood the timing. Healing that comes too quickly erases the lesson of injury. Healing that comes too late hardens pain into identity. Restoration must meet readiness exactly. She watched Horus until she saw not longing for what was lost, but steadiness without it. Only then did she act. The eye was not gathered from one place. Like Osiris's body, it had been scattered. Pieces of perception lay embedded across the world, in the moon's changing face, in measures of grain and time, in judgments half made and truths half seen. Vision, once whole, now existed in fragments. Isis sought these fragments patiently. She did not seize them, she aligned them. Restoration through force only recreates fragility. Restoration through understanding creates coherence stronger than before. Thoth joined her. Keeper of measure and knowledge, he understood what the eye truly represented. It was not sight alone. It was balance perceived. It was truth held without distortion. Thoth brought precision to Isis's devotion, ensuring that restoration would be exact rather than merely hopeful. Together, they worked quietly. Fragments were identified not by brightness, but by correctness. Each piece was tested against Ma'at. What did not align was left aside. The eye could not be restored by collecting everything, only what belonged together. Horus waited. He did not follow. He did not interfere. Waiting was now part of his strength. He trusted that restoration, if it came, would come rightly, or not at all. When Isis returned, she did not carry the eye as object. She carried readiness. The restoration began not with placement, but with alignment. Isis spoke words not of summoning, but of invitation. Vision must choose coherence. Forced sight distorts. Thoth measured each stage, not to control, but to ensure proportion. The eye must be neither diminished nor excessive. Vision that sees too much blinds itself. Vision that sees too little misleads. Balance mattered more than completeness. The fragments responded. Slowly they gathered, not snapping into place, but settling. Light returned not as brilliance, but as clarity. Horus felt the world reorganize itself around perception, edges sharpening without cutting, depth returning without vertigo. Pain surfaced briefly. Restoration carries memory. The wound remembered itself before closing. Horus endured this without resistance. Endurance completed what healing began. The eye opened, not suddenly, gradually. Sight returned changed. The world did not look the same. It looked truer. Distance felt honest. Movement carried intention. Illusion thinned. Horus saw not only surfaces but relations. Vision now included consequence. This was the eye restored, not the eye he had lost, the eye he had earned. Isis stepped back. She did not celebrate. Restoration is quiet when done correctly. She watched Horus test his sight, not eagerly, but carefully. He blinked, adjusted, accepted. Vision, now returned, did not overwhelm him. Thoth recorded the moment. This restoration would echo beyond Horus alone. The eye would become symbol and standard, of wholeness regained, of order reassembled after violence. It would be invoked in healing, protection, and judgment for generations. Set felt the shift, not as defeat, but as correction. What he had torn apart had returned stronger, more precise. Loss had not ended the story, it had refined it. Horus met Isis's gaze. There was gratitude there, but no dependence. He did not lean into her. He stood on his own. Restoration had not returned him to childhood, it had carried him beyond it. The eye restored did not erase memory of loss, it integrated it. This mattered. Wholeness without memory fractures again. Wholeness that remembers endures. Horus looked toward the horizon, not in anger, not in haste, but with readiness shaped by loss, patience, and restored vision. What awaited him would not be met blindly or impulsively. He would see truly, even when truth hurt. The eye had returned, and with it the final preparation ended. Vengeance did not rise in Horus as fire, it settled as gravity. The eye had been restored, but restoration did not erase memory. Vision returned carrying pain refined into clarity, and clarity revealed what could no longer be ignored. What had been taken from Horus had been taken deliberately. Balance had been violated with intent, and intent demands response. Horus did not rush. Haste would have turned purpose into noise. He stood instead, letting his restored sight move beyond the surface. He saw not only Set's actions, but the pattern beneath them. Storm was not accident, it was habit. Chaos repeated itself because it had never been answered by rightful force. This understanding formed the promise. It was not spoken aloud. Spoken vows invite interference. This promise took shape inwardly, precise and quiet. Horus would act, not to satisfy wounded pride, but to correct what had been bent out of alignment. Isis watched the change carefully. She saw resolve settling where uncertainty once lingered. She did not encourage rage. Rage burns too hot and consumes its bearer. She guided him toward remembrance, of Osiris not as victim but as measure. Osiris had transformed loss into order. Horus would not dishonour that transformation by striking blindly. Vengeance, she taught, is not destruction, it is restoration enforced. Nephthys observed in silence. She understood the weight of promises shaped without spectacle. Such promises do not fade. They carry themselves forward until fulfilled or broken, and this one had been shaped with care. The Watcher marked it as inevitable. Horus began to prepare, not by sharpening weapons, but by refining perception. The eye restored did not merely see clearly. It revealed relationship. Horus learned to read Set's presence through disruption, where patterns broke, where excess gathered, where balance recoiled. Storm leaves traces. Horus studied them patiently. Waiting was no longer uncertainty. It was alignment with timing. Strike too early and chaos scatters. Strike too late and chaos reshapes the world beyond easy repair. The promise demanded precision. Set sensed resistance forming. Storms feel pressure changes long before collision. Set responded as he always had, with challenge. He spoke loudly, dismissing Horus as inexperienced, wounded, incomplete. He relied on intimidation shaped by history, believing strength was proven through dominance alone. Horus did not answer. Silence denied Set the reaction he sought. Storms feed on response. Without it, they grow unstable. Horus understood this, and let Set's words fall unanswered. Isis allowed distance to grow. Protection had done its work. Now resolve required space. A king cannot borrow certainty. He must carry it alone. She trusted the alignment she had helped shape. Horus trained restraint. He practiced standing firm when provoked, clarity when anger surfaced. The eye revealed temptation as clearly as threat. This mattered. Vengeance guided by emotion fractures into chaos. Vengeance guided by Ma'at restores order. The promise widened. Horus no longer saw this as personal reckoning alone. Personal revenge narrows vision. What he carried now concerned the world Osiris had left behind, the continuity Set threatened each time he chose disruption over balance. This widened purpose steadied him. The gods felt the shift. Ra sensed resolve forming beneath the sun's daily path. Thoth recognised judgment sharpening in the unseen record. Even Ma'at leaned, attentive. Something aligned itself toward correction. Set felt it too, not as fear, but as pressure. He mocked the silence, mistaking it for hesitation. Mockery is defence against uncertainty. Set felt challenge approaching and responded with derision rather than strategy. Storms underestimate patience because patience looks like stillness. The promise reached completion not through declaration, but through acceptance. Horus accepted that conflict could not be avoided. Balance cannot coexist indefinitely with unchecked disruption. One force must yield, or be corrected. Set would not yield. This acceptance freed Horus. Doubt dissolved. Only timing remained. Resolve, once aligned, does not waver. It waits. Isis met his gaze once more. She did not bless him with words. Words spoken here would bind expectation. Trust was enough. Trust offered at the right moment strengthens more than instruction. Nephthys watched inwardly. The child she had guarded had crossed an invisible threshold. Protection had become preparation, and preparation had become readiness. Watching would now mean witnessing trial rather than preventing danger. The world felt tension stretch, not break. Stretch. Storm and horizon leaned toward one another. Conflict approached not as accident, but as reckoning long delayed. The promise of vengeance had matured into promise of confrontation. Horus stood beneath open sky. Eye restored. Balance understood. Resolve settled. He did not raise his voice. He did not strike the earth. He turned quietly toward the path that led to Set, and in that turning the future of gods and kings began to move. Becoming did not arrive as transformation of flesh. Horus did not change shape. No fire crowned his head. No thunder marked the moment. What changed was weight, the way his presence settled into the world, the way the world responded in return. Childhood does not end through age alone. It ends when responsibility is accepted without retreat. Horus accepted it. The promise he carried was no longer only intention. It had become alignment so complete that it reshaped how others perceived him. Those who encountered Horus felt it immediately. Not fear, not awe, certainty. He stood as someone whose direction would not bend under pressure. This is how gods emerge, not by birth alone, but by recognition earned through endurance. Isis saw it first, not with surprise, but with quiet acknowledgement. She had known this moment would come, though not when or how. What stood before her was no longer the child she had hidden in reeds and shadows, nor was it yet the king who would sit upon a throne. It was something between, identity solidified enough to carry consequence. She stepped back, not out of distance, but respect. Guidance given beyond this point would weaken what Horus needed to claim on his own. A god who must be directed has not yet become one. Nephthys watched the transition carefully. She noted how danger responded differently now. Threats hesitated. Shadows lingered at edges rather than advancing. The world sensed change even if it could not name it. Power recognized power. Horus felt it internally. Standing no longer required effort. Balance no longer demanded constant attention. His restored eye did not merely see, it interpreted. He perceived not only movement, but meaning. Actions unfolded before him with consequence already visible in their wake. This was divine sight. Not omniscience, but clarity aligned with Ma'at. The gods took notice. Ra felt Horus's presence a steady current beneath the sun's path. Thoth recognized coherence settling into form, and recorded it without flourish. Even Osiris, within his realm beyond life, sensed the alignment. The lineage he had left behind had matured into continuity. Osiris did not call to Horus. Calling would pull him backward. The dead do not govern the living by command. Osiris remained still, allowing Horus to claim his place without shadow of inheritance, overwhelming him. Set felt the change last. Storms feel solidity as resistance. Where once Horus had been something to break or scatter, he now stood as something that would answer. This unsettled Set more than any threat spoken aloud. Set responded with contempt. Contempt is what chaos uses when force hesitates. He dismissed Horus as inexperienced, as untested by full war. He mistook restraint for weakness, storms often do. Horus did not respond. Godhood does not announce itself to challengers, it reveals itself through consequence. Horus allowed Set's words to dissipate without reaction. Silence, now, was not avoidance. It was authority. The world adjusted. Animals shifted their paths. Winds altered direction subtly, not because Horus commanded it, but because alignment influences motion. Balance exerts pull without effort. The marsh that had protected him no longer needed to hide him. It released him. Horus stepped beyond concealment, not dramatically, simply decisively. His movement carried intention without haste. Each step forward confirmed what had already occurred inwardly. Becoming is complete when action no longer contradicts identity. Isis watched him go. There was grief there, but not sorrow. Release carries its own ache. She did not follow. Mothers of gods must learn when presence becomes interference. She trusted what she had shaped. Nephthys remained at the threshold. She would continue to watch, but now from distance rather than proximity. Watching, like protection, evolves with necessity. The ancients would later argue whether Horus was born a god or became one. They missed the truth. Both were required. Birth provided potential. Endurance provided legitimacy. Loss, healing, restraint and resolve shaped divinity into something stable enough to carry the world's weight. Horus did not yet rule. He did not yet fight. But he was. And being, when aligned, is more decisive than action rushed. The child who had been hidden now stood within open sky. The future did not crown him. It recognized him. Recognition, once granted, does not withdraw easily. Storm gathered on the horizon. Conflict was inevitable now. Balance demands reckoning when disruption refuses correction. Horus did not seek this conflict. He accepted it. Acceptance marked the final step. He was no longer becoming. He had become. Not through proclamation, through alignment so complete that the world itself leaned toward him. The challenge did not come with proclamation. It arrived as pressure, quiet at first, then unmistakable. The air thickened, as if holding its breath. Paths lost their certainty. Places that once felt stable began to shift, not violently, but restlessly. The world sensed what words had not yet declared. Set did not need to announce himself. Storm announces itself before it breaks. His intent bent the land ahead of him, pulling attention toward disruption. When Set chose to challenge Horus, the choice travelled outward, unsettling balance wherever it passed. This moment was inevitable. The instant Horus stepped out of concealment, legitimacy demanded opposition. Order untested is not yet proven. Set challenged not from duty or honour, but because refusal would have meant yielding, and yielding was foreign to his nature. The summons was never spoken. It appeared as disturbance. Winds shifted without pattern. Waters pressed uneasily against their banks. Animals abandoned familiar ground. These were not omens meant to warn. They were consequences of alignment colliding with defiance. Horus recognised the challenge immediately, not with fear, not with eagerness, with recognition. This confrontation had been forming long before either of them stood openly beneath the sky. Avoidance now would have been denial of what Horus had become. Still, he did not rush. He allowed the challenge to complete its arrival, knowing that timing shapes outcome as surely as strength. Isis felt the shift and remained still. Her work had reached its limit. Protection cannot extend into reckoning. To intervene now would fracture Horus's claim before it could be tested. Trust, given at the right moment, completes preparation. She trusted alignment to hold. Nephthys watched the distance between calm and storm sharpen. She noted how space itself seemed to stretch, how the world leaned without collapsing. This was no longer hiding or guarding. This was witnessing the opening of trial. Set arrived openly. He did not conceal his intent. Concealment belongs to preparation, and Set believed preparation unnecessary. His power thrived in exposure, in challenge delivered without restraint. He mocked Horus's silence. Mockery was always Set's opening move. It sought to fracture attention, to provoke reaction, to seize control of rhythm before force was applied. Set understood that many conflicts are decided before the first blow. Horus did not answer. Silence held. Not the silence of uncertainty, but of refusal. Horus would not allow Set to dictate tempo. Control of rhythm belongs to the one who does not rush to fill space. Set pressed closer. He spoke of strength proven through dominance, of rule forged by fear, of order seized rather than sustained. These words carried weight because they reflected Set's experience. His power had grown through disruption, and disruption had rewarded him. Horus listened without denial. Denial blinds. Horus acknowledged Set's strength internally and measured it without exaggeration. Strength without alignment exhausts itself. Storm burns energy quickly. Balance endures because it renews itself even under strain. The challenge clarified. Not yet as battle, not yet as violence, but as mutual recognition that coexistence had ended. Two forces now claimed the same centre. One would yield, or one would be corrected. The gods felt the moment settle. Ra sensed tension gather beneath the sun's path. Thoth recognised that record would soon become judgment. Even Osiris, within his silent realm, felt inheritance lean toward action. This was not rebellion. It was succession tested by resistance. Set declared Horus unfit. Not because Horus lacked power, but because he lacked cruelty. Set equated restraint with weakness. To him, mercy was hesitation disguised as virtue. Horus did not argue. Argument would have granted equivalence. Instead, Horus allowed presence to answer. Presence aligned with Ma'at does not justify itself. It remains. The world responded quietly. The ground held firm beneath Horus's feet. Winds bent subtly away from Set's advance. Small signs, easily dismissed, but consistent. Alignment reveals itself through reliability, not spectacle. Set noticed. Contempt sharpened into irritation. Irritation precedes overreach. Storm does not tolerate resistance that refuses to break. He demanded proof. Proof, in Set's terms, meant violence made visible, dominance without ambiguity. Set believed legitimacy emerged only through conquest. He did not understand legitimacy sustained through coherence. Horus accepted the challenge without words. Acceptance did not mean agreement on Set's terms. Horus would meet him, but not by mirroring chaos. He would expose its limits. The challenge was set, not in one place, not in one moment, but across trials yet to come. Set turned away first. Storms gather before they break. He withdrew not in retreat, but in preparation, violence sharpening itself in absence. Horus remained, still, unprovoked, unshaken. The challenge had been issued and accepted. The world leaned forward, sensing that balance would now be tested not through hiding, but through trial. The first contest did not begin with a blow. It began with presence. Set demanded proof, and proof to him meant force displayed without restraint. Yet legitimacy is not born from force alone. It emerges when power is placed under strain and does not fracture. Horus understood this, and so the contest opened not with violence, but with measure. The gods gathered without spectacle. Some were seen, others only felt. This was not a ceremony meant to impress. It was a trial meant to reveal. The land itself grew attentive, as though listening for a truth that could not be spoken outright. Set chose the terms. He always did. He proposed trials that favoured excess, tests of endurance, strength and cunning, designed to reward aggression. These were the arenas where he had always thrived. He believed that if Horus failed even once, the question of succession would collapse. Horus did not object. Objection would have implied fear. Acceptance, offered calmly, suggested confidence without arrogance. He stepped forward not to please Set, but to allow balance to be tested openly. The first trial was endurance. Set struck like storm against earth, unleashing force meant to overwhelm rather than persuade. Each blow carried contempt sharpened by impatience. He believed resistance would crumble quickly, as it always had before. Horus did not meet force with force. He adjusted. He shifted his stance, allowing power to pass where it could not be absorbed, holding firm where collapse would have followed. Endurance is not refusal to move. It is the ability to remain aligned while adapting to pressure. Set struck again, and again. The contest stretched, no clear end in sight. Horus was not untouched, but he remained upright. Persistence without retaliation unsettled Set more than defiance would have. Storm expects surrender or destruction. It does not expect balance. The second trial was strength. Set lifted stone and shattered it, displaying dominance without subtlety. Strength, to him, was measured by what could be broken. The louder the destruction, the clearer the victory. Horus responded quietly. He did not break what Set had lifted. He restored what had been displaced. He steadied ground that had cracked. He returned weight to its place. This was strength expressed through correction rather than damage. The gods noticed. Strength that only destroys must destroy endlessly. Strength that restores creates continuity. The difference did not announce itself, but it held. Set mocked this restraint. To him correction resembled weakness. He laughed, believing the contest already tilted in his favour. Mockery was his attempt to regain control of attention. Horus remained silent. Silence now carried weight. The land settled where he stood. Cracks ceased spreading. Disruption slowed, as if encountering resistance it could not consume. The third trial tested cunning. Set shifted forms, altered appearances, blurred edges. Deception was his favoured tool when force did not suffice. Chaos thrives in confusion, where truth loses shape. Horus watched. He did not chase illusion. He waited for inconsistency. Deception always leaves residue, small misalignments that betray it. Horus stepped aside as traps closed on emptiness, allowing confusion to exhaust itself. Set's frustration grew. None of his strengths were failing, yet none were decisive. Horus refused to mirror him. He would not become storm to defeat storm. The contest paused, not ended. Paused by recognition that something unexpected had occurred. Horus had not dominated, but he had not yielded. Balance had endured. Set argued loudly. He accused Horus of avoidance, of cowardice disguised as patience. Chaos demands clear endings. Ambiguity unsettles it. Horus spoke at last. Not in accusation and not in defence. He named Set's power honestly. He acknowledged its force and its place. Storm has purpose. Disruption clears ground. But disruption alone cannot govern what follows. This naming mattered. By recognising Set without yielding to him, Horus exposed the limit of chaos. Power that only breaks cannot sustain order. Power that corrects can. The gods recognise this truth, not through proclamation, but through alignment felt across the land. The first contest had revealed something irreversible. Legitimacy could survive force without becoming it. Set withdrew, furious, not defeated, but exposed. Exposure is more dangerous to chaos than loss. Loss invites retaliation. Exposure invites correction. Horus remained, breathing steady. Stance balanced. Eye clear. The war was not decided, but the path had shifted. After the first contest, the struggle clarified. What had once seemed like rivalry revealed itself as something deeper. Strength and right were no longer confused. They stood exposed as different forces, moving in opposite directions. Set embodied strength without boundary. Horus stood for right, shaped by measure. Between them, the world waited to see which could truly endure. Set pressed his claim without restraint. He spoke of how power works in the world, how floods command rivers, how storms flatten forests, how fear keeps borders intact. Order, he argued, is born from domination maintained long enough to silence resistance. Strength decides. Everything else follows. His words carried truth. Set had ruled this way. The land had bent beneath him. Horus listened. Listening was not concession. It was discipline. He allowed Set's argument to unfold fully, knowing that strength reveals itself quickly, while right must be observed over time. The gods gathered once more, not to intervene, but to witness. Attention sharpened the moment. What unfolded here would echo beyond the contest itself. Set demonstrated strength. He split stone and tore earth open, summoning wind that scattered what had been built. His power was undeniable. The land responded because it had no choice. Strength compels reaction. This, Set declared, was proof of legitimacy. Horus did not answer with display. He answered with consequence. He moved through the disruption and steadied what threatened to collapse. He did not erase the damage at once. He allowed its cost to remain visible before restoring balance. Restoration followed understanding, not impulse. The difference mattered. Strength demands immediate recognition. Right reveals itself through endurance. As time passed, it became clear which approach left the world more whole. Set accused Horus of weakness. He claimed restraint was fear disguised as virtue. Mercy, he said, was hesitation that refused to finish what strength began. His accusation sought to turn patience into doubt. Horus replied calmly. He named the difference between fear and restraint. Fear avoids action to protect itself. Restraint chooses action that preserves more than it destroys. He did not deny force. He placed it within boundary. Boundaries unsettled Set. Chaos thrives where limits dissolve. When limits hold, chaos must either adapt or rage. Set demanded a final test. Something decisive enough to end ambiguity. Chaos cannot tolerate prolonged comparison. It demands verdict through excess. Horus agreed, but set the measure. The test would not be judged by who struck hardest, but by what endured afterward. Strength would be given full freedom. Right would be measured by what remained standing once force had spent itself. Set unleashed power without limit. Earth cracked. Paths vanished. The land fractured under motion and noise. The display was overwhelming. No one denied Set's strength. Horus waited. Waiting was not surrender. It was commitment to outcome rather than spectacle. When Set's force exhausted itself, when the land lay strained and uneven, Horus moved. He restored carefully. Not perfectly. Not instantly. Restoration does not erase cost. It integrates it. He guided water back into channels, steadied fractured ground, allowed the land to settle rather than snapping it into place. The gods watched the aftermath. Set's strength left scars that demanded constant vigilance. Horus's right left scars that healed into structure. The difference became clear. Set objected. He argued that right depended on strength, that restoration followed destruction and therefore relied upon it. Horus acknowledged this without hesitation. Yes, destruction clears space. But clearing is not governing. Strength may open the field, but right determines what grows there. Without right, strength must return endlessly to suppress what rises again. The world answered. Life returned more easily where restoration guided it, where strength alone ruled, fear lingered and vigilance never rested. The land learned quickly. So did those who lived upon it. Set felt resistance form, not rebellion, but refusal to rely on him. This unsettled him more than defiance. Chaos survives by necessity. When it becomes optional, it loses ground. Horus stood within this shift quietly. He did not declare victory. Right does not demand recognition. It proves itself by continuity. The gods leaned toward acknowledgement, not because Horus had defeated Set, but because he had shown that strength alone cannot govern what seeks to endure. Set withdrew once more, not in surrender but in gathering. Chaos does not yield easily. But the conflict had changed. Strength stood exposed, right stood enduring, and the war moved forward with its meaning finally clear. When strength failed to decide the conflict, Set turned to cunning. Force had shown its limits. Endurance and right had not broken beneath it. This unsettled Set more deeply than any wound could have. Chaos does not retreat when challenged, it adapts. Where strength could not prevail, deception would be tried. Trickery was Set's older art. Before storms, before violence, there is misdirection. Illusion bends judgment without resistance. It invites error rather than forcing submission. Set understood that a ruler who cannot be broken might still be misled. The trials changed in nature. No longer contests of force or endurance, they became puzzles shaped to confuse, traps designed to blur boundaries between truth and falsehood. These were not battles meant to be won openly. They were meant to disorient. Set proposed challenges of wit and perception. He shifted forms, altered appearances, blurred identities. Paths appeared where none should exist. Voices spoke truths mixed with lies. The world itself seemed unreliable, as though reality had grown uncertain underfoot. Horus felt the change immediately. This was not a challenge to strength, but to clarity. The restored eye did not merely see, it judged relation. Even so, deception tests patience more than power. It asks whether one will rush to certainty or remain attentive to inconsistency. Horus slowed. Haste is the ally of trickery. Set counted on impatience, on the desire to resolve confusion quickly. Horus refused this. He treated uncertainty not as threat, but as signal. The first trial unfolded as illusion. Set presented himself in altered form, appearing diminished, wounded, unworthy of concern. The deception was careful. It appealed to mercy, to doubt, to the instinct to lower one's guard. Chaos often disguises itself as weakness when strength has failed. Horus watched. He did not deny what he saw. He measured it. Illusion always carries imbalance, something too precise, too convenient. What seeks sympathy too quickly reveals intent. Horus did not approach. The illusion collapsed under its own weight. Set laughed bitterly. Mockery returned, sharper now. He accused Horus of coldness, of blindness to nuance. Trickery often cloaks itself in moral accusation. Set hoped to provoke hesitation through guilt. Horus remained steady. Compassion does not require surrender to falsehood. Mercy must still answer truth. He acknowledged the possibility of weakness without accepting deception. This boundary mattered. The second trial tested choice. Set offered paths, each convincing, each urgent. One promised swift resolution, another promised safety, a third promised glory. All required immediate decision. Trickery thrives when choice feels rushed. Horus waited. Waiting was his defence. He allowed urgency to exhaust itself. Paths that demand immediate commitment betray insecurity. True alignment does not threaten abandonment if delayed. As Horus waited, the false paths dissolved. What remained was a quieter route, unadorned, unpromising, but consistent. Horus chose it without triumph. Choice guided by patience rarely looks dramatic. Set's irritation deepened. He shifted strategy again. The third trial targeted memory. Set invoked Osiris, not his justice, but his murder. He spoke of loss, of betrayal, of pain unresolved. He sought to bend Horus's clarity through grief, to reopen wounds and distort purpose. This was the most dangerous deception. Pain remembered can overwhelm judgment if revisited without measure. Set believed this would succeed where strength and illusion had failed. Horus felt the pull. The eye saw clearly, but memory carries weight beyond sight. Grief rose, sharp and real. For a moment, the world narrowed. This was the edge where trickery nearly found purchase. Horus did not suppress the pain. Suppression fractures clarity. He acknowledged it. He allowed grief its presence without allowing it to command action. He remembered Osiris not as victim, but as measure. This reframing broke Set's attempt. Memory, when aligned, strengthens rather than distorts. Set recoiled. Trickery had failed to ensnare. Each trial had revealed more about Set than about Horus. Deception thrives on reaction. Horus had offered none. The gods observed closely. These trials mattered more than contests of force. They revealed whether Horus could govern without being misled by appearances. A ruler deceived by illusion cannot sustain order. Horus had passed, not by outwitting Set at every turn, but by refusing to rush judgment. Patience had become his shield, clarity his weapon. Set withdrew again, not in defeat, but in frustration sharpened by disbelief. Chaos cannot easily accept a rival who refuses to play its games. Trickery loses power when met with steadiness. The world felt the difference. Illusions thinned, paths stabilized, truth regained weight. The trials had strengthened alignment rather than weakening it. Horus remained, not triumphant, grounded. The war had moved into subtler territory, and Horus had proven capable of navigating it. Strength had not seduced him. Trickery had not misled him. What remained would demand even more. But something essential was now clear. Chaos could challenge him. But it could not confuse him. When contest and trial could no longer decide the matter, judgment was required. The conflict between Horus and Set had reached a point where force revealed nothing new. Strength had been displayed. Trickery had failed. What remained was legitimacy itself, something no duel could settle alone. For that, the gods were summoned. The council did not gather with noise. There were no trumpets, no proclamations. Authority does not announce itself loudly among those who embody it. Presence was enough. Each god arrived as they were known to the world, as principle, as force, as memory made divine. The space where they gathered was neither place nor absence. It was order held still. Horus stood without display. He did not plead his case. He did not rehearse his trials. Legitimacy argued too fiercely begins to resemble insecurity. Horus trusted that what had been revealed through action would not vanish in silence. Set did not share this restraint. He spoke first, loudly, confidently, filling the space with certainty. He reminded the council of his power, of the threats he had subdued, of the chaos he alone could control. He framed himself as necessity, harsh but indispensable. The argument was familiar. Order maintained by fear often claims to be the only order possible. Set spoke as one who had ruled long and expected that endurance alone proved right. Some gods listened carefully, not in agreement, but in recognition. Set's words were not lies. Chaos does guard boundaries through destruction. Storm does clear stagnation. The council did not dismiss this lightly. Horus waited. Waiting here was not passivity. It was alignment. He understood that judgment must emerge, not be seized. When he spoke, it was without ornament. He did not deny Set's strength. Denial would have fractured truth. He acknowledged Set's role openly: storm, disruption, necessary breaking. But he placed that role within limit. Chaos, he said, is a tool, not a throne. What clears ground cannot govern what grows upon it. The difference settled slowly. Horus did not argue dominance. He argued continuity. Rule, he said, must allow life to persist without constant fear. A ruler who must return endlessly to suppress resistance has not achieved order, only delay. The council considered this, not as philosophy, but as lived truth. Each god understood continuity differently, but all recognized its necessity. Order that cannot renew itself collapses. Set interrupted. He accused Horus of weakness disguised as virtue. He warned that mercy invites rebellion, that restraint breeds challenge. His voice sharpened, revealing impatience beneath certainty. This impatience mattered. The council noted it. Horus did not respond in kind. He spoke instead of ma'at, not as concept but as practice. Balance is not stillness, he said. It is movement held within measure. Right does not eliminate force, it guides it. Thoth recorded every word, not to preserve rhetoric but to mark alignment. Words spoken in this space shaped the world beyond it. Precision mattered. Ra listened closely. As source of light and authority, Ra weighed not only argument but consequence. He understood that legitimacy must endure cycles, day into night, order into disruption, and back again. A ruler unable to navigate cycles cannot govern long. The council grew quiet. Silence deepened as recognition formed. Horus had not defeated Set in debate. He had revealed the limits of Set's claim. Strength alone could not answer the future. It could only confront the present repeatedly. Set sensed the shift. His voice grew sharper, his arguments more insistent. He spoke of threats unseen, of dangers only he could face. Fear returned to his language. Fear is the final refuge of dominance losing ground. The council did not dismiss him. Fear has its place. But fear cannot rule alone. When judgment came, it was not thunderous. It was measured. The council did not declare Set defeated. They did not strip him of power. They did something far more decisive. They placed him within boundary. Storm would remain storm. Chaos would remain necessary, but no longer sovereign. Horus was recognized, not crowned, not exalted, recognized. Recognition carries weight without spectacle. It acknowledges alignment rather than conquest. Horus was named rightful heir, not because he was strongest, but because he could sustain order without destroying it. Set resisted. He did not accept the judgment inwardly, even as it was spoken. Chaos rarely accepts boundary willingly. The conflict was not ended, but it was defined. Horus bowed his head, not in submission, but in acknowledgement of responsibility. Authority received humbly endures longer than authority seized. The council dissolved quietly. Judgment rendered does not linger. It moves outward, reshaping the world invisibly. The war was not finished. But from this moment forward, it would unfold within clarity. And clarity, once established, does not easily fade. Judgment had been spoken, yet certainty did not settle. Even when order is named, it must still be carried. Recognition alone does not guarantee harmony. Ra felt this immediately. As light that travels each day across the world, he understood better than most that balance is not fixed. It is renewed with effort, again and again. Doubt did not come to Ra as fear. It came as weight. He had listened to the council. He had felt alignment lean toward Horus. Still, something remained unresolved. The world does not move on decree alone. It moves on trust. And trust must be tested where light meets shadow. Ra looked upon Horus with measured gaze. He saw endurance, restraint, clarity shaped by loss. These were qualities of rule. But Ra had ruled long enough to know that the future rarely resembles the present. Strength that answers today's disorder may falter under tomorrow's. Set had ruled through fear. Horus would rule through right. Ra wondered which would hold when darkness gathered beyond sight. This doubt was not accusation. It was responsibility. As the sun that must pass nightly through danger, Ra understood that order is most fragile where certainty feels strongest. He did not voice his doubt immediately. Doubt spoken too quickly becomes disruption. He held it, examined it, allowed it to sharpen rather than spread. Set sensed the hesitation. Storms feel pressure shifts before light changes. Set leaned into Ra's doubt, not with argument, but with suggestion. He spoke of threats unseen, of chaos that waits beyond horizon and memory. He reminded Ra that light does not conquer darkness, it survives it by passing through. This was true. Ra did not deny it. Night is not enemy, it is passage. Still, Ra remembered how often he had relied on Set to defend the solar bark against forces that sought to devour it. Set's strength had mattered then. Raw power had preserved the cycle when subtlety would have failed. Ra turned inward. He examined his own path, the endless rising and setting, the nightly journey through danger. His authority did not come from conquest, but from persistence. Light returns not because it dominates darkness, but because it endures passage through it. This realization mattered. Endurance, not dominance, sustained the cosmos. Ra looked again at Horus. He saw patience learned through injury, clarity refined through deception, strength tempered by boundary. Horus did not deny chaos. He placed it where it belonged. This mirrored Ra's own journey more than Set's did. Yet doubt lingered, not about Horus's worth, but about the world's readiness. Order requires more than a rightful ruler. It requires acceptance from forces that resist being governed. Ra spoke at last, not to condemn, not to endorse blindly. He questioned. He asked whether Horus understood the weight of cycles, the inevitability of return, the necessity of facing disorder repeatedly without becoming it. Rule, Ra reminded him, is not victory, it is maintenance. Horus answered without defensiveness. He did not promise perfection. Promises of perfection fracture under reality. He acknowledged uncertainty. He acknowledged that chaos would rise again. He did not claim to eliminate it. He claimed to meet it without surrendering alignment. This answer settled something in Ra. Not certainty, but direction. Ra recognized that doubt itself had purpose. It prevented blind trust. It forced clarity. By questioning Horus, Ra ensured that authority would not rest on assumption alone. Set interrupted again. He pressed Ra's doubt harder, framing it as weakness in judgment. He argued that hesitation invites collapse. Storms fear pause because pause limits momentum. Ra did not yield to the pressure. He named his doubt openly, not as flaw, but as vigilance. He reminded Set that unchecked certainty destroys as often as uncertainty does. Light that never questions itself blinds. This rebuke mattered. Set recoiled slightly. He had expected doubt to serve him. Instead, it had clarified boundary. Ra spoke his decision quietly. He would allow the council's recognition to stand. Horus would proceed as rightful heir. But Ra would watch closely. Oversight would remain. Trust would grow through action, not proclamation. This was not denial. It was stewardship. Horus accepted this without resentment. Resentment would have revealed insecurity. He understood that rule under watch is still rule. He welcomed accountability because alignment does not fear examination. Set withdrew again. Not defeated, but increasingly constrained. Ra felt the path ahead clarify. Doubt had done its work. It had tested alignment without undoing it. It had strengthened the foundation rather than fracturing it. Light continued its cycle. Night would still come. Chaos would still rise. But order, shaped by endurance rather than domination, would meet it. Ra resumed his journey across the sky, not fully certain, but responsibly committed. And in that commitment, the world found its balance renewed. Intervention did not arrive as command. It arrived as presence. Isis had watched the trials unfold without stepping forward, allowing conflict to reveal its own shape. Restraint had been her discipline. But restraint has its season, and silence, when held too long, becomes absence. When doubt lingered and Set continued to press against boundaries, Isis understood that balance now required her voice. She did not enter the conflict openly. Open intervention invites resistance. Isis chose a quieter path, one shaped by understanding rather than force. She moved where attention was thin, where certainty softened into question. Intervention, when wise, does not announce itself. It aligns what has drifted. Isis spoke first to no one. She spoke to memory. Memory is where power hides when strength and cunning fail. She recalled Osiris, not his death, but his rule. She remembered how order had once been sustained without fear, how the land had flourished under continuity rather than coercion. These memories did not accuse, they reminded. Set felt the disturbance, not as threat, but as unease. He sensed something shifting that could not be confronted directly. Storms know how to strike, but they do not know how to argue with remembrance. Isis approached Set quietly, not as enemy, as witness. She did not challenge his strength. She acknowledged it. She named his victories and his necessity. Chaos, she said, has purpose. It clears what stagnates. It tests what claims to endure. Denying this would be denial of truth. Set listened. He expected accusation. He received recognition. Recognition unsettled him more than opposition would have. Strength grows rigid when unacknowledged. When acknowledged, it must account for itself. Isis then named what Set avoided. That strength, when unbounded, consumes what it claims to protect. That disruption, when enthroned, must disrupt endlessly to justify itself. She did not accuse him of evil. She described consequence. Consequence does not argue. It accumulates. Set responded with defiance. He claimed necessity again. He insisted that fear kept the world intact, that mercy invited rebellion. His voice sharpened, revealing the strain beneath certainty. Isis did not match his volume. She matched his history. She reminded him of moments when strength alone had failed, when chaos had nearly devoured the cycle itself, when even Set had relied on guidance beyond force. Memory returned, uninvited but undeniable. Set faltered. Only slightly, but enough. Isis turned next to Horus, not to shield him, To refine him, she warned him against triumph. Recognition, she said, is not completion. Authority that believes itself settled grows careless. Horus listened without defensiveness. He understood that intervention directed at allies must be as honest as intervention directed at rivals. Isis reminded him of Ma'at, not as ideal, but as practice. Balance must be chosen repeatedly. Right does not sustain itself through inheritance. It requires vigilance equal to strength aggression. Horus accepted this. Acceptance here was not humility, it was readiness. The gods felt the shift. Intervention had not overturned judgment, it had clarified it. Where doubt had lingered, memory now steadied. Where pressure had mounted, understanding redirected it. Ra observed carefully. He saw that Isis had not undermined authority, she had strengthened it. By naming limits without accusation, she had reduced resistance without force. This was power of a different kind, one Ra recognised from his own passage through night. Set withdrew again, this time not in fury, but in calculation. Intervention had closed some paths and opened others. Chaos adapts. But adaptation requires time, and time now favoured order. Isis stepped back. Intervention completed does not linger. To remain would be to dominate, and Isis did not seek domination. She trusted what had been aligned to hold. The world felt steadier, not resolved. Steadier. Intervention had not ended conflict. It had ensured that conflict would proceed within boundary rather than overwhelm it. This was its purpose. Horus felt the weight settle, not heavier, clearer. He understood now that authority does not stand alone. It is supported by memory, refined by counsel, and corrected when necessary. Intervention, when rightful, does not weaken rule. It sustains it. Set moved into distance, storm clouds gathered elsewhere. The war would continue. But something essential had been secured. Balance now had voice. And that voice once heard does not fade easily. The eye was never only an eye. It was not flesh alone, nor vision alone, nor symbol alone. It was all of these held together by meaning. When the struggle between Horus and Set deepened, the eye ceased to belong solely to Horus. It became something the world itself leaned upon. Horus felt this change quietly. The eye no longer responded only to his will. It responded to alignment. When balance held, it clarified. When balance fractured, it dimmed. Vision had become responsibility. To see truly was now inseparable from the duty to act rightly. The gods understood this. They spoke of the eye as wholeness restored, as order made visible. But these were not abstractions. The eye influenced tides, harvests, judgment, healing. What Horus perceived shaped what endured. Set despised the eye, not because it saw him, but because it limited him. Chaos thrives where vision fractures. The eye repaired fracture. It did not destroy Set's power, but it denied him invisibility. Every disruption became visible within larger pattern. This was intolerable. Set sought to undermine the eye without confronting Horus directly. Direct opposition had failed too often. Instead, he spread imbalance, small persistent distortions meant to exhaust correction. Chaos does not always roar. Sometimes it erodes. Horus responded with restraint. He did not attempt to correct everything at once. Overcorrection creates fragility. He learned to prioritize, to see which fractures threatened collapse and which would resolve on their own. The eye taught him this distinction. This learning mattered. A ruler who attempts to fix all things at once blinds himself with urgency. Horus learned to see proportion. Not all disorder requires immediate response. Some must be observed until their nature clarifies. The eye guided judgment. When disputes arose among gods or mortals, Horus did not impose verdicts hastily. He listened, watched, allowed the eye to weigh intention against outcome. Truth emerged not from dominance, but from clarity sustained long enough to be trusted. Thoth observed this closely. He recognised that the eye had become measure, not rigid law but living calibration. What aligned with it endured. What resisted it revealed itself through consequence. Set tested this again. He introduced confusion masked as necessity. He justified disruption as urgency. He framed imbalance as correction. These distortions were subtle, designed to slip past vigilance rather than challenge it outright. The eye dimmed, not fully, just enough to signal warning. Horus noticed. He did not accuse Set immediately. Accusation hardened opposition. Instead, he adjusted. He slowed response, widened perspective, allowed the eye to recover clarity through patience. This denied Set the escalation he sought. The eye brightened again. Set's strategy failed. What could not provoke reaction could not sustain disruption. Chaos requires motion. When motion is denied, it falters. The world felt the eye's influence. Fields grew more predictable, cycles steadied, judgment became less violent, more precise. The eye did not eliminate suffering, it prevented unnecessary excess. This distinction mattered. Mortals would later carry the eye as symbol. They misunderstood its origin. They thought it was protection against harm. In truth, it was protection against blindness. To carry the eye was to remember that vision and responsibility cannot be separated. Horus understood this fully now. He did not wield the eye as weapon. He carried it as obligation. To see clearly meant to accept the burden of correction without indulgence in anger or pride. Set raged at this quietly. He could not destroy the eye again without revealing his own limits. Its restoration had changed the terms permanently. To strike it now would confirm its power rather than diminish it. This was Set's dilemma. Chaos can oppose order, but it cannot easily oppose clarity without exposing itself. The gods leaned into this understanding. They did not speak it aloud. They felt it settle. The eye had become shared reference, a point against which action could be measured without constant dispute. Horus stood within this role steadily, not triumphant, aware. The eye did not grant certainty, it demanded vigilance. Clarity must be renewed, just as balance must be maintained. Horus accepted this without illusion. The war had not ended. But the terms had shifted again. Set could challenge strength, he could test patience, he could provoke conflict, but he could no longer hide. The eye saw, and what is seen, once truly seen, cannot return to obscurity. Condemnation did not fall like lightning, it settled. The struggle between Horus and Set had stretched long enough that its nature could no longer be misunderstood. Strength had been tested, trickery exhausted, judgment refined by vision. What remained was not a question of power, but of consequence. When chaos persists beyond necessity, it reveals itself as refusal rather than function. The gods gathered once more, not in anger, not in haste. They gathered with gravity. This was not a council to decide guilt. Guilt implies accident. Set's actions had been deliberate, sustained and unrepentant. What remained to be determined was placement, where chaos belonged once its limits were named. Set stood defiant. He did not beg. He did not soften his stance. To do so would have contradicted his nature. Storm does not apologise for breaking what cannot withstand it. Set claimed necessity again, insisting that without him the world would rot into stagnation. Some gods remembered this truth. Disruption does prevent decay. Chaos tests what claims permanence. No one denied this. The condemnation did not arise from denial of Set's role. It arose from his refusal to remain within it. Horus did not accuse. Accusation would have invited debate. Instead, he allowed the eye to weigh Set's actions without rhetoric. The eye saw pattern rather than moment. It measured repetition rather than intent claimed. The pattern was clear. Set had crossed from challenger to destabilizer. What once tested order now sought to replace it. This distinction mattered. Chaos that refuses boundary becomes tyranny by another name. Ra spoke slowly. Light does not rush judgment. He acknowledged Set's service to the cycle, the times when strength alone had preserved motion. But he named the cost that now exceeded purpose. Night must be passed through, not enthroned. Thoth recorded the judgment, not as punishment, but as correction. Correction restores alignment without erasing function. The words were precise, leaving no space for misinterpretation. Set was condemned, not destroyed, not erased, placed. He would no longer contend for rule. He would no longer challenge succession. His power would remain, but bound to its proper domain. Disruption without dominion, force without throne. This condemnation carried weight because it preserved truth. To destroy Set would have been denial of chaos's necessity. To enthrone him would have been surrender to it. Placement preserved balance. Set reacted with fury. Not surprise, he had sensed this outcome forming, but fury sharpened by refusal. He rejected boundary as humiliation. Chaos does not accept limitation easily. He lashed out, not with violence, but with accusation. He named hypocrisy. He claimed order relied on him while pretending otherwise. His words struck close to truth, but missed its centre. Horus answered calmly. Yes, order requires challenge. Yes, strength clears stagnation. But challenge must yield when measured. Strength must answer consequence. What refuses correction ceases to serve balance. This answer ended debate, not because it silenced Set, but because it clarified the world. The eye brightened briefly, not as triumph, but as confirmation. Judgment aligned with consequence. The gods accepted it, not all with relief, some with regret. Condemnation always carries loss. Even necessary correction alters what cannot be restored. The council felt this weight and did not celebrate. Set withdrew under judgment, not broken, but constrained. Storm moved to distance. Chaos retreated to threshold. It would still rise. It would still test. But it would no longer claim the centre. The world shifted subtly. Tension eased, not vanished, but redistributed. Order did not become effortless. It became possible, without constant violence. This difference mattered. Horus stood quietly. Condemnation had not been his goal. Alignment had been. He accepted the responsibility that followed. Boundary must be maintained, not merely declared. Judgment is beginning, not conclusion. Ra turned toward the horizon. Cycles resumed their rhythm. Light would still face night. Balance would still be renewed daily. But now the terms were clearer. Set's condemnation did not end chaos. It ended its claim to rule. This distinction would shape everything that followed. The war, at last, had reached its turning point. The crowning did not come with thunder. It came with stillness. After judgment had settled and Set withdrew into boundary, the world paused, not in relief, but in recalibration. Balance does not rush to celebrate itself. It tests its footing first. Only when the ground held steady did the moment arrive. Horus did not step forward immediately. Kingship is not seized. It is received when the world is ready to carry it. He stood where he had stood before, upright, attentive, neither triumphant nor hesitant. The eye remained clear, not blazing, but steady. Vision now served responsibility, not ambition. The gods gathered again, not as judges this time, but as witnesses to continuity. Each presence carried memory of what had been endured to reach this point. No one forgot the trials, the doubts, the near fractures. A crown placed without remembrance would have been hollow. Ra approached first. As light that governed cycles, Ra did not bestow authority lightly. He had seen many rulers rise and fall beneath the sun's path. He understood that kingship is not dominance over others, but endurance within rhythm. Ra did not praise Horus. He acknowledged him. Acknowledgement was enough. He recognized Horus as bearer of order, not because chaos had vanished, but because it had been placed. A king who rules only in peace has not yet been tested. Horus had been tested and remained aligned. Thoth followed. He recorded the moment not as victory, but as transition. Records matter because memory guards against distortion. What is written precisely resists myth's excess. Thoth ensured that this crowning would be remembered as consequence, not conquest. Isis stood nearby. She did not step into the centre. Mothers of kings do not claim the throne beside them. Her presence was quiet, layered with memory and release. What she had protected had become what it needed to be. Pride and grief mingled without conflict. Nephthys watched from the edge. She marked what did not change as much as what did. Threats still existed. Cycles still turned. Watching would remain necessary. Kingship does not end vigilance. It requires it. The crown itself was not an object of gold alone. It was union. Upper and lower joined. Sky and earth aligned. Sight and judgment held together. The crown symbolised what Horus already carried inwardly, responsibility to hold difference without dissolving it. When it was placed upon him, nothing dramatic happened. The land did not quake. The sky did not blaze. Instead, something quieter occurred. Resistance lessened. Not disappeared, but lessened. Forces that had pressed constantly now tested cautiously. Order does not erase opposition, it changes its tone. Challenge became measured rather than relentless. Horus accepted the crown without gesture. No raised arms, no proclamation. Acceptance does not require display. He felt the weight settle, not as burden alone, but as orientation. Kingship pointed him forward. Every action would now echo farther than before. Set was not present. And this absence mattered. Condemnation had not erased him, but it had removed his claim to the centre. Chaos watched from distance, waiting for weakness, as it always does. Kingship must be proven daily, not declared once. Horus understood this. He did not imagine the war finished. He understood it transformed. Conflict would return in subtler forms. Balance requires maintenance, not memory alone. The gods withdrew gradually. Authority does not require constant attendance. Once established, it must stand on its own. Horus was not surrounded by protection. He was surrounded by expectation. The world adjusted. Fields responded with steadier cycles. Judgment among mortals softened without losing firmness. Disputes did not vanish, but they resolved with less blood. These changes were not miracles, they were outcomes of alignment held consistently. Horus walked the land, not to display rule, but to feel it. Kingship divorced from ground becomes abstraction. He touched earth, water, stone, elements that would answer him honestly if he failed. This mattered more than ceremony. At night, he looked to the horizon, not seeking enemies, but understanding cycles. Ra's path reminded him that even rightful rule must pass through darkness. Kingship would be tested not only by opposition, but by fatigue, doubt, and repetition. He accepted this without illusion. The child hidden in marshes was gone. In his place stood a king shaped by loss, restraint, clarity, and consequence. Not flawless, not invincible, but aligned. And alignment, held patiently, outlasts force. The crowning ended quietly. Not because it lacked meaning, but because meaning no longer required announcement. Order had a bearer. The world knew. Night did not fall suddenly. It arrived as transition, as it always had, light thinning, shadows lengthening, the world loosening its grip on form. For those who lived beneath the sun, night meant rest or fear. For the gods, it meant passage. Each dusk opened a threshold older than kingship itself. These were the gates of night. They did not stand in one place. They were not built of stone or guarded by walls. They emerged when the sun reached the edge of sight and chose to continue rather than vanish. The gates opened not outward, but inward, into the Duat, the realm beneath appearances, where endings and beginnings share the same breath. Ra approached them every evening, not as conqueror, as traveller. Even as king of the gods, Ra did not command the night. He entered it. The solar bark slowed as the horizon dissolved, and the familiar world loosened into something less certain. Light dimmed, but it did not extinguish. It condensed, preparing for descent. The gates responded to readiness. They did not open for force. They opened for continuity. Each night, Ra passed because he always had. Habit sustained the cosmos as much as power. Without this passage, dawn would not return. The Duat waited beyond, not empty, not silent, alive with layered dangers and necessary trials. The gates marked the boundary where surface order no longer applied. Here, Ma'at did not disappear, but it took new forms. Truth was tested differently. Balance was not maintained by clarity alone, but by memory, vigilance, and endurance. Horus understood this now. As king, his rule governed the world of light. But he learned quickly that kingship did not exempt him from the night's reality. The sun's journey was not symbolic. It was essential. Without safe passage through darkness, the day itself would fracture. Horus did not command the gates. He respected them. Respect is what allows passage where authority fails. The gates recognized alignment, not hierarchy. They opened for those who carried continuity rather than conquest. Each gate represented a challenge, not spoken, felt, fear without shape, memory without comfort, threats that could not be fought directly, only endured or understood. These were not punishments, they were conditions of movement through darkness. The guardians of the gates did not sleep. Some were serpents coiled in silence. Others were forms half remembered, half forgotten. They did not attack indiscriminately. They tested recognition. Those who forgot themselves were lost. Those who clung too tightly to themselves shattered. Ra passed because he remembered. Night after night he remembered who he was without insisting upon it. Identity, in the Duat, must be carried lightly. Too rigid, and it breaks. Too loose, and it dissolves. Horus watched and learned. He saw that rule of the living world depended on humility before the unseen one. Kingship that refuses dissent invites collapse. Only those who face darkness regularly can return light without distortion. The gates closed behind the bark. Not sealing, but holding. Within the Duat, time behaved differently. Moments stretched or collapsed. Threats repeated without pattern. The gates ensured that entry was deliberate, not accidental. Once crossed, retreat was not guaranteed. This mattered. The night journey was not optional. It was obligation. Each cycle demanded renewal through danger. The sun did not rise because it was destined to. It rose because it survived passage. Horus felt the weight of this truth. As king, he would be judged not only by justice delivered in daylight, but by how faithfully the cycle was maintained. The Duat could not be ruled. It could only be navigated. The gates opened again, each night the same, and yet never the same. Memory altered the passage. Experience refined vigilance. Even gods learn through repetition, especially gods. The world above slept, unaware of how close dawn came to failing each night, unaware of the vigilance required to keep light returning. This ignorance was mercy. Knowledge of the full struggle would break many. The gates did not demand gratitude. They demanded readiness. As Ra's bark slipped fully into darkness, the last rim of light vanished from the world above. Night claimed its domain, not as enemy, but as necessary depth. The gates held, and within them the journey truly began. Ra did not descend with reluctance. He descended with resolve refined by repetition. Each night, when the final edge of daylight thinned and the horizon released its hold, Ra guided the solar bark toward the unseen passage. This was not exile from the world above, it was continuity carried downward. The Dat received him without welcome. Darkness here was not absence, it was density. Layers of shadow folded over one another, each holding memory, threat and passage in equal measure. Light did not vanish upon entry. It narrowed, focused, learning how to move without announcing itself. Ra entered as traveller, not ruler. In the Duat, titles lost their sharpness. Authority mattered less than awareness. The realm beneath appearances obeyed no crown. It responded to alignment, what remembered its path and what forgot it. The bark moved steadily. Its motion was not hurried. Haste attracts danger in the Duat. Ra allowed the vessel to glide, keeping rhythm with the deeper pulse of the night. This rhythm did not belong to time as the living knew it. It belonged to endurance. The first shadows stirred, not to attack, to observe. Forms shifted at the edges of perception. Serpents coiled in silence, figures half-formed, eyes that reflected no light yet missed nothing. These beings were not enemies by nature, they were conditions. To move through the Duat was to accept their presence without surrendering to them. Ra spoke quietly. Not commands. Names. Naming steadies passage. It affirms memory without provoking challenge. Ra named the path, the bark, the light he carried. He named himself, not in pride, but in continuity. Identity held gently does not fracture under pressure. The Duat tested this immediately. Illusions rose, visions of endless night, of light extinguished, of cycles broken beyond repair. These were not prophecies. They were questions, shaped as threats. Would Ra cling to what he was or remember what he does? He remembered. Memory guided him where sight could not. The bark passed through narrowing channels where darkness pressed close, where movement alone preserved existence. To stop here was to dissolve. To rush was to invite capture. Ra kept pace. This was the lesson the Duat demanded most. Balance, in motion. Horus watched from the threshold, not entering fully, but attending. As king of the living world, he needed to understand what sustained it. He saw that the night journey was not triumph over darkness, but partnership with it. Darkness tested light so that light could return renewed. The guardians appeared, not as sentinels barring the way, but as questions made flesh. Some demanded recognition, others demanded restraint, one demanded silence. Each was answered differently, because uniform response fails in the Duat. Ra answered with discernment. Where challenge required acknowledgement, he acknowledged. Where it required stillness, he held. Where it required passage without engagement, he passed. Power here lay in choosing correctly, not in dominating. Time stretched. Moments elongated, then folded. Ra did not measure progress by distance. He measured it by alignment, by the steadiness of the bark, by the integrity of the light he carried. As long as light remained coherent, dawn remained possible. The Duat pressed closer. Its depth revealed itself not as void, but as multiplicity. Stories half-lived, fears unchosen, futures aborted, all drifted near. Ra did not gather them. Accumulation burdens passage. He acknowledged their existence and continued. This restraint preserved him. Many are lost in the Duat by trying to fix what cannot be fixed there. Repair belongs to the world of light. The night requires survival, not resolution. Horus felt the weight of this truth. Kingship would demand many repairs, but some passages would require endurance without correction. Knowing the difference would define his rule. The bark moved onward. Ra's light dimmed further, not from weakness, but from compression. Light learns here how to be sufficient rather than overwhelming. Excess is dangerous in the Duat. Precision survives. A distant stirring announced deeper trial, not yet confrontation, not yet danger. Preparation. Ra felt it and did not falter. Each night carried this anticipation. The journey always held risk. Certainty would have been the true threat. The Duat opened further. Not yielding. Inviting. Ra entered fully now, leaving the last echo of the living world behind. Above, the land slept, unaware of how close dawn came to failure each cycle. This ignorance was mercy. Vigilance belonged to the gods. The bark advanced, light held, memory guided. The night accepted him. And deeper within the Duat, the greatest trials waited, patient, ancient, necessary. The darkness did not arrive all at once. It unfolded. The Duat did not measure time as the living did, yet the journey through it was known by stages, 12 passages, often called hours, though no sun marked their passing. Each was a state rather than a span, a condition through which Ra and the solar bark had to move in order for dawn to remain possible. The first hours were heavy with forgetting. Forms drifted near the bark, half-shaped and unfinished, made of memories abandoned and futures never claimed. They reached without hands, pressed without weight. Their danger was subtle. To recognise them too deeply was to risk attachment. Ra passed them without dismissal and without embrace. Attention, held briefly, then released. The next hours tightened. Darkness thickened, compressing light into narrow channels. The bark could no longer glide freely. Movement required effort now, not force, but intention. To drift was to be absorbed. To push too hard was to fracture. Ra adjusted his pace, letting necessity dictate motion. Guardians emerged, not hostile, but exacting. They demanded names, rhythms, gestures remembered only through repetition. These were not riddles meant to trick. They were calibrations. Forget the pattern, and passage faltered. Ra answered with memory refined over countless cycles. Habit, here, was salvation. Midway through the journey, the darkness grew restless. This was the region of threat. Here, the Duat tested endurance through opposition. Serpent stirred. Forms coiled around the bark, testing its edges, seeking imbalance. These were not creatures of rage. They were forces drawn to instability. Where rhythm wavered, they pressed harder. Ra did not fight them. Fighting would have multiplied them. Instead, he stabilized the bark. Light held its shape. The serpents, finding no fracture to enter, receded. In the Duat, defense comes from coherence, not aggression. The hours deepened. Silence replaced motion. Even thought grew heavy. This was the darkness of suspension, where nothing advanced and nothing retreated. Here the temptation was despair, not dramatic, but dull, convincing, patient. Ra remembered the world above, not in longing, but in responsibility. Memory of purpose anchors movement when progress stalls. The bark resumed its slow advance, pulled forward by obligation rather than momentum. Horus sensed this stage keenly. He understood now that some trials do not challenge strength or wit. They challenge will, the quiet decision to continue when nothing promises reward. Kingship would demand this often. The later hours introduced judgment, not of others, of self. The Duat reflected doubt back upon the traveller, magnifying uncertainty, whispering questions without answers. Was the journey still necessary? Would dawn truly return? These were not lies. They were tests of commitment. Ra did not answer the questions. He continued. Commitment, when real, does not require reassurance. As the final hours approached, darkness loosened slightly. Not lifting. Breathing, the bark felt space widen imperceptibly. The threat shifted from pressure to anticipation. Something awaited ahead, not rest, but confrontation. The Duat never relinquishes passage without final test. The 12th hour gathered all that had come before. Memory, threat, silence, doubt. They converged into a single tension. The bark slowed, as if weighing the light it carried. This was the moment when failure would not be sudden, but complete. Ra held steady. Light, reduced, but coherent, remained intact. This coherence mattered more than brightness. Dawn does not require blaze. It requires survival. The Duat responded. The path ahead clarified, not opening widely but aligning. Darkness did not vanish. It shifted, making room. Passage became possible again. Above, the world still slept, Below, the cycle prepared to turn. The 12 hours had not weakened Ra. They had refined him. Each night the same, each night different. Endurance did not dull, it sharpened. Memory did not fade, it deepened. The bark moved toward the threshold of return. Dawn was not yet assured. But it was possible. And possibility, sustained through darkness, is the true measure of light. The Duat was never unguarded. Its passages were shaped by watchers older than fear, and serpents older than memory. These beings were not placed there as obstacles alone. They were part of the night's structure, living measures that ensured passage remained deliberate rather than accidental. Guardians did not sleep. They stood where paths narrowed and meanings blurred, where travellers might mistake momentum for direction. Their forms shifted, sometimes human, sometimes beast, sometimes neither. Shape mattered less than function. Each guardian tested a different aspect of readiness. Some demanded recognition. Names spoken correctly did not flatter them. They aligned memory. To forget a name was to forget a path. Ra spoke carefully, not loudly. Each name affirmed continuity, binding the present journey to all that had come before. Other guardians demanded restraint. They offered no threat, only invitation, opportunities to linger, to rest, to believe that passage could pause here safely. These were more dangerous than violence. To remain was to dissolve slowly. Ra passed without resentment. Rest belonged to dawn, not descent. The serpents moved differently. They did not guard paths. They responded to imbalance. Their bodies coiled where rhythm faltered, where fear spiked or certainty fractured. Serpents were not enemies by design. They were consequences given form. The greatest among them waited deeper, not rushing, not hiding, waiting. Ra felt their presence long before they revealed themselves. Awareness was the first defence. Ignorance invited attack. As long as the bark remained coherent, serpents circled without striking. Horus observed this closely. He understood now that guardians and serpents served the same purpose. One tested memory, the other tested stability. Together, they ensured that passage through darkness remained earned rather than assumed. The bark entered a region thick with coils. Serpents layered over one another, their scales catching faint light, reflecting it back distorted. This was the danger of reflection, seeing oneself too clearly or too falsely. Either could fracture alignment. Ra did not confront them. He adjusted the bark's course, narrowing light further, allowing less surface for distortion. Precision mattered here. Excess vision became vulnerability. The serpents pressed closer. They sensed tension, not fear. Tension creates openings. Ra steadied breath, steadied rhythm. As coherence returned, the serpents loosened, retreating without defeat or submission. This pattern repeated, again and again. Guardians demanded, serpents tested. Ra answered through alignment rather than force. The Duat did not reward heroics, it rewarded consistency. Some guardians asked questions without words. They showed images, worlds ending, cycles broken, dawn failing to rise. These visions were not predictions. They were possibilities. The test was not whether Ra feared them, but whether he accepted responsibility for preventing them. Ra did not deny the visions. Denial weakened resolve. He acknowledged them and continued. Acceptance strengthened continuity. Horus felt the gravity of this lesson. Rulers often believe they must prevent all darkness, but darkness will come regardless. What matters is whether passage through it remains possible. Guardians and serpents did not seek to destroy light. They sought to test whether it could endure. The deeper the bark travelled, the more numerous the guardians became. Each demanded less overt response and more internal adjustment. Names grew subtler. Tests grew quieter. Only those who listened inwardly could answer correctly. Ra answered because he remembered. Memory here was not recollection of events. It was remembrance of purpose, why the journey existed, why it must continue, Without this, answers would have been hollow. At the deepest point, the greatest serpent stirred. Not yet attacking, measuring. This was the threshold where chaos and order met most directly. The serpent embodied dissolution, the pull toward final stillness where cycles cease. Ra's presence alone kept it at bay, not through dominance, but through refusal to yield coherence. The serpent circled. Light dimmed further. Ra held. Not because victory was assured, but because surrender was unthinkable. The serpent withdrew slightly, not defeated, acknowledged. The guardian stepped aside, paths aligned once more. The Duat allowed passage to continue, not because danger had ended, but because alignment had been proven sufficient, for now. Horus understood what this meant. Kingship, like the night journey, would require constant readiness. Guardians would appear, serpents would test. Victory would not mean their absence, only their restraint. The bark moved onward. Darkness still pressed, but passage remained open. And as long as guardians recognised memory and serpents found no fracture to enter, dawn remained possible. Stirring came before sight, before sound, before form, deep within the Duat, where darkness folded into itself and memory thinned into instinct. A pressure shifted. It was not sudden. Nothing ancient moves suddenly. It was a coiling awareness, slow and deliberate, as if the night itself had inhaled. Apophis stirred. He was not born, nor placed, nor summoned. He existed as opposition older than intention, a force that did not test order, but sought to end it. Where guardians measured and serpents responded to imbalance, Apophis desired stillness without return. Not silence before renewal, but silence that devours cycles. Ra felt him immediately, not as fear, as gravity. The solar bark slowed, not by command, but by resistance. Light compressed further, drawn inward as if something vast had leaned toward it. This was not illusion. This was confrontation approaching its proper depth. Apophis did not attack at once. He never did. He waited for weakness, for repetition to dull vigilance, for confidence to replace care. His power lay not in sudden force, but in persistence, the endless suggestion that struggle was pointless, that cycles were fragile accidents soon to be erased. The Duat grew tense. Serpents withdrew from his vicinity. Guardians stood motionless, their tests suspended. Where Apophis stirred, ordinary trials ceased. This was not a measure to be passed. This was negation to be endured. Horus sensed the shift sharply. This was no rival like Set, no chaos to be placed within boundary. Apophis could not be corrected or persuaded. He represented the end of passage itself. If he prevailed, dawn would not merely be delayed, it would cease. Ra steadied the bark, not through command, through remembrance. He remembered every previous night, every descent survived, every return earned. Memory was not comfort, it was resistance. Apophis fed on forgetting. To remember was to deny him nourishment. The darkness thickened, not closing in. Settling, Apophis began to form, not fully visible, but present enough that absence felt crowded. A vast curve of non-light shifted, coils without edge, mass without boundary. To look directly was to risk collapse of focus. Ra did not look directly. He held the light within measure. Apophis whispered, not in words, in implications, that the cycle was tiring, that vigilance could not be sustained forever, that one night inevitably would be the last. These were not lies, they were possibilities stretched into certainty. Ra did not argue. Argument acknowledges debate. Apophis did not debate. He eroded. Ra responded with action shaped as ritual. Names were spoken, not shouted, not begged. Names of continuity, of measure, of return. Each name reinforced pattern. Pattern resists dissolution not by force, but by repetition aligned correctly. The bark trembled. Light thinned further. Apophis pressed closer. This was the moment each night balanced upon, a moment unseen by the living world, unnoticed by those who slept beneath the stars. Here, the future of dawn narrowed to coherence held against erasure. Horus felt the weight of it. He understood now that kingship, justice and order were sustained not only by visible struggle, but by this hidden endurance. Without the night's survival, the day's authority meant nothing. Apophis surged. Not forward. Inward. He attempted to swallow light by convincing it to collapse itself. This was his truest attack, not destruction from without, but surrender from within. Ra resisted by narrowing further. Light does not need to blaze to survive. It needs to remain itself. Ra compressed the sun into essence. No warmth, no reach, only identity preserved. Apophis recoiled slightly. Not defeated. Denied. Denial frustrated him. He withdrew just enough to test again later. Apophis never seeks a single victory. He waits for fatigue. The Duat loosened its pressure marginally. Guardians resumed their posts. Serpents reappeared along the edges. Ordinary danger returned, danger that could be navigated. The bark moved on. Ra did not celebrate. Survival is not triumph. It is obligation fulfilled. Apophis settled back into depth, coiling into waiting once more. He had not been banished. He never would be. He would stir again the next night, and the next, and the next. This was the truth the gods accepted. Chaos can be placed. Storm can be bound. But dissolution must be resisted endlessly. Horus absorbed this without despair. Endurance did not frighten him. It clarified him. The bark advanced toward the remaining hours of darkness. Dawn was not guaranteed. It never was. It would be earned again, as it always had been. Above, the world slept. Below, vigilance held. And because it held, because memory refused to release its grip, light remained possible. Chaos was never defeated. It was renewed. Each night, after Apophis withdrew and the bark pressed onward, the Duat did not settle into peace. It loosened. Tension released only enough for motion to continue. What had been resisted did not vanish. It waited, gathering again for the next cycle. This renewal was not failure. It was structure. The cosmos did not depend on a single victory over darkness. It depended on repetition, on the willingness to meet disorder again and again, without surrendering to it. Chaos returned nightly, because balance is not static. It must be remade each time light descends. Ra understood this completely. He did not expect the night to grow easier. Familiarity did not soften its dangers. Each passage carried new variations, subtle shifts in threat and pressure. Chaos adapts. It learns the rhythm of resistance and searches for fatigue. The Duat responded accordingly. After Apophis stirred, smaller disturbances multiplied. Serpents became restless. Guardians sharpened their demands. Paths twisted slightly from their previous alignment. Nothing catastrophic occurred. Instead, 1,000 small challenges emerged, each testing vigilance. This was how chaos worked best. Not through overwhelming force, but through accumulation. Tiny fractures ignored become collapse. Ra adjusted his passage to this reality, treating every movement as necessary, every correction as essential. Horus observed this pattern carefully. He realized that kingship would face the same truth. Disorder would not arrive once, clearly marked and defeated forever. It would return in minor forms: neglect, impatience, misuse of authority, certainty hardened into arrogance. Each night mirrored each day. Chaos renewed itself because life moved. Wherever movement exists, imbalance follows. The cosmos did not seek to eliminate chaos. It sought to prevent chaos from becoming final. Ra spoke no declarations against it. Declarations harden opposition. Instead, he maintained pattern. The bark moved with consistency, not speed. Light remained measured. Memory guided passage. These were not dramatic acts. They were reliable ones. The Guardians recognised this. They adjusted their tests. Some became stricter, others softened, not because they favoured Ra, but because alignment invites cooperation. Chaos responds differently to those who do not panic at its return. The serpents circled more frequently, not attacking outright, but probing. They tested edges for weakness, rhythm for hesitation. When they found none, they withdrew. Chaos does not waste energy where it cannot enter. Apophis remained deeper still. Renewal did not mean constant assault. It meant constant possibility. He waited for the moment when renewal would fail, when one-night vigilance would falter, when memory would thin into habit without awareness. Ra did not allow habit to dull attention. Repetition, when conscious, sharpens rather than numbs. Each night's passage informed the next. Errors were corrected. Pace refined. Alignment strengthened through use. This was the quiet labour of eternity. No praise followed it. No witness marked it. The living world above remained unaware of how precarious dawn truly was. They rose with the sun, assuming its return. This assumption was mercy. If they knew the full weight of renewal, despair would follow gratitude too closely. Horus felt the burden shift toward him. As king of the living world, he would inherit this rhythm. Order by day mirrored vigilance by night. Justice was not a single act. It was sustained attention. Chaos renewed itself daily. So must right. He did not resent this. Resentment corrodes responsibility. He accepted that renewal was not punishment, but condition. The world existed because struggle did not conclude. Finality belonged only to dissolution, and dissolution was what must be resisted. Ra felt dawn approach distantly, not as relief, as continuation. The remaining hours of darkness still required passage. Chaos would stir again before the threshold. Renewal would not cease simply because it had already occurred once. This was the truth beneath myth. The universe persisted not because order triumphed once, but because it chose itself repeatedly. Night after night, day after day. The bark moved onward. Light remained coherent. Chaos lingered. And because both existed within boundary, the cycle endured. Renewal did not weaken order, it defined it. Protection in the Duat was never armour, it was language. As chaos renewed itself nightly, and vigilance replaced triumph, the gods relied on spells, not as weapons, but as alignments spoken into being. Words here did not persuade, they stabilized. In darkness where form dissolved easily, naming held shape. Ra did not invent these spells. He inherited them through passage. Each descent refined them, stripped them of excess, sharpened what endured. A spell that worked once, but failed again, was abandoned. Only what survived repetition remained. Protection began with remembrance. Names spoken in the Duat were not labels. They were coordinates. To name a thing correctly was to place it within relation. To misname was to lose orientation. Ra spoke names slowly, letting each one settle before the next followed. These spells did not command darkness to retreat. They instructed light how to remain itself. The bark carried them like breath, recited without urgency, without doubt. The cadence mattered more than volume. Rhythm preserved coherence when pressure mounted. Chaos listened not to authority, but to consistency. Horus listened closely. He learned that protection was not denial of danger, but preparation for encounter. Spells did not eliminate serpents. They clarified how to pass them. They did not silence Apophis. They preserved light when he pressed inward. Some spells were simple. Declarations of continuity. Affirmations of passage. Others were complex, layered with memory and caution. These were spoken only when the Duat tightened, when ordinary vigilance proved insufficient. Each spell corresponded to a condition. Fear without object. Memory without anchor. Silence that invited surrender. Protection meant recognizing the condition before naming it. Spells spoken too early wasted strength. Spoken too late they fractured. Ra spoke them neither early nor late. Timing was the true protection. The Guardians responded, not with obedience, but with acknowledgement. They recognised patterns they had tested before. Consistency reassured them. The bark passed where language held steady. The serpents recoiled slightly, not because the spells harmed them, but because they found no entry. Protection does not repel chaos. It denies it purchase. Horus understood this deeply. In the living world, protection would take other forms: law, ritual, counsel. But the principle remained. Order is preserved not by sealing the world against danger, but by preparing it to meet danger without collapse. Some spells were never spoken aloud. They were held internally, recited through breath and intention. These were the most important. Sound attracts attention in the Duat. Silence, shaped correctly, protects better. Ra carried these silently. They reminded him of purpose, of the reason the journey continued. Protection that forgets purpose becomes superstition. Purpose anchors protection in necessity. As the bark advanced, pressure mounted again. Chaos sensed alignment tightening and tested it. Illusions formed, false dawns, false openings, promises of rest. These were not threats, they were invitations to stop. Ra answered with a spell of refusal, not rejection, refusal. A spell that named continuation as obligation. It did not condemn rest. It placed rest beyond the threshold of return. This subtlety mattered. The illusions dissolved. Protection had not shattered them. It had outlasted them. Horus felt the lesson settle. Protection must be renewable. A spell spoken once protects once. A spell refined through repetition protects indefinitely. This was why spells endured across generations. They were not invented. They were proven. The Duat responded with temporary easing. Not safety. Space. Space enough for movement to continue. Protection creates margin, not immunity. Margin allows choice. Choice sustains alignment. Ra adjusted his course slightly. Spells did not replace vigilance, they enhanced it. To rely on language alone would have been folly. Language must accompany attention. The remaining hours approached. Threat remained, but coherence held. The spells continued, not as incantation, but as maintenance. Quiet, steady, unremarkable. This was their strength. They did not announce themselves as power. They functioned as structure. Above, mortals would later echo fragments of these spells. They would inscribe them on walls, wear them as amulets, whisper them at thresholds. They would not always understand their origin, but understanding was not required for function. Alignment persists even when memory fades. Horus saw this future dimly. He understood now that protection is inherited responsibility. Words survive when actions fade. Spells endure because they teach how to remain. The bark moved on. Light held its shape. Chaos circled without entry. Protection did not feel like victory. It felt like continuity preserved quietly, night after night, because someone remembered how to speak. Dawn did not arrive as promise. It arrived as pressure easing. After spells had steadied the bark and chaos circled without entry, the Duat shifted its weight. Darkness did not retreat. It loosened. What had pressed inward began to allow movement outward, as if the night itself acknowledged that passage had been earned. Ra felt this change immediately, not as relief, as orientation. The bark responded by gliding more freely, its course no longer narrowed by resistance. Light, still compressed, began to stretch, not brightening yet, but remembering breadth. This was not the end of danger. It was the recognition that danger had been met without collapse. The final hours were not gentle. They were precise. Here the Duat tested attention rather than endurance. Small errors carried greater cost. A misnamed path could lead to looping darkness. A moment's complacency could fracture rhythm. Dawn approaches only for those who remain awake to detail. Horus sensed the subtlety of this stage. He understood now why many fail near completion, When effort relaxes too soon, alignment dissolves. Success tempts distraction. Vigilance must hold until transition completes. Guardians appeared one last time, not to bar passage, to confirm readiness. Their tests were quiet, gestures rather than demands, shifts in space rather than obstacles. Ra responded with precision, not flourish. Familiarity did not breed carelessness. Each answer was given as if for the first time. Serpents thinned, their coils loosened, drifting back into depth. They did not vanish. They returned to waiting. Chaos does not leave when dawn approaches. It watches for misstep at threshold. Apophis did not stir. Not yet. He never contests the moment of transition directly. His power lies in erosion, not confrontation. The absence of his movement was itself a test. Would vigilance relax because threat felt distant? Ra did not relax. The bark continued steadily. The darkness ahead grew less dense, more translucent. Shadow shifted from weight to veil. Light passed through it without being consumed. This was the sign, not of victory, but of permission. The horizon below began to form. Not a line, a suggestion. The Duat does not open into dawn abruptly, it aligns with it. Passage narrows again, but differently now, like a channel guiding rather than constraining. Direction returns. Ra spoke fewer spells. Protection was no longer layered. What remained was orientation, knowing where to go and how to move. Excess language would have muddied clarity. Silence, shaped carefully, guided the final approach. Horus felt anticipation sharpen, not excitement. Responsibility. He understood that dawn, once reached, would renew obligation rather than release it. Daylight would demand judgment, action, correction. The night's lessons would be tested openly. The bark reached the final threshold. This was the moment of greatest risk. Transition itself. Many can endure darkness. Fewer can cross from it without carrying residue that distorts what follows. Dawn requires release as much as survival. Ra prepared to release, not memory, burden. He allowed the compression of light to expand fully now, letting warmth return gradually, avoiding shock. Sudden brilliance blinds. Dawn must grow. The Duat responded. The threshold opened, not wide, but true. Darkness held its place without clinging. Passage completed itself without resistance. Above, the world stirred. Birds shifted in sleep. Winds softened. Waters adjusted their surface. These were not responses to light yet, but preparations for it. The living world senses dawn before seeing it. Ra ascended. The bark emerged from depth into horizon, carrying light reshaped by passage. It was not the same light that had descended. It was refined, less naive, more precise. Horus understood this transformation. Each night's survival altered what returned. Dawn was not repetition. It was renewal informed by memory. The sun's edge appeared, not blazing, emerging. Darkness did not vanish. It withdrew to its proper place, awaiting the next descent. The cycle did not break. It completed. Ra rose. Light spread carefully, claiming space without violence. The world accepted it because it recognized it. Dawn belongs not to conquest, but to continuity. The bark steadied in the sky. Day began, not as triumph over night, as passage completed faithfully. Horus felt the meaning settle. Order did not deny darkness. Light did not erase danger. Balance endured because vigilance continued. Dawn approached, arrived, and passed into day, quietly as it always had, because someone had remembered how to return. Rebirth did not announce itself with triumph. It unfolded. As Ra rose from the threshold of night, the sun did not burst into being as something new. It returned as something tested, light carried through danger and shaped by endurance. The sky received it not as miracle, but as recognition fulfilled. The world stirred slowly. Fields warmed before they brightened. Waters caught colour before reflection. Life adjusted itself in increments, remembering how to open without exposing itself too quickly. Rebirth teaches patience to those who depend upon it. Ra ascended in silence. The bark steadied in the upper sky, its journey through darkness complete for now. What rose was not merely light, but continuity restored. The sun was reborn because it had survived descent without forgetting itself. This mattered. Light that returns unchanged has learnt nothing. Light that returns altered has endured. Each dawn carried subtle difference, slight adjustments invisible to those who only counted days, but decisive to those who guarded cycles. Horus watched the ascent with attention sharpened by knowledge. He understood now that rebirth was not reversal, night was not undone. It was integrated. What had been faced below informed what could be sustained above. Kingship, like sunrise, depended on this integration. The sun spread carefully. Brightness expanded without violence, claiming space not by force, but by presence. Darkness withdrew without protest, retreating to the margins where it would remain necessary. Balance held because neither denied the other. Ra felt the change within himself. Compression released into breadth. Warmth returned without excess. Sight expanded outward. Yet vigilance did not fade. Rebirth carried memory of fragility. This memory prevented arrogance. The gods acknowledged the moment quietly. No chorus rose. No decree followed. Rebirth required no audience. It confirmed itself through effect. Day resumed its work, growth, judgment, decay held within cycle. Mortals awoke. They did not know how close dawn had come to failure. They did not need to. Ignorance here was mercy. Trust in return allowed life to proceed without constant dread. The gods bore vigilance so others could bear living. Horus accepted this division. Rule was not spectacle. It was maintenance. Justice, like sunlight, must be reliable more than dramatic. Rebirth reinforced this truth. The sun climbed higher, shadows shortened, forms sharpened, the world clarified. What had been ambiguous under dawn's edge resolved into shape and boundary. Day demanded decisions night could defer. Ra moved into his daily passage. The journey across the sky was not rest. It was expression. Light revealed what night had tested. Hidden fractures became visible. Growth exposed weakness. Rebirth did not end responsibility. It multiplied it. Horus turned his attention to the living world. Now that light returned, order would be tested openly. Disputes would rise. Imbalance would reveal itself without cover of shadow. Kingship would answer with measure learned from night. The sun's rebirth informed every judgment. It reminded Horus that correction must not erase cost. Night leaves marks that day must respect. What endured darkness carries memory that should not be dismissed. Ra felt gratitude, not as emotion, but as orientation. Gratitude aligns future effort. It acknowledges that continuation is not guaranteed. Each dawn is earned anew, not inherited. As the sun reached its height, rebirth completed its transition. What had emerged fragile at horizon now held steady in the sky. This steadiness was temporary. It would be tested again. Afternoon would lean toward evening. Evening would reopen gates. The cycle never paused. This was not cause for despair. It was cause for care. Rebirth taught that survival is not a single achievement, but a discipline renewed through repetition. What survives once must survive again. What returns must be willing to descend again. Horus embraced this truth fully. Kingship would not culminate in peace without effort. It would cycle through challenge and restoration endlessly. Night would always return. Dawn would always need to be earned. The sun continued its arc. Life responded with growth and labour. Time moved forward, carrying memory beneath appearance. The world resumed, sustained by a rebirth that had not erased darkness, but passed through it intact. Rebirth then was not escape, it was proof. Proof that continuity could survive descent, that light could learn from darkness, that order, renewed daily, could endure without denying what it faced. The sun was reborn. And because it was willing to be reborn again and again, the world remained possible. Nothing ended with rebirth. Completion was never the purpose. As the sun settled into its daily path, and the world resumed its familiar rhythms, the truth beneath all motion remained unchanged. Cycles endure because they repeat, not because they conclude. What returns is not finished. It is prepared to return again. The ancients understood this deeply. They did not imagine time as a straight line stretching toward final resolution. They felt it as turning, like the river's bend, like breath drawn and released, like seed buried and rising. Eternal cycles were not prison. They were permission to continue. Ra moved across the sky knowing this. Every ascent carried the certainty of descent. Every victory overnight carried the promise of its return. This knowledge did not weaken him. It steadied him. To expect final triumph is to invite despair. To expect return is to cultivate vigilance. The Duat remained. Even as daylight spread, its presence did not vanish. It waited beneath appearances, holding memory, threat, and renewal in equal measure. Night would open its gates again. Guardians would test. Serpents would circle. Apophis would stir. None of this surprised the gods. Surprise belongs to those who believe in endings. Horus ruled with this understanding. Kingship, once crowned, did not settle into permanence. It rotated through judgment and correction, strength and restraint. Each day's clarity would be tested by evening's ambiguity. Each decision would ripple forward, returning in altered form. This was not burden alone. It was structure. Eternal cycles ensured that no moment bore the weight of everything. Failure did not end the world. Success did not finalize it. Meaning lived in return, in the willingness to face again what had not been resolved. Ma'at existed within this rhythm. Balance was not stillness. It was movement guided repeatedly toward alignment. The scales did not lock. They adjusted. Justice was not a verdict delivered once, but a tension maintained across time. The gods did not resent this labour. Labour gave them purpose. A universe without cycles would require no guardians, no kings, no vigilance. It would collapse into final silence, or freeze into rigid perfection. Either would end becoming. Cycles preserved becoming. Mortals lived inside this truth without naming it. They planted knowing harvest would not last. They built knowing structures would erode. They loved knowing loss would follow. Yet they continued. Continuation itself was worship of the cycle. Horus watched mortals closely. He did not pity their impermanence. He recognized its reflection. Gods endured longer, not differently. Cycles bound all things, even those called eternal. Eternity was not exemption from change. It was participation in change without collapse. Ra felt evening approach again. Not yet, but inevitably. The sun's arc already leaned toward descent. Afternoon carried the memory of dawn forward. Night waited patiently. It always did. This patience mattered. Chaos was not frantic. It was persistent. Order answered not by erasing it, but by meeting it again and again with coherence intact. Eternal cycles were the field where this meeting occurred. Apophis would stir again. Not because the gods failed, but because opposition defined motion. Without resistance, vigilance would dull. Without danger, purpose would thin. The cycle required its counterweight. The gods accepted this without despair. Acceptance did not mean surrender, it meant clarity. Eternal cycles taught restraint. They discouraged excess hope and excess fear alike. What rises will fall. What falls may rise again. Wisdom lived in timing, not in denial of motion. Horus carried this into rule. He learned when to act decisively and when to wait. He learned that some conflicts resolve only through repetition. He learned that patience was not delay, but recognition of cycle's pace. The world responded, not with perfection, with resilience. Fields failed and were replanted. Justice faltered and was corrected. Darkness returned and was passed through. The cycle held because it was allowed to turn. This was the quiet promise beneath Egyptian myth. Not that order would win forever, but that order would return if remembered. Eternal cycles did not guarantee comfort, they guaranteed possibility. Possibility to begin again, possibility to correct, possibility to endure without illusion. As the sun continued its path and time moved forward without rushing, the truth remained steady beneath all stories. Nothing ends. Everything turns. And because it turns, the story continues, night into day, day into night, held together by those who remember how to return. Arrival was not a journey of distance. It was a shedding. When the final breath loosened its hold and the body fell quiet, the soul did not rush forward. It lingered, attentive, as if listening for something that could not be heard with ears. Death, in this understanding, was not an abrupt severing. It was a threshold approached slowly, with memory still warm. The soul awakened to the Duat, not as stranger, but as participant. This realm beneath appearances was familiar in ways the living could not articulate. Dreams had brushed it. Night had echoed it. Every life had rehearsed this arrival in fragments, never fully remembering, never fully forgetting. The soul arrived carrying weight, not weight of flesh, but of accumulation. Choices made, words spoken, silences kept. None of these appeared as judgment yet. They existed as presence, shaping the soul's density, its readiness to move. No trumpet sounded, no gate flung wide. The Duat did not announce arrival. It acknowledged it. The soul stood in a space that was neither place nor void. Darkness did not threaten. Light did not guide. Orientation came from within. Those who clung to the body felt heaviness. Those who remembered breath as rhythm felt movement return. Anubis did not appear immediately. Guidance is not given before readiness. The soul had to recognise its own state first, to feel whether it drifted or held shape. This recognition mattered more than reassurance. Some souls panicked. They sought the familiar, names, faces, boundaries of the living world. Panic thickened the air around them. Movement slowed. The Duat does not punish panic. It mirrors it. Those who clutched fear found it heavy. Other souls steadied themselves. They remembered continuity, not as belief, but as practiced alignment. Breath learned in life shaped stillness here. These souls moved more easily, not faster, but with less resistance. The path revealed itself gradually, not as road, as invitation. The soul did not walk, it oriented. Direction emerged where attention settled. This was the first truth of the afterlife. Movement followed acknowledgement. To deny one's state was to wander, to accept it was to advance. Whispers surrounded the arriving soul, not voices, echoes. Remnants of intentions never completed, of truths half spoken, of love carried but not expressed. These echoes were not accusations. They were reminders. The Duat preserved what the living world could not hold. The soul felt them brush past like wind. Some were light, others pulled. Nothing forced engagement. What drew the soul was resonance. What had mattered in life mattered here, not because it was judged, but because it had shape. Anubis appeared when the soul ceased resisting. He did not emerge dramatically. He was simply there, calm, precise, unhurried. His presence did not comfort or threaten. It clarified. Confusion thinned where he stood. Anubis did not speak at first. Speech can distract from recognition. He observed the soul's coherence, its balance, the way it held itself. This observation determined guidance. Souls are not escorted identically. Each carries different gravity. When Anubis finally spoke, his voice did not command. It oriented. He named what the soul already felt, but had not articulated. That arrival was not judgment, and judgment was not condemnation. Judgment was measure, and measure was necessary for placement. The soul followed, not because it was led, but because direction now made sense. The duat unfolded in layers as the soul moved. Memories surfaced, not as images replayed, but as sensations remembered. Warmth, tightness, regret without words, fulfillment without pride. These sensations shaped the path ahead. No one rushed the soul. Time here did not pressure. Haste belonged to the living world. Eternity allows patience without indulgence. The soul moved at the speed of acknowledgement. Fear diminished, not vanished, but contextualized. Fear had purpose. It sharpened attention. It did not decide outcome. The path ahead curved toward measure, toward the weighing that would come. But arrival itself carried meaning before judgment ever began. The soul had crossed without being erased. It had entered without being claimed. This alone mattered. In the duat, existence did not end. It clarified. The soul arrived not to be punished or rewarded, but to be understood within balance that extended beyond life's single arc. Continuity awaited, shaped by truth rather than hope. The threshold behind closed quietly. Ahead the scales waited. The soul did not arrive as one. What crossed the threshold into the duat carried division within it, two currents bound together during life, now loosening into distinction. The Egyptians did not imagine the self as singular. Identity was layered, sustained by relationships between forces rather than by a single core. The first was the Ka. The Ka was not personality. It was vitality, the sustaining force that had animated breath, movement, appetite, presence. In life it had been nourished by food, by ritual, by continuity with family and land. When death came, the Ka did not vanish. It lingered close, tethered to what had been known. The Ka recognised places. It knew the body, it knew the home, it knew the offerings left behind. This was why preservation mattered. The Ka required stability to remain coherent. Without it, vitality thinned, not violently, but through neglect. The Ka did not fear death, it feared abandonment. The second was the Ba. The Ba was movement. It carried character, memory, inclination, the unique shape of being that had chosen, loved, hesitated, endured. Unlike the Ka, the Ba was restless. It refused confinement. After death, it lifted, stretching outward, seeking recognition beyond the familiar. The Ba travelled. It returned to the world of the living. It visited remembered places. It hovered near names still spoken. This wandering was not longing. It was completion. The Ba needed to know that its life had left imprint. Without this recognition, it could not settle into the next phase of existence. The Duat accommodated both. It did not force unity prematurely. Separation was necessary. The Ka and the Ba had different needs, and forcing them together too soon would fracture what they carried. Anubis oversaw this division carefully. He did not instruct the Ka to remain, nor the Ba to roam. He allowed each to follow its nature. Guidance in the afterlife does not suppress essence. It aligns it. The Ka stayed near what endured. Offerings mattered not as payment, but as relationship. Food, words, ritual, all affirmed that vitality was remembered. Memory nourished the Ka as surely as bread once had. The Ba observed. It witnessed mourning, neglect, devotion, indifference. These did not judge the living. They informed the Ba where the continuity existed. A name spoken sustained motion. A name forgotten loosened anchor. Neither Ka nor Ba condemned. They learned. The Ba returned to the Duat repeatedly. Not bound, but drawn. Each return brought greater clarity. Wandering was not endless. It was transitional. Eventually the Ba recognised that what it sought could no longer be found among the living alone. At that moment reunion became possible. But reunion was not automatic. The Ka and the Ba could only reunite if balance had been maintained, if vitality and memory aligned without contradiction. if life had not been lived so fractured that its parts could not recognise one another. This was why truth mattered in judgment. Not moral perfection, coherence. A life could be flawed and still coherent. It could err and still be whole. What fractured reunion was denial, living in contradiction so deep that no centre remained. Horus understood this deeply. As king, he governed the living world, but his rule echoed into the Duat. Laws shaped coherence. Ritual sustained memory. Justice preserved alignment between what was done and what was claimed. The car and the bar were mirrors of this truth. Vitality without recognition became hollow. Movement without grounding became restless. Only together could they form the Ak, the effective spirit, luminous and enduring. But that transformation waited beyond judgment. For now, separation taught awareness. The car learned whether it had been sustained. The bar learned whether it had been remembered. Neither was punished for lack. Absence revealed consequence naturally. The Duat held space for this learning. Time here did not hurry reunion. Souls were not rushed toward completion. Eternity allowed correction without cruelty. The car could strengthen through offerings. The bar could settle through acknowledgement. This patience mattered. Existence beyond death was not reward or sentence. It was continuation shaped by relationship. The living and the dead remained bound, not by obligation, but by resonance. When the car and the bar finally drew near one another again, it was not forced. They recognized alignment. Vitality and memory met where truth allowed them to meet. This recognition prepared the soul for what followed, the weighing that would measure not worth, but harmony. The soul, now understood in parts, stood ready, not whole yet, but possible. The confession was not an apology. It was alignment spoken aloud. When the soul approached the hall of judgment, it did not arrive trembling before accusation. It arrived carrying its life as pattern, ready to be named without distortion. Innocence, in this place, did not mean perfection. It meant coherence. Life lived without deliberate fracture between action and truth. The hall did not intimidate. It clarified. Columns rose without grandeur, holding space rather than impressing it. Silence rested there not as threat, but as invitation. Words spoken here would not echo. They would settle. The soul stood before the judges of order, not to be interrogated, to be heard. The confession began without prompting. The soul spoke not of virtues claimed, but of harms not committed. This mattered. To name what one did not do was to acknowledge awareness of boundary. Boundaries define alignment. Crossing them deliberately shapes consequence. I did not steal. This was not denial born of fear. It was declaration of measure. It affirmed respect for what was held in trust. I did not deceive. Truth spoken was not performance. It was orientation. To deceive fractures relationship. Refusal to deceive preserved it. Each statement unfolded slowly. The soul did not rush. Speed suggests avoidance. Careful naming signalled attention. The confession was not memorised recitation. It was recognition of relationship with Ma'at, balance sustained through daily choices. I did not close my ears to truth. This acknowledged listening as action. To refuse hearing is to refuse alignment. I did not create imbalance where none was necessary. This mattered deeply. The soul did not claim to have avoided all disruption. Disruption has purpose. What was denied was excess, harm without necessity. The judges did not react. They did not nod or frown. Judgment here did not respond to performance. It weighed consistency between word and life. The confession's power lay not in eloquence, but in resonance. The car and the bar listened together. This was their first shared witness. Vitality and memory heard the same words. Where they aligned, coherence strengthened. Where tension arose, it became visible without condemnation. The soul did not claim ignorance. Ignorance excuses nothing here. Instead, the soul acknowledged awareness of wrongdoing and refusal to commit it. This mattered more than innocence by accident. Choosing not to harm carried weight. I did not turn away from the hungry. This was not boast. It was recognition of shared existence. To feed another is to affirm continuity beyond self. I did not misuse power. Power was named explicitly because it distorts easily. The soul did not claim to lack power. It claimed restraint. The confession unfolded like breath. Statement followed statement, each defining a boundary held. The soul did not claim to have been without fault. Fault existed. What mattered was whether fault had become identity. The judges listened. They did not compare souls. Comparison fractures justice. Each life carried its own scale. The confession was measured against that life alone. At times the soul paused. Silence filled the hall. Silence here was not threat. It allowed recognition to settle. Rushing confession cheapens truth. The soul took time to remember accurately. The presence of Ma'at was felt rather than seen. Balance permeated the space, not as law imposed, but as condition revealed. Where the confession aligned with lived pattern, clarity deepened. Where it strained, tension surfaced gently. No punishment followed tension. Tension simply prepared the heart for weighing. The confession ended quietly, not with declaration of innocence achieved, but with completeness of naming. Everything essential had been spoken. Nothing crucial had been omitted. The soul did not await reaction. Reaction belonged to the next stage. The confession's purpose was not verdict. It was orientation. It placed the soul honestly before the scale that would soon measure weight without argument. Horus observed this process attentively. He understood that justice begins before judgment. A ruler who demands punishment without confession governs fear, not order. Allowing truth to be spoken creates possibility for alignment. The hall held the final echo of the confession, not as sound, as clarity. The soul stood ready, not innocent by claim, but coherent by recognition. The scales awaited. The weighing did not begin with motion. It began with stillness so complete that even memory seemed to suspend its breath. In the hall of judgment, nothing hurried forward. The confession had been spoken. Alignment had been named aloud. Now truth would be revealed without argument, without ornament, without sound. Anubis stepped forward. He did not loom, nor did he soften the moment with comfort. His presence carried precision rather than power. He was not executioner, not advocate, not interpreter of motives. He was measurer, the one who ensured that what had been lived was placed honestly against what had been claimed. The heart was brought forth, not torn, not exposed as spectacle. It emerged as essence, shaped by a lifetime of decisions, pauses, refusals, and repetitions. This was not the seat of emotion alone. It was the centre where intention had met action, where desire had either aligned with truth or strained against it. The scale weighted. One side received the heart. The other held the feather of Ma'at. The feather did not represent purity or moral perfection. It represented balance, lightness born from coherence, not absence of error. A heart could carry sorrow and still be light. It could carry success and still be heavy. Weight here was not punishment. It was condition. Anubis placed the heart carefully. Care mattered. A careless placement would have been distortion, and distortion is the only true injustice. He adjusted the scale until both sides rested in poised possibility. Only then did he withdraw his hands. The scale responded slowly. Judgment did not snap into clarity. Truth reveals itself at its own pace. The soul felt every fraction of movement, not as pain but as recognition spreading inward. Nothing external pressed, nothing accused. The heart moved because it had always carried its own gravity. Horus watched with unwavering attention. Kingship had taught him that justice requires patience equal to certainty. A ruler who rushes judgment mistakes urgency for truth. The scale demanded waiting without interference. and Horus understood why. The heart shifted. Moments lived without contradiction eased its weight. Acts performed with awareness and restraint lightened it, not because they were rewarded, but because they were coherent. Other moments, those shaped by denial, by refusal to acknowledge consequence, added density, not dramatically, but persistently. The feather remained still. Ma'at does not adjust to the heart adjusts to Ma'at. Balance is not negotiated here, it is recognised. Anubis observed without expression. He did not comment, he did not anticipate outcome. Interpretation would have interfered with measure. The scale itself was language enough, speaking without voice. The soul felt exposed, not humiliated, clarified. Nothing hidden remained hidden. Nothing exaggerated remained inflated. The heart was exactly what it had become through repetition of choice. There was no appeal from this. Appeal implies injustice. The scale did not err. Thoth stood nearby, recording. Not merely the result, but the process. Memory mattered beyond verdict. How the heart reached its resting place carried meaning for what followed. Eternity is shaped as much by understanding as by outcome. The scale wavered for some souls, not in indecision, but in complexity. A life lived with tension can produce a heart that struggles briefly to find level. This was not failure, it was honesty unfolding. No two hearts moved alike, each carried its own history. Anubis waited. He did not intervene when movement slowed. He allowed the scale to complete its revelation fully. Judgment interrupted is injustice. Completion was required, no matter how long it took. The feather held its place, not triumphant, present. Where the heart settled heavier than balance allowed, it was not condemnation. It was truth acknowledged without disguise. Where it aligned or rose, it was not reward. It was readiness. The soul did not argue. Argument belongs to uncertainty. Here, recognition replaced defence. Acceptance, quiet, sometimes painful, determined what followed. The heart accepted what it revealed because it could not do otherwise. Horus felt the depth of this moment. This was why order among the living mattered. Law shaped weight, custom shaped memory. Justice practiced in daylight echoed into this scale. A ruler who governed without measure burdened hearts long after breath had ended. The scale reached stillness. Movement ceased. Anubis inclined his head, not in approval, not in denial, but in acknowledgement that measure had been taken fully, without interference or haste. The heart remained where it rested. The feather remained unchanged. What followed would not be punishment or reward, but placement. Existence shaped by alignment, rather than desire. The afterlife, like the living world, responded to truth before hope. Silence returned to the hall. Not empty silence, resolved silence. The soul stood no longer in question. It had been weighed without distortion. Whatever awaited now would proceed from this clarity. Anubis stepped back, his role complete. Justice had not thundered. It had balanced. The verdict was not spoken aloud. It was written. When the scale fell silent, and the heart rested where it belonged, sound withdrew from the hall of judgment. Words had completed their purpose. Measure had spoken more clearly than speech ever could. What remained was preservation, ensuring that truth once revealed could not drift or be distorted. Thoth stepped forward. He did not hurry. Writing rushed is writing that forgets. As keeper of knowledge, Thoth understood that a verdict unrecorded is a verdict unfinished. Memory alone is fragile. Record gives memory endurance. He carried no weapon, only the tools of precision. His presence altered the hall subtly. Where Anubis had brought stillness, Thoth brought clarity. Lines formed where silence had been. sequence returned. The moment, which could have dissolved into abstraction, became fixed without becoming rigid. Thoth observed the scale once more, not to question it, to understand it fully. He noted the heart's position, the feather's stillness, the path by which balance had been reached. He did not simplify. Simplification erases nuance, and nuance is where truth often resides. The record was not judgment, it was witness. Thoth inscribed what was, not what should have been. Regret did not alter the weight, intention did not erase consequence. The record honoured reality without commentary. This mattered. In a cosmos shaped by cycles, memory guards against repetition without awareness. Thoth's writing ensured that the soul's passage would not need to be re-agued, reweighed or relived unnecessarily. Finality here was mercy. The soul felt this inscription, not as constraint, as relief. What had been uncertain was now placed. What had been feared was now known. Knowledge steadied what emotion could not. To be recorded was to be acknowledged fully. Thoth did not look at the soul with approval or disappointment. Those belonged to attachment. He looked with accuracy. Accuracy is compassion without indulgence. Horus watched closely. As king, he recognized the importance of record. Justice spoken, but not preserved, becomes rumour. Authority exercised without memory becomes tyranny. Thoth's role revealed why order required archivists as much as rulers. The record did not declare fate, it defined position. From this position, movement would follow naturally. The Duat did not punish souls into place, it allowed alignment to direct them. Thoth's writing made that alignment visible beyond the moment of weighing. The gods respected this process deeply. No one interfered. No voice challenged the inscription. Once recorded, the verdict belonged not to opinion, but to continuity itself. Thoth finished carefully. He did not embellish. He did not omit. The record contained neither praise nor condemnation, only relationship between heart and balance. This neutrality preserved dignity. The soul was not reduced to its errors, nor inflated by its virtues. When Thoth set the record aside, the hall felt complete. Not closed. Complete. Completion here meant readiness to proceed, not termination of existence. What followed would flow from what had been written without resistance. The soul understood now that judgment was not an ending. It was a placement within a larger order. This placement carried consequence, but also direction. To know where one stood was to know where one could go. Thoth met Anubis's gaze briefly. No words passed. Agreement did not need speech. The process had unfolded correctly. Measure and memory aligned. Balance held. Horus felt the echo of this alignment ripple outward. Among the living, verdicts often fracture because they lack clarity or permanence. Here, clarity and permanence existed, without cruelty. The record did not trap the soul. It freed it from ambiguity. The hall began to shift. Not physically, functionally. What had been a place of judgment became a passage again. The soul's path would diverge now, toward peace, toward dissolution, or toward continued becoming, according to what had been revealed. Thoth remained behind. Recorders do not travel with what they record. Their work is to hold, not to follow. The inscription would endure beyond this soul, beyond this cycle, informing balance wherever it was needed. The soul moved forward, not hurried, not delayed. The verdict had been recorded. Truth had been preserved. Nothing further needed to be said. In silence shaped by knowledge, the Duat opened its next path. And what had been written could not be unwritten, not because it was enforced, but because it was true. Waiting was Amit's nature. She did not pace the hall of judgment. She did not circle the scale or peer at the heart as it moved. She waited, patient, immense, restrained by purpose rather than force. Her presence marked the boundary beyond which alignment could not be negotiated. Amit was not summoned. She was already there, part crocodile, part lion, part hippo. She carried the shapes of consumption, strength, and inevitability. These forms were not chosen for terror alone. They were reminders of what happens when balance collapses into excess. Amit embodied consequence without malice. She did not hunger constantly, she waited for necessity. The hall felt different where she rested. Silence thickened there, not with threat but with finality. Souls sensed her without seeing her fully. Awareness gathered instinctively. The presence of Amit clarified what judgment meant without explanation. Anubis did not look toward her, neither did Thoth. They did not need to. Amit's role began only when theirs ended. She did not interfere with measure or record. She existed for the moment when alignment failed completely, when coherence could not be restored through placement alone. Most souls did not face her. This mattered. Amit was not punishment for ordinary failure. She was not invoked by error, regret, or incomplete virtue. She waited only for hearts so burdened by contradiction that they could not settle within Ma'at at all. These were rare, not because people lived perfectly, but because contradiction deep enough to invite Amit required sustained refusal to acknowledge truth. Denial hardened into identity. Balance was not merely missed, it was rejected. Amit waited for those hearts. When the scale tipped irrevocably, when the heart sank heavy with unacknowledged distortion, Amit stirred, not eagerly, but precisely. Her movement was not violence. It was correction enacted where no other correction remained possible. To be consumed by Amit was not torment. It was cessation, not death, for death had already occurred. It was the ending of continuity, the dissolution of the soul's possibility to endure as coherent being. This fate was feared not for pain, but for finality. There was no appeal from this, not because Amit was cruel, but because appeal presumes remainder. When contradiction consumed all alignment, nothing remained to appeal with. Horus understood this with solemn clarity. As king, he recognized that justice required limits beyond which restoration was no longer possible. Mercy extended infinitely becomes neglect. Boundaries protect order by naming where continuation ends. Amit protected that boundary. She did not act often. She did not desire action. Waiting was her vigilance. The souls who passed the scale and felt its balance knew of her presence afterward, not as terror, but as relief. Awareness of finality sharpened gratitude for continuity. Survival felt earned, not assumed. Amit watched them go without reaction. Her task was not to pursue, it was to remain. Time passed differently near her. Cycles turned. Judgments occurred. Most concluded without her movement. She waited through them all, unmoving, immense, exact. Her patience was the measure of her necessity. A force used constantly is a force misused. When she did move, it was swift, not dramatic, efficient. The hall did not echo with struggle, the heart offered no resistance. Consumption was not battle, it was resolution where no other resolution could exist. Afterwards silence returned, no trace remained. This absence was the mark of Amit's work. Nothing lingered to haunt the living or burden the Duat. Finality was complete. The gods did not speak of these moments. They did not commemorate them. What ends absolutely does not become story. Story belongs to continuity. Amit returned to waiting. Always waiting. Her presence ensured that judgment mattered. Without her, weighing would lose consequence. Balance requires boundary, and boundary requires enforcement, even when rarely used. Horus carried this knowledge into rule. He understood that law without finality invites erosion, yet finality without patience invites tyranny. Amit embodied patience refined into necessity. The hall shifted again. Souls moved onward, to peace, to renewal, to fields of continuity shaped by alignment. Amit did not follow. Her domain was the threshold itself, not what lay beyond it. She waited, as she always had, not with anger, with certainty, and because she waited, balance held meaning, not only for those who failed, but for all who continued. Justification was not triumph. It was permission. When the verdict had been recorded, and the soul passed beyond the reach of Amit's waiting, it did not rise in celebration. It settled. The justified dead did not enter eternity as victors, but as beings allowed to continue without fracture. They felt it first as lightness. Not joy, not relief. Lightness. The weight carried through life and through judgment loosened, not because it was erased, but because it no longer resisted balance. What remained was aligned enough to endure. The Duat shifted for them. Paths opened that had not existed before. Darkness did not vanish, but it no longer pressed inward. Movement became smoother, guided by resonance rather than vigilance. The justified dead did not wander. They proceeded. Anubis no longer guided them. Guidance was no longer required in the same way. The soul, now measured and recorded, carried its own orientation. Alignment creates direction without command. The car and the bar drew closer, not merging yet, but no longer strained. Vitality and memory recognized one another across the space between them. What had been sustained by offerings and remembrance now, prepared to unite with what had wandered and returned. This nearness mattered. Reunion is not automatic even after justification. It requires readiness, agreement between what was lived and what was remembered. The justified dead felt this readiness forming naturally, without effort. They were not alone. Others moved alongside them, souls who had also passed through measure and record. They did not speak immediately. Companionship here was quiet, built on mutual recognition rather than familiarity. Each had carried a life. Each had been weighed. That was enough. The Duat softened its edges. Threat withdrew, not because danger no longer existed, but because it no longer applied. What had required vigilance before, now required awareness instead. Awareness is gentler than vigilance. It is not reactive, it is present. Horus observed this transition carefully. As ruler of the living world, he saw in the justified dead a reflection of what order sought to achieve, not obedience, but coherence. A society aligned enough to move without constant correction mirrors a soul justified enough to proceed without fear. The justified dead felt memory change. Moments of pain lost their sharpness, not forgotten, integrated. Moments of joy no longer pulled backward, they rested. The soul did not relive life endlessly. It understood it. This understanding marked the difference between haunting and peace. The living world often feared the dead because it imagined them trapped in longing or regret. The justified dead carried neither. They carried clarity. What had been done had been acknowledged. Nothing demanded repetition. The path ahead brightened subtly, not into brilliance, into steadiness. This was not yet the fields of reeds. That awaited further union. This was passage toward continuity, existence no longer threatened by dissolution. The justified dead did not look back. Looking back would have reintroduced weight. Memory remained, but it no longer governed direction. What governed now was balance accepted. Some paused briefly. Not from hesitation, but from recognition of final separation. The living world faded, not erased, but placed. Love did not end. It transformed into presence without grasping. The car strengthened. Freed from dependence on offerings alone, it drew sustenance from alignment itself. Vitality no longer clung to the body or the tomb. It learned a new mode of endurance. The bar settled. Wandering ceased, not because it was forbidden, but because it was no longer necessary. What it had sought had been found. Recognition without denial. Memory without distortion. The act began to form, not announced. Emerging. Effective being, luminous and stable, born of reunion without contradiction. This was the destiny of the justified dead, not rest alone, but participation in continuity. They would act, they would witness, they would endure, not as gods, not as mortals, but as beings aligned enough to exist without fracture. The Duat opened wider. Paths diverged gently toward peace, towards service, towards cycles beyond naming. Eternity was not uniform. It responded to resonance just as judgment had. The justified dead moved onward, not rewarded, placed. And because they were placed within balance rather than above it, they did not fear what followed. They had been measured. They had been recorded. They had been allowed to continue. And continuation, in this understanding, was the greatest mercy the cosmos could offer. The fields of reeds did not appear suddenly. They revealed themselves gradually, as certainty replaces effort. For the justified dead, this realm unfolded not as reward granted, but as environment matched. What lay ahead reflected what had been carried, life refined rather than erased. The land resembled Egypt, not the Egypt of dust and hunger, but the Egypt remembered beneath labour, the river steady and full, fields unbroken, horizons open without threat. Familiarity was intentional. Eternity was not meant to estrange. It was meant to continue without fracture. Here, the waters flowed evenly. They neither flooded nor failed. The reeds stood tall, unmoving in balance. Paths were clear without being rigid. Nothing pressed inward. Nothing demanded vigilance. The fields did not remove effort. They removed anxiety. Those who arrived felt grounding first. Feet met earth without resistance. Breath deepened. Movement returned to the body, not the body of flesh, but of coherence. Existence here carried shape without weight. The justified dead worked. This was not burden. Work in the fields was rhythm, not survival. Harvest did not avert hunger. It affirmed continuity. Each motion echoed what had been done in life without strain or fear of loss. Labour restored meaning to repetition. No one hurried. Time moved differently here, not endless, but complete. Moments did not slip away. They rested where they were. Eternity was not vastness. It was sufficiency. The car and the bar reunited fully. Vitality and memory aligned without tension. What had sustained and what had wandered recognised one another without hesitation. From this union the Ak emerged, not glowing with spectacle, but steady, effective, enduring. The Ak moved freely. It could tend fields. It could travel. It could observe the living world without being bound to it. Presence replaced longing. Awareness replaced fear. The fields held community. Others laboured nearby, souls known and unknown, all equally placed. Status did not divide them. Hierarchy dissolved where balance prevailed. What mattered was resonance, not rank. Conversation was rare. Understanding did not require speech. When words arose they were gentle, shared without urgency. Nothing needed persuasion. Nothing required defence. The living world appeared occasionally, not as temptation, as connection. The justified dead observed descendants, rituals, names spoken. These moments nourished memory without chaining it. Love persisted without demand. No tomb confined them. No offering bound them. They existed beyond dependence, sustained by alignment rather than attention. Offerings from the living honoured relationship, but absence did not weaken being. The fields changed subtly with each soul, not reshaped, adjusted. Eternity was not identical for all. It reflected what had been lived without contradiction. A farmer's field felt familiar. A scribe's field carried order. A mother's field carried continuity of care. None were diminished. Horus understood this realm deeply. It mirrored what kingship sought to achieve among the living. Not perfection, but stability without fear. A world where labour did not exhaust. Where justice did not threaten. Where cycles continued without collapse. The fields were not escape. They were fulfilment, not culmination. Continuation without erosion. No storms rose here. Chaos did not intrude because it had no function within alignment so complete. Where vigilance was no longer required, opposition lost relevance. The fields did not defeat chaos, they rendered it unnecessary. Time passed without accumulation. Memory did not pile up. Experience integrated smoothly. Eternity did not overwhelm because it did not demand retention of every moment. What mattered remained. What did not faded gently. This was peace, not numbness. Peace as absence of resistance. The justified dead did not forget life. They understood it. Understanding transformed memory into foundation rather than burden. The field stood upon this foundation, unshaken by repetition. Some souls eventually moved beyond even this realm, not upward, inward. Their Ak grew luminous enough to participate in cosmic maintenance, to assist Ra, to strengthen Ma'at, to witness cycles beyond form. Eternity expanded according to readiness, not reward. Others remained, tending fields, walking reeds, living within balance without seeking elsewhere. The fields of reeds did not promise eternity as endless possession. They offered it as belonging, belonging without fear of loss, belonging without demand, and because of this, the justified dead did not cling to eternity. They inhabited it. Peace was not the absence of motion, it was the end of resistance. For the justified dead, eternal peace did not descend like a veil or arrive as a reward bestowed from above. It emerged gradually, the way calm settles into water after long turbulence. Nothing was removed by force. Nothing was silenced. What ended was the need to struggle against existence itself. In this state being no longer argued with the world, the tension that had shaped mortal life, the constant negotiation between desire and limit, hope and loss, eased without vanishing entirely. It transformed. What once demanded effort now unfolded without friction. The soul did not push against reality, it moved with it. Eternal peace did not overwhelm the senses, it grounded them. There was no rush of joy, no narcotic bliss. Sensation remained, but without urgency. Awareness no longer scanned for threat or opportunity. Attention rested where it was, complete within the moment rather than leaning forward or backward in time. Time itself changed character. Not endless. Complete. Moments did not accumulate into pressure. They opened, were lived fully, and closed without loss. Eternity was not an infinite corridor to endure. It was fullness without scarcity. Nothing could be missed, because nothing slipped away. The justified dead discovered that peace was active. They walked the fields of reeds, tended growth, observed cycles continue without fear of collapse. Action no longer existed to prevent harm or secure survival. It existed because movement itself was harmonious. Work was rhythm. Rest was restoration without guilt. Memory softened, not erased, integrated. Pain no longer demanded attention. Joy no longer clung. Both settled into understanding. The soul did not relive its life compulsively. It comprehended it. What had once wounded no longer pulled. What had once delighted no longer haunted. This was not numbness. It was clarity without strain. Some souls remained long in this peace. Others gradually sensed further movement calling them, not as restlessness, but as expansion. Eternal peace was not confinement. It was foundation. From it, other forms of existence became possible without fear. Some chose service. They turned inward toward the maintenance of cosmic order, strengthening balance, witnessing cycles, lending coherence to realms unseen. They did not become gods. They became participants in continuity beyond individual life. Others chose stillness, not stagnation, but presence, complete enough to require nothing further. Eternity respected both paths. Choice here was not pressured. Readiness determined movement, not expectation. The gods recognized this peace not as reward, but as alignment perfected enough to need no correction. Where vigilance ceased to be necessary, peace arose naturally. It was not granted, it was reached. Horus understood this deeply. Kingship among the living was not meant to create comfort alone. It sought echoes of this peace. a world where justice stabilised existence enough that fear receded. A society at peace was not one without conflict, but one where conflict no longer threatened survival. Eternal peace did not dissolve individuality. Souls remained themselves. Names mattered. Relationships endured. Difference no longer produced friction because comparison no longer defined worth. Identity existed without competition. Silence here was not emptiness, it was saturation. Sound arose when meaning required it, and faded when complete. Words were precise and brief. Communication no longer strained to be heard. Understanding replaced persuasion. The living world appeared at times like reflection on water. The justified dead observed births, deaths, rituals, forgotten names. They felt connection without obligation. Love remained without grasping. Grief no longer pulled backward. Gratitude lingered without ache. This was peace's quiet mercy. To care without suffering, to remember without weight, to exist without defence. Some souls eventually chose release into the greater rhythm. Not annihilation, transformation. Individuality loosened gently, dissolving into continuity larger than name or form. Eternal peace made this choice possible without fear. What was released was not lost. It was redistributed into the order that sustained everything. Others remained indefinitely. Walking the reeds, watching the waters, living within balance without seeking beyond it. Eternity did not demand decision. It waited. The cosmos breathed easily here. Cycles turned elsewhere, day into night, birth into death. But they did not intrude. Eternal peace existed alongside motion, not in opposition to it. It was the still point within turning, not frozen, but centred. The justified dead no longer asked what came next. Question belonged to becoming. Peace belonged to being. And being, once freed from resistance, required nothing further to justify itself. Not all endings were consumed, not all continuations endured. Beyond judgment, beyond peace, beyond even the fields of reeds, there existed another fate, quiet, rarely spoken, and often misunderstood. It was not punishment, it was release. Those who faded away did not vanish in terror. They dissolved in silence. Fading was not failure, it was a response to exhaustion of form. Some souls, after being weighed and recorded, found no pull toward continuity, not because they were condemned, but because the will to persist had thinned beyond desire. Identity, once necessary, had completed its work. These souls did not resist. They loosened. The Duat did not force this outcome, it allowed it. Eternity in the Egyptian understanding did not compel endurance. Continuation was a possibility, not an obligation. What was forced could not remain aligned. Those who faded did not pass through Amit. They were not consumed. Consumption ended possibility. Fading transformed it. The soul felt this not as fear, but as relief without content. Memory lightened until it no longer bound. Desire quieted until it no longer oriented. Awareness softened into stillness without pressure. This was not sleep. Sleep implies return. This was dissolution into the rhythm that underlies all cycles. What faded did not disappear. It redistributed. Breath returned to wind. Pattern returned to order. Individual shape gave way to continuity without name. The gods did not intervene. Intervention would have been violation. Choice here was subtle, often unspoken, but respected. To force a soul to persist without will would have been imbalance. Horus understood this with solemn clarity. Kingship among the living honoured continuity, but it could not demand it beyond necessity. Rule that refuses release becomes tyranny. The cosmos itself honoured release when persistence no longer served balance. Those who faded did not haunt. There were no restless remnants, no echoes lingering in tomb or dream. What dissolved left no fracture. Silence here was completion, not absence. This was why fading inspired unease among the living. The living feared it because it defied grasping. There was no image, no field, no continuity of self to cling to. Yet in the Duat, fading was not feared, it was understood. Fading occurred rarely. Most souls sought continuity, peace, or service. Identity often wished to endure. But when it did not, the cosmos did not punish that absence of desire. It accommodated it. Time did not apply here. There was no waiting period, no threshold lingered upon. The moment of release unfolded gently, like mist dispersing without wind. No force acted upon it. It resolved itself. The justified dead sensed this possibility without alarm, knowing that continuation was chosen, not mandated, made peace deeper. Eternity held meaning because it was not compulsory. Existence that cannot be released becomes burden. The fields of reeds did not oppose fading, they coexisted with it. Peace did not demand permanence. It offered stability as long as it was needed. When it was no longer needed, it allowed transition without struggle. Some souls faded quickly, others lingered long, until memory thinned naturally. No timeline judged them. Readiness alone guided release. The gods did not record fading as verdict. There was no inscription, no mark. What fades leaves no record, because record implies continuity. Silence preserved dignity. Horus reflected on this often. Justice among the living demanded consequence, but it also demanded mercy through letting go. Not every imbalance requires correction. Some require release. This understanding tempered his rule. He learned when to restore and when to allow endings. A ruler who cannot allow things to end multiplies suffering. A ruler who ends too quickly destroys possibility. The cosmos breathed through both persistence and release. Cycles turned because some forms endured and others dissolved. Renewal required both. Without fading, accumulation would choke becoming. Without continuity, meaning would fracture. Those who faded away did not diminish the world. They sustained it by returning what they had carried to the larger order. They did not leave stories. They left space. And in that space, new cycles formed quietly, unseen, unnamed, necessary. Magic was not invention. It was presence. Before spells were spoken, before amulets were worn, before priests learned the names that shaped reality, Heka existed as force, quiet, pervasive, unquestioned. It was not something the gods created, it was something even the gods used. Heka was the power that allowed the world to function as more than matter. Without it, the sun would rise without meaning, words would fall without effect, and ritual would be empty gesture. Heka did not break the laws of existence. It allowed those laws to be shaped, guided, and sustained. The Egyptians did not fear magic. They trusted it. Magic was not separate from daily life. It was woven into breath, speech, gesture, and memory. To speak was already to use Heka. To name was to align it. Silence itself carried it, when held with intention. Heka existed before the gods spoke creation. When Atum formed the world through breath and word, Heka was the force that allowed speech to shape reality. Creation was not command alone, it was magic acting in harmony with will. Even Ra relied on it as he crossed the sky and descended into night. The gods respected Heka. They did not claim ownership over it. Ownership would have implied control, and Heka does not submit to control. It responds to alignment. Those who approached it carelessly found consequence rather than obedience. Horus understood this deeply. Kingship relied on Heka not for domination, but for continuity. Law spoken without magic would not hold. Justice enacted without alignment would fracture. Authority, to endure, required more than force. It required coherence shaped by unseen power. Among mortals, Heka was intimate. It entered homes through simple acts, lighting a lamp, preparing food, protecting a child with spoken blessing. These were not grand rituals. They were acknowledgements that life unfolded within forces beyond sight. Magic did not replace effort, it accompanied it. A farmer still worked the field. Magic did not make crops grow without labour. It aligned labour with season, word with intention, offering with continuity. Without magic, work exhausted. With it, work endured. Spells were not incantations shouted into darkness. They were instructions to reality. Words spoken precisely, at the right moment, shaped outcome by aligning possibility. A spell spoken carelessly weakened its own intent. Precision mattered more than volume. This was why knowledge mattered. Not everyone could wield Heka equally. Not because magic was restricted, but because misuse carried risk. Those who spoke without understanding invited imbalance. Magic does not forgive ignorance easily. Priests learned restraint first. They were taught when not to act. Silence, when aligned, was a form of magic. Intervening too often weakened balance. Heka was strongest when used sparingly and with clarity. The living world thrived because Heka flowed through it unnoticed. Birth, healing, protection, mourning, all were shaped by it. Even death relied on magic to guide the soul, protect the heart, preserve memory. Without Heka, the afterlife itself would fracture. Heka did not oppose Ma'at, it served it. Balance and magic were not rivals, they were partners. Magic without balance became distortion. Balance without magic became rigidity. Together, they allowed the world to remain flexible without collapse. The gods modelled this relationship. They did not flaunt magic. They embedded it in cycle and ritual. Ra's daily journey was sustained by spells, not as weapons, but as structure. Isis healed not through force, but through knowing how to speak to what was wounded. Mortals mirrored this instinctively. They wore amulets not as superstition, but as alignment carried close to the body. Symbols mattered because symbols condensed meaning. Meaning shaped outcome. Heka did not guarantee safety. It increased possibility. Those who relied on magic alone failed. Those who ignored it suffered unnecessary strain. Wisdom lived between, using magic to support action, not replace it. Horus ruled with this understanding. A king who ignored magic governed surface only. A king who abused it shattered trust. Heka demanded humility even from gods. In this way, magic remained sacred. Not because it was mysterious, because it was necessary. The world did not survive on strength alone. It survived on alignment, spoken, remembered, enacted quietly every day. Heka was the thread that bound visible and invisible into single fabric. And because it flowed through ordinary life as easily as ritual, it did not belong only to temples or texts. It belonged to existence itself. Words were never only sounds. They were actions. In the Egyptian understanding, to speak was to intervene. Breath shaped into sound carried Heka forward, giving form to intention. A word released into the world did not fade when the voice fell silent. It settled, altered relation, and remained active long after it was spoken. This was why words were treated with care. Silence was not emptiness, it was restraint. To speak unnecessarily was to scatter force. To speak precisely was to place it where it could endure. The power of words lay not in volume, but in accuracy. Creation itself had begun this way. When the first god spoke, the world answered. Land rose, time began to move, form separated from formlessness. This was not metaphor, it was model. Every act of speech echoed that first articulation, however faintly. Names held particular weight. To know a name was to know relation. Names did not dominate what they named. They aligned speaker and subject within shared order. To misname was to distort connection. To name correctly was to stabilize it. This was why the gods guarded their names. Ra concealed his true name, not out of vanity, but protection. A name spoken without understanding fractures balance. Power gained through stolen names collapses quickly, leaving harm behind it. Among mortals, names anchored identity. A child's name linked breath to lineage. A king's name linked authority to continuity. To erase a name was to attack existence itself. To remember a name was to sustain being beyond death. Words shaped ritual. Spells were not magic because they were secret. They were magic because they were exact. Each sound carried inherited precision, refined through repetition. A single misplaced syllable could weaken alignment. Carelessness invited consequence. This was why texts mattered. Writing preserved sound beyond breath. Inscription extended the life of words beyond the living speaker. Walls, papyri, amulets, these were not decoration. They were anchors, holding language in place so it could continue to act. Words also shaped judgment. Confession spoke alignment aloud. Verdict recorded truth without distortion. Silence followed when words had completed their work. Speech here did not argue, it clarified. Horus learned to govern through language carefully. A king's word could stabilise or fracture the world. Decrees spoken in haste multiplied disorder. Commands spoken without measure provoked resistance. Authority endured when words matched reality rather than denying it. This was why oaths mattered. An oath was not promise alone. It was binding of word to future. Breaking an oath did not merely disappoint. It disrupted alignment between past intention and present action. The consequence followed naturally. Words also healed. Isis had healed through speech when force failed. She spoke to what was wounded, naming it without fear. Recognition itself restored coherence. Healing did not erase pain. It repositioned it within meaning. Curses existed for the same reason blessings did. Both were acts of speech shaping possibility. A curse misaligned intentionally. A blessing realigned deliberately. Neither was trivial. Both demanded responsibility. Words once released could not be recalled. The living learned this early. Parents warned children not merely to obey, but to speak carefully. Gossip, insult, falsehood, these were not social errors alone. They were disruptions of Heka. A careless tongue carried weight beyond momentary harm. Even prayer followed this law. Prayer was not request shouted into void. It was alignment spoken humbly. The gods did not answer every prayer. They responded to those that acknowledged balance rather than demanded exception. Silence sometimes answered better than speech. To refrain from speaking was to hold power in reserve. In moments of uncertainty, silence preserved possibility. Speaking too soon closed paths that had not yet revealed themselves. The dead carried this understanding forward. In the Duat, words mattered more than in life. Confession aligned the heart. Names opened paths. Spells protected passage. Silence marked completion. Speech, without alignment, carried no effect. The power of words did not diminish with time. It deepened. Each repetition refined meaning. Each careful utterance strengthened pattern. Words survived because they were useful to balance, not because they were remembered sentimentally. Horus ruled knowing this. He spoke rarely. When he did, his words carried weight not because they were divine, but because they were measured. The world listened not to volume, but to coherence. Words did not rule the world. They shaped how the world responded. And because response creates consequence, words became one of the quietest and most enduring forms of power known. Amulets were not decorations. They were agreements. In a world shaped by unseen forces, the Egyptians carried protection close to the body, not as superstition, but as alignment made tangible. An amulet did not force safety into existence. It invited balance to remain near. Each charm held intention, not vague hope, but purpose refined into form. Stone, faience, gold, bone, material mattered less than meaning. What gave an amulet its strength was the relationship between symbol, word, and wearer. Without that relationship, it was only shape. The heart scarab rested upon the chest. It did not guard the body, it guarded the truth of the heart. Worn in life or placed upon the dead, it reminded the soul of coherence, of the need for the heart to remain light, honest, unburdened by denial. The scarab did not erase wrongdoing. It steadied memory when judgment approached. The eye offered clarity, not sight alone, but restoration. Its power did not lie in watching enemies, it lay in healing fracture. To wear it was to remember wholeness, to affirm that what had been broken could be restored through alignment rather than force. The ankh carried continuity, life passing from one state to another without rupture. It did not promise immortality of flesh, it promised endurance of pattern. Those who wore it affirmed participation in cycles larger than individual breath. Serpents appeared often, not as threat, as guardianship. Coiled forms signalled vigilance without aggression. They warned chaos away not by violence, but by presence. To wear a serpent charm was to accept responsibility for awareness, attention held without panic. Amulets worked best when made intentionally. A charm created in haste carried little strength. One crafted with knowledge, spoken over, named correctly, and worn with awareness became effective. Magic did not respond to neglect, it responded to care. Words were often inscribed upon them, not lengthy spells. Essence, a single name, a brief phrase, a sign understood rather than read. Language condensed into symbol remained active long after speech ended. The amulet continued speaking silently, shaping relation between wearer and world. Children wore charms for protection, not because danger was constant, but because vulnerability invited attention. These charms did not make children invincible. They reminded caregivers to remain vigilant. Magic here supported responsibility rather than replacing it. Travellers carried amulets as orientation. Paths were uncertain. Waters shifted. Amulets did not guarantee safe passage. They steadied intention, reduced fear, sharpened awareness. Fear attracts misstep. Alignment preserves footing. The sick wore charms as companions. Healing was not instant. Pain required patience. Amulets reminded the body of coherence when strength wavered. They did not cure by command. They supported restoration by preventing collapse. Even the dead were adorned. Amulets placed among wrappings were not bribes for the afterlife. They were tools, spells given form, protections carried where voice could not reach. The dead travelled through realms where words mattered. Amulets spoke when breath could not. Horus understood their purpose well. As king, he did not forbid amulets nor mandate them. He recognised that protection chosen freely held more strength than protection imposed. Law stabilised the world. Amulets stabilised the self within it. Priests cautioned against excess. To overload the body with charms was to confess fear rather than alignment. Magic crowded becomes noise. Each amulet should serve a distinct purpose. Too many dilute intention. Amulets were renewed over time. Cracked charms were not discarded angrily. They were thanked and released. Wear signalled service completed. Replacement followed ritual, not impulse. Respect preserved effectiveness. The living did not expect amulets to solve all things. They expected them to assist. Magic accompanied effort. It did not excuse neglect. A charm worn without awareness offered little protection. Awareness activated alignment. This understanding extended into daily life quietly. A farmer touched a charm before dawn. A mother whispered a name while tying a cord. A traveller adjusted an amulet before crossing water. None of these acts were dramatic. Their power lay in repetition, held with care. Amulets endured because they were honest. They admitted that the world was uncertain. They answered uncertainty, not with denial, but with relationship. Protection did not mean immunity. It meant readiness. And readiness carried close to the heart, often proved enough. Animals were never symbols alone. They were participants. In the Egyptian world, animals did not merely represent divine qualities. They embodied them. Each creature moved within a rhythm older than human speech, carrying instincts that aligned naturally with forces the gods themselves respected. To observe an animal was to witness balance acting without reflection. The gods did not choose animals arbitrarily. They recognized themselves in them. The falcon did not symbolize the sky because it was placed there by decree. It symbolized the sky because it lived there effortlessly, seeing farther, striking with precision, resting without arrogance. Horus was not given the falcon's form. He shared its way of being. Cats moved quietly through homes and temples alike. They guarded thresholds not with aggression, but with presence. Their patience was alert, their stillness attentive. Bastet was not softened into a cat. She was revealed through it. The animal showed what protection looked like when it did not announce itself. The ibis walked near water, careful and deliberate. Its movements reflected calculation without hesitation. Thoth's wisdom did not hover above the world. It moved through it, measured and observant. The ibis taught that knowledge is most effective when it remains grounded. Crocodiles waited. They did not rush. They did not warn. Their stillness carried consequence. Sobek's power did not rage constantly. It endured, reminding the world that force held in reserve shapes behaviour more deeply than force displayed. Animals were not worshipped because they were harmless. They were revered because they were honest. They lived according to their nature without pretense. In this, they mirrored Ma'at more faithfully than many humans could. Their instincts were not chaos. They were alignment without language. This was why animals were protected. Not sentimental protection, but recognition. To harm an animal without necessity was to disturb balance. To honour an animal was to honour the force it carried naturally. Killing for sustenance followed ritual. Killing for dominance invited consequence. Temples kept sacred animals not as curiosities. They were companions of presence, fed, watched, honoured, not because they were gods, but because gods moved through them. Care for these animals was not servitude. It was relationship maintained through respect. When a sacred animal died, it was mourned, not theatrically, ritually. Its passing marked a shift, not a loss of divinity. The force remained. The vessel changed. Continuity did not depend on single form. Horus understood this deeply. As king, he learned that authority functioned best when it mirrored animal clarity, direct, restrained, and responsive to environment. Animals did not hoard power. They exercised it when needed, then returned to stillness. Serpents taught vigilance, not aggression. They warned through posture and motion, allowing distance and choice. Their venom existed, but it was not wasted. Wisdom lived in knowing when not to strike. Cattle taught provision. Their presence sustained communities quietly. Hathor's generosity did not shout. It nourished. The animal reminded the living that abundance requires patience and care, not extraction alone. Jackals lingered at edges, between desert and village, life and death. Anubis was not drawn to decay, he was drawn to transition. The jackal taught that guidance often waits where others turn away. Animals did not judge, they responded. This responsiveness was their power. They sensed imbalance before humans named it. Flood, drought, disease, animals often moved first. Those who watched learned. Those who ignored suffered. The Egyptians learned by watching. They read omens not as predictions, but as signals. An animal's behaviour reflected shifts already underway. To observe was to prepare. Sacred animals reminded the living of humility. Humans did not stand above nature. They stood within it. Divinity was not distant. It moved on 4 legs, on wings, in scales and fur, alongside daily life. Animals did not demand belief, they demonstrated truth. This was why their images filled walls and amulets, not to romanticize them, but to remember alignment without language. In a world prone to abstraction, animals anchored divinity in flesh and motion. Horus carried this awareness into Rule. He watched how creatures moved through land and water, how they claimed space without excess, how they retreated without shame. Governance, he learned, required the same wisdom. Sacred animals did not speak. They did not need to. They showed the gods how to remain present without domination, powerful without noise, and balanced without explanation. And those who learned to watch them closely discovered that the divine was never distant. It had always been walking, flying, waiting quietly nearby. Temples were not gathering places. They were instruments. Stone shaped into alignment, silence shaped into presence. A temple did not exist to house gods as guests. It existed to focus them, to give rhythm to forces that would otherwise remain diffuse, uncentered, and harder to sustain within the human world. Ritual was the temple's language, not performance. Maintenance. Each act repeated daily did not recreate the gods, it preserved relationship. The gods did not require praise to exist, they required continuity to remain accessible. Ritual ensured that continuity did not fray. The day in a temple began before sunrise, not because darkness was feared, but because transition mattered. Priests entered while the world still hovered between night and day. This liminal hour carried potency. What was aligned here shaped what followed. Cleansing came first. Water touched hands, mouth, body, not to remove dirt alone, but to reset orientation. Cleansing was not moral, it was preparatory. One could not approach alignment while carrying yesterday's residue unexamined. Silence followed. Words withheld gathered strength. In the stillness before speech, attention sharpened. Ritual did not rush forward. It waited until presence settled fully. The god's image was unveiled slowly, not revealed, to impress. Acknowledged. The statue was not the god itself, it was a focus. A point where divine presence condensed temporarily. The god arrived through attention, not through object. Without ritual, the image was inert stone. Offerings were placed, bread, beer, incense, flowers, not gifts in exchange for favour, but sustenance of relationship, offering affirmed reciprocity between human and divine realms. What was given returned transformed, not consumed, but circulated back into balance. Words were spoken precisely, not improvised. Texts preserved the correct rhythm. Variation weakened alignment. Consistency strengthened it. Each phrase carried weight inherited through generations. To alter it carelessly was to disturb a pattern older than the speaker. Priests did not pray loudly. They did not demand. They named. Naming reaffirmed relation. It reminded the world who stood where within the cosmic order. Gods were not summoned by command. They were recognized by acknowledgement. Movement followed speech. Gestures shaped space. Arms lifted. Steps taken. Doors opened and closed in measured sequence. These movements were not symbolic alone. They traced pathways through which force travelled. The body became part of the ritual's architecture. Time mattered. Each act aligned with the sun's movement, the calendar's turning, the seasons shift. Ritual ignored time only at cost. To act at the wrong moment weakened effect. Precision honoured the cycle rather than attempting to override it. Horus understood the necessity of this deeply. As king, he did not perform every ritual himself. He ensured they were performed correctly. Kingship sustained order by safeguarding continuity, not by replacing it with personal authority. Ritual did not guarantee prosperity. Floods still failed, crops still suffered, illness still came. But ritual preserved meaning when outcomes faltered. It prevented chaos from being interpreted as abandonment. The gods did not promise comfort, they promised coherence. When disaster struck, ritual intensified. Not in panic, in focus. Ritual did not plead for reversal. It reaffirmed alignment so that response could be measured rather than frantic. This distinction mattered. The temple was not open to all, not because the gods were jealous, but because access without preparation diluted force. Sacred space required readiness. Readiness protected both the divine presence and those who approached it. Outside the temple, life continued. Markets opened. Fields were worked. Children were born. Temple ritual did not replace daily labour. It supported it. The unseen was maintained so the seen could endure without constant fracture. When the ritual concluded, offerings were shared. What had been placed before the god returned to the community. Divine and human sustenance circulated rather than hoarded. Balance did not accumulate in one place. It flowed. The god's image was veiled again. Presence withdrawn, not vanished. The god did not leave. The focus loosened. Alignment rested until renewed again. Ritual would repeat tomorrow. Not because yesterday failed, because continuity must be chosen daily. The temple did not trap the gods, it gave them rhythm, and through rhythm the world learned how to hold meaning steady even as everything else changed. They were not intermediaries chosen for favour. They were caretakers shaped by discipline. Priests existed not to stand above the world, but to remain within it with greater attention. Their role was not authority over the divine, it was stewardship of alignment, holding patterns steady so others could live without constant vigilance. A priest did not become sacred by title. Sacredness was practice. Each day began with preparation long before ritual began. Cleansing was repeated not because impurity returned overnight, but because attention does. The body had to relearn stillness. The mind had to release yesterday's noise. Readiness was renewed, not assumed. Priests were taught restraint before speech. Silence trained listening. Listening trained accuracy. Accuracy preserved balance. A priest who spoke too easily weakened the force they were meant to guard. Words mattered because they shaped what followed them. Knowledge was cumulative. Texts were memorized, but memory alone was insufficient. Understanding came from repetition, performing the same acts until subtle variation revealed meaning. The gods did not reveal themselves through novelty. They revealed themselves through consistency observed carefully. Not all priests were the same. Some tended ritual exclusively. Some maintained calendars. Some guarded texts. Some observed omens. Each role preserved a different thread of continuity. No single keeper held the whole. Balance depended on division of attention. Priests did not rule. They advised. Kingship governed the visible world. Priesthood sustained the unseen framework that made governance possible. When priests overreached, disorder followed. When kings ignored them, imbalance deepened. Horus understood this relationship precisely. He did not elevate priests above law, nor reduce them to servants. He recognized them as keepers of pattern, necessary, but bounded. Authority without alignment fractures. Alignment without authority dissipates. Priests lived ordinary lives outside ritual. They married. They raised children. They worked land. This mattered. Distance from life weakens understanding. A priest detached from daily struggle risks, preserving forms without meaning. Proximity to life kept ritual grounded. Ritual fatigue was acknowledged. Repetition can dull awareness. Priests were trained to recognize this danger. When attention thinned, duty paused. Exhausted alignment becomes distortion. Rest preserved integrity. Mistakes occurred. They were corrected quietly. Error was not shameful. Uncorrected error was dangerous. The system valued repair over punishment. Balance restored mattered more than fault assigned. Priests were also recorders. They tracked time, festivals, cycles, omens, deviations. Memory stabilised expectation. When the river rose early or late, records reminded the world that variation was not chaos. It was pattern unfolding differently. This preservation of memory shaped resilience. A society that remembers survives disruption more steadily than one that reacts without context. Priests ensured memory remained accessible beyond individual lifespan. They were not mystics removed from reality. They were technicians of meaning. Their work lacked spectacle. When ritual succeeded, nothing dramatic happened. The sun rose. The river flowed. Life continued. Success was invisible by design. When ritual failed, consequences were not immediate. Misalignment accumulates quietly. Priests learned to read early signs, unease, irregularity, subtle loss of coherence. Correction worked best before collapse announced itself. Priests did not compete. Competition fractures stewardship. Each keeper trusted the other's roles. Where rivalry emerged, alignment weakened. The gods did not reward ambition. They responded to consistency. Training was long. Years passed before responsibility deepened. Not because knowledge was secret, but because readiness took time. Haste corrupted pattern. Those who rushed were reassigned or released without disgrace. Priesthood was not destiny. Some left. Leaving was permitted. Coercion creates resentment. Resentment distorts ritual. Those who departed carried understanding into other roles, healers, scribes, advisors. Knowledge dispersed rather than hoarded. In times of crisis, priests did not panic. They narrowed focus. Ritual intensified not in volume, but in precision. Alignment corrected gradually. The goal was not reversal of fate, but coherence through it. This was their quiet power. They did not promise protection from suffering. They preserved meaning within it. Horus relied on this deeply. A ruler without keepers governed surface only. A people without stewards forget why order matters. Priests and keepers ensured that what could not be seen was not neglected. They stood not at the centre of the world, but beneath it, supporting, steady, rarely noticed. And because of this, the world endured. Festivals were not interruptions of order, they were its release. Where ritual maintained continuity through restraint, festivals allowed alignment to breathe. They did not suspend ma'at. They expressed it, openly, bodily, communally, so that balance could be felt rather than merely preserved. A festival did not begin abruptly. It gathered. Days before, the city shifted its rhythm. Work slowed. Voices rose. Homes were cleaned not out of obligation, but anticipation. The gods were not arriving from elsewhere. Attention was turning toward them, and attention reshaped space. Temples opened wider. Processions prepared slowly, deliberately. Images long veiled were made ready to move, not because the gods needed travel, but because movement reconnected divine presence with the streets, the riverbanks, the fields. What remained enclosed too long risks becoming abstract. When the procession began, it did not rush. Drums marked pace. Feet followed rhythm. The god's image moved through the city not as spectacle, but as presence carried among lives it sustained. The boundary between sacred and ordinary thinned without vanishing. People gathered, not to observe, to participate. Festivals were not watched, they were entered, bodies danced, voices sang. Food was shared generously. These acts were not indulgence. They were acknowledgement that joy itself maintained balance when held without excess. Laughter mattered. The gods did not demand solemnity alone. Solemnity preserves. Joy renews. Without renewal, preservation stiffens into rigidity. Festivals softened order so it would not fracture under its own weight. Drunkenness was permitted carefully, not as escape, as loosening. Intoxication, within bounds, allowed release of tension accumulated through restraint. It was not chaos, it was controlled dissolution, letting go without forgetting orientation. Excess was discouraged not by prohibition, but by custom. Music filled the streets. Not rehearsed performance, but repetition known by heart. Songs carried myth forward without instruction. People did not learn theology during festivals, they embodied it. Memory entered the body where words alone could not reach. The gods were honoured openly, not flattered. Honouring meant recognising presence without fear. The gods did not require obedience during festivals. They welcomed closeness. Distance breeds reverence, but closeness sustains relationship. Horus understood this necessity. As king, he did not fear festivals. He protected them. A ruler who suppresses communal release courts rebellion. A ruler who indulges without boundary invites disorder. Festivals existed within measure. Offerings multiplied. Food, drink, flowers, incense shared freely. Nothing hoarded. The abundance of the festival mirrored the abundance hoped for in life, giving publicly reinforced trust that balance would return generosity. The river played its role. Boats adorned with colour moved upon water, reflecting sunlight and song. The Nile was not backdrop, it was participant. Its cycles defined festival timing. To celebrate without acknowledging the river would have been denial. Night did not end celebration. Torches replaced sunlight. Shadows danced differently. The gods did not withdraw when darkness fell. Night belonged to them as fully as day. Festivals honoured continuity across light and dark alike. Strangers mingled without suspicion. Social boundaries softened. Status mattered less. For a time, hierarchy yielded to shared presence. This did not threaten order. It refreshed it. When difference rests briefly, it returns steadier. Priests did not dominate festivals. They guided edges. Their role was to prevent drift into excess, not to control expression. Festival energy does not submit to command. It responds to rhythm and boundary. Priests watched, intervened rarely, trusted often. The gods responded subtly, not with miracles, with alignment. Illness did not vanish overnight. Conflict did not dissolve instantly, but communities emerged renewed, better able to face difficulty without fracture. Festivals strengthened resilience more than remedy. When festivals ended, they ended gently. No abrupt return to restraint. Music softened. Processions reversed. Images returned to temples with care. The gods did not leave. Focus narrowed again. Daily rhythm resumed carrying renewal within it. People returned to work changed slightly, not transformed. Adjusted. The memory of joy lingered. The sense of shared presence endured. Order felt less heavy because it had been carried together. Festivals were not escape from reality. They were reinforcement of it. They reminded the living that balance includes celebration, that joy without denial strengthens endurance, that the gods delight not in fear, but in recognition expressed fully and briefly. Horus carried this wisdom into rule. A world that never celebrates forgets why it endures. A world that celebrates without measure forgets how. Festivals taught the precise meeting of both. And because they returned again and again, aligned with cycle and season, they became part of the world's breathing, expansion and contraction held in trust. Protection was not sought only in moments of danger. It was practiced continuously. For the Egyptians, safety did not depend on a single charm or prayer uttered in fear. It emerged from daily alignment, small, repeated acts that kept chaos from finding easy entry. Protection was habit shaped by awareness. The home was the first threshold. Doorways mattered. Corners mattered. The place where light entered and where night gathered held significance. Simple gestures marked these spaces, a spoken name, a symbol traced quietly, a charm placed where it would not be seen often. Protection worked best when it did not demand attention. Morning began with orientation. Before labour, before speech, many paused briefly, not in formal prayer, but acknowledgement. Breath taken consciously aligned the body with day. To begin without awareness was to invite disorder into motion. Food carried protection, not merely through nourishment but through care and preparation. Washing, cutting, cooking, each act acknowledged continuity. Meals were not rushed. Eating without attention weakened the body's alignment. Sharing strengthened it. Children were protected through presence. Names spoken often kept identity anchored. Stories repeated preserved memory. Small amulets worn at the neck or wrist were reminders, not shields against all harm, but companions against vulnerability. Protection extended to speech. Words chosen carefully prevented harm before it formed. Gossip, insult, and falsehood were recognised as openings through which imbalance entered. Silence, when needed, closed those openings gently. The body was observed. Illness was not ignored until it overwhelmed. Signs were watched. Fatigue acknowledged. Care taken early prevented greater fracture. Protection here was attentiveness, not denial. Travel required preparation, not fearfully, but deliberately. A blessing spoken, a charm adjusted, a moment of stillness before departure. These aligned intention with movement. The journey mattered as much as arrival. Work carried its own safeguards. Tools were maintained, rhythms respected. Overexertion was recognised as imbalance, not virtue. A field pushed too hard yielded less in the end. Protection preserved sustainability. Night brought different needs. Shadows gathered. Silence deepened. Lamps were lit not only for sight, but for presence. Light signalled occupation of space. Darkness respected boundaries when acknowledged. Sleep was approached carefully. Words spoken before rest shaped dreams. Dreams mattered. They carried warnings, guidance, echoes of the Duat. Protection at night did not banish dreams, it steadied them. Ill fortune was addressed calmly. When accidents occurred, protection intensified, not through panic, but focus. Remedies were applied, words spoken, causes considered. The goal was not blame, but restoration of balance. Horus observed this pattern across the land. He understood that rule alone could not protect a people who neglected daily alignment. Law guarded structure. Habit guarded stability. Without both, protection failed. Protection did not guarantee safety. The river still flooded. Illness still struck. Loss still came. But aligned lives endured disruption without collapse. Protection preserved coherence when certainty failed. The gods did not intervene constantly. They supported those who supported themselves through awareness. Protection was partnership, not dependency. The divine met effort with reinforcement, not replacement. This understanding shaped resilience. A protected life was not one without pain. It was one without fragmentation. When hardship arrived, it did not tear the self apart. It was integrated, responded to, survived. Communities protected one another. Neighbours watched, elders guided, children learned by imitation. Protection was shared practice, not private obsession. Fear isolated, alignment connected, magic assisted quietly, amulets, gestures, names, all present, none dominating. Protection worked best when it faded into normality. When it became spectacle, it weakened. The dead were included. Ancestors were remembered not as ghosts, but as continuity. Their names spoken maintained protection across generations. Forgetting weakened connection. Remembering steadied it. Horus ruled, knowing this truth. Protection could not be enforced alone. It had to be lived. A king could build walls, but only people could maintain alignment within them. In this way, daily life became sacred, not because it was flawless, because it was attentive. Protection lived in that attention. Quiet, steady, repeated, holding chaos at the edges, without pretending it did not exist. And because it was practiced daily, it endured. Healing was never divided. Magic and medicine were not rivals, nor separate paths chosen by belief. They were one practice seen from different angles. To heal the body without addressing alignment was incomplete. To speak spells without tending flesh was careless. Health existed where both worked together. Illness was not treated as enemy, it was a signal. The body spoke through imbalance, pain, fever, weakness, disruption of rhythm. These signs were not punishments. They were messages that something within the pattern had shifted. Healing began by listening. The healer observed first. Skin, breath, pulse, posture, all were read carefully. Nothing mystical replaced attention. Knowledge of plants, wounds, and bodily systems mattered deeply. Remedies were prepared with precision, not guesswork. Yet treatment did not end there. Words were spoken, not because herbs were insufficient, but because intention shaped outcome. A remedy given without alignment worked less fully. A spell spoken without substance faded quickly. Together they endured. Spells were not shouted, they were murmured, close to the body, timed with breath, shaped to the ailment. The healer did not demand recovery. They invited coherence. Healing cannot be commanded without consequence. It must be encouraged. Plants carried their own power. Roots, leaves, resins, each held properties observed through generations. Knowledge was inherited, refined, corrected. A plant misused harmed as easily as it healed. Respect mattered more than abundance. Preparation itself was ritual. Grinding, mixing, heating, each step carried care. Care preserved potency. Haste weakened it. Medicine rushed lost its alignment. Magic addressed what medicine could not reach. Fear, despair, disorientation, these weakened the body's capacity to recover. Words steadied these states. Naming illness reduced its dominance. Protection against recurrence mattered as much as cure. The gods were acknowledged, not begged. Isis was invoked for restoration, Thoth for precision, Sekhmet for controlled force. Invocation did not transfer responsibility to the divine. It aligned effort with greater order. Horus understood this union clearly. As king, he supported healers not as mystics, but as essential keepers of stability. A sick population weakens order. Healing preserved Ma'at as surely as law. Healing took time. Instant recovery was rare and distrusted. Sudden change without integration risked imbalance elsewhere. Gradual restoration ensured endurance. Patience was itself medicine. The sick were not isolated unnecessarily. Community presence mattered. Touch, voice, recognition, all supported recovery. Isolation weakened spirit and slowed healing. Protection here meant inclusion without contagion. Dreams were observed. Illness often spoke through dream when waking speech failed. Healers listened to these reports carefully. Dreams were not treated as prophecy, but as signals from within. Not all could be healed. This was understood without bitterness. Some conditions marked transition rather than restoration. In these cases, magic guided acceptance, eased pain, prepared passage. Medicine without magic prolonged suffering. Magic without medicine denied reality. Together they shaped dignity. Failure did not dishonour the healer. Neglect did. Healers were judged not by outcome alone, but by care taken. A life tended attentively retained value even when it ended. This understanding preserved trust. Amulets often accompanied treatment, not as cure, but as support. They steadied the patient's focus, reminded them of continuity, reduced fear's grip. Fear worsens illness. Alignment weakens it. The healer protected themselves as well. Care carried cost. Without protection, imbalance transferred. Ritual cleansing, rest and silence preserved the healer's coherence. Healing without self-care becomes harm. Knowledge was recorded. Treatments that worked were remembered. Those that failed were noted. Tradition evolved. Magic did not freeze medicine in time. Medicine refined magic through observation. This adaptability mattered. Rigid systems fracture, living systems adjust. Healing remained effective because it remained attentive. Horus valued this deeply. A ruler who ignores medicine governs illusion. A ruler who ignores magic governs flesh alone. Stability requires both. In daily life, this union was natural. A mother soothed a child with touch and word. A farmer treated a wound with herb and prayer. An elder eased pain with poultice and story. No division was named. Healing worked because it was whole. Magic did not replace knowledge. Knowledge did not dismiss magic. Together, they acknowledged the full complexity of being alive, body, breath, fear, hope, memory, and time. And because healing addressed all of these, it did more than restore health. It preserved balance. The divine was never distant. It did not wait beyond the sky or retreat into temples alone. It moved through daily life quietly, as presence rather than interruption. To live in Egypt was not to seek the gods constantly, but to recognize them already there. The gods did not demand attention at every moment. They expected awareness. Awareness shaped how one rose at dawn, how one spoke to neighbours, how one crossed water, how one endured hardship without despair. The divine was not an escape from life. It was the depth within it. Living with the divine did not require perfection. It required alignment. Mistakes were expected. Disorder arose. Suffering occurred. What mattered was response. Did one acknowledge imbalance or deny it? Did one repair or repeat? These questions defined piety more than devotion. The gods observed without intrusion. They did not intervene at every injustice or rescue every faithful life. Their presence offered orientation, not exemption. To live with the divine was to accept responsibility alongside protection. Horus embodied this understanding. As king, he did not claim to be divine in isolation. He ruled as participant in order, not its origin. His authority derived from Ma'at, not from personal power. When he ruled unjustly, even the gods withdrew support. This withdrawal was not punishment, it was consequence. The divine withdrew when alignment failed, not to abandon, but to reveal imbalance clearly. Without divine reinforcement, disorder exposed itself. Correction became unavoidable. Ordinary people lived with this truth daily. They did not expect the gods to solve problems for them. They expected the gods to witness effort, guide intention, and respond when alignment was honoured. Living with the divine meant working alongside unseen order. Ritual punctuated life without dominating it. A word spoken before labour. An offering left quietly. A name remembered. These acts were not burdensome. They were acknowledgements that existence unfolded within relationship. The gods were present in nature. The river carried divinity through nourishment and destruction alike. The sun revealed presence through rhythm rather than miracle. Even decay held meaning as transition rather than failure. Living with the divine meant accepting contradiction. Life was generous and cruel, fertile and dangerous, ordered and unpredictable. The gods did not resolve these tensions. They contained them within cycle. This containment mattered. Without it, chaos would overwhelm meaning. With it, meaning endured even when outcomes disappointed. The divine did not erase fear, it contextualized it. Fear warned. Fear sharpened attention. Fear without alignment paralyzed. Fear with alignment guided. The gods did not remove fear. They taught how to live without being ruled by it. Death itself was lived with, not avoided in thought, prepared for through living well. Burial, memory, ritual, all acknowledged that life did not terminate abruptly. Living with the divine meant living with awareness of continuation. This awareness shaped behaviour. Greed lost its urgency. Excess lost its appeal. Reputation mattered beyond momentary gain. Actions carried weight beyond immediate reward. The gods did not demand constant praise. They responded to consistency. A life lived attentively honoured them more than offerings given without care. Piety without practice was noise. Practice without awareness was habit. True living with the divine balanced both. Horus protected this balance. He did not enforce belief. He upheld structure that allowed alignment to remain possible. A ruler cannot command reverence. He can only preserve conditions where reverence arises naturally. Temples stood as reminders, not enclosures. The divine flowed beyond their walls, into fields, homes, marketplaces. Temple ritual focused presence, daily life sustained it. Living with the divine did not remove sorrow. Loss came. Grief was felt. But grief did not sever relationship. The gods remained present even when joy receded. Presence did not depend on comfort. This was the deepest trust. Not belief in reward, belief in continuity. That what mattered did not vanish when unseen. That effort mattered even when unnoticed. That balance endured beyond individual lives. The Egyptians lived with this trust quietly. They did not preach it. They practiced it. And through practice they learned that the divine was not something to reach for desperately. It was something to live within, step by step, breath by breath, until living itself became the act of recognition. Time did not stretch forward endlessly. It turned. For the Egyptians, eternity was not a line receding into distance, but a presence that held all moments at once. Time without end did not mean time without change. It meant time without loss, movement that did not consume itself as it passed. The gods lived within this understanding. Ra rose and fell daily, yet he was never diminished by repetition. Each cycle refined him rather than exhausting him. Eternity was not escape from sequence. It was sequence held in balance, where return did not undo meaning. The Duat existed within this time. So did the living world. Night and day, birth and death, decay and renewal, these were not opposites struggling for dominance. They were phases within a greater continuity that neither began nor concluded. Time did not aim toward an ending, it sustained turning. Mortals sensed this without naming it. They felt it in the river's return, in the fields replanted after harvest, in festivals repeating without losing power. Repetition did not bore them, it reassured. What returns confirms what endures. Time without end required memory, not nostalgia. Memory as structure. The past was not something left behind, it remained active, informing present action. Ancestors were not distant, their choices shaped living paths. Names spoke and preserved existence across generations, forgetting weakened continuity. This was why record mattered. Inscriptions, stories, rituals, all resisted erosion. Without memory, time collapses into immediacy. Without immediacy, eternity loses relevance. Balance lived between both. Horus ruled within this frame. His authority did not promise permanent peace. It promised continuation. Each decision was weighed not only for immediate effect, but for its echo. Rule extended beyond lifespan, because time did. Kings were judged after death not as individuals alone, but as participants in continuity. A reign that fractured balance burdened eternity. A reign that preserved coherence strengthened it. The gods did not fear time, they were shaped by it. Even divine power responded to cycles. Ra aged each day and renewed each dawn. Osiris ruled in stillness without stagnation. Isis worked through patience rather than haste. Eternity refined rather than froze them. Time without end did not deny suffering. It contextualized it. Pain occurred, but it did not own the future. Loss arrived, but it did not erase meaning. What passed could return transformed. What ended could feed what followed. This understanding softened despair. It did not erase grief. It allowed grief to move without consuming identity. Mourning existed within continuity rather than against it. The dead lived within time without end differently. They did not measure duration, they participated in presence. Eternity was not counted. It was inhabited. Moments did not rush past. They settled fully before yielding to the next. The living glimpse this occasionally, in moments of stillness, in ritual, in deep attention. These moments hinted at time beyond urgency. They reminded the living that haste belonged to survival, not to meaning. Time without end did not promise immortality of form. Forms changed. Bodies failed. Names faded. What endured was pattern. Justice practiced returned as stability. Care given returned as resilience. Neglect returned as fracture. Eternity did not reward or punish. It reflected. Horus understood that legacy was not monument. It was alignment sustained long enough to teach those who followed how to continue. A ruler who chased permanence built brittle structures. A ruler who honoured cycles built resilience. The gods themselves were legacy, not static beings, but remembered presences shaped by countless repetitions of attention. They endured because they adapted without abandoning essence. Time without end did not belong to the future alone. It pressed into the present constantly. Every act participated in it. Every choice echoed. The smallest gesture carried weight beyond moment, because time received it fully. This was not burden, it was dignity. To live knowing one's actions mattered beyond sight. To act knowing continuity observed, even when no witness stood nearby. The Egyptians lived within this dignity quietly. They did not rush time, they moved with it. And because they understood that time did not run out, but turned endlessly, they lived not in fear of ending, but in care for return. The eternal present was not a frozen moment. It was fullness without urgency. For the Egyptians, eternity did not mean drifting endlessly through time. It meant inhabiting the now so completely that past and future no longer pulled it apart. The present, when aligned, became vast enough to hold all moments without strain. This was how the gods existed. They did not rush toward what would be, nor cling to what had been. Ra did not hurry toward dawn, even though dawn depended on him. Osiris did not yearn for the world he no longer ruled. Isis did not dwell on loss. Each acted fully where they were, and because of this, time unfolded correctly. The eternal present was not denial of sequence. Day followed night. Life followed birth. Judgment followed death. But within each phase, presence was complete. Nothing leaked away through impatience or regret. To be fully present was to align with Ma'at more deeply than any law could enforce. Mortals touched this state rarely, but unmistakably. In ritual silence before speech. In grief accepted rather than resisted. In work done attentively without longing for completion. In these moments, time loosened its grip. The present expanded. Life felt whole rather than hurried. This was not illusion. It was alignment briefly achieved. The eternal present required attention, not concentration strained by effort, but awareness settled without distraction. Distraction fractured time, pulling the mind backward and forward until the present thinned into anxiety. Awareness restored density. This was why ritual mattered. Ritual anchored attention. It did not transport the participant elsewhere. It returned them fully to where they stood, within breath, movement and intention aligned. The gods did not arrive from afar during ritual. Presence deepened until divinity became recognizable. Horus ruled with this understanding. A king who governed only for the future neglected the present and weakened stability. A king trapped by the past lost adaptability. Rule endured when decisions honoured the moment fully, informed by memory, oriented toward consequence, but enacted without haste. The eternal present also shaped justice. Judgment rushed is injustice. Judgment delayed excessively becomes avoidance. The right moment held both memory and foresight, without being ruled by either. This balance defined wise action. The dead inhabited the eternal present differently. Freed from urgency, they did not anticipate what came next. They existed with incompleteness. Eternity did not stretch before them as endless duration. It surrounded them as sufficiency. Each moment contained enough. This sufficiency removed fear. Fear depends on anticipation. Regret depends on fixation. When neither dominated, presence stabilized. The justified dead experienced peace not because time ended, but because pressure dissolved. The living sensed this truth instinctively. They feared death not because it ended life, but because they imagined endless waiting or endless loss. The Egyptian vision replaced this fear with presence, existence without urgency, awareness without strain. The eternal present did not reject change. Change occurred naturally within it. What changed did not feel stolen. What ended did not feel abrupt. Transition unfolded smoothly when the present was fully inhabited. Resistance made endings painful. Presence softened them. This was why preparation mattered. To live attentively prepared one for death more effectively than denial or obsession. The eternal present practiced in life became accessible beyond it. The gods did not hoard this state, they modelled it. By acting without panic, by responding without excess, by allowing cycles to turn without interference born of fear. Divinity expressed itself through steadiness rather than control. The river demonstrated the eternal present daily. It flowed continuously, yet was always here. It did not hurry to the sea nor regret its source. It nourished what it touched, because it was fully itself at every point. The sun did the same. It rose, crossed the sky, and descended, not racing, not lingering. Its power came from consistency of presence, not from speed. Humans learned by watching. They learned that life lived only for what comes next becomes hollow. Life lived only in memory becomes brittle. The eternal present offered a third way, being fully where one stood, allowing time to unfold without being dragged by it. This was not easy. Habit pulled attention away constantly. Fear whispered of loss. Desire urged grasping. The eternal present required discipline, not withdrawal from life, but deeper engagement with it. Horus carried this discipline into kingship. He learned to pause before judgment, to act without delay when the moment demanded, to rest without guilt when action was complete. Presence refined authority. The eternal present was not escape from time. It was intimacy with it, to stand so fully within the moment that past and future aligned naturally around it, to act without fragmentation, to endure without rushing. This state was rare, but it defined eternity more than duration ever could. And those who learned to inhabit it, even briefly, understood something essential. Time does not imprison existence. Distraction does. Birth and death were never opposites. They were movements of the same turning. For the Egyptians, life did not begin at birth nor end at death. Both were passages, thresholds through which existence shifted form, without abandoning continuity. What mattered was not where one stood within the cycle, but how one moved through it. Birth emerged from concealment. A child arrived from the unseen, carrying breath shaped by forces older than the body it entered. Life was not summoned from nothing, it surfaced. The newborn was greeted not as blank beginning, but as arrival into a pattern already moving. This was why birth was surrounded by protection, not fear, recognition. The infant was vulnerable because transition leaves openings. Words spoken, charms placed, names given. These acts did not force life to stay. They welcomed it gently into alignment. Death mirrored this process. It was not collapse into absence. It was return into concealment. Breath loosened, the body stilled, and existence shifted inward. Just as birth required care, death required guidance. Neither was treated as interruption. Both were expected turns. The cycle did not rush. Between birth and death lay living, movement shaped by choice, labour, joy, grief and repetition. Life was the field where alignment could be practised consciously. Birth provided entry. Death provided measure. The gods embodied this rhythm constantly. Osiris died and endured. Ra aged daily and renewed. Horus was born hidden and emerged crowned. None of these movements negated what came before. Each transformed it. This transformation mattered. Without death, birth would accumulate endlessly. Without birth, death would hollow continuity. The cycle preserved meaning by preventing stagnation on either end. Mortals lived within this truth instinctively. They planted knowing harvest required decay. They honoured ancestors knowing they once were children. They mourned without imagining annihilation. Loss hurt, but it did not erase relationship. Grief was allowed, not denied. Grief acknowledged disruption without interpreting it as failure. Death did not signal punishment or cosmic error. It marked transition within order. This understanding shaped resilience. Suffering did not feel arbitrary. It felt placed within larger movement. Pain still hurt, but it did not isolate the sufferer from meaning. Horus governed with this awareness. He knew that rule must allow renewal. Leaders who cling indefinitely choke the cycle. Succession preserved vitality. Authority that never yields becomes imbalance. Birth and death governed kingship as surely as they governed fields. A reign began, matured, and ended. Its value was measured not by duration, but by how well it preserved continuity for what followed. The Duat reflected this balance. Souls entered, were measured, placed, and continued or released. Eternity itself honoured cycles. Even peace was not compulsory. Continuation was offered, not imposed. The living world mirrored this flexibility. Children grew into roles. Elders released them. Knowledge passed without clinging. What was hoarded decayed. What was shared endured. This did not erase fear entirely. Fear remained natural at thresholds. Birth was frightening. Death was frightening. Unknown unsettles. But fear did not rule interpretation. It sharpened attention rather than distorting meaning. Ritual eased fear, not by denying death, but by contextualizing it. Burial rites did not promise return of flesh. They promised continuation of relationship. Memory preserved connection beyond form. Names spoken bridged cycles. A name carried across generations affirmed that identity extended beyond a single life. To forget a name was to weaken continuity. To remember it was to strengthen return. The gods did not stand outside these cycles. They moved within them endlessly. Their immortality was not exemption from death, but mastery of return. Ra descended nightly. Osiris remained still and alive. Eternity expressed itself through repetition rather than permanence. This refrained human mortality. Death was not failure to achieve immortality. It was participation in a rhythm that sustained the world. To live well was to move through cycles without resisting them violently. The Egyptians did not long to escape death. They prepared to pass through it coherently. Birth taught entry. Life taught alignment. Death taught release. Together they formed a complete circuit. One that did not close forever, but turned again, reshaping existence each time without discarding what mattered. The cycle did not promise comfort, it promised meaning. Meaning rooted in return rather than possession. Meaning that endured because it accepted change rather than resisting it. And because birth and death were understood as movements rather than endpoints, life itself gained gravity without despair. Each breath mattered, not because it was rare, but because it participated in a turning that never truly stopped. The gods did not withdraw when temples fell silent. They did not vanish when names were spoken less often, or when cities shifted, or when sands reclaimed stone. The divine was never dependent on structures alone. It moved through them, then beyond them, leaving presence behind even when form dissolved. The gods were not visitors. They were conditions. To say they never left was not to claim constant miracle or visible intervention. It was to recognise that the forces they embodied, order, memory, renewal, justice, endurance, did not disappear when belief thinned. They changed how they were perceived, not how they existed. The river still flowed. The sun still rose. Birth and death still turned. These were not relics of ancient faith. They were continuations of it. The gods persisted because the patterns they expressed persisted. As long as balance mattered, Ma'at remained active. As long as cycles turned, Ra continued his journey. Names faded. Presence did not. When a god's name ceased to be spoken, the force did not weaken. It simply moved without label. Humans require names to focus attention. The cosmos does not. Horus understood this deeply. He ruled knowing that authority survives only when aligned with forces larger than identity. Kings fall. Order remains when it is sustained correctly. A ruler who believes himself indispensable fractures continuity. One who serves pattern strengthens it. The gods never demanded exclusivity. They did not require constant affirmation to exist. They responded to recognition, not to insistence. When people turned away, the gods did not pursue. They waited within the world itself. Waiting was not absence. It was patience. The divine had patience measured not in years, but in cycles. It had seen civilizations rise and thin without urgency. It did not rush return. Return occurred when attention aligned again. This was why echoes remained. Even when temples lay in ruin, the alignment they once held lingered faintly. Some places felt different without explanation. Certain stones carried weight. Certain horizons calmed the mind. Memory survived in atmosphere. The gods moved through other names, other myths, other forms. They did not cling to single representation. What mattered was recognition of balance, not preservation of iconography. The gods adapted because adaptation preserved relevance without distortion. People still sensed them, in moments of justice achieved without reward, in grief held without bitterness, in renewal after devastation. These moments did not announce divinity. They revealed it quietly. The gods never left, because they were not confined. They were not contained by belief systems alone. Belief sharpened perception, but absence of belief did not erase reality. The divine continued whether or not it was acknowledged. This did not mean indifference. The gods responded when alignment returned. When humans acted with care, memory, and restraint, divine reinforcement flowed naturally, not as reward, but as resonance. Horus carried this into legacy. He knew that myth would become memory, memory would become echo, echo would thin, yet what he upheld would persist. A just act performed once influenced countless cycles unseen. This knowledge shaped humility. No king reigned forever, no temple stood unbroken, yet order endured when maintained across generations, even imperfectly. The gods never left, because they were never only in one place. They were in law practiced fairly, in speech weighed carefully, in care extended without spectacle. These were not religious acts alone. They were divine expressions lived daily. The absence of ritual did not destroy this presence. It obscured it. Obscurity is not annihilation. When ritual returned, the gods did not need to be summoned from nothing. They were recognized again, as one recognizes a familiar shape emerging from shadow. The divine did not fade. Human attention did, and attention, when renewed, found the gods waiting exactly where they had always been, within cycles, within restraint, within care that outlasted noise. The gods never left, because they were not guests. They were the grammar of existence itself. Remove the words, and grammar still structures speech. Forget the names, and balance still holds. As long as life continues to turn, as long as justice matters, as long as renewal remains possible, the gods remain, not watching from afar, but present in the very patterns that allow the world to endure. Myth did not vanish when belief softened. It changed its place. What had once been spoken aloud beside the river, carved into stone, carried in procession and song, slowly withdrew from the centre of daily life. But it did not disappear. It settled into memory, where it learned how to endure without ceremony. myth became quieter, not weaker. Stories once lived as explanations of the world. Why the sun rose, why death did not end, why order mattered. Over time, these explanations were no longer required in the same way. Other languages emerged, other frameworks took hold, yet the stories remained, reshaped into something less immediate and more resilient. Memory held them. Memory does not demand agreement, it does not insist on ritual, it does not require constant retelling. It waits. Myth became memory when people stopped asking whether the stories were literally true and began living as if their meaning still mattered. Balance continued to be valued, justice continued to be weighed, renewal continued to be trusted. The gods were no longer named in every act, but their principles persisted. This transformation was not decay, it was adaptation. A myth bound too tightly to surface belief fractures when belief shifts. A myth that enters memory survives because it no longer depends on assertion. It becomes reference rather than instruction. The names of the gods thinned. Ra became the sun before dawn. Ma'at became fairness without invocation. Osiris became the idea that death is not final. The stories no longer stood at the front of thought. They moved beneath it, shaping instinct and expectation quietly. This was how myth learned longevity. Horus understood this even within the age of temples. He knew that what endured would not be monuments alone, but habits of thought. A people who remembered how to measure justice would preserve Ma'at even without her name. A people who honoured cycles would keep faith with Ra even without prayer. Memory does not repeat myth exactly. It distills. Details fade, structures remain. What is unnecessary for continuity dissolves. What matters settles deeper. This is not loss. It is refinement. The Duat became metaphor. Judgment became conscience. The weighing of the heart became reflection. The fields of reeds became peace imagined beyond striving. None of these erased the original stories. They carried them forward in altered form, accessible to those who no longer shared the old language. Myth became memory when it stopped demanding belief and began shaping behaviour. When people spoke carefully without knowing why words mattered. When they resisted excess without naming Ma'at. When they prepared for death without fearing annihilation. These were echoes, not repetitions, and echoes travel farther than voices. Memory also protects myth from misuse. When stories are no longer taken literally, they lose their capacity to be weaponized easily. They guide rather than command. They invite rather than coerce. Myth remembered is gentler and often truer than myth enforced. The gods accepted this change. They did not require fidelity to form. They required continuity of meaning. A world that practiced balance without temples still honoured them more than a world that performed ritual without care. Time assisted this process. Generations passed. Empires shifted. Languages transformed. The stories survived not because they were preserved intact, but because they were useful. They explained something enduring about being human within a turning world. Memory held them where belief could not. And memory is patient. It waits for moments when meaning is needed again, during crisis, during grief, during renewal. Then myth resurfaces, not as doctrine, but as recognition. People feel it before they name it. Horus watched this future unfold dimly. He understood that his legacy would not be worship alone. It would be the persistence of order practiced even when his name was forgotten. True legacy survives anonymity. This was the quiet victory of myth. Not dominance. Integration. The stories became part of how people thought about time, justice, death, and return. They shaped questions even when answers changed. They informed imagination long after temples fell silent. Myth became memory when it stopped standing apart from life and began living within it. And because memory does not require defence, the stories endured. waiting, patient, ready to be recognised again whenever the world needed reminding that meaning does not end when forms change. Temples did not vanish when worship thinned. They became echoes. Stone remained after voices faded, not as empty shells, but as vessels that had learned how to hold presence even without ritual. A temple did not cease to matter when offerings stopped. It changed how it spoke. Echoes are not repetitions. They are traces shaped by space and time, what remains when sound has passed, but meaning still lingers. Temples became this kind of memory, architecture trained to remember alignment long after attention moved elsewhere. The walls held orientation. They had been placed deliberately, aligned with sunrise, river, horizon. Even in ruin, this alignment endured. Light entered at the same angles, shadows moved predictably. The building continued to participate in cycles, whether or not anyone noticed. Silence gathered there differently, not emptily. Silence in a former temple carried weight, as if something had been set down carefully rather than abandoned. Visitors felt it without instruction. The air seemed to pause, inviting slower breath. This was not imagination alone. It was the residue of sustained attention. Ritual had trained the space. Day after day, year after year, words had been spoken there with precision. Movement had traced paths repeatedly. Offerings had affirmed relationship. These acts shaped atmosphere. When ritual ceased, the shaping remained. Temples remembered. Not events. Patterns. They remembered restraint practiced faithfully. They remembered rhythm honoured without haste. They remembered presence acknowledged without demand. These memories did not require belief to function. They were structural. Time altered the temples gently. Sand gathered. Roofs fell. Columns cracked. Decay did not erase alignment. It revealed it more starkly. What was unnecessary collapsed. What was essential endured. This endurance mattered. A temple reduced to foundation still held orientation. Even rubble marked sacred ground because the intention that placed it there had not dissolved. Intention leaves imprint when practiced consistently. Horus understood this future without sorrow. He knew that monuments would not stand forever. He also knew that what mattered was not permanence of stone, but persistence of alignment. A temple that taught balance once would continue to teach it silently, long after voices left. People returned to temples long after rituals ended, not to worship, to feel. They sat among fallen blocks. They stood in doorways without doors. They watched light move across carved faces worn smooth by wind. Something in them slowed. Attention deepened. The echo did its work. No doctrine was required. Echoes do not instruct directly, they orient. They remind the body how stillness feels when it is not emptiness. They restore scale, human concern set within larger turning. Temples as echoes also protected memory from distortion. Without active ritual, stories could not be manipulated easily. Stone does not argue. It does not persuade. It offers presence without agenda. Those who approached found what they brought, reflected gently back. Some felt peace, others felt unease. Both responses were honest. Echoes do not flatter. They reveal relation between visitor and space. This honesty preserved dignity of the past without enforcing it upon the present. The gods did not retreat from these places. They changed how they were present. No longer concentrated through image and rite, they became diffuse, felt in light, in proportion, in silence that refused to be hurried. The divine shifted from object to atmosphere. This was not loss, it was widening. The sacred did not shrink when temples fell quiet. It expanded beyond form. What had been focused now permeated more subtly. Those attuned could sense it without language. Temples also taught impermanence. They stood as reminders that even the most careful alignment does not escape time. This did not diminish their meaning. It completed it. What accepts change endures more honestly than what resists it. The living learned from this. They saw that care mattered, even if results did not last. They saw that intention outlived execution. They learned that meaning could persist without maintenance when it had been practiced deeply enough. Horus would have approved. A ruler who builds only to be remembered fails. A ruler who builds to align the world for a time succeeds, even when memory fades. Temples as echoes honoured this distinction. Today, echoes remain. In broken sanctuaries, in foundations traced faintly in sand, in stones warmed by the same sun that once marked ritual hours. These places do not demand reverence. They invite attention. They do not speak loudly. They do not need to. They remind those who pause that presence once lived here deliberately, and that presence, when cultivated, does not vanish. It settles into the world, waiting to be felt again. Temples became echoes not because they failed, but because they succeeded completely. They taught alignment so well that it no longer required walls to be known. A name was never only a sound. It was continuity shaped into breath. To be named was to be placed within order, to be recognised by the world and returned by it. The Egyptians understood that a name carried more than identity. It carried relation. When spoken, it affirmed that something still belonged within the turning of time. Names survived because they were needed. Not all names endured. Many faded naturally, as leaves fall when seasons change. But some names resisted erasure, not through force, but through usefulness. They continued to express meaning long after the lives that bore them ended. A name spoken once disappears. A name spoken with care remains. This was why names were guarded so closely. To erase a name deliberately was the deepest violence imaginable, not because it destroyed memory, but because it severed continuity. Without a name, relation dissolves. Without relation, existence thins. The gods understood this. They carried many names, not as masks, but as facets. Each name addressed a function, a moment, a relationship. Ra at dawn was not Ra at dusk. Isis as mother was not Isis as healer. Names allowed presence to be met precisely rather than vaguely. Mortals followed this instinct. A child received a name carefully, often bearing meaning tied to hope, protection, or remembrance. The name did not define destiny, it oriented it. Spoken daily, it shaped how the child was seen, and how they learned to see themselves. Names connected generations. To name a child after an ancestor was not repetition, it was extension. The earlier life did not return unchanged. Its influence flowed forward, reshaped by new circumstance. In this way, names acted as bridges rather than anchors. After death, the name mattered more. The body returned to earth. Breath loosened. Memory risked thinning. But the name, if spoken, held the soul within continuity. Tomb inscriptions existed not to boast, but to preserve relation. As long as the name was read, existence endured. This endurance did not require belief, it required recognition. Even a stranger speaking a name aloud restored presence briefly. The dead did not demand devotion, they required acknowledgement. A name spoken without affection still affirmed being. Horus understood the weight of names deeply. As king, his name was not merely title, it was function. It linked authority to balance. When his name was spoken correctly, it reaffirmed order. When misused, it weakened legitimacy. This was why kings took throne names, not to conceal identity, but to align it with responsibility. A name shaped expectation. Expectation shaped conduct. Conduct shaped legacy. Names that survived did so quietly. They did not demand remembrance. They persisted because they remained useful, because they expressed something the world continued to need. Justice, renewal, protection, endurance, names attached to these ideas resurfaced naturally when conditions called for them. The gods' names survived in this way. Not always intact, sometimes fractured, translated, reinterpreted, yet beneath changes, something recognisable endured. The function remained even when form shifted. Osiris became the idea that death does not erase meaning. Isis became the principle of care that restores what is broken. Ma'at became the expectation that fairness matters even when inconvenient. Names transformed into concepts without losing origin. This was survival through adaptation. Names that demanded rigid preservation broke when language changed. Names that allowed meaning to move endured beyond language itself. The living learned this intuitively. They spoke names not to cling to the past, but to stabilize the present. In moments of uncertainty, a remembered name offered orientation. It reminded them that something had been faced before and endured. Forgetting a name was not always loss. Sometimes it was necessary release. What mattered was whether meaning remained accessible. A forgotten name whose function persisted had not truly vanished. This softened fear of oblivion. To survive did not require inscription in stone. It required contribution to continuity. A life lived with care echoed through actions, habits, and stories long after the name itself faded. Horus accepted this humility. He knew that even kings become unnamed eventually. What remained was whether balance had been preserved long enough to teach those who followed how to continue. Names that survived were not always celebrated. Some were whispered. Some were embedded in ritual without explanation. Some were carried as feeling rather than sound. These forms of survival were quieter and often stronger. The Egyptians did not fear being forgotten entirely. They feared being disconnected. A name survived when it continued to connect, past to present, individual to order, memory to action. Where connection held, survival followed naturally, and so names endure still. Not all as words, some as instincts, some as values, some as questions asked again when the world wavers. These are the deepest survivals. Names that no longer need to be spoken to be known. Egypt did not end at its borders. It extended wherever its understanding of order, memory, and continuity found resonance. When kingdoms fell and languages shifted, Egypt did not vanish. It travelled, quietly, without conquest, carried by ideas that proved difficult to replace. Egypt beyond Egypt was not geography, it was inheritance. The Nile's rhythm taught patience to lands that never saw its waters. The idea that time turns rather than races settled into distant thought. The belief that justice must align with something larger than power found new expression under different names. These movements were subtle. No procession marked them. No ritual announced their passage. Egypt moved the way water moves underground, out of sight, reshaping foundations slowly. The dead continued to be honoured elsewhere, not with mummification, not with canopic jars, but with remembrance structured around dignity rather than fear. The idea that death was transition, not erasure, persisted even when its imagery changed. Fields of reeds became other visions of peace. Judgment became conscience. Continuity remained. Order remained central. Even where Ma'at was forgotten as name, fairness retained sacred weight. Justice was no longer merely social agreement. It became moral necessity. This insistence did not originate everywhere at once. It travelled. Magic softened into language. Words retained power long after spells disappeared. Oaths mattered. Names carried weight. Speech shaped reality not because of enchantment, but because intention still mattered. Egypt's understanding of language as force survived its temples. Kingship changed form. Rulers elsewhere learned, sometimes painfully, that authority untethered from balance collapses. The divine right of kings softened into accountability. Leadership tied to responsibility rather than domination echoed Horus, long after falcons no longer crowned rulers. Memory became archive. Stone gave way to script, script to story, story to symbol. Egypt's insistence on record, on preserving what mattered, became foundation for civilizations that followed. Without this inheritance, history itself would thin into legend too easily. Egypt beyond Egypt was not copied. It was translated. What could not be carried intact was reshaped. The gods shed forms, but functions endured. Where healing mattered, Isis appeared in other guises. Where death demanded dignity, Osiris found reflection. Where knowledge required care, Thoth lingered unnamed. This survival was not perfect. Much was lost. Much was misunderstood. But what endured mattered precisely because it adapted. Egypt did not insist on being remembered exactly. It insisted on being useful to continuity. The desert taught this lesson first. What endures there does not do so by resisting change. It adapts to it, becoming still, sparse, patient. Egypt learned endurance from its land, and passed that knowledge outward. Even today, echoes remain. In the way time is discussed as cycle rather than resource. In the way justice is weighed rather than enforced blindly. In the way death is approached with quiet seriousness rather than denial. These echoes do not announce their origin. They do not need to. Egypt beyond Egypt exists wherever people sense that life must align with something larger than survival alone. Wherever meaning is treated as structure rather than ornament, Egypt is present. This does not require belief in gods. It requires respect for balance. The ancient world did not vanish into irrelevance. It dissolved into the present, shaping it invisibly. Egypt's legacy is not that it was remembered perfectly, but that it became difficult to escape. The river still teaches, even where there is no river. The sun still measures, even where its names change. The dead are still honoured, even where rituals differ. Egypt beyond Egypt is not nostalgia, it is persistence, a way of seeing the world that refuses to reduce existence to accident or appetite, a reminder that order is maintained, not assumed, that continuity is chosen repeatedly, not inherited passively. This inheritance does not belong to one land anymore. It belongs to anyone who pauses long enough to feel time turning rather than running. And because of this, Egypt did not end. It expanded. Silence does not arrive suddenly. It settles. After words have done their work, after names have travelled as far as they can, after memory has thinned into atmosphere, silence returns, not as absence, but as ground. It is the state beneath all stories, waiting patiently for sound to rise again. Egypt knew this silence well. Before creation, silence held the waters. After empires, silence held the sand. Silence was not what remained when meaning ended. It was what remained when meaning no longer needed to speak. As temples weathered and voices faded, silence gathered where chants once echoed. This silence did not erase what had been spoken. It held it gently, the way earth holds seed long after harvest. Nothing was lost. Everything was resting. Silence was familiar to the gods. Ra entered it each night. Osiris ruled within it. Thoth respected it as much as word. Silence was not enemy of order. It was its companion. Order needs space to endure. Without silence, repetition becomes noise. Without silence, memory fractures. The world moved into quieter ages. Stories shortened. Rituals simplified. Names became rare. Yet beneath this thinning, the same patterns persisted. Justice still sought measure. Life still returned after loss. Time still turned. Silence allowed this continuity. When explanation receded, experience deepened. People no longer named Ma'at, but they felt imbalance when it broke. They no longer invoked the gods daily, but they sensed when alignment failed. Silence sharpened instinct. This was not forgetting, it was integration. What is fully integrated no longer requires narration. A child does not recite breath in order to breathe. A society does not speak its deepest values constantly when they are lived. Silence returned to the land. The river flowed without myth spoken aloud beside it. The sun crossed the sky without being hailed by name. Crops grew. Children were born. Death came. Life continued within order that no longer needed explanation. This silence was not empty. It was dense, filled with echoes too deep for language. Anyone who paused long enough could feel it. A stillness that was not inert. A quiet that carried weight. Some mistook this silence for loss. They searched ruins for vanished meaning, counted fallen stones, named what was gone. But silence was not loss. It was completion of a cycle. What had been spoken enough times no longer needed repetition. Silence protects what speech exhausts. Words wear thin when overused. Silence preserves their essence. In silence, stories stop competing. What matters settles. Horus understood this ending without sorrow. A ruler who demands eternal speech misunderstands endurance. Legacy that cannot rest fractures. True continuity allows silence to take over when voice has done its work. The gods did not leave when silence returned. They withdrew from noise. Presence did not vanish. It became harder to point to, easier to feel. The divine no longer announced itself. It waited in patterns, in fairness, instinctively recognised. In grief honoured without spectacle. In renewal trusted without promise. Silence returned to the myths themselves. They ceased demanding belief. They ceased insisting on form. They became something deeper, background understanding, shaping perception quietly. This silence did not end the story. It made space for it to continue differently. In silence, the world listens again. In silence, the next turning prepares itself. Creation itself began in silence. It would do so again. Nothing here was final. Silence was not the last chapter. It was the pause between breaths, between worlds, between tellings. And in that pause, the ancient understanding remained, waiting unbroken, ready to rise again when attention returned and words were once more needed. For now, silence held the world. Gently, completely. The story does not conclude. It loosens. What has been spoken now settles into the same silence from which it once emerged, not erased, not finished, but released from the need to be held tightly. Endings, in this understanding, are only pauses where form rests before turning again. The story continues because it never belonged to a single time. It was whispered beside the Nile, but it was never confined there. It moved through breath, through labour, through grief, and renewal. It lived in those who spoke it, and in those who only felt its shape without knowing its words. What continues is not the telling, it is the pattern. Creation still rises from quiet. Order still resists collapse through care. Chaos still presses at the edges, necessary and restrained. Death still opens rather than closes. These are not ancient ideas preserved out of nostalgia. They are living structures that remain because existence still requires them. The gods do not return dramatically. They never left. They remain present where balance is practiced without reward, where justice is weighed rather than imposed, where memory is honoured without clinging. Their forms change because attention changes, but their functions endure. The story continues in choices. Every act of restraint when excess is easier. Every repair chosen over denial. Every moment when fear is acknowledged, but not obeyed. These are not echoes of myth. They are myth enacted quietly, without ceremony. The river still teaches, even where there is no river. It teaches that life moves forward by returning, that nourishment and destruction are not enemies, that patience shapes land more reliably than force. Wherever this lesson is learned, the story breathes again. The sun still teaches. It rises without announcement, crosses without haste, and descends without apology. Its constancy does not require belief. It requires recognition. Those who align their lives to rhythm rather than urgency still follow its ancient instruction. Death still teaches most clearly. It reminds that possession is temporary, that continuity outlasts form, that what is carried forward is never the body alone. Those who live knowing this do not require elaborate doctrine. They live with gravity and care naturally. The story continues in memory, not perfect memory, selective, softened, human memory. Memory that forgets details and keeps meaning. Memory that survives not because it is guarded fiercely, but because it remains useful when certainty fails. The ancient world does not compete with the present. It underlies it. like stone beneath shifting sand, like grammar beneath changing language, like silence beneath speech. The story does not argue for its relevance. It demonstrates it whenever alignment restores coherence. This continuation is quiet. There are no final revelations, no closing declarations, no promise that order will triumph permanently. Order must be maintained again and again, just as it always has been. That is why the story continues. Because balance is never finished. Because renewal requires return. Because meaning must be practiced, not concluded. The ancient storytellers understood this. They did not tell these myths to end uncertainty. They told them to give uncertainty a place within order. They did not promise safety. They promised coherence. Now the story rests again. Not ended. Waiting in silence, in daily acts, in moments when the world wavers and something older stirs, an instinct to measure, to repair, to endure without domination. When that instinct is felt, the story has resumed. Not here, not in words, but wherever attention turns toward balance once more. And so the story continues, unfinished, unclaimed, alive, turning quietly with the world itself. The world did not collapse when the gods withdrew from daily speech. It adjusted. When temples emptied and rituals thinned, the sky did not darken in protest. The river did not reverse its course. Fields still answered seed. Children were still born into breath and uncertainty. What changed was not the world itself, but how presence was recognised. The gods did not depart dramatically. They receded from address. No longer named at every threshold, they slipped beneath language and settled into habit, into instinct, into expectation shaped by generations of alignment. The world after the gods was not a godless world. It was a world learning to carry what had once been spoken aloud. People noticed the quiet first, not absence, but reduction. Fewer chants, fewer processions, fewer moments when the divine was pointed to directly. Attention shifted toward survival, governance, rebuilding. What had been maintained by ritual now relied more heavily on custom. This shift felt unsettling, not because balance vanished, but because explanation did. When order functions without narration, it feels fragile even when it is not. The gods had once named forces clearly. Without names, forces still acted, but less visibly. Justice still mattered. Injustice still destabilized. Renewal still followed collapse. These truths did not disappear with worship. They proved themselves repeatedly, without invocation. People learned consequences through experience rather than myth. The gods were no longer addressed as presences. They became conditions. The sun no longer required praise to rise. It rose because rising was what it did. The river no longer needed offerings to flood. It followed rhythm shaped by land and sky. The sacred moved from dialogue into structure. This was the world after the gods. Not emptier, more demanding. Without ritual to hold meaning steady, people had to practice balance consciously. Where once Maat was named, now fairness had to be chosen without reminder. Where once Osiris promised continuity, now death required interpretation without mythic reassurance. Some resisted this change. They mourned the loss of certainty. They searched ruins for vanished voices. They tried to revive forms without the attention that once sustained them. But form without presence fractures quickly. Others adapted. They carried fragments forward, gestures, sayings, instincts. They did not always know where these came from. They only knew they worked. Communities stabilized when they followed them. Disorder grew when they ignored them. The gods were still there. But they were no longer obvious. They no longer corrected misalignment immediately. Consequences unfolded gradually. This demanded patience and memory, qualities harder to maintain without ritual reinforcement. The world learned slowly. It learned that meaning does not require constant announcement, that presence can endure beneath neglect, that the sacred, once internalized, becomes harder to recognise but stronger to remove. Horus had ruled for such a future. He understood that kingship bound too tightly to divine spectacle collapses when spectacle fades. Authority rooted in balance survives longer. His legacy was not worship, but structure resilient enough to function without him. The world after the gods tested this resilience. Some places faltered, others held. Where care persisted, balance remained. Where power replaced restraint, chaos widened. The gods did not intervene to correct this. Intervention would have weakened the lesson. Absence sharpened responsibility. People could no longer defer failure to divine will. They could no longer expect ritual alone to restore order. Action mattered, choice mattered, memory mattered. This was not abandonment, it was maturation. The gods did not withdraw to punish. They withdrew to allow what they had taught to stand on its own. What survives without reinforcement reveals its true strength. The world after the gods still felt watched at times, not by eyes, by consequence. Actions echoed further. Decisions carried weight longer. Without ritual to absorb error quickly, mistakes accumulated. Repair required intention rather than ceremony. This made life heavier and clearer. The divine did not vanish, it became difficult. Difficult to locate, difficult to name, difficult to ignore. It persisted in the way imbalance made itself known without explanation, in the way renewal still followed care, in the way silence pressed meaning inward rather than outward. The world after the gods was quieter. But it was not unheld. It rested within patterns learned long ago, patterns still turning even when forgotten. The gods had not left the world, they had left the centre of attention, and in doing so, they revealed whether what they had shaped could endure without being called by name. Silence did not strike the temples like a blow. It arrived as breath held too long. First the voices thinned, then the footsteps, then the careful rhythms that once measured the hours loosened and fell away. Lamps were lit less often, incense burned until it was no longer replaced. Doors remained closed not by decree but by habit quietly abandoned. The temples did not protest. Stone does not argue. They accepted the change the way land accepts retreating water, without urgency, without grief. What had been done there had already shaped them. Silence did not undo that work. It revealed it. When temples fell silent, the world did not feel empty at once. It felt exposed. Ritual had once gathered attention and held it steady. Without it, attention scattered. People passed the sacred thresholds without pause, uncertain whether reverence still applied. The absence of instruction created unease more than disbelief. What mattered was not disbelief. It was forgetting how to listen. The gods were no longer addressed daily. Not because they were denied, but because language shifted elsewhere. Trade replaced prayer. Governance replaced ritual. Survival pressed forward, louder than memory. Temples stood through this without resistance. Their alignment remained. Light still entered as it always had. Shadow still moved across walls according to ancient measure. Even unattended, the buildings continued to keep time. This quiet persistence mattered. It meant that silence did not erase presence. It merely changed its expression. What had once been spoken now existed as proportion, as orientation, as atmosphere. People who entered the silent temples felt this. Not all of them could explain it. Some felt comfort, others felt unease. The silence did not flatter, it reflected. Those who carried restlessness felt it amplified. Those who carried patience felt it settle. Silence has that power. When ritual ended, intention remained embedded in stone. The walls remembered the pace of prayer. The floors remembered the direction of movement. Memory did not require voice to persist. It had been practiced too long. This was not nostalgia. It was residue. The gods did not depart when temples fell silent. They withdrew from focus. Presence diffused rather than vanished. Without daily invocation, it became harder to point to, easier to miss, but still effective. Order did not collapse immediately because it had been trained into habit. Habit carried what ritual once held. But habit erodes without renewal. Over time, misalignment grew in places where ritual had once corrected gently. Without structured return to balance, error accumulated quietly, not dramatically, slowly. This slowness was dangerous because it was easy to ignore. Some tried to revive the temples. They cleaned floors, repaired walls, repeated words remembered imperfectly. But ritual, without shared attention, becomes hollow. The gods do not respond to imitation. They respond to alignment. Others let the temples be. They respected the silence without trying to fill it. They learned to read it. Silence taught differently than speech. It did not instruct, it revealed. The temples became teachers of patience. They showed that meaning does not vanish when activity stops. It settles. They demonstrated that presence can persist without performance. They offered space where the world slowed naturally. Horus would have understood this transformation. He had ruled knowing that forms must eventually yield to what they carry. A temple exists to train attention. When attention moves elsewhere, the temple's task is complete. Its silence becomes its final instruction. The fall into silence was not failure. It was completion of a cycle. What had been spoken enough no longer needed repetition. What had been practiced deeply enough could survive without scaffolding. The danger lay not in silence itself. It lay in forgetting why silence mattered. Some mistook silence for emptiness and dismissed it. They built over it, reused stone without regard for orientation, ignored alignment in favour of utility. Where this happened, coherence weakened subtly. Others paused. They stood in ruined courtyards and felt something steady beneath decay. They did not name it. They did not claim it. They carried it quietly back into daily life. This was how continuity survived, not through revival of old forms, but through recognition of underlying order. The temples, even silent, still offered that recognition to those willing to listen. Silence did not mean the gods were gone. It meant they no longer needed to speak loudly. They trusted what had been learned. They waited within stone, within proportion, within the memory of balance, practiced long enough to become instinct. When temples fell silent, the world was not abandoned. It was tested. And what endured proved that the silence was not an ending, but a threshold, one that required a different kind of attention to cross. When the gods withdrew from daily address, they did not vanish. They moved inward. Memory became their dwelling, not the fragile memory of dates and names, but the deeper memory that shapes instinct, expectation, and response. The gods lived where explanation thinned and understanding remained. This memory did not announce itself. It surfaced quietly, often unnoticed, guiding choices without revealing its source. People acted justly without invoking Mart. They prepared for death with dignity without naming Osiris. They measured words carefully without recalling Thoth. Memory worked best when it did not demand recognition. The gods in memory were less vivid and more durable. Images faded first. Temples fell silent. Ritual language grew distant. But the habits shaped by centuries of alignment endured. Balance practiced long enough becomes reflex. Reflex survives belief. Children learn these reflexes early. They were taught fairness before they understood law. They were taught patience before they understood time. They learned that excess invites loss, that care invites return. No god was named in these lessons. None needed to be. Memory preserved what was useful. Not every story survived intact. Many details dissolved naturally. What remained were patterns that proved necessary again and again. Memory discarded ornament and kept structure. This selectivity was not neglect, it was intelligence. A memory that keeps everything collapses under weight. A memory that keeps only what matters strengthens continuity. The gods in memory were distilled, not diminished. Names changed, sometimes they vanished. But function endured. The protector became an impulse to guard the vulnerable. The judge became an inner weighing. The healer became patience with restoration. Memory translated divinity into behaviour. Horus would have recognised this as success. A ruler's work is complete when it no longer requires enforcement. Order practised freely outlives order imposed. The gods living in memory signalled that their instruction had taken root. Memory did not freeze the gods in time, it allowed them to evolve. As culture shifted, the remembered gods adapted without contradiction. They appeared as values, metaphors, intuitions. Their ancient forms slept while their influence continued to act. This adaptability preserved relevance. Rigid belief fractures when the world changes. Memory flexes. It absorbs new context without losing core orientation. The gods in memory did not compete with new ideas. They informed them quietly. People sensed this guidance during crisis. When certainty failed, they reached for something older than doctrine. They measured, repaired, endured. They did not know why these responses felt right. They only knew they steadied the world. Memory had prepared them. Grief revealed this most clearly. When loss came, people mourned without imagining annihilation. They treated death as transition rather than theft. This response did not require mythic education. It arose from memory shaped by generations who had lived within cycles. The gods in memory did not speak. They prompted. They did not demand loyalty. They shaped conscience. This distinction mattered. Demands provoke resistance. Prompting invites participation. Memory guides without coercion, making alignment feel chosen rather than imposed. Over time, even memory thinned. Not disappeared. Thinned. What remained became instinctive, so integrated it no longer felt inherited. People assumed these responses were natural. They forgot they had been taught. This forgetting did not erase the gods. It completed their integration. When divinity becomes indistinguishable from ethical reflex, it has embedded fully. The gods in memory had achieved their deepest form, not as beings to be addressed, but as orientations to be lived, yet memory is not permanent without renewal. In times of neglect, these instincts weakened, balance eroded, excess returned. Then in response, memory stirred again, through story, through art, through quiet longing for coherence. Myths resurfaced when needed, not to reclaim worship, to restore orientation. This was memory's final safeguard, the ability to reawaken stories when meaning thinned too far. The gods returned as narrative when instinct alone no longer sufficed. The gods in memory were patient. They did not hurry return. They waited for attention to seek them. When it did, they emerged, not as rulers, but as reminders. They reminded the world how to measure, how to endure, how to let go without despair. Memory did not preserve the gods as they once were. It preserved what they taught, and what they taught proved resilient enough to survive silence, neglect and change, waiting within the human mind for moments when the world required balance again. Myths did not vanish when worship ended. They loosened their grip on ritual and learned how to survive without it. Freed from obligation, they changed how they lived among people, not as commands to obey, but as stories that waited to be recognised when needed. Myths without worship were quieter. They no longer required temples, offerings, or priestly voices to remain alive. They moved instead through conversation, through art, through the unspoken assumptions that shaped how people understood justice, loss, and return. This change unsettled many. Worship had once provided structure. It told people when to speak, how to move, what to expect. Without it, myths seemed untethered, vulnerable to distortion or forgetting. Yet something unexpected occurred. The myths endured. They endured because they were no longer guarded. A story enforced fractures when belief shifts. A story released adapts. Myths without worship were no longer protected by authority. They survived because they continued to explain something essential about living within a world that turns. People told the stories differently now, not as truth declared, as insight offered. A myth was no longer something one had to accept. It was something one could return to. This choice changed the relationship entirely. Voluntary listening deepened meaning. Osiris no longer demanded belief as Lord of the Dead. He became the story that death does not end relevance, that what is broken can still rule quietly, that stillness can be powerful without spectacle. Isis no longer required invocation. She lived as the story that care restores coherence, that patience heals what force cannot, that persistence without noise reshapes fate. Ra no longer ruled the sky by name. He became the understanding that renewal depends on return, that exhaustion does not cancel duty, that light must pass through darkness to remain complete. These myths did not shrink, they widened. Without worship, they were no longer confined to a single culture or language. They travelled freely, reshaped by those who carried them forward without obligation to preserve form. This freedom protected them. Myths tied too closely to worship risk extinction when worship fails. Myths untethered survive because they can be retold without requiring allegiance. They become companions rather than authorities. Some feared this softened the myths. It did not. It sharpened them. Without ritual repetition to sustain familiarity, only the most resilient elements endured. Excess detail faded. What remained was structure, patterns strong enough to be remembered even when names were forgotten. Myths without worship no longer promised favour. They offered orientation. They did not tell people what to do. They showed what happens when balance holds, and what follows when it breaks. Responsibility returned fully to the listener. This return was uncomfortable. Worship allows deferral. Myth without worship requires engagement. One cannot blame gods for injustice when the myth has become mirror rather than command. Horus would have understood this evolution. He ruled knowing that authority cannot survive when it demands belief without consent. Order that endures must be chosen repeatedly, not imposed once. Myths without worship taught this lesson slowly. They allowed contradiction. They invited interpretation. They tolerated disagreement. In doing so, they remained alive within minds that rejected dogma but still sought meaning. The absence of worship also removed fear. Without gods to appease, people could approach the myths without anxiety. They could question them, reinterpret them, even set them aside temporarily. What was strong enough returned on its own. This return happened during crisis. When systems failed and explanations thinned, people reached back for stories older than their institutions. Not to worship, but to remember how others had endured uncertainty before. Myths resurfaced as language for what could not be explained otherwise. They named cycles when progress failed. They named justice when law faltered. They named renewal when despair settled in. No altar was required for this recognition. Myths without worship also became ethical tools. They did not enforce behaviour. They illustrated consequence. They showed that greed isolates, that excess destabilizes, that denial invites collapse. These lessons required no divine authority to remain valid. They remained because they were accurate. Accuracy endures longer than belief. As long as the world continued to turn, as long as loss followed gain and return followed decay, the myths remained relevant. Worship had once amplified them. Now reality itself confirmed them. This was not a lesser state. It was maturity. Myths without worship did not dominate life. They accompanied it. They waited patiently, trusting that when meaning was needed, they would be found again. And they were. Again and again. Some stories did not fade when worship ended. They resisted silence, not through insistence, but through necessity. These stories remained because the world kept producing the same questions that had once given them voice. When answers grew thin, the stories returned, not restored, but remembered. They did not survive intact. They survived altered. Details shifted. Names softened. Sequences blurred. What remained was not plot, but structure. The deep shape of meaning that could not be replaced by convenience or progress. These stories refused to die because reality kept confirming them. Again and again, people witnessed creation emerging from disorder. Again and again, they saw order require maintenance rather than assumption. Again and again, they learned that death did not end influence, and that memory shaped the future as surely as force. No temple preserved these stories. Life did. They resurfaced in moments of fracture, after collapse, after loss, after certainty failed. When explanations fell short, people reached for older patterns that had once made sense of instability without promising control. The stories did not claim authority. They offered recognition. Someone would speak of balance without naming Ma'at. Another would describe renewal after devastation without invoking Ra. Someone else would insist that the dead still mattered, though they could not say why. These were fragments, but they aligned. The stories endured because they were practical. They did not promise rescue. They promised orientation. They did not offer escape from consequence. They explained consequence. This accuracy kept them alive long after belief in gods was no longer required. Osiris survived as an idea. That stillness can hold power. That what is broken can continue to shape the world. That authority does not require noise. These ideas returned whenever societies learned that domination exhausts itself. Isis survived as method. Care that persists reshapes fate. Knowledge used patiently outlasts force. Repair matters more than vengeance. These truths resurfaced wherever restoration proved more effective than punishment. Ra survived as rhythm. Effort that renews itself. Duty that does not abandon darkness. Return that does not weaken purpose. This rhythm endured wherever people learned that progress without rest collapses. The stories refused to die because no new stories replaced them fully. New explanations addressed parts of existence, mechanism, efficiency, scale, but they rarely addressed meaning without borrowing older shapes. When they tried, they often rediscovered the same structures under different names. This was not failure of innovation. It was continuity asserting itself. Stories that refuse to die do so because they articulate something the world continues to require. They do not persist out of nostalgia, they persist out of relevance. People encountered these stories unexpectedly. In ruins where stone still suggested intention. In art where figures echoed ancient forms unconsciously. In law where justice demanded measure rather than force. No one needed to explain their origin. Recognition happened before understanding. These stories also resisted corruption. When taken literally, they hardened and fractured. When released, they adapted. Their survival depended on flexibility, not control. This made them resilient to misuse. Stories that demand belief become brittle. Stories that invite reflection endure. The ancient storytellers had known this instinctively. They did not seal their myths against change. They layered them, allowing multiple interpretations to coexist. This openness ensured that when one layer faded, others remained accessible. Silence tested these stories, some dissolved, others sharpened. What refused to die was what silence could not erase. Ideas reinforced by lived experience rather than ritual repetition. These stories did not need constant telling. They returned when conditions called for them. Horus would have recognised their survival as success. A ruler's story that survives without enforcement has transcended rule. It has become instruction embedded in consequence rather than command. The world after the gods still needed guidance. It found it in these surviving stories. Not as doctrine, as mirrors. They reflected human behaviour back to itself, showing patterns rather than issuing orders. Those who listened learned without being told. Stories that refused to die did not insist on being remembered. They waited. They trusted that as long as imbalance returned, as long as renewal was required, as long as death continued to ask for meaning, someone would find them again, perhaps under different names, perhaps without names at all. They endured because they belonged not to a religion, but to existence, and existence kept repeating the conditions that made these stories necessary. Stone remembers longer than voices. Sand remembers differently. When stories withdrew from speech and ritual loosened its hold, the land itself became the archive. What people no longer recited aloud was held by walls, by foundations, by paths worn smooth through repetition. Meaning did not vanish. It changed its medium. Stone kept measure. Even broken, it retained proportion. Columns fallen still pointed toward the sky they once acknowledged. Doorways without doors still framed thresholds. The angles remained deliberate. Nothing accidental survived long enough to become ruin. What endured had been placed with care. Sand kept time. It covered and uncovered without judgment. It erased detail while preserving outline. It hid what needed rest and revealed what needed remembering. Sand did not destroy. It delayed. Together stone and sand learned how to hold echoes. An echo is not sound repeated, it is sound reshaped by space. In the silence of abandoned places, people felt these echoes without instruction. They slowed. They lowered their voices. They stood longer than intended. Something in the land asked for attention without asking for belief. The echoes did not explain themselves. They did not recount myths or name gods. They offered sensation, weight, stillness, orientation. Visitors did not always understand why they felt unsettled or calm. Understanding was not required. Alignment happened first. The land had been trained. Centuries of ritual, movement and intention had shaped it. When that activity ceased, the training remained. Stone does not forget alignment once learned. It holds it patiently, waiting for attention to return. This was not mysticism. It was consequence. Attention practiced consistently alters environment. When attention leaves, alteration remains. Stone holds what voices once carried. Sand protects it from erosion until the moment is right. Some sought answers in these places. They measured ruins, traced carvings, catalogued fragments. Knowledge accumulated, yet the deepest echo did not reside in information. It resided in presence. The land responded differently to those who paused without agenda. Horus would have understood this inheritance. He had ruled knowing that what mattered would not always be spoken. He built not only for function, but for orientation. When speech failed, proportion would speak. When names faded, alignment would remain. Stone and sand honoured this intention. They did not preserve everything. They preserved what mattered. Excess ornament crumbled. Core structure endured. The land edited memory wisely. Some places felt heavier than others, not oppressive, concentrated. These were places where attention had gathered longest, where ritual had been repeated with care, where silence had been practiced as deliberately as speech. The echo there was deeper, slower to disperse. People who entered these spaces felt time change, not stop, thicken. Moments elongated, breath deepened, urgency receded. This was not imagination alone. The environment had been shaped to hold presence, and it offered that presence still. Sand played its role gently. It softened edges, prevented sharp decay, absorbed noise. Where stone held shape, sand held quiet. Together they preserved dignity without freezing form. Echoes also protected meaning from misuse. Without clear instruction, power could not be seized easily. Stone does not command. Sand does not persuade. They invite attention but resist control. Those who sought domination found little to exploit. Those who sought understanding found much to feel. The land became teacher, not through lesson, through exposure. It taught patience by refusing haste. It taught humility by enduring beyond ambition. It taught continuity by remaining when explanation failed. Echoes in stone and sand did not replace myth. They sustained it silently. When stories resurfaced, they found a place already prepared. When attention returned, it found alignment waiting. The land did not need revival. It had been resting. Some passed through without noticing. Others felt compelled to return. Neither response diminished the echo. It did not require recognition to persist. It only required time. Stone and sand had time. They held it without anxiety. And so the echoes endured, not as monuments demanding reverence, but as environments offering orientation to any who arrived without haste. They did not speak of gods. They demonstrated what the gods had taught. The Nile never forgot. It did not need temples to remember, nor priests to recite its meaning. Long after gods were no longer named beside its banks, long after rituals fell quiet and stone cracked beneath the sun, the river continued its patient work, flowing, flooding, withdrawing, returning. Memory lived in that movement. The Nile did not carry stories in words, it carried them in rhythm. Each year it rose, not by command, not by prayer, but by pattern older than human memory. Each year it left behind dark soil, heavy with promise. This repetition did not grow dull, it grew authoritative. The people changed, the river did not. Empires rose along its banks and dissolved into sand. Languages shifted, names for the divine thinned and vanished. Yet the Nile continued to teach the same lesson it always had. Life depends on return, not conquest. Endurance depends on timing, not force. The river did not rush. It never has. Its pace resisted human urgency. Those who tried to hurry it failed. Those who aligned with it endured. This alignment was once called sacred. Later it was called practical. The river did not distinguish between the two. It remembered when gods were spoken openly. It remembered chants carried across its surface, offerings lowered into its current, boats bearing images of Ra beneath the sun. It accepted all of this without change. Worship did not alter its course. Silence did not diminish it. The Nile was never impressed. It was never offended. It simply continued. This was its memory, not of events, but of balance. The river remembered what worked. It repeated what sustained. Flood too small invited famine. Flood too great invited ruin. The Nile held itself between these extremes with remarkable consistency. People learned from this. Even when myths faded, the river remained instructor. Farmers still waited for signs. Communities still adjusted their labour to its timing. Survival still depended on attention rather than dominance. The Nile did not explain itself. It demonstrated. Those who watched carefully understood. Those who ignored it suffered consequences without accusation. The river did not punish, it responded. This distinction mattered. Horus had ruled in this image. Kingship modelled on the Nile did not force obedience. It maintained rhythm. It corrected gently when possible, and decisively when necessary. A ruler who forgot the river's lesson ruled briefly. The Nile also remembered death. Bodies were returned to its edge. Tombs were placed nearby. The river did not fear decay. It accepted it as part of renewal. What entered its waters did not vanish. It transformed. This transformation shaped belief long before belief had names. Even after names faded, the instinct remained. Death feeds life. Endings nourish beginnings. The river enacted this truth annually. No theology was required to understand it. Silence did not erase the river's meaning. If anything, silence clarified it. Without chance to interpret its rise, people observed more closely. They watched the water's colour, its speed, its patience. Knowledge became tactile rather than symbolic. The Nile remembered when people listened better. It remembered when attention was woven into survival, rather than abstracted into explanation. That memory persisted in the land, in the soil, in the timing of work passed down without knowing why it worked. This was memory without language. Memory without nostalgia. Memory enacted, The river also remembered restraint. Attempts to control it completely failed again and again. Barriers broke. Channels silted. Plans collapsed. The Nile tolerated guidance, not domination. Those who collaborated with its flow succeeded longer than those who challenged it. This lesson survived long after the gods were no longer named. Power that aligns endures. Power that conquers exhausts itself. The Nile taught this patiently, endlessly. Even now it continues to teach. Those who stand beside it feel something steady, older than instruction. The water does not speak of gods or myths. It does not need to. Its presence carries continuity without explanation. The Nile still remembers, because it never stopped being what it was. It remembers creation emerging from flood. It remembers order sustained by rhythm. It remembers death feeding return. It remembers without judging whether anyone remembers it. This is why the river remains sacred even when the word sacred is no longer used. Sacredness here does not require belief. It requires recognition of dependence. As long as the Nile flows, something ancient remains active, not as story told, but as truth lived. The river does not ask to be understood, it asks to be respected, and in respecting it, people still participate, knowingly or not, in the same ancient alignment that once shaped gods, kings, and myths beside its banks. The Nile still remembers, because it never learned how to forget. Eternity did not dissolve when names faded. It loosened its grip on language and remained. When the gods were no longer called aloud, when stories thinned into echoes and rituals withdrew into habit, what endured was not absence, but continuity without label. Eternity learned how to exist without introduction. Names had once focused attention. They gathered force, shaped story, and made relationship visible. But names were never the source of what they named. They were vessels. When vessels cracked, what they carried did not spill into nothing. It flowed elsewhere. Eternity without names was quieter. It did not announce itself as divine. It appeared as persistence, patterns that refused to break despite neglect, renewal that returned without being asked, balance that reasserted itself after disturbance. People felt this without knowing how to describe it. They sensed that some things endured beyond explanation, that justice mattered even when inconvenient. That loss did not erase meaning, that time moved forward by circling back. These recognitions did not require gods, they required attention. Eternity without names did not belong to belief, it belonged to structure. The sun still rose and set, the river still returned, generations still replaced one another, creation still emerged from quiet, endings still fed beginnings. These movements did not need titles to remain authoritative. Without names, eternity became harder to grasp, and harder to misuse. What is named can be claimed. What is unnamed resists ownership. Eternity without names could not be seized by doctrine or wielded as power. It remained accessible only through alignment. This alignment was lived, not declared. In restraint practiced when excess tempted. In patience chosen when haste promised gain. In repair attempted when denial offered ease. These acts did not invoke eternity. They participated in it. Horus would have recognised this evolution. A ruler bound to names rules briefly. A ruler aligned with pattern rules longer. Eternity without names tested whether what had been taught could stand without scaffolding. Some failed this test. They mistook the absence of names for absence of meaning. They pursued control without restraint, speed without rhythm, growth without return. Consequence followed, quietly at first, then unmistakably. Others adapted. They learned to listen for pattern rather than proclamation. They measured outcomes rather than reciting causes. They lived as if continuity mattered, even when they could not say why. Eternity without names sharpened responsibility. Without divine arbitration to appeal to, choice carried greater weight. No ritual could absorb neglect entirely. No invocation could excuse harm. What followed action revealed its alignment. This was not cruelty, it was clarity. Eternity without names did not punish. It reflected. It showed what endured and what collapsed. It taught through repetition rather than decree. Memory played a subtler role here. Not memory of stories, but memory of effect. People remembered what stabilised life and what fractured it. They adjusted accordingly. Tradition thinned, but wisdom remained. In this way, eternity without names became democratic. It did not privilege the initiated. It did not require literacy or lineage. Anyone who observed carefully could participate. Anyone who aligned with rhythm could endure. The sacred moved fully into the ordinary. No longer set apart by temple walls or priestly speech, it infused daily action. Work became ritual when done attentively. Rest became reverent when honoured. Care became sacred when sustained without reward. This did not elevate everything equally. It clarified. What mattered revealed itself through consequence. What did not faded without ceremony. Eternity without names edited life continuously, keeping what served continuity and releasing what did not. Some longed for the return of names. Names felt comforting. They provided orientation quickly. They offered language for longing. This longing was understood. Names focus attention efficiently, but eternity without names did not deny their return. It waited. When attention drifted too far, when coherence thinned dangerously, names resurfaced as stories again, old shapes given new sound. Eternity did not forbid naming. It refused dependence on it. The unnamed endures longer, because it cannot be exhausted by repetition or corrupted by insistence. It remains present even when forgotten, available when remembered, patient throughout neglect. Eternity without names was not emptier. It was deeper. It asked for participation rather than assent. It required living rather than reciting. It invited alignment without promising clarity in advance, and those who learned to live within it discovered something unexpected. That meaning did not require explanation to persist. That continuity did not need witnesses to endure. That the deepest truths do not announce themselves, they remain. Before dawn, silence deepens. Not the silence of emptiness, but the silence of gathering, when night holds its breath and the horizon waits without colour. This was the silence the ancients knew well. It came before creation, before speech, before the first naming of things, and it returned whenever a cycle prepared to turn again. This silence was not an ending, it was preparation. After gods withdrew into memory, after myths loosened their hold on worship, after names faded into instinct, the world arrived once more at this threshold. Nothing announced it. No sign declared that meaning had gone dormant. Life simply grew quieter beneath its own weight. Civilizations reached moments like this without recognizing them. Activity continued. Work went on. Words multiplied. Yet beneath the noise, something essential paused. The old structures no longer guided clearly. The new ones had not yet formed. Between them stretched silence, not void, but suspension. The Egyptians would have recognized this immediately. They had lived beside dawn long enough to know that silence before light is not absence of sun, it is alignment. The world reorients itself before renewal appears. Silence before another dawn did not feel peaceful to all. For some it felt unsettling. Without clear myths or divine voices, uncertainty expanded. People asked what remained sacred, what endured, what mattered when explanations thinned. Silence does not comfort those who require constant answer. But silence does not intend to comfort, it intends to clarify. In silence, excess falls away. What cannot endure without noise dissolves. What remains reveals itself slowly, without defence. This is why silence is feared. It removes distraction. The world entered such a silence again. Not globally, not suddenly, but in waves. Traditions lost authority. Stories felt distant. The certainty of old frameworks weakened. Yet life continued. This continuation was the clue. The sun still rose, not praised, not explained. It rose because it always had. And in that rising, it demonstrated something older than belief, that renewal does not depend on recognition. It depends on readiness. Silence before another dawn is not passive. It is active restraint. The world does not rush into new meaning. It waits, it tests, it allows fragmentation to show itself fully before repair begins. Premature explanation would only repeat old errors. The gods understood this silence intimately. Ra passed through the deepest darkness before rising renewed. Osiris ruled within stillness rather than motion. Even creation itself began only after silence had settled enough to hold form. Horus ruled with this knowledge. He knew when not to speak, when not to act, when to allow silence to do what command could not. Kingship without patience collapses. Creation without silence fractures. This silence returned not because the world had failed, but because it had completed another cycle. What had been taught had been internalized as far as it could be. What had been remembered had thinned into instinct. Now, instinct itself needed testing. Silence provided that test. In this quiet, people began to notice again. They noticed imbalance without needing explanation. They noticed excess exhausting itself. They noticed renewal attempting to emerge through cracks left by collapse. Silence sharpened perception. Stories began to stir faintly, not spoken yet, felt. Old patterns resurfaced, not as doctrine, but as intuition. A sense that order requires care, that cycles must be respected, that endings prepare beginnings whether acknowledged or not. This was the same silence that had once hovered over the waters of Nun, not identical in form, but identical in function. Before creation, silence held possibility. Before renewal, silence does the same. It gathers fragments, settles disturbance, and prepares space for coherence to rise again. Nothing dramatic marks this moment. That is its power. Those who rush past miss it entirely. Those who pause sense something turning beneath the surface. The silence does not explain what will come. It does not promise comfort. It only assures that something is preparing to begin. The world stands again in that stillness, between what has faded and what has not yet found voice, between memory and imagination, between collapse and coherence. This silence is not empty, it is full of what has not yet been named. And as before, long before, when the silence has deepened enough, when attention has sharpened enough, when readiness has replaced urgency, another dawn will rise. Nothing announces the beginning. It arrives without declaration, without banner or voice. The world does not pause to acknowledge that a turning has occurred. It simply begins to move differently, as it always has, quietly shifting weight from what has been to what will be. The cycle begins again not as repetition, but as return with memory. What rises now does not erase what came before. It carries it, softened, refined, altered by passage through silence. Every cycle remembers the last, even when names have vanished and stories have thinned into instinct. This was always how creation worked. The first world did not emerge because silence ended. It emerged because silence had done enough work. The waters settled, possibility gathered, awareness stirred. Form rose not in opposition to what preceded it, but because of it. So it is again. After gods withdrew into memory, after temples fell silent, after myths learned to live without worship, after names loosened their hold, the world did not remain suspended forever. Suspension prepares motion. Stillness invites shape. The cycle begins again when attention returns. not to the old forms, to the old necessities. Order requires care. Balance requires restraint. Renewal requires patience. These truths do not age. They wait. People begin to sense them before they articulate them. They feel a quiet dissatisfaction with excess, with speed, with meaning reduced to utility. They feel a pull toward coherence without knowing its source. This feeling is not nostalgia, it is recognition. Recognition that something older than current explanations is stirring again, not demanding belief, not asking for revival, simply offering orientation to those willing to listen. The cycle does not begin with gods descending. It begins with humans noticing. Noticing consequence. Noticing return. Noticing that what endures does so because it aligns rather than conquers. From this noticing, language eventually follows. Stories gather shape. Symbols return, sometimes altered, sometimes familiar. Names may be spoken again, or new names formed around the same functions. The gods return this way, not as rulers, as reflections. They appear where order is practiced, where justice is weighed, where death is treated with gravity rather than denial. They do not insist on recognition. Recognition arises naturally when alignment is felt. Horus would have understood this moment clearly. He ruled knowing that renewal does not restore the past. It continues it. A cycle that repeats exactly stagnates. A cycle that remembers adapts. The cycle begins again when people accept that coherence must be maintained repeatedly, not secured once, when they stop seeking final answers and begin practicing sustained care. Creation itself follows this pattern endlessly. The world is always being created, not once, but continuously. Each act that restores balance participates in creation anew. Each repair made without expectation of reward reshapes the world incrementally. This is not dramatic work. It is quiet. It does not announce itself as myth or religion. It appears as choice, as habit, as refusal to abandon coherence even when disorder is easier. The cycle begins again in this quiet labour, in how people speak when no one is listening, in how they act when no authority watches, in how they treat endings as transitions rather than failures. These acts do not resurrect the past, they extend it. The ancient world understood this extension deeply. They did not believe cycles guaranteed perfection. They believed cycles allowed correction. What failed once could be repaired next time, not completely, but sufficiently. This sufficiency mattered more than ideal. The cycle begins again not to erase suffering, but to contextualize it, not to promise stability, but to offer continuity, not to end chaos, but to keep it from devouring everything else. And so, without announcement, without ceremony, without certainty, the cycle begins again. Some will notice, others will not. Both are expected. The cycle does not require universal attention to turn. It turns because turning is what sustains existence. Attention simply allows participation. The story does not conclude here. It loosens once more into the world, into action, into consequence, into silence, preparing for speech again. Creation waits patiently. It always has. And when readiness returns, when attention sharpens, when balance is sought without demand, the cycle begins again.